Marshall Peak, Chapter 5715, Information. The emergence of the universe furnace's projection triggered various changes among the human race and the Black Ink clan. The biggest change was that both the human race and the Black Ink clan recalled all their forces. Although there were no large-scale battles in any of the great territory battlefields, there were many small skirmishes throughout the lands. After all, the newly advanced rising stars of the human race and the Black Ink clan were constantly seeking out strong enemies to challenge and improve themselves. Be that as it may, more than a dozen great territory battlefields instantly became calm and peaceful soon after the universe furnace's projection appeared in the world. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan withdrew all their outside forces. Nobody dared to make any rash moves before they figured out the mysteries and details of the universe furnace. At the end of the day, the human race had a slightly better understanding of the universe furnace. They had various sources such as the records written in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises, the stories narrated by the elders who lived long enough to hear about the previous opening, the teachings from the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, and the information obtained from Blood Crow's personal experience. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan did not have such rich sources of information. Throughout history, the projections of the universe furnace would almost always appear on the Black Ink battlefield whenever it manifested. There were occasional appearances in the 3000 worlds, but those incidents were very rare. In the past, the Black Ink clan had some understanding of the universe furnace too, but the Black Ink clansmen who were active on the Black Ink battlefield previously had been annihilated during the human race army's crusade. Even the royal lords had been slaughtered to the last, so how could the information be handed down to the current Black Ink clan? The current Black Ink clan consisted only of members who recently emerged from the primordial heavens source grand restriction, so they had never experienced the emergence of the universe furnace before. All they could do was respond according to the small amount of information provided by the Black Ink disciples and the reactions of the human race. Under Mo-Na-Ye's orders, countless innate territory lords across the great territory battlefields were transferred back to the no-return pass to await further orders, news that was quickly relayed to the human race. The mobilization of so many innate territory lords was bound to result in a disparity in the balance of power between the human race and the Black Ink clan. In the past, this would have been a good chance for the human race to make an aggressive counterattack. However, the human race did not make any moves against the Black Ink clan and simply focused on preparing for the upcoming emergence of the universe furnace. Compared to the gains and losses that could be obtained on the great territory battlefields, the universe furnace, which represented the greatest opportunity in the world, was undoubtedly what the human race valued more at the moment. As time passed, numerous armies led by many masters traveled to the periphery of the void where the universe furnace's projections were located under the orders of the higher-ups of both the human race and the Black Ink clan. Both parties faced off against each other across the void shrouded by the illusory phantoms. The Black Ink clan was acting as though they were determined to prevent the human race from seizing the opportunities in the universe furnace at all costs. Naturally, the human race would never back down. Nevertheless, it was foreseeable that a massive war between the Black Ink clan and the human race would break out once the universe furnace fully emerged. There were more than a dozen projections scattered across the great territory battlefields. Therefore, the deployment of personnel and the organization of the armies were the greatest considerations of the leaders of the Black Ink clan and the human race. Both Mi Jingluan of the human race and Mo-Na-Ye of the Black Ink clan had each deployed their troops to counter the other. A storm was coming. As the days went by, the atmosphere on the great territory battlefields became increasingly oppressive. Nevertheless, the armies of both the Black Ink clan and the human race did not dare to make any moves without explicit orders from above, lest they trigger a war in advance. At this time, there were many high-rank Black Ink nests and innate territory lords missing from the no-return pass. Somewhere in the void shrouded by the projection of the universe furnace, located in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai finally exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. It had been several months since he first entered this place. Now, filled with energy, he slowly stood up and even brazenly gave a lazy stretch. Several months of recuperation allowed him to recover all of his strength. The last battle with the innate territory lords followed by the intense pursuit by Emonai had left him severely wounded and exhausted. It was fortunate that his physique was extremely tough, and thanks to his potent dragon vein, it was not difficult for him to recover as long as nobody was disturbing him. As soon as Yang Kai showed movement, the innate territory lords trapped in this place instantly tensed up in response. In stark contrast to the ruddy complexion on Yang Kai's face, their auras were weak and unstable. There was no helping this, as they could not heal as Yang Kai could in this space, so their wounds had not gotten any better even after being trapped in this space for so long. Watching Yang Kai get to his feet with a lazy stretch, the complexions of the territory lords turned ashen. Looking panicked, many of them cast pleading looks at Emonai in a silent prayer for help. Although Emonai had known that this day would come sooner or later, Yang Kai's recovery speed still shocked him. He did not wait for Yang Kai to make any moves and quickly opened his mouth to speak. "Brother Yang, the Black Ink clan promises to provide 30% of our cultivation resources as agreed in the past. We will not withhold any resources or delay any of the deliveries." Yang Kai turned around, but said nothing as he simply gave Emonai a silent grin. Emonai gritted his teeth and snarled, 50%. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back with a leisurely expression on his face. "The war is about to begin. Do you really think we have the time to be bargaining about such trivial matters? 30%? 50%? What does any of that matter? It wouldn't make a difference even if you offered 100%. I don't have time to hang around outside the no-return pass anymore." It was enough that he had been extorting resources from the Black Ink clan for the past 1,000 years or so, and similar opportunities would not come again in the future. That was why it was impossible for Emonai to offer those cultivation resources in exchange for the lives of these innate territory lords. "What do you want then, Brother Yang?" Emonai asked solemnly. There were dozens of innate territory lords trapped in this space. However, he was helpless to protect them. The situation left him feeling extremely heartbroken and powerless. Yang Kai casually summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and gave it a little twirl. At the same time, he pushed his space principles and walked towards the territory lord closest to him. Space rippled in his wake, making it seem as though he was walking on the surface of a calm lake. The mysterious space that left Emonai and the innate territory lords completely vulnerable and helpless seemed no different from the flat ground under his feet. Watching Yang Kai gradually approach him, the territory lord tried to flee in terror. Unfortunately, his speed was slower than a turtle's crawl despite his best efforts. By the time Yang Kai reached him, he had only managed to cover a distance of less than a meter. It was not that he had only moved by 1 meter. On the contrary, he had actually traveled quite far, but with the folded nature of the surrounding space, that distance was equal to 1 meter. Yang Kai pointed his spear at the territory lord and turned to look at Emonai. One piece of information in exchange for the life of a territory lord. Information? Emonai raised an eyebrow at those words. Yes. Information regarding the universe furnace that is valuable and unknown to me, Yang Kai smiled. A few months ago, he had been tricked by Emonai on this matter, but so what if he had fallen for that ruse? Now that the lives of these innate territory lords were at risk, how could Emonai continue to keep the information he possessed a secret? Emonai was certainly decisive and immediately inquired, "Does the information I told you earlier count, Brother Yang?" Naturally, he was referring to the information he disclosed to Yang Kai a few months ago, about how the universe furnace's illusory phantom had appeared in more than one place. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, then he removed his spear. "Fine, I won't take advantage of you. That one counts." Having escaped from death, the territory lord had a look of lingering fear on his face, his entire body drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Yang Kai strolled over to the next territory lord nearby and turned to look at Emonai again. Emonai did not even bother to wait for Yang Kai to speak and promptly offered an answer. According to the information obtained by the Black Ink clan, Profound Nether Territory also has a projection of the universe furnace. Is there really more than one projection? What does that mean? Yang Kai frowned deeply. How can the universe furnace's illusory phantom be in two places at once? In that case, where will the universe furnace emerge? He did not suspect that Emonayi was deceiving him. After all, Emonayi would not dare to do something that reckless in this situation. Nodding lightly, he sidestepped the territory lord with the spear pointed at him and came to the third territory lord. Emonayi sounded a little guilty as he muttered, Azure Sun territory also has an illusory phantom of the universe furnace. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words and glared at Emonayi. Nevertheless, he moved on and came to stand in front of the next territory lord. Before Emonayi could speak, Yang Kai interjected, Don't tell me. Did the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear on another great territory battlefield? Emonayi smiled awkwardly. Well, there's one in Twin Poles territory too. Yang Kai laughed angrily but grudgingly nodded in respect. Good, count it as my loss. Judging by what you've said so far, do all of the great territory battlefields have projections? Emonayi kept his mouth shut and considered his answer carefully. Before he could respond, Yang Kai raised a hand to stop him. I was just talking to myself. You don't need to answer the question. More importantly, I do not want to hear any more about the other locations of the illusory phantoms. Emonayi sighed heavily. But, Brother Yang, what I've told you so far is indeed information that you didn't know. You've always been an honest man. Are you going back on your word now? Yang Kai raised his chin with a rebellious expression on his face. What? Haven't you heard the phrase, people under the eaves have to bow their heads? Emonayi was absolutely annoyed. Yang Kai muttered under his breath. Judging by the information so far, does the universe furnace's illusory phantom appear in places where a large number of living beings lost their lives? What about the barren territory? What about the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? While speaking, Yang Kai studied Emonayi's reaction carefully. Unfortunately, Emonayi was a cunning man, so how could he slip up at such a moment? Yang Kai snapped angrily, Enough. Is there an illusory phantom of the universe furnace in the barren territory? Tell me honestly. This will count as a piece of information. Upon hearing those words, Emonayi finally nodded, yes. Then he added a casual compliment, You're very quick-witted, Brother Yang. The truth is I've also speculated that there is an illusory phantom of the universe furnace at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Unfortunately, we have no means of confirming the situation. Yang Kai couldn't help teasing, Have you lost contact with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Emonayi was expressionless, but he neither confirmed nor denied the statement. Yang Kai frowned again. The locations where the universe furnace's illusory phantoms appear are all places where a large number of powerful masters have lost their lives in battle, including this place. A lot of innate territory lords died here. Does the Black Ink clan know anything about the relationship between these two factors? He shook his head. No. The Black Ink clan doesn't know much about the universe furnace. The human race might know something. As he spoke, Emonayi secretly thought to himself in his heart, It looks like Yang Kai is completely clueless about the universe furnace. Otherwise, he would not have asked so many superficial questions. Yang Kai did not bother wasting his time and energy on threatening another innate territory lord. Instead, he stood in place and declared, What other information do you have? Tell me everything. I am a man who means what he says. A piece of valuable information in exchange for the life of one territory lord. That makes 5 pieces of information from earlier. Emonayi confirmed. I know, Yang Kai agreed irritably. Emonayi seemed greatly reassured by those words. After considering his answer for some time, he began talking, The illusory phantoms of the universe furnace are most likely some kind of projection. It's impossible to tell where the universe furnace itself is hiding, but its projection is displayed at various places thanks to its mysterious powers. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5716, Tracing Back to the Roots. A projection. Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he had considered. He only thought that the situation was rather strange. If the universe furnace was about to emerge, then why did more than a dozen or so illusory phantoms appear across the various great territory battlefields? There was even one here. On the other hand, if these illusory phantoms were just projections of the universe furnace, then the situation would make much more sense. Was this information obtained by the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai inquired. Emonayi shook his head as he replied, "It's my guess." Yang Kai nodded lightly. There was no need to doubt Emonaye's intentions too much. Based on the information he possessed at the moment, he would probably come to the same conclusion if he had the time to calm down and analyze the situation. What else? Yang Kai probed further. Emonayi pondered in silence for a moment. Based on my observations, the projections are slowly solidifying. I'm sure you've noticed as well, Brother Yang. It has been several months since the projections first appeared. By my estimation, it will take another 2 years for the projection to completely materialize. I speculate that the universe furnace will only appear in the world once the projections have fully solidified. Looking around, Yang Kai examined the degree of projection solidification compared to a few months ago and did some estimation, arriving at the same conclusion as Emonayi. At the current rate, it would indeed take 2 years for the projection to solidify completely. Although the time of the universe furnace's emergence can roughly be determined, the location of its emergence remains a mystery. There are more than 10 projections at different locations, so it is difficult to determine the exact location of the universe furnace's emergence. Nevertheless, I believe there are 2 possibilities. What are the 2 possibilities? Yang Kai questioned. Emonayi glanced at Yang Kai in resentment. After being enemies for so many years, they were very familiar with each other by now. Yang Kai's actions might seem rash and impulsive, but he only took them after much consideration. With his intelligence and the information he just received, it would not be difficult for him to reach his own conclusions if he bothered to put his mind to work on the matter. However, he was either too lazy to think for himself or he was trying to figure out just how much information the Black Ink clan had gathered. That was why he was holding the lives of these territory lords hostage in exchange for information. Unfortunately, there was nothing Emonayi could do in retaliation. The first possibility is that the universe furnace's true body will randomly appear at one of the locations of the projections, and the rest of the projections are mere illusions. Emonayi expressed his conjectures, not daring to conceal anything. In any case, he was simply guessing as well, so there was no harm in sharing. The second possibility is, all the projections are closely connected to the true body, hence, the universe furnace will appear wherever the projections are located. Yang Kai listened seriously and nodded lightly. That's a reasonable hypothesis. Indeed, these are the only 2 possibilities. It was not difficult to form these conjectures based on the existing information. Be that as it may, neither Emonayi nor Yang Kai was aware of something crucial. The true body of the universe furnace would not be revealed even when these projections solidified. In fact, this supreme treasure had never been seen before throughout the long course of history. On the contrary, these projections would simply transform into entrances leading into the universe furnace once they were fully solidified. The so-called opportunities were hidden inside the universe furnace. It was not that Emonayi and Yang Kai were dull-witted, just that the information they possessed was too little for them to form an accurate conjecture. Besides, they both had preconceived notions about the universe furnace. Since it was called the universe furnace, they naturally assumed that it was something akin to a mysterious alchemy furnace. How could they have known that this alchemy furnace would contain a sealed world of its own? Emonayi did not continue speaking. It was not that he didn't want to, but that he had no other valuable information to share. Hence, he immediately started racking his brains for anything he could think of. Yang Kai did not pester Emonayi either. Sinking deep into thought, he suddenly recalled something. He honestly did not know much about the universe furnace. The only knowledge he had was that the universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills that could help a cultivator break through their inherent shackles. However, he only heard that the world would be thrown into a storm of bloodshed whenever the universe furnace emerged. At the time, Yang Kai had not known much about the 3,000 worlds. His cultivation was also quite low, which resulted in a shallow understanding of that statement. He had simply assumed that a supreme treasure was something everybody would want to obtain, so the so-called storm of bloodshed would be caused by the infighting between the masters from the cave heavens and paradises. It would now seem that his assumption had been incorrect. For countless years since the late ancient era, the cave heavens and paradises had committed their elites to the Black Ink battlefield to wage a never-ending war against the Black Ink clan. All Ninth Order old ancestors also resided on the Black Ink battlefield to guard the Great Passes. There might be many cave heavens and paradises, but they had always been united against their common enemy. With an external enemy threatening them, how could the masters of the cave heavens and paradises create a storm of bloodshed over the opportunities that could be found in the universe furnace? The old ancestors would never allow such foolishness to occur. If the universe furnace were to appear, they would step forward to manage the situation themselves. If that were the case, then where would the storm of bloodshed come from? Yang Kai soon realized something important. According to the information he received from Mo Na Yi, the projections of the universe furnace seemed to appear in places where a large number of living beings had died in battle. When the universe furnace appeared in the world recently, the projections had appeared on the various Great Territory battlefields, the Barren Territory, the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, and even this place. This was the best evidence to support that statement. If this was the case now, then what about the past? Although there had been conflicts in the 3,000 worlds in the past, there were also some minor conflicts between various sects. Even if there were any casualties during these conflicts, the cultivation of these deceased cultivators would not be high. Unlike the tranquility in the 3,000 worlds, the war had never ceased on the Black Ink battlefield. Every time the Black Ink clan attacked any of the Great Passes, massive numbers of living beings would lose their lives. If the number of deaths and the strength of the fall cultivators were related to the criteria for the projections of the universe furnace to appear, then the Black Ink battlefield undoubtedly met these requirements. By that logic, had the projections of the universe furnace always appeared on the Black Ink battlefield whenever the universe furnace manifested in the world in the past? In that case, the so-called storm of bloodshed could be explained. It was not caused by the internal struggles among the human race, but the confrontation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that he had obtained a few innate open heaven pills from the Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After he left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Lan Yu Rua had gone into retreat and attempted to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai had given her an innate open heaven pill to help boost her chances of success, but she ultimately did not need it. He later took the time to examine those innate open heaven pills carefully and discovered that the medicinal efficacies were indeed more potent and profound compared to ordinary open heaven pills. However, they did not contain any miraculous effects. He then proceeded to toss them somewhere and forgot about them. At the time, Yang Kai speculated that those open heaven pills were too old and had not been preserved properly, which caused their medicinal efficacies to deteriorate over the millennia. He had felt a slight sense of regret, thinking that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had wasted such precious resources. Looking back now, he realized that the medicinal efficacies of the innate open heaven pills should not have deteriorated even if they were improperly preserved. The only explanation was that those open heaven pills themselves were not as miraculous as the rumors proclaimed. In that case, where did the rumors about the universe furnace that were passed down from ancient times come from? Also, the Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Since he managed to obtain innate open heaven pills, did that mean he had the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? Be that as it may, he had clearly never gone to the Black Ink battlefield before. Where did he get the opportunity to compete for the universe furnace? He was not from the cave heavens or paradises after all. How did he obtain the qualifications for the opportunity? Looks like it's time for me to have a chat with Blood Crow. Yang Kai silently made up his mind. He was certain he could gain a lot from speaking with Blood Crow, but he had to escape from this place first. Yang Kai was getting excited when Mo Na Yi finally thought of a topic worth mentioning. "Brother Yang, don't you think this place is a little strange?" Yang Kai replied indifferently, A supreme treasure is present. It's only natural for something strange to happen. Mo Na Yi nodded. That's true. The space here is extremely twisted and distorted. Since it comes from the projection of the universe furnace's true body, then there must be a close connection between them. You are proficient in the Tao of space, Brother Yang. Why don't you try to trace it back to its source and locate the universe furnace's true body? You might find something if you can do that. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Na Yi in surprise. To be honest, he had not considered such a possibility. It was more accurate to say that he had not even considered things from this angle in the first place. Mo Na Yi must have been forced into a desperate situation for him to come up with such a great idea. Thus, Yang Kai nodded at Mo Na Yi in respect. Although I know you don't have the best intentions, just this idea alone is worth 3 lives. Mo Na Yi did not know what expression to make, so he simply squeezed out a forced smile. This thought had indeed been an impromptu idea, but he had to admit he had another purpose. If Yang Kai could use the Tao of space to determine the location of the universe furnace's true body, then the Black Ink clan could prepare specific countermeasures in a targeted manner. Therefore, Mo Na Yi immediately concentrated on the movements around Yang Kai. He watched intently as Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and surged his space principles in an attempt to trace the mysterious roots of this place. Yang Kai initially had little gain from his efforts. The space in this place was extremely warped and distorted. Even if he could use his understanding of the Tao of space to eliminate the influence of this warped space on his movements, he had little success in tracing the roots of the strange phenomenon occurring here. Nevertheless, he suddenly recalled his cow punch secret technique. The principle of cow punch was to track the enemy's aura back to its source. It was a secret technique specifically made to target the small universe of his enemies. He even managed to slaughter a 9th-order Black Ink disciple with this secret technique. If something as ethereal as a small universe can be traced back to the roots, what more the true body of the universe furnace? Yang Kai acted as soon as the thought occurred to him. The space principles around his body became more and more ethereal, almost as though he was about to melt into the void. He slowly moved his hands as though plucking at invisible strings, trying to trace everything back to its origin. While Yang Kai was working hard, the Black Ink clansmen were secretly communicating with each other through a constant stream of divine sense transmissions. Although Mo Na Yi had made an agreement with Yang Kai that the lives of each territory lord would be spared in exchange for a piece of information, the information provided was clearly far from enough. There were several dozen territory lords trapped in this place. How much information could Mo Na Yi realistically provide? At best, it would be amazing if Yang Kai could spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the rest, they would not be able to escape his murderous reach. Hence, they had to come up with a self-protection strategy before Yang Kai started taking action. Otherwise, there was no guarantee whose life would be spared by Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5717, Chaotic Space. At this time, the best option was to attack Yang Kai while he was distracted. Unfortunately, the territory lords were under the effects of the folded space, so how could they attack him when they couldn't even approach him? It was even more impossible for them to escape from this space. Trapped in this place and affected by the layers of overlapping space, they were no different from flies caught in a spider web. It was truly a pathetic situation. Despite much deliberation, the Black Ink clan could not figure out a solution to their miserable situation. The realization filled them with an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Without warning, the void suddenly trembled like the surface of a beaten drum. The vibration was so strong that all the trapped territory lords could feel the movement clearly. Startled, they looked around in bewilderment and discovered that the source of the trembling seemed to be coming from Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai's eyes were tightly closed. In the space around him, space principles fluctuated and various Tao strengths danced. When he pointed a finger forward, countless ripples spread out from his position. The ripples continued on endlessly, extending into the inexplicable depths of the void. As time passed, the number of ripples grew. Even the trembling in the local space became increasingly violent. Emona Yi suddenly had a bad feeling that his suggestion for Yang Kai to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their source had been an extremely terrible decision. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he abruptly felt a sense of crisis flooding his heart. He hastily surged his black ink strength and condensed a layer of defense around himself. In the next moment, he felt an invisible and intangible force slicing across his body, cutting through the black ink strength condensed around his figure, and carving into his flesh. In spite of his immense strength, Emonai felt a stabbing pain burst through his body. He quickly shifted his position and looked back. At the spot where he had been standing earlier, a portion of the space slid sideways like a piece of broken mirror before quickly returning to normal. The force that had sliced across his body earlier was a tiny void crack. His expression changed drastically at the sight and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yang, please stop." The territory lords did not know why Emonai was panicking all of a sudden, so they all turned to look in his direction. At that moment, one of the territory lords abruptly felt an inexplicable sense of pain in his body. His vision seemed to tilt to the side, then turned upside down. What entered his sight was a body that had been cleanly sliced into two at a diagonal angle. The incision at the wound was as smooth as the edges of a mirror, and black blood gushed out from the opening. This severed body looks so familiar. A strange thought entered his mind, but he quickly came to a realization. Isn't that my body? He lowered his head to look and sure enough, his lower half had been severed. Everything was so sudden that he failed to notice any abnormality before. Terrified, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Sir Emonai, save me." But what could Emonai do? At this moment, Emonai looked so gloomy that he was practically oozing depression. He could only watch helplessly as the two parts of the territory lord's body separated. Although the territory lord's blood poured out continuously, his vitality was very strong, so it would take some time before he died. The space has become chaotic. Defend yourselves with all your might. Emonai called out loudly. After hearing Emonai's warning, the territory lord finally came back to their senses and hastily summoned their strength to guard themselves. Although Emonai did not know what Yang Kai was doing, his perception was not wrong. The whole space had gotten extremely chaotic due to Yang Kai's actions. This was a strange place formed by the distortion of countless layers of space folded over each other in the first place. These layers of folded space resembled pieces of a broken mirror that fit well together in the beginning. In short, there were no issues with the original arrangement as things were relatively static, or at least changing at a slow pace. However, the space where these mirrors used to be pieced together had now become mobile and disordered due to Yang Kai's actions. The upper body of the dead territory lord had been located in one of the layers of the folded space, while his lower body had been located in a different one. When the two layers of folded space abruptly separated due to the distortion, his body had also been sliced apart as a result. Territory lords were very strong, and if they had been at their peak strength, it would have been impossible for them to be sliced apart so easily. Unfortunately, the territory lords here were all arrows at the end of their flight, on top of being heavily wounded. In this situation, they were completely defenseless against such a strange attack. Nobody knew whether their position was safe because the layers of folded space shifted around at random. Screams of agony periodically rang out from among the territory lords. It was a pity, but black ink strength condensed around their bodies could hardly stop the sharp space principles from slicing them apart. Within a short span of time, more territory lords lost their lives as their bodies were severed into pieces. This situation left Emonai feeling both horrified and furious. "Brother Yang, please stop quickly." At this moment he deeply regretted his earlier words. Why did I suggest Yang Kai trace the location of the universe furnace's true body with his mastery over the Tao of space? Space was an extremely mysterious Tao in the first place, and the space here was already so peculiar. Nothing good would happen to Black Ink clan masters like themselves after Yang Kai began fiddling with it. Suddenly, there was another scream. Emonai glanced over only and saw the body of another territory lord separating into two parts. The territory lord's eyes were filled with pure terror and resentment. He did not expect to lose his life in such an inexplicable manner after managing to survive so many crises until now. "Brother Yang," Emo Na Yi roared angrily. "Shut up." Yang Kai did not even bother to open his eyes. Although he was concentrating fully on tracing the location of the universe furnace's true body, he retained some awareness of the surrounding situation. He had not expected the current situation to occur, but it was quite a stroke of good fortune for him. How could he give up just because Emo Na Yi asked him to stop? In any case, their previous agreement indicated that he only needed to spare the lives of a dozen or so territory lords. As for the others, it would be even better for him if all of them died. It would even save him the trouble of killing them himself. Emo Na Yi gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. They were enemies in the first place, not to mention they were engaged in a life-and-death clash just a few months ago. What was the point of begging Yang Kai now? All Emo Na Yi could do was record his loss for today. If he had a chance in the future, he would return the debt 100-fold. The territory lords were tense and nervous. Although they constantly changed positions while simultaneously activating their power to protect themselves, the attacks caused by the distortion of space came with no warning whatsoever. It was very difficult to defend against these attacks. In the end, those destined for death would lose their lives no matter how hard they tried. Even Emo Na Yi was inadvertently wounded. Fortunately for him, he was strong and in good condition, so there was no threat to his life for the time being, but it was hard to say what would happen if the situation dragged on. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. More than a dozen territory lords had lost their lives by now, and the space within the projection of the universe furnace was scattered with severed limbs. The wounds on these severed limbs were extremely smooth, and a large amount of black blood now floated around in the void. Yang Kai suddenly paused with a slight frown on his face. It was not that he could no longer continue his search or that he had not gained anything from his efforts. The truth was that he had indeed been able to trace the universe furnace's aura, but it was difficult for him to determine its exact location. More importantly, Yang Kai had a feeling that something beyond his control would happen if he persisted in his attempt. It was difficult to deduce whether the phenomenon would be good or bad, but he had the feeling that it was not very dangerous since he did not detect any warning signals. To be on the safe side though, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Yang Kai looked up at the disheveled Emo Na Yi with an almost imperceptible light flashing through his eyes. A group of territory lords had tragically lost their lives during the events earlier, while even a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Na Yi had been wounded, although the latter's injuries did not seem serious. There was no denying that Yang Kai was no match for a pseudo-royal lord like Emo Na Yi in a one-on-one battle, but his proficiency in the Tao of space meant that Emo Na Yi could not hurt him either when he was at his peak. Now, however, Yang Kai might just have a chance to kill Emo Na Yi in this space within the projection of the universe furnace. If he carried on with his previous exploration, he could cause constant damage to Emo Na Yi. Then, he would make his move when Emo Na Yi's injuries had accumulated to a critical degree. Let's see if he can survive that. Emo Na Yi regarded Yang Kai as an enormous threat to the Black Ink clan. How could Yang Kai not be wary of Emo Na Yi? Emo Na Yi could be considered an anomaly in the Black Ink clan. If Yang Kai could remove Emo Na Yi from the equation, Royal Lord Emo Yu would lose an exceptionally dependable helper. In the future, the human race would also have one less threat to worry about in the final war. I have to thank Emo Na Yi for suggesting such a convenient and effective method to me. Seeming to sense the malice in Yang Kai's gaze, Emo Na Yi's expression changed slightly. They had been enemies for so many years now, so how could he fail to realize what Yang Kai was thinking? He suddenly felt bitter and resentful. His suggestion not only caused heavy casualties to the territory lords, but he might also have doomed himself to a miserable death. The entire situation left a bitter taste in his mouth. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling as though he had lifted a rock only to smash it onto his foot. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly climbed to his feet when their gazes met. Under the watchful gaze of Emo Na Yi and the many territory lords, he leisurely walked towards the outside. The distorted and folded space did not hinder his movement. It did not take long before he arrived at the edge of the projection. Are you leaving, Brother Yang? In the end, Emonai could not stop himself and blurted out the question. It would be wondrous news if Yang Kai were to leave this place, but how could Yang Kai possibly depart so easily? He had clearly seen the malice in Yang Kai's eyes earlier. What? Do you expect me to stay behind and chat with you instead? Yang Kai replied without much thought. Thanks to his mastery of the Tao of space, he easily stepped out of the folded space. Seeing that scene, Emonai felt a strange feeling wash over him. This guy? It turns out that he could have really left at any time. Trapped inside this space within the projection, even a pseudo-royal lord like Emonai was powerless. He couldn't find a way out, but it was no trouble for Yang Kai at all. While he did not know the meaning behind Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai's departure was good news for him. At the very least, he would no longer be in danger once Yang Kai was gone. Besides, he had secretly made arrangements in advance. As long as Yang Kai dared to stray far enough, then those arrangements would come in handy. Emonai stared after Yang Kai's back expectantly, hoping that Yang Kai would venture further into the distance. However, Yang Kai only took 2 steps before he abruptly turned to look in a certain direction and shouted, "Mou, I spared the lives of your territory lords, yet you dare try to ambush me." As soon as those words rang out, Emonai's expression changed drastically. Were we discovered? That's impossible. I even specially warned them not to expose their whereabouts when I asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with the territory lords. Not to mention, he had secretly observed his surroundings and confirmed that the Black Ink clansmen had hidden themselves very well. It was impossible for them to be discovered so quickly, so how did Yang Kai discover them? There were indeed reinforcements that Emonai had arranged beforehand outside the projection. The greatest difficulty in dealing with an enemy like Yang Kai was his space secret techniques. Even if they were stronger than him, it was meaningless if they could neither capture him nor restrain him. For example, the Black Ink clan once had an opportunity to annihilate Yang Kai in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Unfortunately, Di Wu had wasted the opportunity back then. When Emonai chased Yang Kai into this strange place several months ago, he quickly realized that he had been tricked. At the same time, he was keenly aware that this was a rare opportunity to remove Yang Kai once and for all. Martial Peak, Chapter 5718, Checkmate. Yang Kai had been severely wounded at the time. Eager to treat his injuries, he had trapped himself inside the projection to recuperate from his wounds. Nevertheless, there was no denying that he could not move around freely for some time. For that reason, Emonai had used the miniature Black Ink nest to contact the No Return Pass and asked the royal lord to set up an ambush nearby with some Black Ink clan masters. Since the royal lord took charge of defending the No Return Pass, he had not left it again. The only exception was when Yang Kai caused a ruckus in the No Return Pass and the royal lord chased after him, resulting in only greater disaster. After that debacle, the royal lord never left the No Return Pass again, especially when Yang Kai began loitering around nearby as the latter posed a massive threat. MOU subsequently became the most important force which ensured the safety and stability of the No Return Pass. Nobody knew when Yang Kai might suddenly cause another ruckus. Under these circumstances, how could MOU dare to leave the No Return Pass at will? He was practically a hostage to Yang Kai's whims, unable to move around freely whatsoever. Be that as it may, Emoni had mobilized the one and only royal lord in the Black Ink clan in this endeavor to ensure the success of his plans. It could be seen that his determination and courage were unordinary. In addition, there were many innate territory lords who had been transferred here from the front lines. They were hiding in the shadows and waiting for the signal to attack. Everything had been prepared in advance. As long as Yang Kai escaped from this prison, they would unleash an unrestrained assault on him. There was only one inconvenient factor in these plans, and that was this strange space within the projection. According to Emonai's speculations, there was a high probability that Yang Kai could come and go freely from this space, and was essentially invulnerable once inside of it. If Yang Kai was to detect any danger when he left the confines of this prison, he could simply seek shelter inside again to protect himself. After all, This strange and eerie space within the projection was practically a natural fortress to him. Therefore, Mo-Na-Yi and Mo-Yu had secretly discussed their plans in advance. They decided to wait until Yang Kai was some distance away from the projection before the royal lord made his move to keep Yang Kai as busy as possible for some time. Doing so, the territory lords who were carrying the necessary array boards and banners would have enough time to establish the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array. Once the Grand Array was activated, Yang Kai would be trapped in place with no hope to escape. At that time, Mo-Yu could freely annihilate Yang Kai. The plan could be said to be foolproof in all aspects. Although there was no guarantee for a 100% success rate, the estimated success rate was in the 70% range. It was enough for the Black Ink clan to take a gamble and risk the possible dangers. The crux of this entire plan rested on how long Mo-Yu could keep Yang Kai distracted. As long as he could delay Yang Kai for long enough, their plans would work perfectly. Therefore, Mo-Na-Yi was excited to see Yang Kai leaving the projection even though he did not understand the reason for Yang Kai's sudden departure. Never did he imagine that his plans would be exposed before the trap could even be implemented, much less that the reason would be Mo-Yu's failure to conceal his aura completely. Wait, that can't be right. It's impossible for the royal lord to be unable to conceal his aura. I've warned all of them so many times, not to mention, the Black Ink clan has repeatedly suffered defeat at Yang Kai's hands. There is no way the royal lord would relax his guard towards Yang Kai. Damn it, Yang Kai tricked us again. At that instant, Mo-Na-Yi realized the truth and opened his mouth to issue a warning. However, he was too late. A majestic aura erupted from somewhere in the void. The emergence of the aura was quickly followed by a black light that flew towards Yang Kai at the speed of lightning. Mo-Na-Yi closed his eyes in sorrow. The sounds of battle between masters rang out from outside the projection, mixed with Yang Kai's grunts. When Mo-Na-Yi opened his eyes again, he saw that Yang Kai had retreated back into the space within the projection. Meanwhile, Royal Lord Mo-Yu stood quietly outside the projection with a pair of fleshy wings spread out behind his back. Countless bone spurs that resembled fangs protruded from his wings, making him seem absolutely terrifying. Yang Kai's arms were trembling uncontrollably, blood dripping profusely from them. He had suffered a direct blow from a true royal lord and nearly broke both his arms as a result, but instead of frowning, he was laughing. Furthermore, his laughter sounded extremely mocking. Royal Lord Mo-Yu stood outside the projection with a grim expression and scowled at Yang Kai for a while. Glancing at Mo-Na-Yi's dull look, Mo-Yu seemed to understand something and snorted coldly. It was not that he was easily deceived. The truth was the exact opposite. The Black Ink clan simply had too much vigilance towards Yang Kai. When Yang Kai spoke just now, Mo-Yu's first instinct was that he had been discovered. Everything would be for naught once Yang Kai activated space principles and escaped. Hence, he believed that he would miss the opportunity to make his move if he did not attack now. It was the reason why he had acted so decisively. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was only a short distance away from the projection. Although he was struck by the unexpected blow, he had quickly retreated back into the projection. Numerous figures appeared from their hiding spots and slowly gathered around Mo-Yu. These figures were all innate territory lords. They were originally supposed to set up the Four Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array while the royal lord was keeping Yang Kai busy. However, they no longer knew what to do in this situation and could only wait quietly for further orders from the royal lord. Staring at Mo-Yu through the projection, Yang Kai swung his arms lightly. Then, he chuckled and turned to look back at Mo-Na-Yi. The Black Ink clan sure is hospitable. Mo-Na-Yi responded calmly, "There was no need for you to test the waters if you already expected an ambush, Brother Yang. You could have just asked me, and I would have given you an honest answer." At this moment, Mo-Na-Yi was certain about one thing. Yang Kai had predicted that he would make various secret arrangements in advance. That was why he had taken the initiative to step out of the projection as an experiment, and the results revealed that his predictions were indeed extremely accurate. Just as how Mo-Na-Yi had a deep understanding of Yang Kai's character, Yang Kai also had a good grasp of Mo-Na-Yi's thought process after so many years of rivalry. In fact, it would be strange for the Black Ink clan to ignore such a great opportunity. Who could have known whether you were speaking the truth? There are some things one can only learn after seeing it with their own eyes. You have deeply disappointed me. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. I was going to spare the lives of these territory lords, but it looks like I cannot afford to be merciful towards the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi smiled indifferently. The Black Ink clan has already sacrificed so many innate territory lords just to annihilate you, Brother Yang. Losing a few more wouldn't make a difference. His statement made the trapped territory lords turn pale with fright. Meanwhile, he continued talking, but, Brother Yang, what difference does it make even if you slaughtered all the territory lords trapped inside this space? Will that help you escape? Indeed, there is nothing the Black Ink clan can do to you at the moment. However, this space will eventually return to normal once the projection completely solidifies in 2 years. At that time, the Black Ink clan will only need to prepare a grand array in advance. With the Royal Lord personally leading the attack, you will be nothing more than a turtle hiding in its shell. Brother Yang, this place is where you will meet your doom. Mou, who had been standing quietly outside the projection, decisively issued the order when he heard those words, set up the formation. The territory lords standing idly behind him immediately scattered in all directions and surrounded the local region where the projection was located with the grand array banners in their hands. It did not take long before the 4 gates 8 palaces great pagoda array was formed, sealing this section of the void. Mou stared at the projection in front of him, eager to charge forward. Although he had heard about the strangeness of this space from Mo Na Yi, he was tempted to enter the space anyway. Nevertheless, he decided to give up on the idea after further consideration. Mo Na Yi was not very different from him in terms of raw strength, the only difference being that the latter could only exert about 80% of his maximum power. Seeing as the trapped Mo Na Yi was absolutely incapable of attacking Yang Kai inside the space, Mou realized that he would most likely face the same situation if he were to enter. Hence, he decided not to embarrass himself with futile actions. This strange space was not something that could be overcome with strength alone. While the territory lords were busy preparing the grand array, Yang Kai simply watched quietly without trying to stop them. In any case, there was nothing he could do to stop them even if he wanted to. It was just as Mo Na Yi had said, the current situation was a death sentence to him. The heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array had sealed the space around him. Once he lost the protection provided by the universe furnace's projection, he would have to face Mou directly. A situation like that would only lead to a disastrous ending for him. The projection was slowly becoming solid over time, and at this rate, it would probably fully manifest after 2 years. When that happened, Yang Kai would become vulnerable to the attacks of the many Black Ink clan masters surrounding him. There had been many opportunities and coincidences inside the divine spirit ancestral land. Not to mention, the ancestral land had been favorable to him. That was how Yang Kai managed to escape the crisis and even kill a master like Di Wu back then, leaving the Black Ink clan with nothing to show for its efforts. Unfortunately, there were no external factors or geographical advantages that he could rely upon here. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than a true royal lord? At this moment, many of the Black Ink clansmen were certain of their victory even though they were trapped. On the contrary, Yang Kai's future was bleak even though he seemed as unrestrained as a fish in water. Be it Yang Kai or the Black Ink clan, neither party knew that the projection would transform into an entrance to the universe furnace after the projection solidified completely. They also did not know that the universe furnace contained a sealed world, and the so-called opportunity had to be obtained inside of it. In other words, the Black Ink clan's efforts were futile no matter how well made their plans were. Nevertheless, for Yang Kai who lacked this information, he was indeed stuck in a desperate situation. He had no means to escape in the face of absolute power. It could even be said that he had fallen right into the Black Ink clan's trap when he decided to plunge into this space within the projection. It was a pity that he had no other choice under the circumstances back then. Not only had he been an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was also being pursued by Mo Na Yi. He had urgently needed a place where he could properly treat his wounds, so plunging into the projection had been his only choice. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he grinned at Emonayi. "I'm guessing you have a suggestion for me." Emonayi laughed. "You know me well, Brother Yang." "Speak." He bluntly said, "Sit quietly, don't do anything unnecessary, and restrain your aura. You might have a chance of survival in 2 years if you do that, Brother Yang." Yang Kai inquired, "And where would that chance of survival come from?" Emonayi replied, "That would depend entirely on how Sir Royal Lord plans to deal with you. If Sir Royal Lord considers you a threat, you will probably lose your life. But if Sir Royal Lord intends to spare your life so that you can contribute to the Black Ink clan instead, corrupting you with the Black Ink strength is not a bad idea either." Emonayi was undoubtedly an intelligent man. Standing in front of the Royal Lord, he carefully made sure not to mention anything absolute. He always framed his words so that the final decision was up to Mou. The same was true when they set up the Grand Array earlier. Instead of directly issuing the orders to set up the Grand Array himself, Emonayi simply dropped some hints here and there so that Mou would understand immediately. After all, issuing the orders directly would have put him under suspicion of overstepping his boundaries. It was for this reason that Mou had handed all authority over the Black Ink clan to Emonayi for so many years without any concern. Emonayi knew his place and limits. In that regard, Meng Ke, who was also a pseudo-royal lord, was not nearly as quick-witted. Outside the projection, Mou announced graciously, "I know you have a treasure in your small universe that prevents the corruption of Black Ink strength. If you sacrifice this treasure and allow me to personally corrupt you with the Black Ink strength, then I will spare your life." Yang Kai laughed at those words. Lifting his slightly swollen arms, he casually cupped his fists. "In that case, allow me to thank you for the great consideration you've shown me, Sir Royal Lord." Martial Peak, Chapter 5719, Death Before Dishonor. For the Black Ink clan, it would definitely be highly beneficial if they could turn Yang Kai into a Black Ink disciple. He was powerful after all. If he could contribute to the Black Ink clan, he would be a significant boost in strength for them. Furthermore, he was part of the human race's higher-ups with extensive knowledge of their activities, so he would be able to provide the Black Ink clan with substantial inside information. More importantly, he had become a living symbol of hope to the human race over the years. Not only was his name practically a legend throughout the various Great Territory battlefields, but his outstanding achievements were also highly praised and admired by soldiers and civilians alike. In fact, his very existence struck fear into the hearts of all Black Ink clansmen. If such a symbol were to switch sides and turn upon his former comrades, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the human race. The Black Ink clan could not care less about ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they would willingly fight for the chance to corrupt Yang Kai with Black Ink strength. There was more value in converting a person like Yang Kai into a Black Ink disciple than killing him directly. When confronting Yang Kai in the past, Mou had never even dreamt about corrupting him with Black Ink strength. He did not have that ability, after all. Even his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim to none. Be that as it may, the emergence of the universe furnace's projection had turned the impossible into a possibility. He couldn't help becoming rather excited about such a prospect. On the other hand, Emonayi discerned the mocking tone in Yang Kai's words and gave a heavy sigh. "Brother Yang, why must you be so stubborn?" Yang Kai answered lightly, "Our paths are different, so it's impossible for us to truly cooperate with each other." He turned to look at Emonayi. "In any case, it is no loss for me if I drag a pseudo-royal lord and dozens of innate territory lords into the grave with me. Emonayi, between you and me, let's see which of us dies first." Emonayi's expression immediately darkened. In the next moment, Yang Kai began surging his space principles along with various Tao strengths, causing the space within the universe furnace's projection to become chaotic once more. The expressions of the trapped territory lords changed drastically at the sight. After their previous experience, how could they not know what was about to happen to them? They hastily drew upon their strength to protect themselves and became vigilant of their surroundings. Emonayi shouted, "Yang Kai, the human race has these sayings, a wise man will submit to the circumstances, and, where there is life, there is hope." No matter how calm he seemed on the surface or how confident he was of Yang Kai's eventual defeat, he was the first to panic when Yang Kai showed so little regard for life. He desperately tried to persuade Yang Kai otherwise, hoping to arouse Yang Kai's desire to live. That was because he knew that the situation would not end well for him if Yang Kai continued in this manner. At this rate, he would not survive to see the end of the war, regardless of Yang Kai's eventual fate. It was indeed difficult for Yang Kai to be his opponent in a one-on-one battle, but that was on the premise that both of them were at their peak strength. If Yang Kai utilized the strange effects in this space to inflict heavy injuries onto him, then attacked once he was considerably weaker, Emonayi did not have the confidence to defend himself. At this moment, his life was tied to Yang Kai's. If he wanted to live, then he could not let Yang Kai die. Yang Kai laughed loudly. "There's another popular saying among us humans. Have you heard of the saying, 'It is better to have a piece of broken jade than lose a complete tile'? I'd rather die a glorious death than live on in dishonor." The fluctuations of space principles became increasingly violent. Under his efforts to trace the roots of the universe furnace, the space within the projection began to tremble and become disordered. The terrified screams of the territory lords rang out endlessly as a result. Even Emonayi was not spared. Streams of black blood constantly gushed out of his body, and the black ink strength protecting his figure was sliced to pieces by the chaotic space. He kept moving about and changing position, but that barely slowed the pace of his injuries. All of a sudden, a territory lord screamed in agony. His body had been sliced cleanly in two and black blood gushed out of his wound. After suffering this critical blow, which caused him to lose all ability to protect himself, the two halves of his body were quickly carved into fragmented pieces. His screams gradually weakened, and his aura faded away. One after another, the territory lords were reduced to severed limbs and torn flesh due to the effects of the disordered space. At the same time, their auras gradually withered away into nothing. Outside the projection, Mo watched the situation in distress, so furious that he was practically spitting fire from his eyes. Emonayi had previously mobilized hundreds of innate territory lords as bait to besiege Yang Kai. Although many of these territory lords had died in battle, their deaths had value. Their sacrifice created an opportunity for Emonayi to remove Yang Kai once and for all. Therefore, Mo had not stopped Emon even though the sacrifices distressed him. He had tacitly allowed Emonayi to proceed with the plan. However, the deaths of those territory lords were meaningless now. The reason they went through the immense trouble of sneaking out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and traveling for a dozen years just to arrive at the no-return pass was to contribute to the Black Ink clan's future prosperity. They had not come here just to die in vain. As things stood, nothing would change no matter how furious Mo became. Although both parties seemed to be separated by a few steps, it was as though they were living in two different worlds. He could not interfere with anything that was happening inside the projection. The space within the projection continued to tremble without end. The layers of folded space shifted in a chaotic manner, constantly bringing harm to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai had done this before. At the time, he stopped after causing the deaths of a dozen or so territory lords. That was because he had the vague feeling that something unpredictable would happen if the space within the projection remained turbulent for too long. The reason for the turbulence in the projection was the secret technique that he used to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body. The universe furnace's true body was hidden at some unknown location. It was because he was tracking the traces in reverse that the space within the projection became so disturbed and chaotic. If he wanted the space within the projection to keep oscillating, then he had to keep tracking the traces of the universe furnace's true body. In this way, some things would be rather difficult to predict. In reality, the other projections scattered throughout the different places were experiencing the same situation when Yang Kai was causing the space within the projection to shake and become disordered. The universe furnace's true body itself was being affected, so the feedback was reflected in its projections. The masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan who were closely monitoring the movements of the universe furnace's projection could not understand the reason for the strange phenomenon. They did not understand what was happening to the universe furnace. In the suppressing Black Ink fortress located outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also at a loss. Yang Xiao asked Fu Guang for guidance. "Senior, what is happening? Why is the universe furnace experiencing such a strange development?" Fu Guang secretly thought to himself, "If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask?" The Dragon Clan did not know much about the universe furnace since there was no need for them to enter it and compete for opportunities. Besides, this was also the first time a projection of the universe furnace had appeared in front of him. As for why the space within the universe furnace's projection was trembling and disordered, it was only natural that he was as baffled as the others. After much deliberation, he could only claim that the heavens were unpredictable. His statement left the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters extremely confused. In the supreme headquarters of the human race, Mi Jingluan read through the numerous messages that had been sent with a frown on his face. Then he looked up at Blood Crow, who was sitting beside him with a dense layer of aura lingering around his body. Is it normal for the universe furnace to experience strange developments before the projection becomes completely solidified? Blood Crow was puzzled. What kind of strange developments? Mi Jingluan handed the report over. Blood Crow took the report and glanced through the contents briefly before he shook his head. "I've never heard of such developments before. I don't think this happened last time." "You don't think?" Mi Jingluan stared at Blood Crow fixedly. Blood Crow looked slightly apologetic. Scratching his lower jaw, he explained himself. "Sir, as you know, I am not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. During the universe furnace's last appearance, an entrance happened to emerge in the 3,000 worlds. The cultivators in the 3,000 worlds were lucky enough to receive an opportunity to enter and explore the universe furnace, but the masters of the cave heavens and paradises were naturally the first to enter. Moreover, I was only in the 7th Order at the time and was placed at the outermost edges, being among the last to enter the universe furnace. As far as I can recall though, nothing strange occurred to the universe furnace's projection last time. It remained very stable, from the day it appeared to the day it became completely solidified." Mi Jingluan nodded lightly, but he had a slightly worried look on his face. There had to be a reason for this unexpected situation to have happened. It was a pity that the human race had such a poor understanding of the universe furnace. Although Blood Crow had personally experienced the phenomenon in the past, the reality was just as he said. His situation at the time was rather awkward as he was not a disciple of the cave heavens and paradises. Adding to that, he was only in the 7th Order at the time. Even though he managed to enter the universe furnace, the information he possessed was not comprehensive. Be that as it may, the information that he provided recently had been extremely helpful to the human race. At the very least, the human race far surpassed the Black Ink clan in terms of understanding of the internal environment of the universe furnace and the opportunities waiting for them inside. This information was invaluable to their current planning. Meanwhile, the innate territory lords died one after another inside the projection located outside the no-return pass. Only half of them remained alive right now, and under Yang Kai's constant influence, the vibration and the disorder in the space continued to intensify. The lives of the territory lords were hanging by a thread. Those who survived were not stronger than those who died earlier, they were just luckier than the rest. At this point, nobody knew when they might be the next unlucky one to meet their demise. The movement of the chaotic space came and went without warning. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not discern any clues whatsoever. All they could do was protect themselves as best as they could. Even so, their efforts were to no avail. Their condition was poor in the first place. Combined with the distortion of the chaotic space, they could not defend themselves from the injuries caused by the shifting of the folding space. Among the territory lords who survived by luck, many were missing arms and legs. They were as miserable as they could possibly be. In the beginning, they cried out for Emo Na Yi to save them, but they no longer shouted anymore, having realized that it was useless. Emonayi couldn't even protect himself at the moment. It was only thanks to his immense cultivation that he was not in danger yet. Nevertheless, he was covered in wounds. Even his aura, which had initially been at its peak, had reduced considerably. If this were to continue, he would soon be facing the threat of death. After becoming a pseudo-royal lord more than 1,000 years ago, Emonayi never imagined that he would be in such dire straits one day. The reason he tried so hard was that he wanted to gain the capital to influence the future of the war between the Black Ink clan and the human race. That was why he even risked his life to perform the source fusion technique and became a pseudo-royal lord. As a pseudo-royal lord, it was impossible for his life to be threatened unless he encountered a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, he had faced Yang Kai over the years from the standpoint of somebody who was superior in strength. The worst outcome for his schemes and calculations was failure. As long as the royal lord continued to trust in him, he would not be implicated in any danger. To his horror, Emonayi abruptly realized something crucial at this moment. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, he could barely protect himself in a confrontation against Yang Kai. Di Wu's death back then was not a fluke. Yang Kai had always been capable of creating unimaginable miracles when he was caught in a desperate situation. Take this incident for example. There was nothing wrong with Emonayi's schemes and everything had gone smoothly at the start. However, the universe furnace's projection just had to appear nearby and the space within the projection just had to be so strange. Worst of all, Yang Kai could even take advantage of the characteristics of this location to effortlessly slaughter the territory lords and threaten the life of a pseudo-royal lord like Emonayi. Brother Yang, tell me, what is it that you want? Please speak freely. This Emonayi will not refuse any request that can be satisfied. Why must we kill each other? At the critical moment between life and death, Emonayi finally broke down. If he did not figure out a method to break this stalemate, he would die first regardless of whether or not Yang Kai eventually survived. Martial Peak, Chapter 5720, Is this what you meant? Space principles along with various Dao strengths fluctuated wildly around Yang Kai as he coldly snorted, "You can't give me what I want." Emonayi calmed down upon hearing those words. He had been worried that Yang Kai would ignore him and refuse to speak to him. Since Yang Kai was talking to him, that could only mean that Yang Kai had a request to make. The crisis today might not be unresolvable. He immediately raised his voice and said, "Sir Royal Lord is right here. Even if this Emonayi is unable to satisfy your request, are you saying Sir Royal Lord would not be able to? Brother Yang, I hope you don't make any unrealistic demands." His greatest fear was that Yang Kai would demand that the royal lord commit suicide on the spot. If such words came out of Yang Kai's words, then communication between them would break down immediately. No matter how highly the royal lord valued Emonayi, it was impossible for him to value him more than himself. He would never harm himself just for Emonayi's sake. As soon as the words left Emonayi's mouth, Emo, who was standing outside, hesitated for a moment before he agreed, "Negotiation is permissible." Emo could tell that Emonayi was in a precarious situation, and it would be bad to lose such a capable subordinate. Throughout the years, the management of the Black Ink clan had been well organized under Emonayi. The only exception was this plan to besiege Yang Kai, which had resulted in heavy losses. Even so, there was nothing wrong with the plan itself. It was simply a huge coincidence for the projection of the universe furnace to appear at this time and place, which unfortunately gave Yang Kai a chance to catch his breath. In short, Emonayi was extremely capable and loyal. If there was a way to save Emonayi, then Mo certainly would not mind taking a shot. When Yang Kai heard those words, the movements of his hands gradually slowed down. The territory lords, who were exhausted from running around, were secretly relieved to witness the sight. A short while later, Yang Kai quickly said, "Remove the surrounding grand array. I want to leave this place safely." Emonayi turned to glance at Mo. The latter pondered for some time before he finally nodded in agreement. "Good. I can remove the grand array. I can even lead all the territory lords away. Just stop what you're doing." Yang Kai shook his head. I don't trust you. Even if you leave this place, who can guarantee that you will not sneak back here in secret? I have experienced the strength of a royal lord in the past. How am I supposed to defend myself if you attack me after I leave this place? In that situation, you will only need to keep me busy for a short time until the grand array is formed again. Mou quickly said, I will not go back on my word. Yang Kai snorted in disdain. Mou had agreed so readily, so it was obvious he was plotting against him. There was one thing Yang Kai knew for sure. If he left the space within the projection, the other party would definitely attack. It would be troublesome if his enemies cut off his escape routes and then concentrate on fighting him. Mou snapped impatiently, What do you want? How are you going to leave if you want to leave but refuse to leave? Mo Na Yi persuaded, Brother Yang, the royal lord is being quite sincere. Yang Kai replied, Since he is being sincere, then he should do as I say, otherwise all negotiations are off the table. Mou suppressed his rage and spoke in a cold voice, Let's hear it. Yang Kai already had a plan in mind and immediately quipped, I want the Black Ink clan to contact the front lines and pass a messenger Black Ink nest to the Supreme Headquarters. As for the rest, the Black Ink clan does not need to worry themselves with such matters. Under the current circumstances, he would require the escort of a human race master if he wanted to leave this place safely. However, he had no means to contact the human race at the moment. Borrowing a Black Ink nest for communication was the best solution in his situation. In this way, he could contact the human race directly and explain the situation here clearly. There was no need for many escorts. A single Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be enough. Although his actions would expose the fact that there was a hidden Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the human race, now that the Universe Furnace was about to emerge, that would soon happen anyways. In any case, the Black Ink clan had always guessed that there was a hidden Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master among the human race. It was just that they did not have concrete proof to support their suspicions. After listening to Yang Kai's demand, Mou fell silent and Mo Na Yi frowned deeply. They had to admit that Yang Kai's request was exceptionally simple. Be that as it may, the request was also extremely meticulous. There was no room for the Black Ink clan to secretly interfere. Mo Na Yi couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He knew that the Royal Lord would never accept Yang Kai's demand. The reason the Royal Lord had been willing to remove the Grand Array and leave with the Territory Lords was that the resulting situation would have remained within his control. There had been a possibility of ambushing Yang Kai again. On the other hand, all their previous efforts would go to waste if they agreed to Yang Kai's demand and allowed him to contact the human race. More importantly, the Territory Lords would have died in vain. Yang Kai studied Mou's expression and sneered, Mo Na Yi, it looks like the Royal Lord doesn't value you very much. Mo Na Yi sighed lightly, now that things have reached this point, why bother trying to provoke discord, Brother Yang? With a solemn expression, he turned and bowed respectfully in Mou's direction, his voice steady and sonorous. Sir Royal Lord, this plan has already cost the Black Ink clan hundreds of innate territory lords. You must not allow our previous efforts to go to waste just because of this subordinate, otherwise, even more territory lords will lose their lives in the future. Yang Kai is a great talent of the human race. It is necessary to annihilate him now more than ever, especially since the Universe Furnace is about to appear in the world. If he were to obtain an opportunity from the Universe Furnace, he would surely become a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan in the future. Sir Royal Lord, regardless of whether this subordinate lives or dies today, you must not let the efforts of our many clansmen be in vain. I, Mou, am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for the life of the human race master, Yang Kai. His words were extremely sincere, and his voice resounded throughout the void. Mou and the many innate territory lords outside the projection were deeply moved by his speech. There were very few people among the Black Ink clan who could disregard life and death for the greater good. Combined with his profound sense of righteousness, the Black Ink clansman could not help feeling a sense of admiration towards him. Originally, many of these innate territory lords had held negative opinions towards Mo Na Yi. They were all innate territory lords after all, so none of them should have stood above anybody else. Many felt Emonayi was simply lucky in that he succeeded in using the source fusion technique and took the last spot available for the position. After he became a pseudo-royal lord, he showed some measure of wit and intelligence that the royal lord appreciated, which was why he was put in charge of all matters regarding the Black Ink clan. However, over the years, he did not seem to gain anything from the war between the human race and his confrontation against Yang Kai. On the contrary, he caused heavy losses to the Black Ink clan. Anybody could have done that in his place. Nonetheless, many of these territory lords could not help but change their opinion of Emonayi after listening to his speech. Leaving everything else aside, they could never bring themselves to speak such profound and righteous words or show such willingness to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Mou glanced at Emonayi, a hint of apology flashing through his eyes as his slight dissatisfaction towards Emonayi over the heavy casualties among the territory lords dissipated into nothing. He had been hesitating, wondering whether he should follow Yang Kai's demand and allow the latter to contact the human race. Although that would allow a tiger to return to the mountain, he would be able to rescue his capable subordinate, Emonayi. Nevertheless, Mou made up his mind after listening to Emonayi's little speech. Emonayi was correct. Yang Kai was already a great threat to the Black Ink clan even though he was only in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Now that the Universe Furnace was about to appear, the consequences would be unimaginably dire if he were to escape and obtain an opportunity from the Universe Furnace. No matter what, no matter how great the price, Yang Kai must die here today. Mou closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai, if you stop now, I promise that I will only corrupt you with Black Ink strength. But, if you dare harm another one of our masters, I swear I will rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces when the time comes. Were you referring to this? While speaking, Yang Kai took a step forward. Nobody could see his movements clearly under the effects of the chaotic folding space. When he reappeared again, he was grasping a heavily wounded territory lord by the head in his large hand. The territory lord had been flustered from concentrating on defending against the attacks of the disordered space. As a result, he was caught completely off guard by Yang Kai. At this moment, he was fully immobilized and at Yang Kai's mercy. Yang Kai turned and stared into Mou's eyes with a fierce look on his face. Then he put some strength into his hand and the territory lord's head shattered in his grip. He had remained in one spot without moving, simply urging space principles to trace the location of the Universe Furnace's true body. However, he was actively making his move now. Mou's ruthless threat was nothing but wind in his ears to him. Or, did you mean this? He asked once more. At the same time, he abruptly appeared behind another territory lord. He summoned the Azure Dragon Spear and pierced it through the territory lord's body. With a flick of his spear, world force erupted and the territory lord exploded into blood mist. After killing 7 or 8 territory lords in a row, Yang Kai finally stopped and glanced at Mou mockingly. Mou was so furious that his entire body trembled with rage as he roared explosively, "Good, very good. You will regret this." After saying that, he closed his eyes. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Yang Kai could not be bothered to argue with Mou and simply continued to manipulate space principles. At the same time, he turned to look at Emonayi and smiled slightly. How cunning! He was not sure whether Emonayi's speech earlier had been truly sincere or merely a show for the public. It might have been a mixture of both. Nonetheless, there was no denying that Emonayi had driven both himself and Yang Kai into a corner. In any case, this was the crisis that Yang Kai would eventually have had to face. It became impossible for him to leave the moment Emonayi secretly arranged for the royal lord and the innate territory lords to ambush him here. That being the case, he might as well slaughter all the Black Ink clansmen trapped inside the space within the projection first. After 2 years, his survival would be decided by the heavens in that decisive battle. There were less than 20 surviving innate territory lords trapped inside the space within the projection at this moment. If Yang Kai wanted to obliterate them, he could have killed them easily. Only Mo Na Yi posed some trouble for him. He needed to reduce Mo Na Yi's strength and let the latter's injuries slowly accumulate over time. Then he would make his move when the time was right. The Tao's strengths and space principles became more and more chaotic. Inside the projection, the random movements of the folded space increased in frequency. There were too many dangers lurking around with no warning signs. One by one, the territory lords who survived by luck eventually died over time. On the other hand, black blood continuously gushed out of Mo Na Yi's body as the number of injuries on his body gradually increased. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to wait for his death without doing anything even though he was stuck in such a desperate situation. He constantly changed positions and summoned his strength to protect himself. Although he had valiantly offered to sacrifice himself for the greater good earlier, it was only natural for him to struggle to survive in the face of death. As time passed, the innate territory lords trapped in the space within the projection gradually lost their lives until not a single one remained. The void was filled with the remains of these territory lords after their tragic deaths. It was a bloody and miserable scene. The only survivors of the massacre were Yang Kai, who was not affected by the effects of this space, and Mo Na Yi, who was struggling to survive. Their situation could not be more different. Yang Kai was casually pushing his space principles to their limits. On the other hand, Mo Na Yi was in a terrible state. Their situations were in stark contrast to each other. Martial Peak, Chapter 5721, Honored Master? Inside the space within the universe furnace's projection, Mo Na Yi had been driven to a desperate situation. There was no regularity to the constant movement and shifting of the folded space. Every movement was like an invisible and intangible millstone grinding away at everything in the void, which caused the severity of his injuries to increase over time. Nevertheless, Mo Na Yi simply gritted his teeth and persevered without complaint. Outside the projection, Royal Lord Mo Yu kept his eyes tightly shut. Nonetheless, the bursts of aura fluctuating around his figure revealed the unrest in his heart. He had done everything he could. If Mo Na Yi was destined to succumb here, then there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was just that such a capable subordinate was difficult to find, so Mo Yu couldn't help feeling a slight twinge of regret. There was no saying how much time had passed when all of a sudden, Yang Kai stepped forward. His figure slipped through the layers of folded space like a ghost, and appeared behind Mo Na Yi without any warning and ruthlessly thrust his spear. Although Mo Na Yi had been struggling to stay alive, he had not forgotten to remain vigilant towards Yang Kai. Hence, he immediately took precautions when he noticed the latter's movements and abruptly spun around at the same time that the Azure Dragon spear stabbed at him. Frantically drawing upon his black ink strength, he punched out with all his might. Thanks to the punch he threw with all his strength, Mo Na Yi managed to block the elusive blow coming from behind him. For a moment, space collapsed violently at the spot where the two forces met. Yang Kai pulled back slightly. On the other hand, Mo Na Yi lowered his hand. Black blood trickled from his knuckles. He had managed to block Yang Kai's attack but inevitably suffered some light injuries. Heh, Yang Kai snickered. He continued to connect with the universe furnace's true body, causing the space within the projection to shake. The vibrations and disorder became increasingly violent, but his expression remained relaxed, as though he was in no hurry. After repeated attacks, Mo Na Yi's injuries continued to accumulate. Even though the pseudo-royal lord would like nothing more than to find Yang Kai's location, he was powerless in this treacherous environment. He could only maintain a passive defense in the face of Yang Kai's repeated assaults. The saying, "using a blunt knife to carve meat," was the best description for this situation. Inside the space within the projection, Mo Na Yi was powerless even though he was stronger than Yang Kai. He could only wait for Yang Kai to shave away at his life, little by little. When he finally reached his limit, he was certain that Yang Kai would finish him off with a killing blow. Although Mo Na Yi was well aware of this harsh reality, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. He could only stubbornly persist with his efforts while feeling humiliated and helpless in his heart. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned deeply. He had been pushing his space principles all this while, but the fluctuations in the space inadvertently slowed down due to his momentary pause. That vague feeling from before filled his heart once again. If he continued in this manner, there was a high likelihood that something beyond his control would occur here. Following the emergence of this feeling, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the connection between himself and the universe furnace's true body had strengthened considerably. What allowed Yang Kai to cause the space within the projection to oscillate endlessly was his comprehension of the cow punch secret technique. He was using this secret technique's first half to track the traces of the universe furnace back to their roots. The stronger the vibration in this space, the more precisely he could locate the universe furnace's true body. The reverse was also true. The closer the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, the easier it became for him to make this space tremble. They seemed to be closely related to each other. As for whether something beyond his control would occur, Yang Kai did not know for certain. In any case, it should not be a bad thing for him to build a close connection with the universe furnace. He might even be able to use this connection to determine the hiding place of the universe furnace. In addition, Emo Na Yi was seriously injured at the moment. Yang Kai only needed a final push before seizing the chance to annihilate Emo Na Yi once and for all. Although he felt that his actions were slightly risky, he did not stop his movements. In fact, he urged his space principles more violently after a brief moment of hesitation. Sure enough, not only did his connection with the universe furnace grow stronger, but the trembling throughout the space also became considerably more violent as a result. Emo Na Yi's expression changed slightly. He obviously felt the changes around him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Facing the chaotic grinding of the folded space, he could only dodge as much as possible. All of a sudden, the folded space reacted violently in a manner that resembled boiling water. The layers of space completely shifted apart from each other. From the outside, the space inside the projection had suddenly become extremely distorted. It was as though broken pieces of the mirror which originally made up this scene had now been haphazardly scattered. In the eyes of the Black Ink clan masters outside the projection, Emo Na Yi's figure inside the projection was no longer whole. His head was at one spot, his body was at another spot, his arms were in a third spot. The territory lords did not know whether they were looking at the effects of the disordered space or reality. It would be great if the effects of the warping caused this scene, but if they were looking at reality, then Emo Na Yi was already dead. Fortunately, Emo Na Yi was not the only person in this condition. When the Black Ink clansmen looked over at Yang Kai, they saw the same phenomenon affecting him. Yang Kai's figure was separated into dozens of pieces, scattered throughout the folded space. It was such a bizarre scene that the territory lords could not help exclaiming in astonishment. Inside the projection, Emo Na Yi felt as though he had been struck by lightning and a mouthful of black blood spewed out of his mouth. He did not know how many additional wounds had appeared on his body in that instant, but it felt as though he was about to be ripped apart. The scene seen by the territory lords outside was just a visual deception. Nevertheless, the extremely distorted space principles were truly being imposed upon Emo Na Yi inside the projection. If he did not resist with all his might, his body would be divided into countless pieces and scattered across the layers of folded space like what the territory lords were seeing at the moment. My destined end has come. Emo Na Yi roared in his heart. Flooded with the immense fear of death, he abruptly regretted the righteous statement he made earlier. At the time, he believed that Yang Kai might not see things through to the end. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive this ordeal either. Unfortunately, it would now seem that Yang Kai was determined to finish him off once and for all. Looking back on his life, Emo Na Yi realized that he had not achieved anything extraordinary. Be that as it may, his life had not been dull either. Especially the years he spent as rivals with Yang Kai. That period could be said to be rather exciting. While Emo Na Yi was being emotional in his moment of death, Yang Kai had a stunned expression on his face. He vaguely realized that the phenomenon which was beyond his control had already occurred. Using the mysterious effects of cow punch, he deliberately traced the universe furnace's aura back to its true location. At the same time, he caused disorder in the distorted and folded space within the projection to cause constant damage to Emo Na Yi so that he could create an opportunity to kill the latter. Everything was going well, and it would not take long before Emo Na Yi lost the strength to fight back. Moreover, Yang Kai clearly felt an extremely mysterious connection form between himself and the universe furnace's true body just now. It felt as though an invisible shackle had bound him directly to the universe furnace. He was overjoyed. With this connection, he could track the traces back to the location of the universe furnace itself. At present, the universe furnace's projection existed at more than a dozen locations, so no one knew where it would eventually appear. If Yang Kai could determine the location of the universe furnace in advance, then he might just be able to learn something. As for how to report his discovery to the human race, he did not have the time or energy to consider such matters. He did not even stop to wonder whether he could escape this place alive. When the connection was first established between him and the universe furnace, though, an unexpected turn of events occurred before Yang Kai could trace its location. The connection seemed to wrap around him like an invisible rope, immediately followed by an invincible force that came from the other end. At this moment, Yang Kai felt the universe becoming chaotic and the void became ever-shifting. At the same time, the Black Ink clansmen outside the projection watched as the bodies of Emo Na Yi and Yang Kai were scattered around the void as though they had been cut into countless pieces, while simultaneously, all the other projections became equally distorted and turbulent. Countless pairs of eyes watched the projection from different locations in shock. The constant oscillation and distortion of the space within the projection had attracted the attention of both the Black Ink clan and the human race. Nobody knew what was happening. Even Blood Crow, who entered the universe furnace once in the past, could not explain the phenomenon. Although the Supreme Headquarters was working hard to obtain information from various sources, they did not gain much from their efforts. Therefore, they could only increase their surveillance. At the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, a group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were staring at the projection in confusion. Yang Xiao asked Fu Guan again, "Senior, the universe furnace's projection looks rather dangerous. Are we really going to enter the universe furnace from here?" The space inside the projection was so distorted and disordered now that not many people would survive if they tried to enter it. Fu Guang frowned with a puzzled look on his face. "I've never heard of such a thing happening before the universe furnace appeared in the world." The Dragon Clan did not know much regarding the internal situation of the universe furnace, but they had some basic information. Whenever the universe furnace's projection emerged in the world in the past, everything had progressed smoothly and steadily. The projection would become increasingly solid, and then transform into the entrance of the universe furnace. There had never been a precedent where such strange phenomena occurred. Yang Xiao then glanced towards Zhao Yibai. "Junior brother, with your attainments in the Tao of Space, how much confidence do you have to come out safely if you were to enter the projection now?" Zhao Yibai considered the question seriously before he answered, "Around 60%. Even you only have 60% confidence?" Yang Xiao was very shocked. He knew how great Zhao Yibai's attainments in the Tao of Space were. If Zhao Yibai only had a 60% chance of success, then everybody else who entered the universe furnace would probably die. Zhao Yibai looked ashamed and apologetic. "My aptitude is poor, which brings shame to the teachings of Honored Master." If Honored Master were here, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He stared at the originally empty but extremely turbulent projection and blurted out, "Honored Master?" He could barely believe his eyes. A tremendously large figure had appeared and filled the entire space inside the projection at that moment. Moreover, the figure had the appearance of his Honored Master. The human race masters at the suppressing Black Ink fortress were incredibly shocked. After hearing the numerous exclamations of astonishment ringing throughout the crowd, Zhao Yibai confirmed that he was not hallucinating. His Honored Master had appeared within the projection. There were many of Yang Kai's family and friends stationed in the suppressing Black Ink army, so they looked extremely emotional at this moment. Fu Guang shouted, "What you see is not real. Be wary of deception." He could tell at a glance that the figure of Yang Kai, which suddenly appeared inside the projection, was not the real Yang Kai. It was some sort of illusory image, which explained why he was so large that he filled the entire space. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5722, The Universe Furnace's Self-Defense Mechanism. What puzzled Fu Guang greatly was why Yang Kai's illusory phantom had appeared inside the space within the universe furnace's projection. What did that brat do to cause such a bizarre phenomenon? Likewise, the masters of both the Black Ink clan and the human race on the various Great Territory battlefields were absolutely perplexed by the situation. Yang Kai's illusory phantom had not just appeared in the universe furnace's projection outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but in all the locations where the universe furnace's projection existed. The fact that his illusory phantom had appeared everywhere at the same time could be said to be a spectacular miracle. The Black Ink clan army and the human race army stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projection in Twin Poles territory, facing each other silently. Both the Black Ink clan and the human race had been recalling their forces during this period, so there had been no conflict between them for some time. The universe furnace was about to emerge in the world, and the situation was unclear. Therefore, both parties were being extremely cautious to prevent the other from obtaining an opportunity. Their current silent confrontation was in preparation for the upcoming fight over the control of the entrance to the universe furnace. The universe furnace was a tremendous blessing and opportunity. The human race was planning to fight for this opportunity, and the Black Ink clan could not allow them to obtain what they wanted. The present calm was simply a sign of the turbulent storm that was about to come. Although there were many universe furnace projections, it was foreseeable that a war would inevitably break out between both parties once these projections transformed into entrances. When the time came, the party who had control over more entrances would be able to send more masters inside. At this moment, two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were standing side by side in Twin Poles territory, monitoring the movements of the territory lords on the opposite side when Yang Kai's illusory phantom suddenly appeared out of nowhere. While there were many other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like themselves among their ranks, the number of territory lords among the Black Ink clan was not few either. One of them suddenly called out in alarm, "Junior brother Fong, it's the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord." The only ones who would address Yang Kai as Tao Lord were the disciples who originated from the Void Tao Temple. The person who spoke earlier was none other than the good friend whom Fong Tianci met in the Void Tao Temple all those years ago, Lu Jingshan. After leaving the Void Tao Temple, Lu Jingshan advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm outside of the star boundary. He later went through thousands of years of cultivation and eventually reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Even with his astounding achievements, he could not conceal his admiration and respect for the Tao Lord. In fact, almost all the cultivators from the Void Tao Temple held blind faith in their Tao Lord, Yang Kai. That sense of admiration in their hearts never faded or changed with the increase in their cultivation. Needless to say, the person standing beside Lu Jingshan was Fong Tianci, who nodded at those words, but it's just an illusory phantom. When the suppressing Black Ink army was established, Yang Zhao's squad was formally transferred to the suppressing Black Ink army. However, Fong Tianci, who was originally a member of Yang Zhao's squad, had applied to stay behind instead. Needless to say, there was no reason for Mi Jinglun, who was in charge of this matter, to make things difficult for him. Over the years, Fong Tianci remained active in Twin Poles territory and joined forces with Lu Jingshan to defeat their enemies. As many of the divine abilities he cultivated and his habits when dealing with enemies were somewhat similar to Yang Kai, he was often compared to the latter. He eventually gained the nickname Little Yang Kai and became quite famous. The Black Ink clan had since repeatedly tried to target him out of fear that he might grow to Yang Kai's level. Fortunately, he had always managed to escape and survive their attempts. After all, his attainments in the Tao of space were not low. It was difficult for the Black Ink clan to succeed, regardless of their attempts to target him. Fong Tianci frowned at the illusory phantom, feeling extremely puzzled. Why would his image appear inside the space within the universe furnace's projection? Thinking about it again, Yang Kai had always been unconstrained in his actions. He generally made unexpected moves that nobody else could even imagine, so it did not seem too strange for his illusory phantom to appear here. Feng Tianxi's smiled at the thought and did not think too deeply about the matter. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow, who was in Azure Sun territory, had the same question as Feng Tianxi. When this monster race master advanced to the Monster Emperor realm in the Myriad Monsters world, he had only been a 5th Order Monster Emperor, which corresponded to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, he attracted many congratulatory wishes from everyone at the time. Even the human race masters overseeing the Myriad Monsters world had not dared to take him lightly. That was because Thunder Shadow was not a mere Monster Emperor, but also a monster race great emperor who the Myriad Monsters worlds will recognize. Thunder Shadow had spent most of his time cultivating hard in the Myriad Monsters world over the recent years, and thanks to the blessing of the World Tree clone, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He grew from the 5th Order to the 7th Order in just a short 2,000 years, and then 300 years ago, he became an 8th Order Monster Emperor, after which he came out of retreat. He had brazenly caused a bloodbath in Azure Sun territory by relying on his brutality and the innate might of the monster race. No less than 5 territory lords had died to his claws, which gave him an impressive reputation. Most of the monster race who came from the Myriad Monsters world had been taken in by human masters as mounts. By relying on the protection of these human masters, monster emperors could often improve their cultivation at great speed. At the same time, they could tacitly increase their cooperation with the human race masters to bring down their enemies more efficiently. However, there was no human race master who would even dare to think about taking Thunder Shadow as a mount. He was an individual who received the recognition of the Myriad Monsters world after all. As a great emperor who cultivated the primal art, Thunder Shadow naturally had great prospects for the future. Nearly 99% of the human race would not be able to match up to his strength. In that case, who would be qualified to subdue him? However, it was rumored that he had a very close relationship with a small great force known as Great Feather Pavilion. That was because he received great care from a Great Feather Pavilion disciple when he was young and weak. At this moment, a monster leopard with lightning all over its body was quietly watching the projection in Azure Sun territory. He did not take human form. It was not because he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. The monster race who cultivated the primal art mainly focused on polishing their monster cores as their foundation. The stronger their monster core, the stronger their strength as a monster race member, and the harder it became for them to assume human form. That was especially true for a monster race master like Thunder Shadow. It was practically impossible for him to assume human form at this point. There was a man and a woman next to him. They were none other than Qin Shui and her husband, who came from Great Feather Pavilion. The couple were both in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Their cultivation was nothing special in Azure Sun territory, but their safety was guaranteed thanks to the protection of Thunder Shadow. In fact, they often worked with Thunder Shadow to eliminate many powerful foes over the years. That's the master of the star boundary, right? Qin Shui studied the illusory phantom for a moment and quickly recognized the identity of the figure. Beside her, Ho Qin Hai nodded lightly. There's no doubt it's him. I saw his statue in the square when I visited High Heaven Palace in the star boundary in the past. He thought back to the scene he witnessed back then. Seeing thousands of High Heaven Palace disciples showing such great reverence to their palace master had fascinated him greatly. Every time he thought about that scene, he couldn't help thinking that that was how a real man should be. Unfortunately, both he and his wife were limited by their aptitude. The 7th Order Open Heaven realm was their inherent limit, so it was difficult for them to make any further progress. A hero indeed, Qin Shui sighed. It's only thanks to him that the human race managed to persevere until now. But why did his figure appear here? Ho Qin Hai shook his head to express his ignorance. On the other hand, Thunder Shadow growled softly, it's probably related to the universe furnace's projection. Qin Shui tilted her head to the side with a puzzled expression, but did not bother to think deeper into the matter. She simply asked in a worried voice, "Thunder Shadow, are you really going to enter the universe furnace?" He did not respond. Ho Qing Hai tried to persuade Thunder Shadow otherwise. "Thunder Shadow, you are part of monster race. Not to mention, you are a great emperor recognized by the myriad monsters world and cultivate the primal art. Even without entering the universe furnace, you have great prospects waiting for you in the future. Why must you put yourself in needless danger? I might not know the internal situation in the universe furnace, but I'm certain about something: there will be a horrific bloodbath when the time comes." Qin Shui nodded repeatedly in agreement and stared at Thunder Shadow expectantly, hoping that the latter would change his mind. The couple could not understand the reason why Thunder Shadow, who was born as part of monster race and cultivated the primal art, would want to compete in the bloody battle to enter the universe furnace. There was no reason for him to go after all. In response, Thunder Shadow simply said, "I have my reasons for going, so please stop trying to persuade me otherwise. The entrance to the universe furnace will soon open. Please be extremely cautious when I'm not around and don't try to be brave or reckless. Qing Hai, please take good care of your wife." Ho Qing Hai sighed heavily, "Please don't worry about us." Everywhere outside the universe furnace's projections at each location, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan were communicating with each other through voice transmission. Every one of them had their own intentions, but there were no exceptions about one thing: they were confused by the image that suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yang Kai's gaze wandered around the universe furnace's projection on the Black Ink battlefield as though he could see across space. He could see the astonished expressions of his wives and several disciples at the suppressing Black Ink fortress outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He also saw Fong Tian Ci in Twin Poles territory. When their gazes met, they nodded lightly at each other. Everything was conveyed without any spoken words. Then he saw Thunder Shadow, Qin Shui, and her husband standing side by side in Azure Sun territory. The tense atmosphere between the human race army and the Black Ink clan army, as they stood in formation outside the universe furnace's projections, did not escape his notice either. The barriers of space suddenly became meaningless at this moment. With the help of the mysterious connection between him and the universe furnace's true body, Yang Kai could see everything at all the locations where the universe furnace's projection had appeared. A realization suddenly welled up in his heart, and he burst out cursing. He was starting to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. It was the defense mechanism of the universe furnace itself. This supreme treasure had remained hidden beyond the bounds of this universe for all time. Nobody had ever figured out its exact location, much less seen its true body before. On the other hand, it was different for Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space. He had utilized the mysterious effects of his cow punch secret technique to trace the universe furnace's aura back to its roots to determine its true location. At this point, he was only one step away from success. Unfortunately, the universe furnace could not allow him to determine the location of its true body. That was why the connection that formed between him and the universe furnace had turned into an invisible rope, and an immense pulling force drew him in from the other end of the connection. The universe furnace was trying to pull him into itself so that he could not investigate its location any further. Whenever the universe furnace emerged in the world, it had always been customary to wait for the entrance to appear in order to enter it. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had been given permission to enter the universe furnace early, and it was not an invitation that he could refuse. It was also because of the connection between him and the universe furnace's true body that his image appeared in all the projections. The strange spaces scattered everywhere were originally projections of the universe furnace's true body. Now that Yang Kai had a close connection with the universe furnace and was being drawn into it, his figure was also being projected everywhere. A series of coincidences and opportunities had all led to this outcome. Yang Kai's original intention was to trace the location of the universe furnace's true body and simultaneously annihilate those surrounding him. He never expected his actions to cause such an unexpected turn of events, therefore he couldn't help feeling slightly panicked. Would he be refined by the universe furnace if he entered it? It would be a huge tragedy if that were the case. Instead of increasing his cultivation, he would end up as part of the legendary innate open heaven pills. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5723, purely by accident. Yang Kai did not know how the open heaven pills that could help cultivators break through their innate shackles were formed, but the universe furnace was bound to contain various mysteries. Things would not end well for him if he was dragged into the universe furnace just like that. After realizing the precarious situation looming over him, he immediately began drawing upon his strength in desperation to break free from the connection between himself and the universe furnace. Nevertheless, his efforts were in vain. The invisible and intangible rope bound him tightly. The force that came from the other end of the rope was so overpowering that even a master at the peak of the Eighth Order open heaven realm like him was powerless to resist. Space principles flared, causing the void to become extremely distorted, but to his astonishment, he discovered that a vortex had appeared at the place where he was standing. Immediately after that, his figure was rapidly swallowed up and vanished out of sight. At the last moment, only one thought flashed through his mind. I haven't killed Emonayi yet. A wave of sorrow flooded his heart. He had persevered with so much effort, and if nothing unexpected had occurred, Emonayi would not have survived. Unfortunately, Emonayi was saved because his own future had become uncertain due to the universe furnace. A great sense of resentment and reluctance filled Yang Kai's heart. He would have been much more accepting if he had been dragged into the universe furnace after he succeeded in killing Emonayi. Forget it. Even though I failed to kill Emonayi, I did manage to eliminate many innate territory lords. I've done my best. Yang Kai felt much better after comforting himself with such words. The unexpected turn of events inside the universe furnace's projection occurred extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai vanished without warning. The blood-stained and disheveled Emonayi was desperately shifting his body to avoid the attacks caused by the layers of folded space when the chaotic and oscillating space suddenly calmed down. Even the ubiquitous murderous intent around him disappeared in an instant. Emonayi was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to look in Yang Kai's direction only to find that the latter was gone. Be that as it may, he did not dare to relax his guard and remained cautious of his surroundings. Nothing abnormal occurred even though a long time had passed though, so he couldn't help sending out an inquiry via divine sense. Sir Royal Lord, where is Yang Kai? Mo frowned and briefly explained the events that took place just now. The truth was that he had not understood the reason behind Yang Kai's disappearance either. He only saw a vortex inexplicably appearing where Yang Kai was standing. Immediately after that, Yang Kai was swallowed by the vortex and vanished without a trace. Mo was astonished. Yang Kai was swallowed by a vortex that appeared out of nowhere? Is it some sort of trickery? If that's the case, then he must be hiding somewhere in this space. It's just that nobody in the Black Ink clan can detect his whereabouts. But what was the point of doing that? The space within the projection was sealed by a heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array, so Yang Kai couldn't leave this place and his whereabouts would be revealed once the universe furnace's illusory phantom completely solidified. Besides, Yang Kai clearly looked determined to kill him and was on the verge of success. So, there's no reason for Yang Kai to create further disturbances at a time like this. Inside this weird space within the projection, there was nothing Emonayi could do to defend against Yang Kai's attacks. As long as Yang Kai persisted for a little longer, Emonayi would have died without a doubt. By that logic, it made more sense that something happened which caused Yang Kai to be swallowed by that strange vortex rather than him voluntarily giving up on all his accumulated efforts. Emonayi racked his brains but could not fathom the reason behind Yang Kai's actions. The Black Ink clan's understanding of the universe furnace was far too shallow, so much so that he couldn't even be certain whether Yang Kai was still hiding inside the projection at this moment. After pondering in silence for some time, he finally spoke once more. Sir, the universe furnace is about to truly emerge. The real war between the human race and the Black Ink clan is imminent. You need to return so that you can protect the no-return pass and coordinate the movements of the Black Ink clan. Mo nodded lightly. What about you? Emonayi gave a light smile. Please don't worry. If Yang Kai wanted to kill me, he would not have given up just now. Since he stopped halfway, he must have other plans. This subordinate will act accordingly, but just to be on the safe side, we should maintain the grand array around the perimeter lest he try to escape. It will also give this subordinate more capital to negotiate with him if he reappears. Mou had no objections to Mo Ye's suggestions, so he instructed the territory lords in charge of maintaining the grand array to remain behind and heed Mo Ye's orders. Then, he studied the projection intently for a moment before he transformed into a streak of black light that sped off in the direction of the No-Return Pass. The No-Return Pass was the Black Ink clan's largest base, and all the high-rank Black Ink nests were currently sheltered there. Although Royal Lord Mou had personally come to deal with Yang Kai during this incident, he could not afford to stay away for too long lest the human race masters took advantage of his absence. Watching the Royal Lord disappearing into the distance, Mo Ye sat down cross-legged and glanced around him. "Brother Yang, the Royal Lord has left. Can you show yourself so that we can have a good talk? Now that things have come to this, there's no point in hiding anymore, right?" He had the feeling that Yang Kai was no longer here, but he could not be certain. Nevertheless, he could not understand the situation. Where could Yang Kai have gone if he wasn't here? What was the vortex that swallowed him? In any case, Mo Ye had to consider all the possible scenarios. Assuming that Yang Kai was hiding somewhere, then he had to try and make contact. Naturally, he couldn't receive a response. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's illusory phantom that filled the entire void at each projection appeared for no more than 2 or 3 breaths of time before vanishing without warning, and the abnormal situation was swiftly reported to the Supreme Headquarters. Mi Jingluan, Xiang Shan, and Blood Crow gathered together to discuss the situation in hopes of figuring out what happened. After ruling out the various possibilities, only one answer remained before them. Yang Kai had made contact with the Universe Furnace's true body. All the projections originated from the Universe Furnace's true body, which meant that the Universe Furnace's true body was the source of everything. Seeing as Yang Kai's illusory phantom had appeared at each projection at the same time, then the phenomenon was definitely related to the Universe Furnace's true body. If Thunder Shadow Great Emperor in Azure Sun Territory could figure this out, then it was only natural for Mi Jingluan and the others to reach the same conclusion. For a time, they looked exuberant. Throughout history, nobody had ever learned the location of the Universe Furnace's true body or even seen it before. At present, it had not been long since the Universe Furnace's projection appeared. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were waiting for the projections to solidify and transform into entrances, yet Yang Kai seemed to have gotten into contact with the Universe Furnace already. That was exciting news. If that were truly the case, then they would have a massive advantage. As irreverent as Blood Crow was, he couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration for Yang Kai. Having been a member of Dawn who fought beside Yang Kai for many years, he had quite a good understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. Nevertheless, he had never held much respect for Yang Kai due to the sense of arrogance in his heart and the long-standing grievances between them. At most, he only felt a subtle sense of competitiveness towards him. They were both Open Heaven Realm Masters, after all, so there was no reason he could not do what Yang Kai could. Be that as it may, he was completely convinced at this moment. The Universe Furnace was the most profound and mysterious treasure in existence, yet Yang Kai had managed to make contact with its true body. That was something he could never achieve. He suddenly wondered curiously, was Yang Kai trying to use that opportunity to convey a message to us? For example, informing us about the whereabouts of the Universe Furnace's true body? Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan glanced at each other. Both of them were feeling rather excited all of a sudden. If that were truly the case, then the information was extremely important. If they could discover the location of the Universe Furnace's true body, then they could enter the Universe Furnace and obtain the opportunity in advance. Once the entrances were formed, they could then ambush the Black Ink clan from within the Universe Furnace world and catch the Black Ink clan unprepared. After carefully comparing the information he received from various locations though, Mi Jingluan shook his head and said, "I don't think he was trying to convey any information to us." Yang Kai's figure only appeared for a very short time, and judging from the reports gathered from various parties, he seemed to have been caught off guard. It is written here that Yang Kai looked astonished when he first appeared. This fact undoubtedly indicates that he had not expected this phenomenon. Xiang Shan abruptly added, according to the information that we received earlier, he should have been hunting down the territory lords who escaped from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction when all of this happened. Could the universe furnace's true body be located in the black ink battlefield? Mi Jinglun stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. It's not impossible. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do even if we know that the universe furnace's true body is located on the black ink battlefield. The entrances will manifest within a year or so it's too late to dispatch our forces to the black ink battlefield. Besides, how will we enter the black ink battlefield without Yang Kai's protection? We can't just boldly swagger through the no-return pass like he can. Xiang Shan lamented. In that case, we can only wait for the entrances to open. It's our only option. Mi Jinglun sighed slightly. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan does not have much information on the universe furnace. We still have a slight advantage over them in that regard. Among other things, the Black Ink clan most likely did not know that there was a sealed world inside the universe furnace. Moreover, the projections would transform into entrances that led into the universe furnace once they solidified completely. They might have Black Ink disciples providing them with some rumors and hearsay, but the cultivation of those Black Ink disciples was not high, so such secret information would not be leaked easily. At the moment, the Black Ink clan had only moved their armies to the various locations to confront the human race armies outside the projections. They were simply taking countermeasures against the large-scale movements of the human race, not planning for an area control battle. Be that as it may, this secret could only be hidden for a short time as, once the projections solidified and the entrances appeared, the Black Ink clan would immediately understand. The advantage that the human race held in terms of intelligence would only allow them to make various arrangements in advance. Hopefully, those arrangements would give them a slight advantage when competing for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Although the guesses of Mi Jinglun and the others at the Supreme Headquarters were not entirely accurate, they had gotten at least 2 points correct. The first was that Yang Kai had truly gotten in contact with the universe furnace's true body, and the second was that this incident had indeed happened purely by accident. Yang Kai had not been prepared in advance. What they did not know was that the accident had caused Yang Kai to be dragged into the universe furnace. If they knew the truth, they would have been much more amazed by the situation. At this moment, Yang Kai was overflowing with worry. When he was dragged into the universe furnace, aside from the twinge of regret he felt about failing to kill Mo Na Yi, he had also been concerned about his own fate. The universe furnace contained innate open heaven pills, but as for how these open heaven pills were produced, nobody knew the truth. Regardless of their method of production, the universe furnace was ultimately an alchemy furnace though. Things might not end well for him if he were dragged into the universe furnace. His greatest fear was being refined by the universe furnace. If that were to happen, he would definitely die with many regrets. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5724, Inside the Universe Furnace. After a period of extreme anxiety, Yang Kai discovered that he was showing no signs of being refined. Still, the environment around him seemed to be rather strange. He could not quite describe his surroundings at the moment. It felt as though he had slipped into the void, with bits of fluorescent lights scattered around like stars twinkling in the sky. Distance had become an extremely vague concept in this place, causing the flickering fluorescent lights to seem both extremely far away yet simultaneously close at hand. More importantly, Yang Kai could keenly feel that he was either being immobilized by something which prevented him from moving a single muscle, or he was wrapped in a mysterious force that shackled him in place. He couldn't help feeling rather depressed by his circumstances. Am I inside the universe furnace? He couldn't help sinking deep into thought. The various indications proved that he had indeed been dragged into the universe furnace, so there was no doubt about that. Nevertheless, it seemed rather bizarre. It was hard to believe that there was a vast world inside the universe furnace. That was something that never crossed his mind before. In his imagination, The universe furnace was nothing more than an alchemy furnace which produced the mysterious innate open heaven pills. Although the projection of the alchemy furnace he saw previously was larger than he expected, he had not been overly surprised since the size difference was within the limits of his imagination. On the other hand, the fact that the universe furnace contained an independent world was truly astonishing. Upon further consideration, it did not seem out of the ordinary for the universe furnace to contain a sealed world. The universe furnace was the most mysterious supreme treasure in existence. Furthermore, it was capable of producing innate open heaven pills which could overcome the limitations of the established heavenly way. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai decided not to spend too much time deliberating over such trivial matters. His biggest concern at the moment was how he could protect himself. He was dragged into the universe furnace because his actions had touched upon the essence of this supreme treasure. Although there were no signs to indicate that he was being refined at the moment, it was necessary to have countermeasures in place. First, I need to figure out a way to break free from these bindings. Yang Kai immediately began to draw upon his power to escape this place. However, he discovered that he couldn't even move a single finger no matter how hard he struggled. The mysterious force holding him in place did not give off a sense of strength, but it was extremely resilient. The more power he exerted against the force, the stronger the force became in response. Thus, he was kept completely immobilized. Not feeling discouraged, Yang Kai began to push his space principles and attempted to leave this place via instantaneous movement. Unexpectedly, the omnipotent Tao of space was completely ineffective here. The space around him seemed to have frozen solid, creating an unbreakable prison. Urging time principles next, Yang Kai tried to wither whatever it was holding him in place, but it proved futile. He then tried urging spear principles, but his efforts remained ineffective. There was no saying how much time had passed by the time he finished cycling through all the Tao strengths of the Grand Taos he mastered so far, but none of them helped with his situation whatsoever. The same held true even when he simultaneously activated time principles and space principles and then merged them together to form the mysterious space-time strength. His heart was flooded with a sense of frustration. At this point, he was certain about one thing: he could not move a single muscle. Like a prisoner, he was trapped in this inexplicable cage with no means of escape. What a disaster! Yang Kai never imagined that he would suffer such treatment just because he touched upon the essence of the universe furnace. Moreover, he not only failed to discover the hiding spot of the universe furnace's true body, but he also failed to take the opportunity to finish off Mo Na Yi. There were no signs that the universe furnace was attempting to refine him, so judging by the situation, he had no reason to worry about his safety at the moment. The universe furnace might not necessarily even be for refining foreign objects. Naturally, just to be on the safe side, it was better if he remained vigilant of any unexpected occurrences. I might be safe for now, but how am I supposed to leave this place? Composing himself, Yang Kai put away the slight sense of anxiety brewing in his heart and carefully began to perceive his surroundings. If he wanted to leave this place, then he had to break free of the force restraining him. Only by comprehending this force could he take the necessary measures to break free from his shackles. When his divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, Yang Kai instantly noticed something that was out of the ordinary. There was a large amount of Tao essence contained within the universe furnace. The abundance of the invisible and intangible Tao essence that interweaved and accumulated inside the universe furnace was almost impossible to imagine. There were no exceptions anywhere his mind extended. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the discovery. For some reason, it felt as though he had accidentally fallen into a treasure trove. The most intuitive manifestation of a cultivator's grand Tao was the amount of Tao essence they possessed. Needless to say, that was not something that could be quantified precisely, as it was nothing more than a vague concept. Take Yang Kai for example. His highest attainments were in the grand Tao of space, so the space Tao essence was the most abundant in his small universe. That was how there were Tao temple disciples who could inherit his blessings and cultivate the Tao of space. The Tao of time came next. However, thanks to the improvement of the dragon vein in his body, Yang Kai's Tao of Time was now equal in level to the Tao of Space. Naturally, the Spear Tao came third. There were many other grand Taos as well. Apart from the alchemic Tao and the Tao of artifact refining that he spent time and effort cultivating, the rest were the results of his harvest from the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon. When he was being hunted by the royal lord, Yang Kai had been forced to flee for over a decade. In the end, he dove into the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon and encountered an inconceivable harvest. He only managed to gain so much in the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon because of the Grand Tao rivers that were found inside. After all, flowing in those rivers were countless Tao essences that had been refined and absorbed by him. Yang Kai never expected to discover so many Tao essences inside the universe furnace. Not to mention, they were many times richer than the Tao essences found in the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon. Is this the carrot after the stick treatment? The universe furnace had dragged him here and ruined his plans to kill Emo Na Yi, but it turned out that such benefits were waiting for him. It truly was, as the saying went, good fortune came after a catastrophe. In any case, there was indeed an amazing opportunity in front of him. Yang Kai immediately calmed down and opened his small universe to absorb and refine the Tao essence, but a short while later he frowned deeply. Opening his small universe once more, he sensed something flowing out of his small universe. The something that he sensed flowing out of his small universe was none other than the Tao essence that he had just absorbed. After a quick try, Yang Kai discovered that the Tao essence permeating the entire universe furnace could not be refined or absorbed whatsoever. This discovery immediately made his wonderful mood sink to the bottom of the abyss. Nevertheless, he refused to accept this reality and tried to absorb the Tao essence into his small universe once more. Following several failed attempts, he finally confirmed that the Tao essence inside the universe furnace could not be refined. He also vaguely grasped the reason that prevented him from doing so. If it was said that the Tao essence flowing in the Grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon he encountered back then could be classified as an orderly form of Tao essence, the Tao essence found here could be classified as disordered and chaotic. It was the most primitive form of Tao essence. Forcibly refining this kind of Tao essence would not be beneficial for him. The most superficial explanation was the difference between uncooked rice and cooked rice. The Tao essence here was uncooked. On the other hand, the Tao essence flowing in the Grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea's celestial phenomenon was cooked. Yang Kai would only need to consume and digest the cooked rice to transform it into the foundation of his strength. Conversely, he could not do that with pure uncooked rice. If he forcibly tried to consume the uncooked rice, he might even cause harm to his body. The realization left him slightly dumbfounded. In his perception, the amount of Tao essence accumulated inside the universe furnace was rich beyond comprehension. Be that as it may, he could not benefit from the Tao essence in front of him. There was nothing more tortuous in this world than staring at something he wanted but could not have. Why is the Tao essence inside the universe furnace so strange? Yang Kai frowned pensively. Thinking about it carefully, the answer became obvious. The sealed world inside the universe furnace was probably in its most primitive form. That would explain the chaos and disorder of the Tao essence in this place. The world here was not like the world outside, which had undergone countless years of evolution and development. It was only natural for the Tao essence in this place to remain in its most primitive state. Maybe this is the reason why the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace can help cultivators break through their limitations. It was like 99% of the Grand Tao had been integrated into the universe, leaving out the final 1%. As a result, the open heaven realm method that the 10 martial ancestors gained enlightenment about based on the formation of the universe itself was naturally incomplete. The final missing piece could only be found in a place that preserved the most primitive environment from before the formation of the universe furnace. Perfection could only be obtained when both were combined. Following that thought, Yang Kai suddenly had a realization: the universe furnace itself might be the human race's biggest shackle. At this moment, the fluorescent lights around him suddenly began to flicker wildly. His attention was immediately drawn towards them, and he quietly observed his surroundings. The fluorescent lights were innumerable, and Yang Kai did not know what these wisps were, but they looked like countless fireflies at first glance. Moreover, he couldn't even judge how far these fluorescent lights were from him under the unique environment inside the universe furnace. When the countless lights started flickering, the extremely abundant but disordered and chaotic Tao essence began to be absorbed by them. Yang Kai was stunned by the sight. He had tried refining the irregular and chaotic Tao essence earlier, but it proved impossible for him. In comparison, these fluorescent lights were easily absorbing the Tao essence here. What are these lights? Over time, the Tao essence absorbed by the fluorescent lights increased steadily. Then, 9 distinct fluorescent lights among the sea of fluorescent lights gradually began to grow larger and glow brighter than the rest. The amount of Tao essence they absorbed also increased sharply in response. Yang Kai's attention was attracted by these 9 distinct fluorescent lights. During the brief interval between flashes, he vaguely noticed that these fluorescent lights seemed to display the outlines of spirit pills. Innate open heaven pills. The realization came to him abruptly. These twinkling fluorescent lights were the innate open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. They were the legendary spirit pills that could allow a cultivator to break free of their innate limitations just by consuming one. Are there 9 such pills? It made sense. After all, 9 was the limit. For the universe furnace to produce 9 of these heaven-defying spirit pills was an amazing feat in itself. It was not a small number, to say the least. If all of them could be obtained by the human race, they could immediately produce 9 new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That would definitely be extremely beneficial to the upcoming war with the Black Ink clan. If those 9 fluorescent lights that glowed brighter than the rest were the legendary innate open heaven pills, then what were these countless bits of fluorescent light around them? They were also absorbing the disordered and chaotic Tao essence inside the universe furnace, so apart from the amount of Tao essence being absorbed and the intensity of their brightness, there was not much difference between them and the 9 brightest lights. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the innate open heaven pills that he obtained from the blood monster cave heaven and the doubts he harbored in the past. Could it be that the innate open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5725, Unattainable Opportunities. Inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling very confused. Are there different grades to the open heaven pills in the universe furnace? I've never heard anything like that before. At the same time, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were gathered at the Supreme Headquarters. These were the candidates chosen from among the human race to enter the universe furnace and compete for opportunities. Many were veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but some were rising stars. Nonetheless, without exception, all of them were Open Heaven Realm Masters whose martial Tao ended at the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Having advanced directly to the 6th Order, the 8th Order was their limit. If they wanted to increase their cultivation any further, then their only option was to compete for the opportunity inside the universe furnace. Once the entrances to the universe furnace took form, a great war was bound to break out between the human race and the Black Ink clan. At that time, their duty was to charge into the universe furnace as quickly as possible to search for opportunities and advance to the 9th Order. As for the rest, there was no need for them to worry. The other human race masters would be in charge of blocking the Black Ink clan's attempts at interference. At this moment, these 8th Order masters were sitting on the ground and studying hard like students in a lecture hall. Meanwhile, standing in front of them was a cultivator wrapped in a layer of blood qi. His aura was very showy, but his cultivation was hard to determine. It was Blood Crow. Blood Crow had personally experienced the emergence of the universe furnace last time. Having entered the universe furnace once before, his understanding of it was unmatched by anybody else. Therefore, Mi Jinglun had specially asked him to teach these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters about the internal situation of the universe furnace so that they could prepare themselves in advance. Blood Crow was no great scholar or teacher, so he simply said what came to mind. Still, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were careful to record everything he said. After all, Nobody knew whether the things he told them would become the key that would allow them to preserve their lives or grab hold of the opportunity at a critical moment. Let's talk about the open heaven pills produced by the universe furnace. Most people only know that these open heaven pills can help cultivators overcome their innate limitations, but what you should know first is that even the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace have different grades. The 8th order open heaven realm masters sitting below immediately fell into an uproar. In regards to this matter, not only had nobody ever told them, but they had never even heard rumors about it. To the side, Mi Jingluan and Xiang Shan exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. They, too, had been very shocked when they first heard this bit of information from Blood Crow. It turned out that the open heaven pills inside the universe furnace had different grades. Blood Crow did not play any games and continued, I don't know how the 9th order open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises categorize them. After all, I don't come from any of the cave heavens or paradises. I can only divide the open heaven pills in the universe furnace into 2 types. The first type is the supreme grade open heaven pills, which everybody knows as the innate open heaven pills that can help 8th order open heaven realm masters like yourselves advance to the 9th order. Unfortunately, the other type does not have such a potent effect, so we can think of them as ordinary grade open heaven pills. Classifying these innate open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade was a very rough method of categorization. One of the 8th order open heaven realm masters was confused. I understand the situation with the supreme grade open heaven pills, but junior brother Blood Crow, why does the universe furnace produce these ordinary grade open heaven pills? What are their uses? Blood Crow replied, I don't know why the universe furnace produces these ordinary grade open heaven pills either, but they are by no means useless. While their medicinal efficacies are not as profound as the supreme grade open heaven pills, they are enough to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. The ability to overcome one's bottleneck, but not one's limitations. Having heard that, the 8th order open heaven realm masters seemed to gain a vague understanding of the situation. The 8th order open heaven realm master who spoke earlier said, so, that's how it is. By that logic, the ordinary grade open heaven pills are rare treasures too. A cultivator's martial Dao was not always smooth sailing. Take Lan Yu Ruo for example. She had advanced directly to the 6th order open heaven realm, so her limit should have been the 8th order. Nevertheless, it had taken her some 250 years of cultivating in retreat to finally advance to the 7th order open heaven realm during her brief period in Void Land. The same was true for Feng Ying of Dawn Squad. It had taken her more than 200 years to advance from the 7th order open heaven realm to the 8th order. Several hundred years was not a long time for open heaven realm masters who could live for tens of thousands of years. However, they would not need to waste all that precious time if they could obtain one of these ordinary grade open heaven pills. There were many high-rank open heaven realm masters, but many of them were stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation and had trouble progressing forward. They were not at the point where they needed the supreme grade open heaven pills. Be that as it may, they would easily advance to the next order if they had the support of some ordinary grade open heaven pills. 1 or 2 open heaven realm masters might not make a difference, but the strength of the human race would surely grow sharply when their numbers increase. It was not as though the human race did not have any kind of spirit pills that could help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks, but the efficacies of such spirit pills were not that great. In comparison, the ordinary grade open heaven pills were different. They were the best spirit pills to help a cultivator overcome their bottlenecks. In Xiang Shan's case, he had originally planned to enter the universe furnace for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but it would now seem that he might not necessarily need to obtain one. The ordinary grade open heaven pills might be enough to help him overcome his current bottleneck. Junior brother Blood Crow, how many supreme grade open heaven pills are there? And how many ordinary grade? Another 8th order open heaven realm master raised the question he really wanted to know. Blood Crow glanced at the 8th order open heaven realm master and replied, I'm not certain how many supreme grade open heaven pills there are. The last time I entered the universe furnace, I was only in the 7th order open heaven realm and I didn't dare to carelessly move around, much less dare to compete with the masters for that peak opportunity. Although I don't know the exact numbers, I'm certain that there weren't many such heaven-defying spirit pills. After a brief pause, he continued his explanation. As for the ordinary grade open heaven pills, there are many of those. Even I managed to obtain a few. It was thanks to consuming those ordinary grade open heaven pills that I smoothly advanced to the 8th order back then. As the topic deepened, the atmosphere in the grand hall became more and more heated. The 8th order open heaven masters consecutively asked the questions they were curious about, and Blood Crow did his best to answer. Whenever he encountered a question he could not answer, he did not make any unfounded speculations to prevent misleading others. Inside the universe furnace, Yang Kai was naturally unaware that Blood Crow had differentiated the open heaven pills into supreme grade and ordinary grade. Nevertheless, he quickly came to an unbelievable conclusion under such close observation. The open heaven pills from the universe furnace could be separated into 2 distinct grades. The 9 brightest lights were clearly the open heaven pills that he had always heard about. Now that he was so close to them, he couldn't help feeling tempted to grab them. The universe furnace's projection had appeared in all the various great territory battlefields, which affected numerous masters from the human race and the Black Ink clan. All of them were waiting to obtain the opportunity within the universe furnace. If Yang Kai could snatch these 9 open heaven pills in advance, then the human race would be the greatest winners no matter what arrangements the Black Ink clan made. They could use these 9 open heaven pills to produce 9 ninth order open heaven realm masters. That would be enough to form a crushing advantage against the Black Ink clan. Unfortunately, he could neither move a muscle nor freely exert his strength at this moment. The greatest opportunity in the 3,000 worlds was literally right in front of him, but he was powerless to seize it. How annoying! Hateful! He couldn't help cursing at the universe furnace. It was bad enough that he was dragged into this place, but he was also completely immobilized and then shown such a wondrous opportunity, yet he was unable to seize it. What is this torture? At this moment, Yang Kai had long forgotten his earlier worries of being refined by the universe furnace. If the universe furnace wanted to refine him, the process would have taken place by now. Seeing as there were no movements in that regard, he was most probably safe for the time being. Now that he was safe, it was only natural for him to become greedy when such an opportunity was right in front of him. Yang Kai stubbornly began to struggle once more, but it was all to no avail. Thus, he became even more annoyed and depressed. As the 9 lights devoured the chaotic and primitive Tao essence at an increasingly fierce rate, they began to glow brighter and brighter as a result. A rough estimate of the time indicated that there were only a few more months before the universe furnace emerged in the world. Yang Kai did not know the exact location where this supreme treasure would appear, but he could practically imagine the scene at the time. The masters of both sides had gathered outside the universe furnace's projections. When the universe furnace opened under the illumination of the dense and multicolored lights, the 9 open heaven pills and their companions would fly out of the universe furnace. Subsequently, the masters of both the human race and the Black Ink clan would plunge into a frenzied battle. He would be freed of his shackles at that time and might even fly out of the universe furnace with the open heaven pills. Although he could easily obtain several of them with his abilities, this method was rather risky. After all 9 of the best open heaven pills needed to be obtained by the human race. I need to figure out a way so that it will be easier for me to seize the opportunity once I am free. Since the universe furnace dragged me here and allowed me to witness the creation of these open heaven pills, then I ought to benefit from this opportunity. After pondering for some time, Yang Kai came up with an idea. He immediately attempted to use his spiritual energy to place an imprint on these open heaven pills. If he succeeded, then he would be able to obtain them with a simple flash of his thoughts. In the next moment, he gave a deep groan and his complexion went pale from his efforts. At this moment, the 9 open heaven pills were indiscriminately devouring the surrounding Tao essence. When his divine sense penetrated the open heaven pills, his divine sense was refined and absorbed in an instant. His divine sense was damaged as a consequence, but Yang Kai was not very concerned about this injury. After all, his soul would be torn apart every time he unleashed a soul-rending thorn. This amount of injury was nothing to him. Besides, the soul-warming lotus would quickly repair his damaged divine sense. Spiritual energy is ineffective, but what about world force? Yang Kai made another attempt, only for the open heaven pills to refine and absorb his world force perfectly. It would seem that the open heaven pills were not particular about what kind of energy approached them, greedily refining and absorbing anything they could. Unfortunately, that was not good news for Yang Kai. As things stood, how was he supposed to leave his mark on the 9 spirit pills so that he could easily make his move when the time came? He activated the various Tao strengths he mastered in hopes that he could leave some kind of mark on the open heaven pills, but his efforts remained futile. Even the mysterious space-time strength was ineffective. These innate open heaven pills were like starving wolves, swallowing anything and everything that was placed before them. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning with a troubled expression. Spiritual energy, world force, and even Tao strengths have proven to be ineffective. What else is there that I can try? All of a sudden, he seemed to recall something and silently activated the great sun and moon marks. His own strength had been ineffective against the open heaven pills. In that case, the only power that did not belong to him was the 2 marks that he received from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. If that was also ineffective, then he had no other methods to try. He normally borrowed the power of the 2 marks to condense purifying light. However, he was now attempting to leave a mark on the 9 open heaven pills with their power instead. It was not a difficult feat to perform. The mysterious power of the great sun and great moon seeped out from the backs of his hands. Under his careful control, they slowly extended towards one of the open heaven pills. It did not take long before the power of the great sun and great moon was influenced by the pull of the open heaven pills and swiftly absorbed into it. Yang Kai could clearly feel the power of the great sun and the great moon gradually being shaved away and becoming weaker. Be that as it may, he was overjoyed in the next moment. That was because a slight trace remained of the power of the great sun and the great moon. They had not completely disappeared. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5726, Universe Furnace Manifests. The great sun and moon marks were created from the burning lights and serene glimmer sources, so naturally, the power that came from these 2 marks contained the aura of their sources. It was a power that was derived directly from the primordial light. Perhaps that was the reason why the innate open heaven pills could not devour it completely. Either way, the experiment was a success. Yang Kai was thrilled. He quickly added the great sun and great moon's auras to the 8 remaining lights. However, after going to great lengths to do so, a thought dawned on Yang Kai. There's no point in doing this. Initially, he wanted to leave something that he could control inside the 9 best quality open heaven pills. That way, it would be easier for him to seize them when the universe furnace truly emerged. However, the power from the great sun and moon marks did not belong to him. They had been given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Although he could wield the 2 marks to create purifying light, he could not use them to control the 9 open heaven pills. All of Yang Kai's delight disappeared in a flash as soon as he remembered this. He thought that after spending half a day on his attempts, he was finally rewarded with success, but in the end, it had all been for nothing. No one would be pleased about that. Thus, after being dragged into this place by the universe furnace, Yang Kai did not receive any significant benefit other than personally witnessing the mysterious inner workings of the universe furnace and the creation of the innate open heaven pills. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi got the chance to escape. Yang Kai was feeling rather disgruntled. However, he could not do anything about it. A strange power was restraining him right now, and he could not do anything about it. As time passed, Yang Kai calmed himself down and continued watching as the open heaven pills devoured the Tao essence all around them and took on a physical form. Eventually, the 9 lights grew brighter until they became 9 great suns that hovered all around Yang Kai. When compared to the 9 great suns, the countless dots of glimmering light paled by far, like the difference between the bright moon and dim stars in the night sky. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that the glimmering lights, which were also open heaven pills, had to be crucial in some way. In any case, how could something produced by the universe furnace turn out to be ordinary? The open heaven pills he got from the blood monster cave heaven in the past were most likely these lower quality ones, but their medicinal efficacies had probably waned due to the passage of time and the failure to store them properly. Yang Kai did not know how long it had been, but he was focused on observing the production of the open heaven pills when he felt a kind of strong and vigorous energy surge towards him while undergoing some kind of unknown transformation. His expression changed, but as he could not move, he could not dodge the sudden burst of energy, so he had to endure it instead. The strange energy was incredibly powerful, and when confronted with it, even Yang Kai, who was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, felt minuscule in comparison. He heard his bones being dislocated and his 5 viscera and 6 organs felt as if they were about to explode from the pressure. Yang Kai had no idea what was happening. Apart from being restrained, nothing else had happened to him ever since he entered the universe furnace, until now. It finally felt as if his life was at risk. In that life and death moment, there was only one thought in Yang Kai's mind. Is the universe furnace really going to refine me? Fortunately, the intense energy fluctuation disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The pressure had only lasted for a moment before it was gone. Yang Kai could sense that the space he was in, the place with countless glimmering lights, was now endlessly stretching out. At the same time, the glimmering lights turned into streaks and shot out in all directions. A thought popped into Yang Kai's mind almost instinctively. The universe furnace has fully manifested. The strange event earlier was clearly a sign that the universe furnace was emerging. After counting the days in his head, Yang Kai realized that the timing added up as well. Then Yang Kai noticed that the power that had been restraining him all this while had disappeared. He instantly manipulated space principles to lock up the area around him as he reached out to grab the blazing streaks of light, but they moved away so quickly that Yang Kai came up empty-handed, even though he had been determined to catch hold of them. Only a few of the weak, glimmering lights were caught inside his trapped space. The weak, glimmering lights were trembling hard against the constraints of the space principles. It was as if the lights had a mind of their own and wanted to escape from Yang Kai's grasp, but he was not going to let that happen. He stuffed the lights into his small universe, though he did not have the time to study them now. Instead, he dashed after one of the dazzling streams of light he targeted earlier. Space principles flickered, and in a flash, Yang Kai reappeared millions of kilometers away. However, just a moment later, Yang Kai came to a stop with a helpless expression on his face. The stream of light had already gone too far away. It flew a lot quicker than him even though he used instantaneous movement. After recalling the earlier scene, Yang Kai immediately understood what was happening. It was not really that the dazzling light was moving faster than he was, but rather that this space was, itself, rapidly expanding. I had such a great opportunity right in front of me, but I failed to seize it. Yang Kai was vexed with himself. No words could express the consternation he felt. 9 top-quality open heaven pills had been right in front of him, each one representing a new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and yet, he did not even manage to grab a single one. Yang Kai was agitated, and as he had been injured by the pressure from the powerful energy earlier, he ended up coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even his aura noticeably weakened. He stood in place to restore himself for a moment as he looked around him with a frown. What the hell is going on? Since the universe furnace has already appeared, why am I still inside of it? Shouldn't I have been flung out of here the same way the open heaven pills were? What's more, the universe furnace seems too vast. By now, Yang Kai was starting to realize that all his theories had been wrong from the start. The inside of the universe furnace turned out to be an independent space, and there was no proof that the open heaven pills had been ejected out of it. So, perhaps the opportunity to seize one of them doesn't occur outside, but rather inside the universe furnace. Yang Kai would be able to confirm this theory soon enough. If he encountered other living beings inside the universe furnace, then it meant the opportunity took place inside. Yang Kai gathered himself and moved in the direction where the dazzling light had flown. Even though it had escaped from him earlier, he was still going to hunt it down. At this point, he found that his earlier efforts had not been for nothing. Although the aura of the great sun and moon marks that he left on the 9 open heaven pills previously could not help him when it came to controlling them, he could use the marks to ascertain where the pills were, though he could only do so if he was close enough. Yang Kai became a lot calmer now. There was a benefit to being pulled into the universe furnace early after all. During the chase, Yang Kai also found the time to check on the weak, glimmering lights he had captured. He had slightly over a dozen of them, and they were currently flying around his small universe. They looked like shooting stars streaking across the sky, and the many cultivators inside Void World were staring up at them in amazement. Some of the Tao Temple disciples with greater cultivation tried to chase after these lights, but none of them succeeded. These weaker lights still moved at incredible speeds. Yang Kai used space principles to capture them, but the Emperor Realm Masters from the Tao Temple did not have such ability. They thought this was some kind of amazing opportunity and had no idea these were just something their Tao Lord had tossed into his small universe, as he did not have the time to bother with them. Soon, Yang Kai gathered the scattered lights together and subdued them. The lights faded away, and several fragrant, flawlessly round spirit pills appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these open heaven pills were fairly similar to the ones Yang Kai got from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but their medicinal efficacies were clearly much more potent. What are they for? Yang Kai frowned. Don't tell me these open heaven pills can help those in the 8th order break through to the 9th order as well. If that was the case, the fact that he now had over a dozen of them meant there were going to be over a dozen new 9th order open heaven realm masters, but there was no way that was possible. The reason humans knew how to create open heaven pills was because the great experts of the early ancient era had derived a recipe for them based on the innate open heaven pills they obtained from the universe furnace. Although modifications and improvements to the open heaven pill recipe had never ceased, the ones refined by human alchemists were still incomparable to the ones from the universe furnace. There was only one benefit to the ones the humans made. Those open heaven pills were easy enough to create, and as long as there were sufficient resources and alchemists available, the production could go on forever. Nearly every sect had its own way of creating these man-made open heaven pills to fuel their disciples' cultivation. Yang Kai had also refined some open heaven pills many millennia ago when he first entered the 3,000 worlds. After all the cultivation and resources he had acquired since then, it felt as if this memory of his took place eons ago. Once again, Yang Kai gathered his thoughts. He created a seal on the open heaven pills and put them away safely. No matter what they were for, they had come from the universe furnace and thus could not be something simple. He would know whether or not they were useful once he brought them to Senior Brother Mi and asked the latter about them. Yang Kai then continued chasing after the dazzling lights while occasionally using the great sun and moon marks to see if he could sense anything nearby. As the interior of the universe furnace rattled and shook, the over a dozen illusory phantoms of it that had been solidifying for the past 2 years finally transformed into the universe furnace, which was a grand and majestic alchemy furnace that gave off a mysterious, ancient aura with complex lines circulating across its surface. These universe furnaces were not the true body though, merely portals to the world inside of it. As if breathing, the universe furnace would occasionally disperse a wondrous aura from its entrances. If anyone was able to cultivate near the furnace opening, they would receive a lot of benefits. However, who would be thinking of cultivating by the opening when the universe furnace had emerged? It was more important to enter the universe furnace for opportunities. Outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the many years of peace gave way to battle once more. The Black Ink clan inside the grand restriction knew that the universe furnace was a great opportunity for the humans, so to stop the suppressing Black Ink army from entering, the Black Ink clan was willing to do whatever it took to launch an attack on them, forcing the various masters to remain behind to hold the line. A 100,000-meter-long white dragon weaved through the fighting, killing dozens, if not hundreds with each blow he struck, but soon, 2 royal lords made huge sacrifices to rush out of the gap in the grand restriction and pin him down. Royal lords were heavily injured if they tried to leave the primordial heaven's source grand restriction through the opening Wu Kuang had made. Previously, Fu Guang killed several royal lords who had been affected this way, so the enemy knew that in a one-on-one fight, these royal lords were no match for him, but it was not as easy for him to kill them when he was up against two of them at once. Martial Peak, Chapter 5727, Battles Break Out. Not counting the Black Ink giant spirit gods, royal lords were at the peak of what was possible for the Black Ink clan to field and were by no means easy targets. It was already proof of how strong Fu Guang was that he could go up against two of them without being at a disadvantage. It even looked as if he could overpower them given enough time. On the suppressing Black Ink fortress, the suppressing Black Ink army was doing its best to fend off the enemy. Scores of formidable auras filled the sky as beams of destructive light shot out towards the swarming Black Ink clan. It seemed as if the humans had the situation under control, but more and more enemies kept pouring out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, including many innate territory lords. If things continued on this way, the pressure would only grow more intense. 58th Order Masters quietly stood atop the suppressing Black Ink fortress, not joining the fight. They were the chosen 8th Order Masters who would enter the Universe Furnace in search of opportunities. They should have rushed straight into the Universe Furnace when it opened, but the Black Ink clan's attack put a stop to their plan. This was unsurprising, as the Black Ink clan would not have allowed the humans to gain more benefits without a fight. The Black Ink clan had already predicted this when the illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace first appeared. The divine dragon swam through the void as his murderous intent flared wildly. He defended himself from the two royal lords who were charging at him as his dragon roars echoed thunderously. "Go now! What are you waiting for?" Fu Guang saw that the 58th Order Masters had not moved, so he could not resist scolding them. Transmissions were coming from other 8th Order Masters fighting on the battlefield too. "If you miss your chance now, it will never appear again. Hurry up and enter the Universe Furnace. You don't need to worry about us. As long as the suppressing Black Ink fortress remains standing, the suppressing Black Ink army will not fall." Still, the 58th Order Masters atop the wall did not move. The entrance to the Universe Furnace was wide open, and it would only take them a moment to dive inside to seize the opportunity that would allow them to reach the peak of martial Dao. It was not as if they did not long for that. However, there was something else they cared about as well. Yang Shao laughed and said, "I only want this opportunity so that I can kill more enemies. Now that the enemy is right in front of me, why must I go round the sun to reach the moon? I shall partake in my share of the kills first." He rushed into the battle as soon as he finished speaking, and Yang Shui followed immediately after without saying a word. The two of them seemed to move in unison as they lunged at a territory lord who was trying to sneak up on a human master. The 50 figures flew out from the walls, but none of them headed for the Universe Furnace, instead rushing straight onto the battlefield to join the battle. Fu Guang saw this from afar and sighed, but he did not try to talk them out of it. The suppressing Black Ink army was small, only numbering 6,000 in total. Though the army had more than 400 8th Order Masters and the suppressing Black Ink fortress, which was a mobile palace artifact on par with the great passes of old, it took the genuine unity displayed by all of them to hold back the torrent of Black Ink clansmen that flooded out from the gap in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As the 58th Order Masters fearlessly joined the fight, the suppressing Black Ink army soon gained the upper hand. The Black Ink clan had not expected the human masters to not be tempted by the great opportunity they had in front of them, so they were caught off guard and took a heavy blow. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, they could not stop midway through the battle. Previously, they attacked the suppressing Black Ink army and were willing to sacrifice so many soldiers, including multiple royal lords, just to keep Fu Guang and Wu Kuang fully occupied. That way, they could probe the grand restriction for weaknesses to let innate territory lords sneak out. It was an enormous sacrifice, but also a resounding success. At least 1,000 innate territory lords had managed to sneak out undetected. However, once the situation was discovered and Wu Kuang patched the vulnerability they exploited, the Black Ink clan ceased all combat. They knew there was no point in carrying on with the unnecessary sacrifices as the humans were now on full alert. The human race master who was controlling the Grand Restriction now would never allow himself to be tricked in the same way again, and it was basically impossible for the Black Ink clan to mount a decisive attack that could overwhelm the human army outside the gap. If they could not break past the humans' defenses outside, they would only be wasting their forces by trying. Thus, they did not launch any attacks in the past few years, until the Universe Furnace showed up. To stop the human race masters of the suppressing Black Ink army from entering the Universe Furnace and obtaining opportunities for themselves, the Black Ink clan began a full-scale assault again. They thought the situation would turn in their favor, but who knew that the suppressing Black Ink army would choose to stand and fight? The human race masters were not at all blinded by the opportunity that was right at their fingertips and fully focused on the battle instead. This meant that the Black Ink clan were caught in a seemingly hopeless situation. It would be a waste of resources if they continued sending out more soldiers, but if they did not, then those who had already left the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction would be wiped out, including 2 royal lords. They were caught between a rock and a hard place. While the suppressing Black Ink army and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a fierce battle outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, the Black Ink clan was in complete control of the barren territory. There was also a phantom of the Universe Furnace in the barren territory, and it was impossible for the human race army to approach it. No human had entered the barren territory over the past few millennia except for Yang Kai, who had passed by a few times. The Black Ink clan had arranged for countless clansmen to wait by the Universe Furnace. Once it opened, the Black Ink clan army hesitantly checked it out before a few of their territory lords led the charge into the Universe Furnace. Soon, they disappeared inside the Universe Furnace world. Meanwhile, within the space on the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri Na Yi, who was restrained here, had been on edge for nearly 2 years, but after seeing no sign of Yang Kai, he was certain that the latter had somehow left this place. Although he did not know how that was possible, or what the swirl that devoured Yang Kai was, it was still a good thing for him. At least, he did not have to worry about Yang Kai appearing all of a sudden to kill him. There was no threat to his life now, but the injuries he previously sustained were quite serious and he could not tend to them while he was being held down here. When the illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Na Yi felt the ground shaking and the void fluctuating. When he came back to his senses, he was already inside a vast, boundless space. Mo Na Yi instantly raised his guard as his divine sense flooded out in all directions. Though he did not detect any signs of danger, he did not relax as he had no idea what would happen to him after suddenly appearing in a strange new place. A moment later, it struck him that he could be inside the Universe Furnace right now. After comparing his experience to the way Yang Kai had disappeared earlier, he came up with a possibility. Yang Kai entered the Universe Furnace world approximately 2 years ago. So that was why he never showed up. All of a sudden, Mo Na Yi felt a heightened sense of danger. If he ran into Yang Kai here in his present, injured state, there was no guarantee as to who would survive the clash. Mo Na Yi forcefully composed himself, but did not move away from his spot immediately. He had entered the Universe Furnace from that strange, folded space, so if the territory lords outside had even the semblance of sense, they would have noticed something had happened. Regardless of whether they made the decision themselves or consulted with the royal lord instead, the territory lords would most likely be entering soon. Mo Na Yi was going to stay in this spot and wait for them. He would only feel safe when he regrouped with others. However, to his disappointment, despite waiting for quite some time, he did not see any signs of the territory lords. When the phantom of the Universe Furnace solidified and the opening appeared, Mo Na Yi's aura disappeared too. Outside the Universe Furnace, the territory lords who had set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking Grand Array were at a loss. They had arranged the Grand Array here to stop Yang Kai from fleeing, but Yang Kai was long gone and Mo Na Yi had now disappeared as well, so what were they supposed to do? Furthermore, when the projection of the Universe Furnace solidified, a mysterious power arose from the furnace opening. It seemed to have turned into a passage that led into another world. The territory lords had a quick discussion before sending a report back to No Return Pass to seek guidance from Royal Lord MOU. Meanwhile, MOU received reports from the Barren Territory which stated that after the solidification of the Universe Furnace's illusory phantom, the Universe Furnace itself did not show up. Instead, a strange passage appeared at the furnace opening. It seemed to be the entrance to the Universe Furnace, and the Black Ink Clan army stationed at the Barren Territory had started entering it to explore. It dawned on MOU at that moment that the Black Ink Clan's understanding of the Universe Furnace had been wrong. The dozen or so illusory phantoms had always been portals to the Universe Furnace. Realizing this, he immediately ordered the territory lords to enter the Universe Furnace to aid MOU. After getting the order, the territory lords outside the opening did not hesitate. They quickly made some preparations before rushing into the furnace. However, when the territory lords entered the Universe Furnace, they realized that they had all been sent to different places. Even though they had entered from the same opening, they were now standing alone in a vast void. This was the reason why MOU did not see any of the territory lords coming to his aid despite waiting around for a long time. He had no choice but to leave and find a secure location. What was most important for him right now was to find a way to tend to his injuries. Battles broke out at the same time across all the different Great Territory battlefields. The Black Ink Clan did not know much about the Universe Furnace, so for the past years, they basically moved to mirror the actions of the humans. When the human race gathered their armies outside the Universe Furnace, the Black Ink Clan followed suit. When the humans moved their masters around, the Black Ink Clan did likewise. Essentially, they decided the best counter was to mimic the humans' actions. This was an astute move on the Black Ink Clan's part, and it was MOU who came up with it. He thought that since they did not know much, they should simply respond as their enemy did. On the battlefields across the void, the human race army and the Black Ink Clan army gathered around the entrances to the Universe Furnace as they engaged in a fierce battle. With every breath, countless lives were lost. Mi Jinglun was at the Supreme Headquarters overseeing everything when a series of reports came in one after the other. Soon, a deep frown was etched on his forehead. There had been an unexpected turn of events on the Great Territory battlefields. The human army had managed to break through the Black Ink Clan's blockade in 3 of the Great Territory battlefields and killed countless enemies in an extremely short amount of time. There was no one around to stop the human race masters from their charge. The reason behind this was that the Black Ink Clan did not assign any of their territory lords to defend these 3 Great Territory battlefields. Not a single territory lord showed up, and even the feudal lords were few and far between. On these 3 Great Territory battlefields, while the Black Ink Clan army was large in numbers, they were obviously only there to draw the humans' attention. Most of the soldiers were just expendable cannon fodder. Mi Jinglun immediately realized what was happening. The Black Ink Clan had already decided to give up on these 3 Great Territory battlefields long ago, but they moved their troops in secret to trick the humans into thinking that there were still territory lords positioned there. Martial Peak, Chapter 5728, The Most Worrying Situation. Even Mi Jinglun could not help but feel respect for his opponent's bold choice to give up on 3 Great Territory battlefields. This has to be that pseudo-royal Lord MOU's doing. No one else in the Black Ink Clan could make such a prompt and resolute decision except for him. The human race and the Black Ink Clan had been fighting on these 3 Great Territory battlefields for several millennia now, sacrificing countless lives. Making a snap decision to give up on 3 of them would not only negate all the sacrifices made, but it could also have a great impact on the future. Mi Jinglun was willing to admit that he would not be able to make this decision on behalf of the human race. It was not as if he was any less bold than MOU, but because the 2 parties were in different positions. Throughout these years, the human race had been fighting tooth and nail to ensure they did not surrender even a single step of territory to the enemy. The more great territories the Black Ink Clan claimed, the worse the situation got for the humans. Therefore, no matter how dire the situation was, the human race armies could never give up on any great territory battlefield. Many years ago, Mi Jinglun started keeping an eye on Emo Na Yi after being tipped off by Yang Kai. Even though Mi Jinglun and Emo Na Yi never physically crossed paths throughout their millennia of war, the former had a fairly solid understanding of the latter's wits. Thus, the moment he received the reports regarding the 3 great territory battlefields, Emo Na Yi immediately popped up in his mind. One could say that the human race armies had made a clean sweep of these 3 great territory battlefields. Wherever they went, the Black Ink clan fell defenselessly, and if this situation continued, it would take less than a few months for the human race to completely claim these 3 great territory battlefields for good. The Black Ink clan would not be able to survive there. Nevertheless, Mi Jinglun was not pleased by this at all. The Black Ink clan had voluntarily given up on 3 great territory battlefields and did not assign any of their masters to stand guard in those areas. Instead, they sent a large army of expendable soldiers to keep the human race occupied. This meant that the Black Ink clan could assign even more masters to the other great territory battlefields. Why did the Black Ink clan, or rather Emo Na Yi, make such a decision? Even if sacrifices needed to be made for the greater good, Emo Na Yi must have known what would happen when he made this decision. Do they not have enough masters? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had added numerous territory lords to their ranks, and many more innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction just recently, so it was unlikely for them to lack masters. All of a sudden, a thought occurred to Mi Jinglun. After taking into account the various reports he had received in the past, he immediately came to a conclusion and swiftly yelled to the group of aides beside him, "Quick! Send word to all the armies to be wary of pseudo-royal lords." He had underestimated the Black Ink clan's fervor and determination. Now that the universe furnace had surfaced, the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly fight the human race for the great opportunities available. Regardless of what happened, they would surely create a few pseudo-royal lords to shift the odds in their favor. Furthermore, a hefty number of innate territory lords had snuck out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which meant that the Black Ink clan had more than enough innate territory lords to create pseudo-royal lords. Mi Jinglun was not completely caught off guard by this, as he knew all along that the Black Ink clan would soon begin creating more pseudo-royal lords, but he had not expected them to move so quickly. Fortunately, the human race had developed countermeasures for this exact scenario. Although the pseudo-royal lords were powerful, they could not wield all of their strength and were thus considerably weaker than true royal lords. Over the past years, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been practicing numerous battle formations specifically to face these pseudo-royal lords. As a worthy strategist and the supreme commander who oversaw all the military operations of the human race, Mi Jinglun had already done his best to consider all the possibilities he could possibly imagine. However, from the looks of things now, there would be far more pseudo-royal lords than he expected. Why would the Black Ink clan have insufficient masters, forcing them to abandon several battlefields? It took the sacrifice of over a dozen innate territory lords to create just one pseudo-royal lord, so if many of the former were lost to create the latter, then it made sense why the Black Ink clans had insufficient numbers. Furthermore, in recent years, the reports from various battlefields confirmed that many of the innate territory lords that were usually seen on the front lines seemed to have disappeared, while a few unfamiliar ones had shown up in their place. The innate territory lords who disappeared must have gone to the no-return pass and taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As for the unfamiliar ones, they were most likely the innate territory lords who snuck out of the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Mi Jinglun did not think the territory lords from the primordial heavens source grand restriction were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords at the moment, as they were heavily injured. It would take them at least a century or two before they could be fully restored. However, even if Mi Jinglun only took into account the original number of innate territory lords that the Black Ink clan had, it would still be a terrifying amount if all of them were involved in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. As soon as Mi Jinglun gave the order, streaks of light flashed in from the distance as messengers brought in new reports from the great territory battlefields. Mi Jinglun swiftly scanned through them, and soon, all the color drained from his face. What he was most worried about had indeed occurred. The pseudo-royal lords that appeared were far higher in number than what he predicted. For pseudo-royal lords had shown up in profound nether territory alone. The battle took a sudden turn as the 4 pseudo-royal lords burst forth on the battlefield in 4 different critical locations. They managed to break past their defenses, which resulted in heavy casualties. Thankfully, the 8th Order Masters had swiftly assumed their battle formations and were able to stabilize the situation, even if barely. That being said, things were not looking good in profound nether territory, and it seemed unlikely that the human race could seize control of the entrance there. Numerous pseudo-royal lords had also appeared across the various great territory battlefields where intense fights were taking place. Even the heavily wounded innate territory lords with weak auras that snuck out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had joined the battlefields. These innate territory lords were greatly weakened and could not stand against the 8th Order Masters, but they were still innate territory lords, and those lower than the 8th Order could not hold their own against them. Thus, their presence was an added burden to the human race armies. There was only one thing that Mi Jingluan was thankful for. Even though the Black Ink clan had more pseudo-royal lords than expected, it was not to the point where the human race's situation became hopeless. Judging from the reports, he also surmised that the heavily injured innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction really could not take part in the creation of pseudo-royal lords. This was the only silver lining. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered a devastating loss today. The Black Ink clan had sacrificed a great number of seasoned innate territory lords to create a group of pseudo-royal lords. Even though they were fewer in number now, when it came to raw power, theirs had greatly increased. Thus, the Black Ink clan quickly gained the upper hand throughout the various great territory battlefields as they managed to catch the humans off guard. However, the humans were not on the losing end on every single great territory battlefield. In Azure Sun territory, pure yin and yang energy melded together in the void to create the image of a giant yin-yang fish that covered a vast expanse. The dead bodies of several innate territory lords were caught within the yin-yang fish as the auras of 4 figures clashed, spreading massive waves of destruction all around them. One of the silhouettes was a tall and slender woman. Her long hair fluttered behind her as murderous intent radiated from her form. Even though she was up against 3 opponents, she was still able to hold on with the help of her divine ability. She was one of the few 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that the human race possessed. It was Luo Ting-He of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, who once stood guard over the suppressing Black Ink Fortress. She and old ancestor Xiao Xiao came from the same sect. Thus, the secret arts and secret techniques that they cultivated were quite similar. The yin-yang fish was one of Luo Ting-He's strongest divine abilities. This was not just seen in its ability to slaughter enemies, but more importantly, in its ability to restrain opponents. Back when old ancestor Xiao Xiao faced off against the Royal Lord of Great Evolution Theater, she used the same divine ability countless times. At this moment, Luo Ting-He did her best to keep her divine ability above the entrance to the universe furnace as she fought against the 3 pseudo-royal lords. It had not been long since she became a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At most, it could only be rounded up to 2,000 years. Forget reaching the peak of her cultivation, it was barely long enough for her to consolidate her realm. However, she was still a genuine 9th Order Master. It would be easy enough for her to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord, and she would not lose her ground against 2 either, but 3 was pushing the limit, so she had to rely on the power of her divine ability to fight back. The auras of yin and yang converged inside the yin-yang fish to form invisible millstones. The 3 pseudo-royal lords tried their hardest to break away, but they could not get out. The grinding from that mysterious aura made them incredibly irascible. No one dared to get near the 4 masters as they engaged in battle after a few innate territory lords had accidentally gotten caught up and wound up dead. However, it was not 3, but rather 5 pseudo-royal lords in total who came to Azure Sun territory. This battlefield had always been a crucial one in the battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan, so the latter would naturally send a sizable number of their pseudo-royal lords over. They had considered the possibility of a Ninth Order Master being on the battlefield, but they never thought that a Ninth Order Master would be powerful enough to pin down 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. The other 2 pseudo-royal lords were not having it easier either. Each of them was up against 5 Eighth Order Masters who formed a 5 elements formation. This enabled the human masters to fight evenly against a pseudo-royal lord, as neither party was able to overpower the other. The humans were the ones who came up with the battle formations first. When the territory lords went up against Yang Kai, they were able to form 4 symbols formations, but they could rarely form the 5 elements formation. However, the same could not be said of the humans. As long as the Eighth Order Masters were familiar with each other, they could easily form a 5 elements formation. In fact, the humans' highest record was a 7 stars formation formed by 7 Eighth Order Masters. Such a battle formation would even enable the human race to face off against a true royal lord, though there was no guarantee as to who would win the fight. However, even the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have a hard time forming battle formations that required even more numbers, such as 8 desolations or 9 palaces. This was because everyone possessed powerful cultivation, and the higher the cultivation, the harder it was to form a battle formation. This was the reason why Yang Kai was astounded by the way Zhang Ruo she managed to control her small stone race army to form the incredibly complex Second Order and even Third Order 9 palaces formation. All 5 of the pseudo-royal lords were pinned down. Azure Sun territory had always been an essential area for the human masters. Therefore, there were many of them here, and the humans had the upper hand across the entire battlefield. It would not be difficult for them to gain control over the entrance to the universe furnace here. However, the situation remained troublesome for them, as Blood Crow had reported that the entrance to the universe furnace would only remain open for 3 days. Once 3 days were up, it would disappear once more. Therefore, the humans would have to enter within 3 days if they wanted to seize the opportunities awaiting them inside the universe furnace, or otherwise, it would be too late. Martial Peak, Chapter 5729, 3 days. Only those in at least the 7th Order could enter the universe furnace in search of an opportunity, as it was pointless to enter if one's cultivation realm was too low. Those below the 7th Order would just needlessly lose their lives if they ran into a territory lord or even a feudal lord. Therefore, the humans curated a list of numerous 7th Order and 8th Order Masters who were given the right to enter the universe furnace when it opened this time. That being said, not everyone who had the right to go in could do so, as the humans could not enter the universe furnace if the Black Ink clan controlled the entrance. Even if the human race had the upper hand on some of the battlefields, these 7th Order and 8th Order Masters could not enter at will. Quite often, these chosen few were the core pillars in the battle of the armies they served in, so if they all just left, the advantage they had would be lost almost immediately as the tides turned against the humans. As a result, none of the humans on the various great territory battlefields had entered the universe furnace yet. They were doing their best to call the enemy, as they would only be able to leave in peace once the threat posed by the enemy was under firm control. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan knew little about the universe furnace, so even though their masters deduced that the universe furnace opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not make any hasty decisions when they did not have any clear evidence. In addition to that, the humans were also doing their best to suppress the Black Ink clan in the fight, so the latter had to match them with equal force. Thus, masters from both sides fought furious battles around the universe furnace openings on all the different great territory battlefields. With each passing breath, scores of masters from both sides died as their souls were extinguished in the empty void. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting managed to occupy 3 pseudo-royal lords all by herself. It took a lot of effort from her, but she was still able to hold her own against them for now. However, in a different great territory, another 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was going all out to kill a pseudo-royal lord. This 9th Order Master had a burly physique and wielded a long spear in a fashion quite dissimilar to Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art. Each swing, sweep, or stab of his spear was imbued with a tyrannical might. The pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down could not fight back at all, as he sustained a series of injuries. He would have been killed by now if it had not been for the support he received from another pseudo-royal lord. This Ninth Order Master was Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Luo Ting, he was not the only new Ninth Order Master that the human race added to their ranks over the last few millennia. Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven was another one, and he happened to be another old acquaintance of Yang Kai's. During Yang Kai's time with the profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang had once been a division commander under the former's command. He was one of the few humans who had the aptitude to reach the Ninth Order back before the appearance of the Open Heaven Realm Cradles. Once the situation in profound Nether territory was calmed, he went into seclusion to focus on his cultivation. Xiang Shan could not easily reach the Ninth Order because his order had fallen once in the past, but Wei Junyang had not encountered such a setback. Though his aptitude was considered a little poorer than Xiang Shan's, his foundation was solid. Hence, after Luo Ting he broke through and became a Ninth Order Master. He soon followed suit. However, Mi Jinglun kept him hidden all this while to prevent him from being noticed by anyone else until the fierce battle broke out today. On this great territory battlefield, Wei Junyang wielded the power of a Ninth Order Master as he charged right at the enemy. Cultivators from Great Battle Cave Heaven were undeniably disciplined and militaristic, but they were also all eager to fight, and Wei Junyang was no exception. He did not have a divine ability or secret technique that could restrain formidable enemies the way Luo Ting he did. All he had to rely on was the long spear in his hands. As soon as he showed up, Wei Junyang shot straight towards one of the pseudo-royal lords and unleashed an all-out strike powered by the full might of his cultivation. He almost managed to split the targeted pseudo-royal lord in two right there and then. Even though the pseudo-royal lord escaped his doom, he was thoroughly terrified now. Following that, the scene of Wei Junyang hunting down the pseudo-royal lord unfolded across the battlefield. It was as if he had zeroed in on this pseudo-royal lord and would not stop until the latter died under his spear. Another pseudo-royal lord had noticed the dire situation and immediately moved to assist. Thus, the scene changed to Wei Junyang chasing after a pseudo-royal lord, while another pseudo-royal lord chased after him. The three figures crossed tens of millions of kilometers as they weaved through the great territory battlefield. Wherever they passed through, masters from both sides all scrambled to get out of the way. Wei Junyang's method was a little blunt and reckless, but it was his resolute stance that enabled him to completely occupy two pseudo-royal lords while really only facing one of them at a time, allowing him to completely control the pace of the fight as all momentum was on his side. If he had to face off against the two pseudo-royal lords in a 2-on-1 fight, he would only be able to keep things even at most. The Black Ink clan had also sent 5 pseudo-royal lords to this great territory, but 2 of them were currently occupied by Wei Junyang, and the one getting chased down was at risk of dying at any moment. As for the other 3, they were similarly held up by the Eighth Order Masters who formed battle formations. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the Masters on both sides burst out across the battlefield in great sparks. The two armies formed long defense lines that snaked across the void as they fought with great intensity. On these frenzied battlefields, 3 days felt like forever. As time passed, the situation across the messy battlefields slowly settled into place. Apart from the 3 battlefields that the Black Ink clan had given up on, the 2 armies on the other great territory battlefields were beginning to solidify their control over the openings of the universe furnace. To put it simply, both sides had their wins and losses. The final moments were approaching, and the human race masters on the list began gathering near the openings to the universe furnace. They had to enter now, or else the openings would vanish and it would be too late. While they no longer needed to get involved in the battle outside, there was still a battle waiting for them inside the universe furnace. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Ting he was still keeping the 3 pseudo-royal lords occupied, but her yin-yang fish could not hold out much longer. The moment her divine ability faltered, she would no longer be able to restrain all 3 of these enemies. Thus, when Luo Ting he saw that most of the chosen human masters had gathered, she ordered, "Go!" The 7th Order and 8th Order Masters had been prepared for this and all jumped into the opening to the universe furnace without hesitation. All at once, they disappeared inside. Their actions shocked the Black Ink clan. Even though they had deduced that the opening was an entrance to a sealed world, they dared not be certain about it. Now that they saw what the humans did, they realized that it was indeed as they had thought. The opportunity from the universe furnace was inside, and the human race masters had already rushed in. If the humans gained any more Ninth Order masters, then the Black Ink clan would have wasted countless lives and resources for nothing. Therefore, when the Black Ink clan noticed what was happening, they immediately began focusing their attacks on the entrances, and the three pseudo-royal lords who were being suppressed by Luo Ting, he found the chance to unleash a joint attack. The turbulent force from their combined strikes warped the yin-yang fish. It looked as if it would crumble at any moment now. Initially, the humans had the advantage in Azure Sun territory, but what they worried about had indeed happened. Once a large group of human race masters entered the universe furnace, they lost their advantage and the Black Ink clan seized the chance to go on the offensive. The human race army formed lines of defense all around the opening, but once the Black Ink clan charged at them, the lines began to buckle. All at once, the human race was under great pressure. At the same time, the three pseudo-royal lords finally broke free of Luo Ting's suppression. The moment the yin-yang fish divine ability shattered, the three of them turned into streaks of darkness that flashed in three different directions. Luo Ting could only stop one while she could not do anything about the other two. Thankfully, after 3 days of intense battle, both she and the three pseudo-royal lords had used up a lot of their strength and could not fight at their peak anymore. Even though they broke free, they did not pose a huge danger to the humans. A fury of divine senses streaked across space as the Black Ink clan higher-ups discussed their next move. It was clear that the opening in the universe furnace could be entered, and the opportunity had to be inside. If they ignored the universe furnace, they were strong enough to gain the upper hand on this great territory battlefield, but the human race had a Ninth Order master here, so their advantage would not necessarily turn the tides in their favor. Nevertheless, soon, they came to a decision. They decided to give up on the flimsy advantage they had and instead send their own masters into the universe furnace to stop the humans from seizing the opportunities, lest the humans gained even more Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters. The orders went out in secret, and under the command of the pseudo-royal lords, these masters swiftly charged towards the entrance to the universe furnace. They thought the humans would do their best to stop them, and the pseudo-royal lords were mentally prepared to sacrifice some of their masters in order to achieve their goal, but things did not go the way they assumed. Many managed to rush over from all directions and enter the entrance without needing to waste much energy. They could charge straight into the universe furnace. It was as if the humans did not want to stop them. In reality, it was not that the humans did not want to stop them, but the phantom of the universe furnace was colossal and the opening was just too massive. If the Black Ink clan was determined to enter the universe furnace, the humans could not stop all of them. Since they could not do so, they decided to voluntarily let some of their enemies pass as this would take some pressure off those who remained outside. This was the strategy that those at the Supreme Headquarters had come up with. Mi Jinglun oversaw all the military operations from his place at the Supreme Headquarters, so it was not at all surprising that he foresaw the possibility of the current situation taking place. Once a large number of the human race masters entered the universe furnace, the humans would be weakened and the remaining masters outside would be under intense pressure. If they tried to stop the Black Ink clan completely, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. The best way to ease the burden was to allow some enemies to enter the universe furnace. Naturally, just how many they should allow entry would depend on the situation on the respective Great Territory battlefields. If too many Black Ink clan masters entered the universe furnace, then things would get harder for the humans inside, but if too few were let in, they could not alleviate the pressure off those who remained on the battlefields. It was a fine line, and the human race masters who were in charge of these battlefields would have to decide at their own discretion. Thus, once a certain number of masters from the Black Ink clan rushed into the universe furnace, Luo Tinghe, who seemed exhausted just moments ago, immediately changed. She seemed to burst forth with renewed energy as the yin-yang fish reappeared beneath her and rapidly spread across the void. She then glared at the pseudo-royal lord she had been keeping occupied the whole time and growled, "Ready for round 2? As soon as her crisp, cold voice sounded, it was time for the pseudo-royal lord to meet his doom. Martial Peak, Chapter 5730, Yang Kai had already prepared for this. In the end, Wei Junyang failed to kill the pseudo-royal lord he was hunting down. Even though pseudo-royal lords could only wield around 70% of a true royal lord's power, they were still formidable enough that it would not be easy to get rid of them in one fell swoop. Furthermore, it had not been long since Wei Junyang became a Ninth Order master, so his heritage was even weaker than Luo Tinghe's. The situation would not be the same if he reached the peak of Ninth Order. At times like this, Wei Junyang felt envious of Yang Kai's space secret techniques. He believed that if Yang Kai reached the Ninth Order, it would have been child's play for him to kill a pseudo-royal lord. He could simply use a space secret technique to prevent his opponent from running away from him, whereas Wei Junyang had to doggedly chase down his opponent and still come up short. While Wei Junyang did not want to give up on the chase, time was running out, and he had no other choice. The entrance to the universe furnace was about to close, and he needed to head back over to stand guard over the area and take command of the situation. Otherwise, unexpected crises might occur once the human race masters enter the universe furnace. Even though he could not kill off the pseudo-royal lord, he did manage to severely injure him. For now, that pseudo-royal lord would not be able to do anything else but return to a black ink nest to recuperate. With Wei Junyang personally overseeing the entrance to the universe furnace, the situation there quickly stabilized. Similarly to Azure Sun territory, the human race masters were the first to swiftly enter the universe furnace. Soon, the Black Ink Clan masters rushed over as well, and the humans readily allowed some of them to pass through. Things went according to plan at both of these great territories which had Ninth Order masters overseeing them. Even on the great territory battlefields where the human race were the ones at a disadvantage, the humans' efforts had not been fruitless. The masters who were chosen to enter the universe furnace had already received their instructions from Mi Jingluan, and they were currently besieging the Black Ink Clan's lines of defense as they stormed their way into the universe furnace. Over at Azure Sun territory, the humans could not stop the Black Ink Clan from entering despite being the ones with the upper hand, but the same applied to the Black Ink Clan on these great territory battlefields as they could not block all the humans. As the Black Ink Clan watched the human race masters disappearing into the universe furnace, their decision solidified. Ever since the appearance of the phantom images of the universe furnace, the Black Ink Clan had been mimicking their opponents' every move, and they chose to do so this time too. Since the humans wanted to enter the universe furnace, they were going to enter as well. On these great territory battlefields, the Black Ink Clan were the ones in control of the entrances to the universe furnace, so nothing stopped them from heading in. However, they soon encountered the same situation that the humans had. As more of them entered the universe furnace, their advantage on the battlefield slowly diminished. The Black Ink Clan were in complete control of the universe furnace entrance on the barren territory, whereas the humans were in control of the openings on the three great territory battlefields that the Black Ink Clan had given up. As for the remaining entrances, the advantage oscillated between the two sides, and the situation constantly changed. At last, the 3 days were over, and the universe furnace projections in each great territory suddenly began shaking violently. Everyone was unprepared as they witnessed the universe furnaces abruptly turning into wisps of light before completely vanishing. The disappearance of the universe furnace was a pivotal turning point for the battles on each great territory battlefield. All this while, the two sides had been fighting in the vicinity of the universe furnace projections. Naturally, this brought about certain limitations in terms of the scope of military operations. For the most part, the party with the upper hand would organize their masters near the entrance to guard it. Now that the entrances were gone, the limitations were lifted as well. Wei Junyang took a deep breath. He felt as if he had shrugged off a layer of restraints, and the air was clear again. He raised his long spear as he roared so loudly that his voice reached across the great territory. "Are you ready to die, Black Ink Clan bastards?" Previously, he could not freely unleash his full power. As the Ninth Order Master who was in command here, he had to consider many variables. Otherwise, he would not have given up on his attempt to kill the injured pseudo-royal lord to come back and stand guard at the entrance to the universe furnace. However, there was nothing to hold him back now. The Black Ink clan in this great territory were going to have to sear a name into their memories. It was going to be his name, Wei Junyang of Great Battle Heaven. Meanwhile, Luo Ting he was also finally able to unleash her full strength, and she boldly stormed into the Black Ink clan army's ranks. It was as if the yin-yang fish had taken on a physical form as the massive image churned through 1,000,000 Black Ink clan soldiers. Yin and yang swirled together to grind down these enemies, reducing them to smashed meat and pools of blood. Originally, Mi Jinglun considered sending one of the two new Ninth Order Masters into the Universe Furnace to aid the human race masters as they went in to seize opportunities. However, after a discussion with Xiang Shan, he gave up on that idea. Once the Universe Furnace surfaced, the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan would surely erupt. All the previous agreements and pacts would undoubtedly lose all meaning, and it was far more valuable to have the two Ninth Order Masters out on the battlefields instead of inside the Universe Furnace. The Ninth Order Masters did not need to get involved with the goings-on inside the Universe Furnace. Opportunities always came with risks. If the human race masters inside needed a Ninth Order Master to aid them as they went in search of these opportunities, then it would not be unreasonable to consider all their centuries and millennia of cultivation a waste. Furthermore, the area inside the Universe Furnace was boundless, so even if a Ninth Order Master went in, they might not be able to contribute much. At the time, Blood Crow, who had been listening on the side, casually remarked, "I don't know whether or not a Ninth Order Master can enter the Universe Furnace, but the last time it opened, none of the Ninth Order Masters or Royal Lords went in. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, or perhaps the Universe Furnace imposes a limit on the cultivation realm of those who enter." Either way, the two new Ninth Order Masters did not enter the Universe Furnace. However, Mi Jinglun was certain that the dangers inside the Universe Furnace this time would far surpass all the previous times in history. This was because many pseudo-royal lords had entered as well, and the Black Ink clan most likely did not have pseudo-royal lords the last time the Universe Furnace emerged, so this situation had no precedent to judge from. It would be a challenging trial for the human race masters who entered the Universe Furnace this time. When the Universe Furnace phantoms vanished, tremors were felt across the 3,000 worlds and the entire Black Ink battlefield. Over at Wind Mist territory, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were sitting cross-legged. World force was circling around them, rippling through the air. There was a rip in the boundary wall in front of them, and a gargantuan arm stretched out. The massive arm looked like a pillar that cut through the void. The chains that wound tightly around the arm were created by the two Ninth Order old ancestors using some kind of joint secret technique. Many millennia had passed since the Black Ink giant spirit god broke through the boundary wall between Wind Mist territory and the Barren territory to let the Black Ink clan army launch its invasion into the 3,000 worlds. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had been sitting in the same spot for just as many millennia as they engaged in a cross-territory battle with the Black Ink giant spirit god. It was impossible for the two to fight a Black Ink giant spirit god head-to-head, let alone restrain one of his arms, but when they were separated by the boundary wall, the power that the Black Ink giant spirit god could wield greatly weakened. Furthermore, this Black Ink giant spirit god sustained serious injuries previously, which allowed Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing to restrain him all these years. Over 1,000 years ago, though, the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to restore much of his strength, causing the two Ninth Order Masters to experience even more pressure. Thankfully, Yang Kai came in time and used purifying light to grind down their opponent's strength. However, over 1,000 years had passed since then, and the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was restored little by little over that time. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing did not know how much longer they could hold out. The Universe Furnace had appeared, and they could sense the rumbles of the universe's grand Tao. They exchanged a glance in silence as they knew a major change was about to come. At that very moment, the Black Ink giant spirit god who never bothered to interact with them throughout the many millennia started laughing out of the blue. Its laughter came through the rip, The humans will soon be exterminated. As its voice came through, the chains around its arm vibrated slightly before letting out a hissing sound. Wu Qing and Xiao Xiao did not hesitate even for a breath as they quickly channeled their powers, using their world force to strengthen the chains. The black ink giant spirit god did not make another futile attempt. It was as if it had only been testing things out earlier, but even so, the Ninth Order Masters felt heavily pressured. You can run your mouth when you're able to escape unscathed. Wu Qing coldly snorted. The black ink giant spirit god scoffed, but did not respond. Wu Qing's expression was dark, and his brow was furrowed tightly. He could tell that the black ink giant spirit god could have escaped a long time ago if it wanted to. The latter simply had to cut off the arm that he and Xiao Xiao were restraining. However, the black ink giant spirit god was evidently unwilling to suffer such a loss. That was why it did not do much and allowed the two to restrain it here. All these years, it was quietly gathering its strength in order to escape unscathed, and from the looks of it, it would happen soon. Moreover, no black ink clansman had ever come to disrupt the two throughout these years, and clearly, something was strange about that too. They were keeping the black ink giant spirit god occupied here, but was it not also doing the same to them? Perhaps the black ink clan wants to change things now. Wu Qing could not resist glancing at Xiao Xiao, who remained unperturbed. She was holding something in her hand that was hidden beneath her sleeve, and she nodded at him before using divine sense transmission to say, Yang Kai had already prepared for this. What she held was something that Yang Kai had secretly given her when he came to check on them previously. She had furtively studied the item, and once she realized what it was, she was both shocked and in awe. However, she kept quiet about this and did not even inform Wu Qing because too much was at stake, and she had to guard against the black ink giant spirit god's probing. Hence, Wu Qing was startled when he heard Xiao Xiao and frowned as he asked, "Do you have so much faith in that boy?" Xiao Xiao smirked before firmly declaring, "It's not just my faith in him. He has given the human race something that allows us to be this confident." Faith alone was meaningless. What she held in her hand was the most important key to dealing with this black ink giant spirit god. All was well if their opponent chose to stay put and do nothing, but if he tried to escape, it would be time for her to use the trump card in her possession. Wu Qing nodded lightly and did not ask for more details. He was also a Ninth Order master, but he was unfamiliar with Yang Kai. He had been an army commander at Yinyang Pass, then the old ancestor of the Yinyang Theater during Yang Kai's rise to prominence, so his interactions with Yang Kai were minimal. He had many rumors which, simply put, described Yang Kai as a junior who often created unexpected but definitely pleasant surprises. As such, he took the simple approach of, "I shall wait and see." Martial Peak, Chapter 5731, Inside the Universe Furnace. The air was filled with endless, chaotic Tao essence. It was as if Grand Tao had shattered in this area. Both space and time seemed blurred. This was what it was like inside the Universe Furnace. It was an expansive world that was mysterious and unimaginable. Yang Kai traversed through the void as he used his great sun and moon marks to locate the 9 open heaven pills. He was also familiarizing himself with the environment. He did not know much about the Universe Furnace, but based on what he experienced, he was able to confirm that the opportunity from the Universe Furnace was found inside it. Thus, he surmised that both the human race and the Black Ink clan would send a large number of masters into the Universe Furnace, and Mo Na Yi, who was caught inside the Universe Furnace's projection with him, would have probably entered the Universe Furnace world by now. Yang Kai raised his brow ever so slightly. He was determined to give Mo Na Yi a hard time if their paths crossed. Had it been any other time, Yang Kai would not be able to hold his own against Mo Na Yi, but back when they were in the Universe Furnace projection, he had given Mo Na Yi a heavy beating, so it remained to be seen whether the latter could even wield a third of his power. If they did run into each other, Yang Kai might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi. Alas, the Universe Furnace world seemed endless. It would not be easy to run into Mo Na Yi. Yang Kai quieted his thoughts and continued surveying the Universe Furnace world. He thought that this sealed world would be empty on the inside, After all, this was merely the space inside the universe furnace. It did not experience the changes of the heavenly way like the many great territories outside. There was nothing but chaotic and disorderly Tao essence inside this place, so what could possibly exist here? However, as Yang Kai traveled through the universe furnace world, he realized how mistaken he was. Exceptional scenery was found inside the universe furnace. Mysterious sights could be found wherever the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence gathered. These scenes could rarely be seen outside, and they were similar to the many celestial phenomena he had seen deep within the black ink battlefield. The largest of all these was a great river. Yang Kai did not know where the great river started or where it ended. It meandered on, and Yang Kai followed it as he observed the universe furnace world around him. However, he had been traveling for 3 days and crossed a few billion kilometers already, yet the end of the river was nowhere in sight. The great river was brimming with the chaotic shattered Tao essence. It seemed to be made entirely out of it, the kind that was impossible for cultivators to absorb and refine. To Yang Kai's even greater shock, strange living beings existed inside the great river. When he first encountered the great river, he had approached it out of curiosity as he wanted to check what it was, but soon he was attacked by an unidentifiable monster. It was hard to describe the monster as, not only did it not have a fixed form, but even its presence was difficult to sense. It seemed to be one with the great river as Yang Kai did not detect it at all before it attacked him. Even its strength was hard to ascertain, but fortunately, Yang Kai had his guard up the whole time since he was in an unfamiliar environment, allowing him to avoid the attack. After Yang Kai's abrupt encounter with this monster, he wanted to catch it and study it close up. A bout of intense fighting took place, but even though he managed to overpower the monster, it swiftly dove into the great river and vanished completely. It was as if it had only been a wave that rippled out of the strange great river or a part of the river itself. Following that encounter, Yang Kai made a few more probes and was finally able to confirm that unending dangers were hidden inside the seemingly peaceful great river. Those peculiar monsters were easily found everywhere as well. I can't believe that such a peculiar living thing can be found inside the universe furnace. To avoid wasting time, Yang Kai did not enter the great river again to do his inspection. He merely followed it. 3 days later, Yang Kai came across a strange scene. He looked up and saw a massive mountain range with towering peaks cutting through the void in front of him. Yang Kai was awed by the fact that such things could be seen inside the universe furnace. Not only did he come across the great river that began and ended beyond his sight, but he was also now staring at a colossal mountain range. The mysteries of the universe furnace are far greater than I thought. He used his great sun and moon marks to see if he picked up on anything, but he did not. In other words, the 9 top-quality open heaven pills were not within his detectable range. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Kai began heading towards the mountain range. He knew too little about the universe furnace, so it was better for him to familiarize himself with his surroundings above all else. Just like the great river that seemed to span the entire universe furnace world, the mountain range seemed perfectly ordinary when observed from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Kai realized that the mountain range was also made up of bountiful shattered Tao essence. It appeared to balance between the line of something that was material and immaterial. The great river was home to those strange monsters, so what about this mountain range? Divine sense seemed to be severely hindered in this place, so even someone of Yang Kai's caliber could not examine much further than his immediate surroundings. He experienced this firsthand when he scouted inside the great river, and it seemed to be caused by the interference from the shattered Tao essence. Yang Kai moved around without finding anything useful, so he was just about to leave when he came to an abrupt halt and looked into the distance. He noticed some kind of energy fluctuations coming from somewhere up ahead. "There's a fight happening over there." Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately dashed over. Soon he saw the 2 parties engaged in a fight. He was a little startled to find that neither one of the 2 was a friendly party to him. One was from the Black Ink clan, and from the looks of his aura, he was a feudal lord. The other was one of the strange monsters that Yang Kai had encountered at the Great River earlier. I didn't think they'd be found in this mountain range either. It had been difficult for Yang Kai to determine the power of the monsters he encountered at the Great River, and the same applied to this one as well. Even though he could not detect any form of formidable power inside this monster, it was able to hold its own against a feudal lord and was even beginning to overpower him. The monster did not have a fixed physical form. It was mysteriously able to transform into various shapes as the shattered Tao essence that formed its body kept flowing and moving about. It made the monster look like a mass of flowing water. Shattered Tao essence kept shooting out of its body and turning into streaks of bizarre attacks that made the feudal lord back away in defeat. It was clear that the feudal lord had realized he could not defeat the monster, so after a brief tussle he began showing signs of retreat. He began channeling black ink strength, and with a flicker of his body, a black ink cloud exploded out of him before enveloping the monster. He used this distraction to flee at once. However, he had not gotten very far when the space around him suddenly solidified and he felt a tight grip around his neck as someone effortlessly locked him in place. The feudal lord was petrified as he turned around and looked right into a grinning face. A human. An Eighth-Order Master. A terrifying name immediately popped up in the feudal lord's head and he all but shrieked, "Yang Kai." His heart grew cold. He never would have thought he would be this unlucky. He had only just entered the universe furnace when he was attacked by that strange monster, and before he could even make a proper escape, he was caught by the human-killing star. How am I going to make it out of here alive? Oh, you recognize me? Yang Kai looked at the feudal lord with a smile before gently setting him down. He did not do anything to restrain the feudal lord, but the latter just stood in front of him in total submission without having even the guts to move. The feudal lord knew that whether it was fighting back or running away, both were absolutely impossible in front of this human race master who held the record for the most black ink clan masters killed. He nodded bitterly in response to Yang Kai's question, "Of course I recognize you, Sir Yang Kai." Yang Kai nodded. His encounter with this feudal lord confirmed his earlier suspicion. The opportunity from the universe furnace would need to be found inside the universe furnace. Since the Black Ink clan had entered, then the humans would have come in as well. However, it was far too vast inside the universe furnace and the chaotic Tao essence continued to cause interference with one's divine sense, so it would not be easy to run into the other humans. It's just as well. I need someone who can tell me about the situation outside. As such, he swiftly said, "Since you recognize me, let's not waste any time. Answer a few of my questions and I'll make sure your end is painless." The feudal lord's expression became even more bitter and melancholic. "I knew it. No good will come out of running into the killing star. I won't be leaving with my life." Since he was going to die either way, he decided to ignore Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw right through his thoughts and coolly remarked, "After so many years of war, with both sides going all out to kill each other, you from the Black Ink clan have probably never seen what humans can truly do. For instance, I have a method called soul extraction and refinement. Death is not the most painful end out there. There are many fates that are far worse than death." As he spoke, Yang Kai stretched his hand out towards the feudal lord's head, and with a flicker of his divine sense, he ripped through the protection around the latter's soul. Yang Kai withdrew his hand a moment later, but the feudal lord had crumpled to the ground and was trembling violently. His eyes refused to close as they nearly bulged out of their sockets. He had just experienced pain and suffering so terrifying he had never even conceived of it before now. What he felt for just the briefest moment was enough for him to understand what Yang Kai meant by a fate worse than death. "I'll ask and you'll answer. You know what'll happen to you if you lie to me or attempt to hide anything," Yang Kai commanded as he looked down at the feudal lord. The feudal lord nodded frantically. He dared not disobey Yang Kai anymore. "What's the situation like outside?" "I don't know." The feudal lord shook his head. His expression was timid as he said, "I came in from the entrance on the barren territory, so I don't know what's happening on the other battlefields." This was also why he recognized Yang Kai right away. Since he came from the barren territory, he would have been stationed at the no-return pass not long ago, and Yang Kai had been loitering around outside the no-return pass for the past many years. The feudal lord had seen Yang Kai from a distance when the latter wreaked havoc at the no-return pass a while back. Yang Kai frowned. How many from the Black Ink clan entered from the barren territory? I don't know exactly how many, but we had between 5 and 8 million clansmen at the barren territory, and once the entrance solidified, everyone came in as ordered by Sir Royal Lord. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5732, Observation. Between 5 to 8 million. Let's go with 7 million then. That's still a significant number. Does the Black Ink clan intend on starting a full-scale war inside the universe furnace? Then again, the Black Ink clan might have even less of an understanding of the universe furnace than Yang Kai did, so they probably didn't expect it to be this complex inside. Even though they threw in several million of their people, they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Yang Kai quickly thought of something. Since several million of you came in together, why are you here alone? Where are the others? The feudal lord shook his head and said, as soon as I came in, I found myself alone and couldn't see any of my other clansmen. The opening seems to have the ability to affect space. Everyone was separated. Yang Kai frowned the moment he heard this as a flicker of worry emerged in his heart. If the Black Ink clan army had been separated despite entering from the same opening, then it must be the same for the human race masters. In other words, everyone would have to proceed alone the moment they entered the universe furnace, or spend time seeking out allies as soon as possible. However, it would not be easy to find an ally inside the universe furnace. Most of the humans who came in would be 8th Order masters. If they ran into a territory lord alone, it would still be an even fight as both parties were on a similar footing. However, if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord such as Emonai, then they would be in a disastrous situation. There was no telling how many human race masters would die in this bid for opportunities inside the universe furnace. However, it was possible that those at the Supreme Headquarters would have made some kind of arrangement. Yang Kai had been stuck inside a universe furnace projection ever since it appeared, so he did not have any contact with the humans. That being said, he was aware of Mi Jingluan's meticulous nature. The latter would surely gather as much information regarding the universe furnace as possible and come up with strategies to deal with all the possible scenarios. If I run into a human who's alone, I can lend a hand too. Yang Kai eased his worries with this thought. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in worrying about it. The humans who dared to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities would have mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of losing their lives. On the other hand, the Black Ink clan who entered were separated too, and since their understanding of the universe furnace was a lot poorer than the humans, they would not have expected this situation. This meant that for the time being, perhaps the humans were not at a disadvantage when compared to the Black Ink clan. This feudal lord had been stationed at the no-return pass the whole time and had entered from the entrance in the barren territory, so he did not know much about the other great territory battlefields. Yang Kai asked a few more questions, but he could not answer any of them. Since there was no other useful information to glean from this feudal lord, Yang Kai did not want to waste any more time and slowly raised his hand. Upon sensing Yang Kai's motive, the feudal lord hurriedly cried out, "Sir Yang Kai, I will tell you a piece of information that's useful to the humans in exchange for my life." "Oh." Yang Kai eyed him with interest. "Information that's useful to the humans? What is it?" The feudal lord was sweating profusely as he gritted his teeth and said, "I know you are a man of your word, Sir Yang Kai. I'm sure you won't go back on your promise." "Enough. I'll spare your life if your information does prove to be useful." Yang Kai impatiently cut him off. The feudal lord exhaled in relief and carefully explained, "It's about the open heaven pills that the humans want." Yang Kai frowned and asked doubtfully, "You've seen the open heaven pills?" He had used his great sun and moon marks not long ago and had not sensed anything, which meant that the 9 open heaven pills he marked were not in the vicinity, so where did this feudal lord see them? Amid his puzzlement, the feudal lord pointed behind them and said, "One was devoured by that strange thing back there." I saw it with my own eyes. That's why I got into a fight with it. I wanted to kill it and take the open heaven pill. Yang Kai turned his head around and saw something floundering inside the black ink cloud. It was the monster that came from this place. Yang Kai's lips twitched as he got the gist of it now. The feudal lord did see an open heaven pill, but it was not the kind that Yang Kai was hunting down. It was one of the lower grade ones. Yang Kai had witnessed the creation of the open heaven pills, so that was how he knew there were two different grades of open heaven pills, but the Black Ink clan did not. The feudal lord had immediately assumed that the open heaven pill he saw was the opportunity the human race masters wanted. There was nothing wrong with his information, but it barely mattered. Yang Kai slammed his hand against the feudal lord, and with a surge of world force, the feudal lord was sent flying backwards. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was certain that Yang Kai was reneging on the promise and that he was doomed to die, but to his surprise, he landed with his life still intact. Scram! Yang Kai's voice rang out from a distance. The feudal lord felt as if he had been granted a heavenly pardon, so he loudly called out, "Many thanks, Sir Yang Kai." Then, he turned into a black ink cloud and fled at once in spite of his injuries. A heavily injured feudal lord was severely weakened, so letting him go was not a big deal. Yang Kai was not someone who would easily choose to renege on a promise he made. Moreover, he could even use this feudal lord to let the word get out that he, Yang Kai, had already gotten an open heaven pill. Some from the Black Ink clan would surely turn their attention onto him, which would ease the burden on the other human race masters. Even though he could not defeat a pseudo-royal lord, he could still escape from one fairly easily. At this moment, Yang Kai's curiosity was mostly piqued by the monster. More specifically, why did it devour an open heaven pill? Yang Kai surmised that these peculiar monsters were common inside the universe furnace, as he had seen a number of them in the Great River and now encountered another one at the mountain range. Open heaven pills are created inside the universe furnace too. Do they benefit these monsters in some way? With a flick of his hand, the black ink cloud left by the feudal lord dispersed to reveal the monster that was still stumbling around woozily. Endless shattered Tao essence flowed and surged like water across its body, which kept changing forms as a result. Previously, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to this monster, but after hearing what the feudal lord said, he took a closer look and finally noticed something unusual. There was indeed an open heaven pill inside the monster. It was wrapped inside the monster's shattered Tao essence, and its aura occasionally peaked only to disappear again. Yang Kai could not tell whether this monster counted as a living being or not, but judging by how a black ink cloud from a feudal lord was enough to hinder it, it would not be a living being of high sentience, even if it was technically alive. However, Yang Kai was a little puzzled as he wondered why it did not merge with the mountain range. During his explorations back at the Great River, the monsters would merge with the Great River when they realized they could not defeat the one they were up against, which made it hard for Yang Kai to track or capture one. Logically speaking, the monster in front of him now would also have the ability to merge with the mountain range. The foundation of both the monster and the mountain range seemed similar, as they were both created from shattered Tao essence. It would be possible for them to completely merge together. Alas, Yang Kai's thoughts instantly turned into reality. As soon as he finished pondering, the monster showed signs of attempting to merge with the mountain range. He was about to stop the monster when he quickly halted. Yang Kai watched as the monster tried to sink into the mountain range, but it was to no avail. It was as if the mountain range rejected it. The monster lay flat on the ground like a puddle of flowing water, and the open heaven pill's aura was exposed once more. It was indeed a lower-grade open heaven pill. Yang Kai had collected a few of these earlier, so they were not unfamiliar to him. He could have claimed the open heaven pill for himself if he wanted, but Yang Kai was curious to see what would happen, so he did not immediately act. He had a gut feeling that it was more important to figure out why the monster devoured the open heaven pill. The puddle of water started moving, and the open heaven pill aura followed along as well. The monster kept trying to merge with the mountain range at different spots, but nothing worked. After observing all of this, Yang Kai finally realized why that was the case. The monster had absorbed a trace of the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies, and the shattered Tao essence that it was made up of changed ever so slightly. That was the reason why it could not merge with the mountain range, though they were originally formed of the same substance. Thoughts began coursing through Yang Kai's mind. Does this mean it wasn't pointless for the monster to devour an open heaven pill? Was it an instinctive act? What happens if it completely absorbs the open heaven pill? It was just a unique being that was born inside the universe furnace. After mulling things over for a short while, Yang Kai abruptly stretched his hand out in a grabbing motion while opening a portal to his small universe. With the restriction from Yang Kai's use of space principles, he was able to grab the fluid-like monster from the ground and toss it into his small universe without giving it any time to react. Then, with a single thought, Yang Kai used the power of the small universe to lock down the monster. At the same time, he used the Grand Tao of Time to control the flow of time inside a small restricted area. Time raced forward in that small portion of his small universe. It was already 10 times faster than the outside world, to begin with, and with what he did now, time flew by even faster within the confined region. Yang Kai went full force with this. Thus, it was only a blink of an eye in the world outside, but the monster experienced an entire month of time. The monster kept harnessing and refining the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill. It was slowly absorbed into its body. Yang Kai noticed that an unexpected change was slowly taking place with the chaotic and disorderly Tao essence that originally formed the monster's body. The Tao essence was gaining order and structure, and along with this, the monster's form kept changing as well. When Yang Kai first encountered these monsters, he could not even determine whether they were living beings or not because they did not have any of the characteristics found in living beings. Yet, as the monster absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the open heaven pill, its form changed as well, and it was slowly giving off the aura of a living creature. The changes were becoming increasingly noticeable. At last, when the open heaven pill was fully absorbed and completely disappeared inside the monster's body, the monster in front of Yang Kai was no longer a mass of free-flowing fluid. Its form kept changing until a silhouette appeared. Then the silhouette continued refining itself until what finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes was a figure that looked similar to that of a human. Martial Peak, Chapter 5733, Wolf Fang Army, Liao Zheng. The monster from the universe furnace was able to take on a humanoid physical form after devouring and absorbing the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill. It now had 4 limbs and a whole set of facial features. In fact, the monster's outwardly appearance was around 60% to 70% similar to the feudal lord that Yang Kai let go. Yang Kai began pondering on this. Such an appearance could not be a coincidence. Could it be that this monster has a natural mimetic instinct? When it could finally hold a physical form, did it instinctively take after the feudal lord's appearance because of the fight with him earlier? Yang Kai felt a little relieved that he did not interact much with this monster, or otherwise, it would feel pretty strange and uncomfortable if it suddenly assumed a form similar to his own. With the existence of such strange beings, Yang Kai swiftly realized that the situation inside the universe furnace was quite likely a lot more complex than he originally thought. Initially, he assumed that it would only be the humans and the Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace as they fought to gain opportunities with the open heaven pills. Anyone he would encounter would either be his ally or his enemy. However, he now realized that perhaps there was a third party as well. There was no denying that the open heaven pills created by the universe furnace were of great use to these monsters who needed them by nature. Since that was the case, it was going to be even more difficult for both the humans and the Black Ink clan to procure the scattered open heaven pills. Ever since the beginning, the universe furnace would create open heaven pills whenever it surfaced. These native monsters would have greatly benefited from the production of these open heaven pills in the past. They would have been able to escape from their chaotic state and gain a new life. The monster that now had a physical form that looked similar to the earlier feudal lord was clearly a special kind of life form. Yang Kai could sense some vitality, and the monster was partly sentient now. That was why it was carefully examining the world around it, But alas, it could not discover anything since it was in Yang Kai's small universe. There was a third great force inside the universe furnace, and no one knew how strong it was. This was not good news for the human race masters who came in to search for opportunities. The strength of these native monsters cannot be underestimated. A thought occurred to Yang Kai, and all of a sudden, his soul avatar manifested in front of the monster in his small universe, and he slammed his palm against it. The fight broke out immediately. Moments later, the dust settled. Yang Kai was standing still and staring at the monster's meager remains with a deep frown. He encountered some of these native monsters in the Great River and fought against them there too, but those monsters did not absorb the medicinal efficacies from the open heaven pills and were fairly easy to deal with. The only tricky aspect was the way they merged with the Great River when they were on the verge of defeat, which made them untraceable. However, after his latest probe, Yang Kai concluded that the monster that absorbed the medicinal efficacies of an open heaven pill and gained a stable physical form was decidedly harder to deal with. Its most significant characteristic was its endurance. Yang Kai was at the peak of 8th order and his strength far surpassed anyone in the same realm as him. He could even kill an innate territory lord in 3 blows if he went all out. However, he actually had to put in some effort to kill this monster. It seemed to have a naturally strong resistance to the world force inside an open heaven realm master's small universe. The efficacy of the attack was only about 1/3 of its full strength. Furthermore, these monsters' physical bodies were odd and hard to injure. Nevertheless, they had weaknesses too. Tao strengths were able to restrain them significantly. Earlier on, Yang Kai harnessed his Tao strengths as he attacked the monster. As a result, the monster howled in agony before disappearing like snow melting under the summer sun, leaving nothing but its destroyed remains behind. Following all the experiments Yang Kai did, he came to one conclusion. It was going to be somewhat tricky to deal with these monsters from the universe furnace. After taking the remains out of his small universe, he began to examine everything once more. He only stopped once he confirmed there would not be any lingering danger. The most beneficial opportunities inside the universe furnace were the 9 special open heaven pills that would allow the human race masters to reach the 9th order. However, the ordinary innate open heaven pills were clearly valuable too, so it would not do to pass up on them if found. Since there was an ordinary open heaven pill here, there could be more. Yang Kai quickly began his search through the mountain range. It was formed solely of chaotic Tao essence, and it was not easy to search for treasure in a place like this. His divine sense was hindered and he could not inspect much further from where he was. Thankfully, Yang Kai could move quickly and soon finished combing through the mountain range, finding 2 ordinary open heaven pills. Both of these had been swallowed by the native monsters, but due to this, they could not hide their presence and Yang Kai easily found them. With the surge of Tao strengths directed at them, the 2 monsters swiftly turned into smithereens, and Yang Kai collected the open heaven pills with great ease. All of a sudden, he realized that native monsters shared a similarity with him. They were just as good at escaping as he was. That being said, as long as he was able to restrict their ability to flee, it would not be too hard for him to deal with them. This applied to Yang Kai too, and he quietly mused to himself. The Black Ink clan probably thought of this solution to deal with me too, so that was why they had to set up that heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. Once again, Yang Kai continued traveling along the meandering Great River. Throughout the journey, he saw many of the curious and intriguing sights of this sealed world that were real eye-openers for him. He did also run into several Black Ink clansmen who were alone. The Black Ink clan army had been separated when they came in, but there were still millions of them, so it was unsurprising that Yang Kai ran into them. There was not much to be said about dealing with them as Yang Kai just executed them on the spot as soon as he spotted them. Space and time in this place seemed to grow hazy as it was filled with chaotic Tao essence. Yang Kai did not know how long he had been traveling, but after doing so for what must have been quite some time, he suddenly sensed disturbances from a fight taking place up ahead. The cultivation realm of both parties was not low by any means. Yang Kai's gaze hardened as he hid his aura and used space principles to fade into the void before rushing straight for the fight. Soon, he arrived and saw an 8th Order master battling a territory lord. The territory lord seemed to be an acquired territory lord, and the 8th Order master was an unfamiliar face. Yang Kai had never seen him before, so he figured that this person must have become an 8th Order master fairly recently. The two were evenly matched in battle, but both the 8th Order master and the territory lord were clearly holding back, neither of them going all out. This was not because they were averse to killing each other, but because a fight inside the universe furnace would naturally draw attention. If a newcomer was an ally, then it would be great, but if it was an enemy, then the situation would become dangerous. By reserving some of their strength, they would be able to escape if they sensed that things were going south for them. Thus, even though the fight was intense, it was unlikely to result in an actual death on either side. All in all, neither one could defeat the other in this kind of battle. Yang Kai quietly observed for a brief moment before secretly communicating with the 8th Order master. The latter was deeply shocked, but he did not let it show on his face. The next breath, he suddenly caught the territory lord unaware by launching an attack with full force. However, the territory lord had been on guard and swiftly counterattacked with full strength as well. Just then, a figure popped up behind him like a ghost. Mysterious Tao strengths flared as space solidified and time blurred. Just as the territory lord's perception was disrupted by space-time strength, a large hand reached out to him from behind and smashed down on his head. His head collapsed into his chest and his forehead split open. The 8th Order master also launched a series of divine abilities and secret techniques to kill the territory lord at once. He was delighted from having killed a strong opponent and was about to greet Yang Kai when the latter's expression changed. Yang Kai turned in a certain direction. The very next moment, his figure dashed off into the distance and disappeared. "Stay here and wait for me," the 8th Order master heard a voice saying to him. At first, the 8th Order master was a little confused, but he soon realized what was happening and felt belated fear. He knew he would have been in a disastrous situation if Yang Kai had not come along and given him a hand. After cleaning up the battlefield a little and consuming a spirit pill to replenish himself, he stood still and waited. A moment later, Yang Kai reappeared. The 8th Order master immediately cupped his fist and bowed. "Wolf Fang Army, Liao Jing greets Sir Yang." They were both 8th Order masters, but Liao Jing looked rather excited. It was as if he was meeting someone he greatly admired. In reality, that was exactly what was happening. Among the rising stars of the human race, no one was as famous or lauded as Yang Kai, not even Mi Jingluan, who oversaw the Supreme Headquarters or the new 9th Order masters. The humans went through many crises and difficulties after the Great Evacuation all those years ago, and Yang Kai's efforts largely contributed to the human race's ability to hang on thus far. Without Yang Kai, profound nether territory would have been lost. Without Yang Kai, the rising stars would not have had a suitable place to temper themselves and cultivate. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have purifying light, and the Black Ink clan would not be hindered as much as they were now. When these rising stars first started cultivating, their seniors told them stories of Yang Kai's many contributions. Their seniors wanted them to know how everything the human race had now come to be, and for them to look up to Yang Kai and follow in his footsteps. The respect and admiration they had for Yang Kai were seared deep into their hearts. It would not be affected no matter how much stronger they became in terms of cultivation. Yang Kai nodded lightly and observed the 8th Order master before saying with a smile, "We're both 8th Order masters. Just address me as senior brother. You don't need to address me as sir." At that moment, he suddenly understood what it must have been like for Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai when they met him back then in profound nether territory. Before he returned to profound nether territory, both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai were his seniors, but upon meeting them again after becoming an 8th Order master himself, they insisted on interacting with him as equals. For Open Heaven Realm masters, age was not the deciding factor in the way they interacted with and addressed each other. It was based on their cultivation. Martial Peak, Chapter 5734, information. Liao Zheng was visibly overwhelmed at being shown such respect. He could not bring himself to address Yang Kai as senior brother Yang. Yang Kai wrapped Liao Zheng up in space principles and said, "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me." A few moments later, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng reappeared beside the great river. Liao Zheng fell into a daze when he saw the magnificent river. He exclaimed, "So, this is the infinite river. It's endless indeed." "Do you know about this river?" Yang Kai quipped puzzledly. "Before we came in, we received information about what it was like inside the universe furnace," Liao Zheng replied. "Senior brother Blood Crow also shared some information with us, which included records of the infinite river." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "How much do all of you know about the universe furnace?" Blood Crow was indeed someone who entered the universe furnace before. He must have gotten the open heaven pills that were stolen and stored in Blood Monster Cave Heaven from the universe furnace. It would not be hard for the humans to gather information about the universe furnace when they had Blood Crow who had first-hand experience. This information was what Yang Kai urgently needed. Although the universe furnace sucked him in much earlier than everyone else, he barely knew anything about the situation here. Liao Zheng quickly took out an empty jade slip. "Please give me a moment, senior brother. I will record everything that I know. Before we came in, senior brother Mi told us that if any of us runs into you, senior brother Yang, we must give you the information about the universe furnace right away." Yang Kai nodded and waited. With a surge of divine sense, Liao Zheng soon added all the information he had into the jade slip before passing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took the jade slip and began examining the information. True enough, he saw the records of the infinite river. He noted that the humans intended to use this river as a means of regrouping. They knew beforehand that they would be separated upon entering the universe furnace and that it would be challenging for them to gather once more because the world inside the universe furnace was boundless. Even though they brought things that would aid them in communication, it would still be difficult to locate each other in such a vast, open space. Though, if they were physically connected in some way, such as holding hands, before they entered the universe furnace, then they would be transported to the same place instead of getting separated. Apart from that, nothing else would work, not even if they used aura or a secret technique to maintain a connection. However, the battle had been incredibly intense throughout all the Great Territory battlefields, save for the 3 that the Black Ink clan gave up on from the start. Liao Zheng had come from the Wolf Fang Territory battlefield where the Black Ink clan had the upper hand, so the human masters had to force their way past the Black Ink clan's defense lines to enter the universe furnace. Although they acted together, it was difficult for all of them to maintain physical contact with each other, so Liao Zheng entered the universe furnace alone. Many human masters managed to enter in small groups of 3 to 5, which meant that their safety was less of a concern. After learning this, Yang Kai heaved a small sigh of relief. He had been worried that the 8th Order Masters would suffer if they ran into any pseudo-royal lords, but based on what he knew now, the situation would not be as bad as he thought. Groups of 3 to 5 8th Order Masters could form battle formations that gave them a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. 4 masters who entered the universe furnace separately because they could not maintain physical contact with anyone else. Blood Crow suggested that they locate the infinite river as soon as they arrived and follow it. That way, they would eventually run into allies no matter which direction they traveled. This was a way to meet up with other human race masters who had been separated. That was the reason why Yang Kai, who was also following the infinite river as he had no better idea, picked up on the fight between Liao Zheng and the Territory Lord. Liao Zheng had been searching for the infinite river to regroup with the others. Yang Kai continued checking the information and saw some regarding the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace. It was just as he deduced. There were different grades of open heaven pills. Based on the way Blood Crow categorized them, the 9 best open heaven pills were considered supreme grade while the rest were ordinary grade. Supreme grade open heaven pills could help the human 8th Order Masters become 9th Order Masters, but these ordinary grade open heaven pills were extremely valuable too. Consuming them would help a master break through their bottlenecks and save time by foregoing many years of cultivating in seclusion. However, Yang Kai began frowning at another piece of information. He looked up and asked, "The supreme-grade open heaven pills might help a territory lord become a royal lord? Did Blood Crow explain why?" All along, Yang Kai assumed that the open heaven pills from the universe furnace were opportunities that belonged to the human race. Even if the Black Ink clan masters entered this place, they only did so to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities. However, the information he now had stated that the Black Ink clan could also benefit from these opportunities. Yang Kai did not understand this. Why is it that a supreme-grade open heaven pill can help a territory lord become a royal lord? Liao Jing explained. Senior brother Xiang asked about this too, and senior brother Blood Crow couldn't explain exactly why that might be the case. He speculated that this is due to the mysterious nature of the open heaven pills. Anyone, regardless of whether they're a human or a Black Ink clansman, would be able to break through their barriers if they consumed a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Kai frowned as this was troubling news. The Black Ink clan's goal was to stop the humans from gaining these opportunities, but this information meant that they had every reason to seize these opportunities for themselves too. If a territory lord found one of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills and became a royal lord, then the humans would not only lose a chance to gain a 9th order master, but would also gain a formidable opponent. A gain for one meant a loss for the other. It would be a terrible loss for the humans. The good news was the fact that the Black Ink clan barely knew anything about the universe furnace and even less about the supreme-grade open heaven pills. They probably had no idea that the supreme-grade open heaven pills were beneficial to them yet. However, this would easily be discovered once a Black Ink clan master managed to get a supreme-grade open heaven pill. There was no way of hiding this information. Yang Kai was even more concerned by the fact that the supreme-grade open heaven pills did not only work on the humans and the Black Ink clan, but even the native monsters would benefit greatly from them. The information inside the Jade Slip included records of the strange monsters inside the universe furnace. They were called chaos entities, and these were the ones Yang Kai encountered in the Infinite River and at the mountain range. Blood Crow did have a solid understanding of the situation inside the universe furnace, as expected of someone who had first-hand experience in the search for opportunities. There were different types of chaos entities. The ones made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence were the simplest of the chaos entities. While it was not easy to deal with them, it was not difficult either. As long as the masters attacked with their Tao strengths, they could be defeated. Apart from the countless chaos entities, the universe furnace also had chaos spirits, which had some level of sentience and fixed forms. If the monsters Yang Kai encountered in the Infinite River were chaos entities, then the one he shoved inside his small universe and took on a form that was similar to the feudal lord after absorbing the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies was a chaos spirit. Basically, chaos spirits evolved from chaos entities, and the only thing that separated the two was an open heaven pill. Blood Crow informed the human race masters that it was not a big deal if they encountered a chaos entity. As long as they were not disturbed, they would not attack first as they were not sentient. However, he warned them that if they encountered a chaos spirit, then they had to be extremely careful because each one would be capable of gathering a large number of chaos entities as their subordinates, and these chaos entities would preemptively attack anyone who was not the same type of being as them. If the humans did run into a chaos spirit, they would have to either defeat their opponent swiftly or leave as soon as possible. Yang Kai's hair stood on end when he saw Blood Crow's speculation that there could be Chaos Spirit Kings hidden inside the universe furnace. What was a Chaos Spirit King? Chaos entities who devoured open heaven pills would become Chaos Spirits. Ordinary grade open heaven pills created ordinary Chaos Spirits, whereas the supreme grade open heaven pills created Chaos Spirit Kings. This was not baseless guesswork either. The universe furnace had surfaced many times throughout history, and even if only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were formed each time, it was unlikely that every single one had been taken away by someone from the outside. There would have been extremely lucky chaos entities who managed to absorb and refine supreme-grade open heaven pills. Blood Crow did not know how strong a Chaos Spirit King was as he never came across one. However, When he previously entered the universe furnace in search of opportunities, he sensed an intense battle taking place in the void very far away from him. It was a fight between a Ninth Order master and some other master. At the time, Blood Crow did not pick up on the aura of anyone from the Black Ink clan which he was now familiar with. If the Ninth Order master was not battling against someone from the Black Ink clan, then it was clear what the implications were. If Blood Crow was right about this, the so-called Chaos Spirit King would not be any weaker than a Ninth Order master or a royal lord. They all stood at the apex. Yang Kai felt a little overwhelmed. Although he had already figured out that there was a third great force inside the universe furnace, he never considered the possibility that they would be harder to deal with than he expected. If the humans did not handle the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace well, it could become a calamity instead. The Jade Slip contained other information and reports about the universe furnace world, so Yang Kai read through everything and seared the information into his memory. Then he destroyed the Jade Slip and asked, "How many people from our side came in?" "I don't know precisely how many, as the Supreme Headquarters made all the arrangements," Liao Zheng replied, "but if we're talking about just the Wolf Fang army, around 600 of us came in. Less than 200 of us are 8th Order masters. The rest are in the 7th Order." Yang Kai was startled. 7th Order masters came in as well? However, he soon figured it out. Is it for the ordinary grade open heaven pills? Liao Zheng nodded. Many of these 7th Order masters have not reached their limit yet, but because they have not been cultivating for long, they are still facing bottlenecks despite having enough heritage. They're not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills, but they might be able to become 8th Order masters a lot quicker if they find some of the ordinary grade open heaven pills. Yang Kai more or less understood Mi Jing Luan's arrangement. At this point, the humans kept having new high-rank open heaven realm masters added to their ranks because they had 2 open heaven realm cradles, which were the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters World. These were all rising stars who benefited from the World Tree clones, so they had a higher starting point. Many of them became 6th Order masters from the get-go. However, even if they were now 7th Order masters and had enough heritage in their small universes, it was hard for them to become 8th Order masters within a short time frame as they had not been cultivating for long. Martial Peak, Chapter 5735, Sensing Something. Even someone like Feng Ying, an elite among the humans who had been in countless battles on the Black Ink battlefield, had to spend over 2 centuries cultivating in seclusion before she could go from 7th Order to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, so what more need be said about others? Most masters would encounter a bottleneck of their own unless they were extremely fortunate or had exceedingly solid foundations, though the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck always varied. Once they reached the bottleneck, they could break through it within a century or 2 if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones might even take up to a few millennia if they ever succeeded at all. The best thing to do was to let these 7th Order masters look for the ordinary grade open heaven pills inside the universe furnace. If they could gain some of these opportunities, then the humans would have more 8th Order masters around, which would be a huge boost in future battles against the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan. Compared to the supreme grade open heaven pills, it was far easier to find ordinary grade open heaven pills. Apart from the ones Yang Kai seized when the universe furnace emerged, he had also found 2 of them at the mountain range earlier. Based on his earlier observations, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills. The human masters would surely be able to find some unless they were extremely unlucky. This meant that quite a number of the 7th Order masters who came in would soon become 8th Order masters. You mentioned senior brother Xiang earlier. Has he become a 9th Order master? Yang Kai asked. Liao Jing shook his head. No, so senior brother Xiang came in this time too. Xiang Shan didn't break through to the 9th Order. Yang Kai was a little startled. He thought it would have been fairly easy for Xiang Shan to do so, but from the looks of it now, he was still heavily affected by the previous regression in his order thanks to sacrificing a large chunk of his small universe. Otherwise, with his aptitude and talent, it was unlikely for him to fail to have a breakthrough after so many years of retreat. The supreme grade open heaven pills might just be his only hope. Would ordinary-grade open-heaven pills be useful for this situation? Xiang Shan had the aptitude to become a ninth-order open-heaven realm master. He was different from the others like Ouyang Lai and Mi Jingluan who started off in the sixth order. He was now stuck at the peak of the eighth-order open-heaven realm and could not go beyond this, so it could be considered a bottleneck. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary-grade open-heaven pill would probably be useful in his situation. In that case, the humans would soon have a new ninth-order master inside the universe furnace. This was thrilling news for the humans and a catastrophe for the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was caught up in these thoughts of his. Meanwhile, in a different part of the universe furnace world, there was a terrain that appeared to be a dense forest. At a glance, the dense forest was just like a regular one outside with towering trees and a variety of plants, but it did not have the sounds of nature and life. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this seemingly ordinary forest was entirely made up of shattered Tao essence, just like the infinite river and the mountain range that Yang Kai found. There were a lot of strange sights inside the universe furnace. It had everything that could be found in the outside world, but it also had things that could not be found anywhere else. There was no denying that the space inside the universe furnace was exceedingly mysterious. At this very moment, a heroic-looking figure was sitting cross-legged under a large tree. This human wore a deep red robe that was quite eye-catching. He did not hide his aura, which was that of an eighth-order master at the peak of his realm. He readily allowed his aura to spread in all directions. Anyone who was nearby would instantly sense it. He was none other than Xiang Shan. Usually, Xiang Shan kept a pretty low profile, but he was now purposely announcing his presence because he wanted to attract the Black Ink clan's attention as well as allow the humans to locate him quickly. He did not keep a high profile because he was full of himself. Instead, it was because he was confident. After cultivating in seclusion for over 1,000 years and failing to break through his bottleneck, Xiang Shan realized that he could not rely on his own efforts alone to become a ninth-order master. That was why he entered the universe furnace as well. The open heaven pills could aid him in his efforts to break through into the ninth-order open heaven realm, and he was not doing so for his own greed. If he became a ninth-order master, the humans would gain an even more powerful warrior who could deter the enemy. Xiang Shan had already partaken in a fight earlier, and his victory was seen in the form of the scattered remains of a chaos entity nearby who was destroyed by his Tao strength. As it was, he was fairly lucky. He ended up here when he entered the universe furnace and ran into a chaos entity who had consumed an ordinary-grade open heaven pill right away. Naturally, Xiang Shan wasted no time and effort in killing the chaos entity and taking the ordinary-grade open heaven pill for himself. He consumed it at once and began refining it. Moments later, Xiang Shan stood up and held his hands behind his back before letting out a weak sigh. The ordinary-grade open heaven pill could not help him with his present condition. Even though he figured as much already, he was still disappointed that he had been proven correct. The real reason why he could not become a ninth-order master was the drawbacks left behind when his order fell in the past. No one else knew about this, but he knew full well that his small universe never regained perfection after what happened back then. If he wanted to resolve this, he would have to get a supreme-grade open heaven pill. However, there were only a handful of supreme-grade open heaven pills, and it would not be easy to find one. Either way, all he could do was try. The rest was up to the heavens. With that thought in mind, Xiang Shan turned into a streak of red light and shot out of the dense forest. As he headed off into his distance, his formidable aura spread across the void and became even more prominent. Xiang Shan thought of the supreme-grade open heaven pills as something rare and almost ethereal. He did not know where to look for one, but somehow there would always be lucky ones who would find what they wanted even without specifically looking for it. An intense battle had just ended in another part of the void. The chaotic shattered Tao essence was disrupted by the aftershocks of the battle, and space became strange and unpredictable. Two figures stood together. One was a young man dressed in white. He had white hair and bright eyes. The other was a slender woman with delicate features. As the two of them stood together, they gave off the feeling of a well-matched couple. The young man and woman were Yang Shao and Yang Shui from the suppressing Black Ink Army. When the universe furnace projection fully manifested at the suppressing Black Ink Fortress, the Black Ink Clan army charged through the opening in the primordial heaven source grand restriction in an attempt to keep the suppressing Black Ink army occupied, but after a frenzied battle, the Black Ink clans suffered devastating losses. Even the two royal lords who took the risk to come out had been severely injured by Fu Guang with the help of his dragon bead. One of them nearly died on the spot. The Black Ink clan had no choice but to retreat, and the 58th Order Masters from the suppressing Black Ink army who had been chosen to enter the universe furnace managed to do so at the very last breath. Ever since the suppressing Black Ink army took up the responsibility of standing guard at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, they did not have any means of contacting the supreme headquarters directly. The distance between them was too great, so it was only Yang Kai who could travel back and forth freely, and he had already visited them once due to the innate territory lords sneaking out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Due to this, Yang Shao and Yang Shui did not know much about the universe furnace, hence, they had no idea that everyone would be separated once they entered. That being said, despite not knowing about this, Yang Shao did grab Yang Shui's hand before they entered. He was not a naive young boy anymore. After all the years of fighting against the Black Ink clan, he was no longer the mischievous child he once was. Now, he was able to stand alone and shoulder heavy responsibilities. As a man, he was constantly protective of Yang Shui who was with him all the time. Thus, he instinctively grabbed Yang Shui's hand before entering the universe furnace. This was how they were able to stay together upon entering. Unfortunately, they had not been inside long before they ran into a territory lord. The territory lords who entered the universe furnace were acquired territory lords, as basically all the innate territory lords who were well and whole had taken part in the plan to create pseudo-royal lords. The only innate territory lords the Black Ink clan had now were the ones who snuck out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction or the ones with heavy wounds from battle. These innate territory lords were severely weakened, so they could not enter the universe furnace. Even in a one-on-one fight, both Yang Shao and Yang Shui could easily go up against an acquired territory lord, so what more when they were up against one together? The territory lord did not even have the chance to escape, as the two of them joined forces and harnessed time principles, which turned the territory lord into dust. The two of them came out of the fight completely unscathed. However, Yang Shao started frowning as he turned and stared into the distance. Yang Shui noticed this and was a little anxious. "Are you hurt?" Yang Shao shook his head. "No, but, little ant, I think there's something over there." "What is it?" They were in the middle of an endless void, and after hearing what Yang Shao said, Yang Shui was on edge. She felt as if someone was hiding somewhere and spying on them in secret. "I don't know." Yang Shao could not explain it either. He raised his hands and channeled the power of his great sun and moon marks. "When I used purifying light earlier, I sensed a vague connection to something over there. These two marks are something that adoptive father gave me." Yang Kai had obtained 10 sets of great sun and moon marks, along with a large amount of yellow and blue crystals from chaotic dead territory. He gave them to 10 divine spirits, which enabled them to supply the dozen or so great territory battlefields with purifying light even when he was not present. This eased the awkwardness and pressure Yang Kai felt from being exhausted and stretched too thin. This was why Yang Shao had the great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. Earlier on, when he was working together with Yang Shui to kill the territory lord, Yang Shao used purifying light to attack the enemy, and it was this action that led to the 2 marks on his hands sensing something. But what could possibly interact with the great sun and moon marks inside the universe furnace? Yang Shao could not figure it out. Yang Kai would not have thought that Yang Shao would be the first to reap the rewards of him marking 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills. It could only be chalked up to a person's luck, which was not something that could be calculated. Yang Shui's eyes brightened at once. Could it be Big Brother? She made this guess because Yang Kai also had the great sun and moon marks, and if both were used, it was normal to sense a mark from the same source. Yang Shao was shocked as well. It could be. Let's go and take a look. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5736, The Two Yang's Treasure Hunt. Why is there a desert here? An hour later, Yang Shui froze in a daze as she took in the odd scene in front of her. A barren desert had popped up in the middle of the boundless void, a startling sight for any who saw it. The two of them quickly surveyed the place and soon realized that it was not a real desert, even though it looked identical to a real one. This seemingly enormous desert was entirely made out of the strange, shattered Tao essence. All they saw around them was golden sand that stretched as far as their eyes could see. There was even a fierce wind that blew through the area, and the sand dunes that rose high up to the sky looked majestic. Anyone who saw this sight would immediately notice the peculiarity of the situation as well as the danger. However, the closer they got, the clearer the reaction was from Yang Zhao's two marks. He could tell that they were getting closer to the source of the reaction. Is Big Brother here? Yang Shui frowned. Either way, we'll find out once we look. Yang Xiao replied. Yang Shui nodded, and with a flick of her hand, something flew out and started spinning. It turned into a small temple the size of an ordinary dwelling. The characters, flowing time, were etched on the sign above its main entrance. This was what used to be the flowing time temple that they had inherited from the star boundaries flowing time great emperor. Over the past few millennia, both of their cultivations improved and their understanding of the Tao of time had long since surpassed that of flowing time great emperor. However, flowing time great emperor was still their honored master. Thus, Yang Shui could not bring herself to simply discard the flowing time temple that the great emperor left behind. Over the years, the two of them exchanged countless military merits to seek out the help of an artifact refining great grandmaster from divine cauldron heaven to strengthen and improve the flowing time temple. The flowing time temple was vastly different now when compared to its original state. Although it appeared largely the same, its power was not any weaker than that of Dawn's dawning light worship. Throughout the many years of charging through the various great territory battlefields, Yang Zhao's squad often relied on the flowing time temple to battle against the Black Ink clan masters. This mobile palace artifact had accompanied the two of them on their journey of growth and witnessed their rise. There were countless times when they had relied on it to flee for their lives, and to them, it was no longer just an artifact anymore as it was something that had its own meaning for existence. After summoning the flowing time temple, the two of them swiftly entered. Yang Shui waved her hand once more and an hourglass-shaped artifact appeared in her fair hand. It was Infinite Hourglass, an artifact they had also inherited from the flowing time great emperor. 10,008 grains of flowing time sand were sealed up inside the hourglass, and as the sand trickled down, time principles encased the flowing time temple. This allowed it to become out of phase with normal space-time and become virtually undetectable. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui remained on high alert as they traveled into the depths of the desert. A few days later, the flowing time temple abruptly stopped as Yang Xiao triggered his great sun and moon marks to quietly sense the surroundings for a moment. He then looked up at the towering sand dune in front of him. It's coming from the inside of that. No matter how one dissected the situation, it was strange to find a sand dune several thousand meters tall in the middle of this unending desert floating in the chaotic void. The moment they arrived, the two of them realized that Yang Kai could not have been the source of the reaction from the great sun and moon marks. If he had been here, he would have sensed their approach a long time ago and would not have stayed hidden. "Let me try," Yang Xiao said softly as he raised his hand. The time Tao strength that permeated out of the infinite hourglass in Yang Shui's hand grew even more concentrated as she became even more fully focused. The void shook, and under the vibrations from the dragon force, a stretch of bright light shot towards the sand dune. The forceful blow centered on the sand dune before shooting out in all directions and stirring up clouds of sand in the process. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless desert sprung to life all of a sudden as hundreds of millions of grains of sand swirled in the air to form a giant cloud of several thousand meters tall that was constantly shifting in shape. "What's that?" Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were both terrified. However, Yang Shui's eyes soon lit up as she pointed at a specific spot in the sand dune, An open heaven pill. A multicolored light flickered momentarily amid the billowing sand. It had only shone through for the briefest moment, but Yang Shui still managed to spot the shape of a spirit pill, along with the mysterious aura which emanated from it. The shackles that kept her at the peak of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation trembled ever so slightly just sniffing the aroma coming from it. Yang Shao had seen the same thing and could not resist laughing with glee. "We found treasure, little ant." He never thought they would stumble across an open heaven pill this quickly after entering the universe furnace. He was a pure-blooded dragon, so he did not need an open heaven pill. As long as he kept refining his dragon vein, he would be able to attain the body of a divine dragon. Naturally, this was no easy feat as, after all these years, the dragon clan had only birthed a handful of divine dragons. However, Yang Shui needed the open heaven pill. In the past, Yang Shui had directly ascended to 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. At the time, the World Tree clone had only just begun blessing the star boundary and Yang Shui did not benefit much from it. The fact that she directly became a 6th Order Master was largely credited to her own aptitude. If she had been born in the present era, Yang Shui's aptitude and the blessing from the World Tree would have been enough for her to ascend directly to 7th Order. In any case, based on her current situation, reaching the peak of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation was her limit. However, if she could get the help of an open heaven pill from the universe furnace, she could remove the shackles and reach the 9th Order. Not only would she be able to reach the pinnacle of martial Tao, but she would also provide a huge boost to the human race's strength. This spirit pill was the only reason why Yang Shao accompanied Yang Shui into the universe furnace. Technically speaking, Yang Shao did not qualify to be one of the ones entering the universe furnace. There were over 400 8th Order Masters in the suppressing Black Ink army and many of them were bound by the shackles which stopped them from rising into a higher realm. However, Fu Guang, who oversaw the suppressing Black Ink fortress, only allowed 50 of them to enter the universe furnace. This meant that a lot of careful thought and discussion went into deciding who could go in. As part of the Dragon Clan, Yang Shao did not need an open heaven pill, so naturally there was no reason to waste a quota on him. Fu Guang did not express any form of opinion on this either. The 58th Order Masters were decided based on the discussion among the inner circle of Masters in the suppressing Black Ink army. Initially, they arranged for Su Yan, Yu Rumeng, Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai's other wives to enter the universe furnace. Without Yang Kai, the human race would not have made it to this day. Furthermore, his wives had slaughtered just as many of the enemy, if not more, so they had every right to enter the universe furnace. However, if Yang Shui was included among them as well, nearly a fifth of all the openings would go to people who were closely related to Yang Kai. The entire suppressing Black Ink army could only afford to allow 50 masters to enter, which meant that it would be quite unfair to the others. In the end, it was Su Yan who said that she and the other wives would not be entering the universe furnace. Instead, Yang Shao would accompany Yang Shui in the search for opportunities. It would be up to fate to decide whether or not their search would be a success. Yang Shao and Yang Shui could be considered childhood friends who knew each other extremely well. They had spent thousands of years together and had long since developed the connection that allowed them to be of one heart and mind. When they joined forces, they were able to wield strength that was far greater than that of simply 2 8th Order Masters combined. Allowing Yang Shao to accompany Yang Shui was the best way to ensure her safety. After all, she was Yang Kai's only blood-related little sister. How would anyone be able to face Yang Kai if something happened to her inside the universe furnace? Thus, the two Yangs entered the universe furnace just like that. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi, who were also with the suppressing Black Ink army, all had the aptitude to become 9th Order Masters on their own, so they did not need to enter the universe furnace in search of opportunities. Before entering, Yang Shao had secretly made up his mind to do whatever it took to protect Yang Shui and obtain an open heaven pill that would enable her to become a 9th Order Master. The only difficult part of this was figuring out how to locate such a valuable treasure. Never would he have imagined it possible for them to locate the precious open heaven pill that countless human race masters desired so easily. At this moment, he was puzzled as to what the relationship was between the open heaven pill created by the universe furnace and the great sun and moon marks that his adoptive father gave him. Why was there a faint connection between them? He could not figure it out and did not have the time to dwell on it either. As he probed into the sand dune, it seemed to stand up like a living creature, and the hundreds of millions of grains of sand were tumbling around in a way that made it look as if the sand dune was attempting to flee. It was a rather comical sight. However, in the very next breath, Yang Xiao could no longer smile. Amid the strange movement of the sand dune, a huge surge of sand rose from the desert surface out of the blue, and soon, a large hand stuck out from the sand. It pressed down hard on the surface and a large silhouette appeared. The silhouette was over 1,000 meters tall. It had the form of a human and the face of a human too, but the enormity of the body made the proportions look uncanny. It was as if a baboon had been enlarged by over a dozen times its size and had a human's head. That was not all. More large hands stuck out from the sand, and soon, 2 more silhouettes joined the baboon-like figure with a human head. One of the figures looked like a normal human while the other looked like it was from the Black Ink clan. Yang Zhao's expression hardened slightly. Although he could not detect the strength of the 3 strange creatures and had no idea what these 3 even were, he had the innately heightened senses of a dragon clan which made it obvious to him that these 3 were not to be easily messed with. They seemed to be guarding the sand dune that had devoured the open heaven pill and would be attacking anyone who approached without any mercy. Following the appearance of the 3 chaos spirits, the enormous sea of sand seemed to come to life as well. A whole host of formless chaos entities made up of shattered Tao essence began surging towards the flowing time temple. "Little ant!" Yang Xiao called out. Without saying anything, Yang Shui began unleashing the power of the flowing time temple as it charged towards the 3 chaos spirits. To defeat an army, one should defeat the leader first. Although the 2 of them did not know the difference between a chaos entity and a chaos spirit, they could tell that the 3 chaos spirits were the main obstacle in their attempt to seize the open heaven pill. As long as they got rid of the 3 of them, everything else would not be an issue, including the sand dune that was several thousand meters tall. The flowing time temple flashed forward and all the chaos entities in its path were knocked away. This was a mobile palace artifact of comparable strength to Dawning Light, while its defenses were the best it could possibly be, as Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a hefty amount of their military merits on it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5737, Huigu. A fierce battle broke out in the desert. It was so intense that the desert seemed to be on the verge of crumbling apart. Although it was Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's first time dealing with chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan, they were not flustered at all, as they had fought countless battles on numerous great territory battlefields for millennia now. At first, they had a harder time as they had not figured out the best way to face off against their opponents, but as time passed, they began to take control of the fight. Pure World Force, Dragon Force, and even ordinary secret techniques and divine abilities had limited effects when it came to injuring these monsters, but when the 2 of them worked together to unleash pure time principles in the form of time Tao strength, they were able to restrain their opponents. The 3 chaos spirits with physical forms were as powerful as 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords, but the chaos entities without physical forms had varying levels of strength. Some were incredibly weak and were instantly exterminated under the rush of time principles, while others were able to put up a struggle for a little while. However, there was a seemingly endless number of chaos entities amid this sea of sand made out of shattered Tao essence. Thankfully, the 2 had decided from the start that they would be targeting the leaders first to win the battle. One of them had the body of an ancient dragon and an abundance of strength, while the other was at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and naturally possessed power that could not be underestimated. Furthermore, they had cultivated the Tao of time since their youth, and after thousands of years of effort, the Tao strength they wielded when they joined forces to harness time principles far surpassed what was to be expected from someone of their cultivation realm. They expended a fair amount of effort and paid a big price to kill the 3 chaos spirits, but in the end, all that was left was a sand dune several thousand meters tall that was fleeing deeper into the desert. While Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were busy battling against the Chaos Spirit Clan, Yang Kai and Liao Zheng were traveling together along the Infinite River. After asking about Xiang Shan and hearing that he did not manage to become a Ninth Order Master, Yang Kai found it lamentable. However, this meant that the moment the Black Ink clansmen came across either him or a seasoned Eighth Order Master like Xiang Shan, they would immediately target the two of them. The Black Ink clan would not want to let either one of them gain an opportunity inside the Universe Furnace which would allow them to become Ninth Order Masters. All of a sudden, Liao Zheng asked, "Senior Brother Yang, was a Black Ink clansman spying on us in secret just now?" He recalled the way Yang Kai shot off on a chase immediately after they joined forces to kill the Territory Lord earlier. It meant that Yang Kai had noticed something. Yang Kai nodded. There was one, but they fled soon after realizing that the situation didn't look good for them. I couldn't figure out where they went. By the time he went over to chase that Black Ink clansman down, all that was left was a tiny trace of the enemy's aura. Even Yang Kai had difficulty ascertaining the direction in which the Black Ink clansman had fled amid the endless shattered Tao essence inside the Universe Furnace, so he had to return without achieving his goal. Had this been the world outside, there was no way Yang Kai would have allowed a Territory Lord to escape from right under his nose when he could use space techniques. Alas, this was a unique environment that greatly increased the difficulty of doing things like searching, tracking, and investigating. Liao Zheng could not help but feel a sense of belated fear when he heard this. He knew that if Yang Kai had not discovered him by coincidence, then the tables would have turned and he would have been the one to suffer the fate of the Territory Lord instead. As they traveled, the two of them remained on the lookout for both open heaven pills and other human race masters. Less than half a day later, Liao Zheng's expression abruptly changed. He took out a communication bead and checked it before exclaiming happily, "Senior Brother Yang, there's a Seventh Order Master up ahead." It had to be said that the Supreme Headquarters, or perhaps more specifically Mi Jinglun, had given a lot of thought to this operation and prepared everything in great detail. Naturally, this was also because the humans had ample knowledge regarding the Universe Furnace world. Mi Jinglun knew that most of the humans would be separated when they entered, so he had them stick to the Infinite River as they traveled. That way, they would be able to encounter other humans regardless of which direction they moved in. Inside the Universe Furnace, the humans had to team up in groups to defend themselves against the pseudo-royal lords. Furthermore, Mi Jinglun even asked Divine Cauldron Heaven to create communication beads that would allow the human race masters to contact each other and handed these out to all of them. Previously, Liao Zheng had dedicated a thread of his divine sense to the communication bead at all times to see whether there were any communications happening nearby. He also sent out regular messages to the general region, but he never got a response. However, just moments ago, a Seventh Order Master got in touch with him. Since their communication beads made contact, it meant they were fairly close to each other. Yang Kai nodded at once. "Let's go and look for him. Also, tell whoever it is to not enter the river." Even though he did not think that others would be as careless as he was, it was still better to give a warning anyway. There were a lot of chaos entities inside the Infinite River, and for the time being, Yang Kai had not encountered any chaos spirits, but it was still dangerous for a Seventh Order Master to enter the river. Liao Zheng acknowledged his instructions and complied with a flicker of divine sense. The two continued forward for a little while longer, and sure enough, they saw a figure approaching from the distance, a woman. She had not known that Yang Kai would be here as well when she contacted Liao Zheng, so when she saw him, she was visibly excited as she greeted respectfully, "Disciple Chu Ling Ling, greets Palace Master." "You're a disciple of High Heaven Palace?" Yang Kai remarked in surprise. Even though he had never met this Chu Ling Ling before, she had to have come from High Heaven Palace since she addressed him as Palace Master. Similarly, those who addressed him as Tao Lord came from the Void Tao Temple. High Heaven Palace was now of great renown among the human race. It was comparable to any of the cave heavens or paradises. In fact, within the star boundary, its fame was actually greater than that of all other great forces. This was because Yang Kai was the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. When the World Tree clone at the star boundary first exhibited the ability to nurture the world, the cave heavens and paradises set up Tao temples and split up the territory among them to gather disciples with good aptitude. High Heaven Palace did not stop this, as Yang Kai knew that the star boundary would be filled with many great talents in the future. High Heaven Palace would not be able to take all of them in, so allowing the cave heavens and paradises to set up Tao temples of their own would ease High Heaven Palace's burden and ensure that the talent of these humans did not go to waste. Thus, when the cave heavens and paradises started dividing up the star boundary among themselves, High Heaven Palace had given its full cooperation. At the time, the humans of the star boundary were pretty open to the other cave heavens and paradises, as they were all the mightiest great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Those who could join them would surely make something of themselves in the future too. However, as Yang Kai's prestige continued to rise over the years, his fame soared and High Heaven Palace became the symbol of the star boundary. If given a choice, the humans born in the star boundary would choose to join High Heaven Palace. Chu Lingling had turned red from the excitement she felt when she met Yang Kai. Her palace master was a legend among the human race, and even though she had been a part of High Heaven Palace for many years, so much so that she was now a Seventh Order Master, she had never met Yang Kai in person before. She had only seen his statue back at High Heaven Palace. She never thought she would run into him after entering the universe furnace. Liao Zheng was quite amused by this sight. He also possessed peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was quite famous among the Wolf Fang army, but when compared to Yang Kai, he was nothing but a flicker of light against the dazzling bright moon that was Yang Kai. He could understand what Chu Lingling was feeling, as he had also felt an instinctive sense of respect and awe when he met Yang Kai earlier. This was due to the seeds his seniors had sown deep within him from the moment he started cultivating. Senior brother Yang asked you a question, Marshal niece Chu. Liao Zheng had to prompt Chu Lingling when she failed to respond after quite some time. That managed to snap Chu Lingling out of her reverie. She blushed and quickly replied, "Yes. I am a disciple of the Hui Gu Divine Monarch, and before that, I was taught by the two martial ancestors on Bamboo Peak." Yang Kai nodded. Hui Gu huh? Hui Gu was the subordinate that Yang Kai had taken under his command at Yinyang Cave Heaven's prison star. At the time, Yang Kai had used the strength of the loyalty list to subdue Hui Gu, recording his name on the 7th page, so he was one of Yang Kai's earliest subordinates. However, when Yang Kai decided to head off to the Black Ink battlefield, he gave Hui Gu his freedom. The moment he stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai would be caught up in a constant life and death war, and he had no idea whether he would make it out alive. If he died, then those whose names were recorded on the loyalty list would die as well, so before he left, he gave them all their freedom. However, even when Yang Kai had these subordinates under his command, he never treated them harshly and was willing to form sincere connections with them. Thus, even though he gave them their freedom, none of them left. As Chen Tianfei said, he did not possess great powers, so he would not be benefiting from leaving Voidland. It was better for him to stay in Voidland. After all, thanks to his relationship with Yang Kai, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources. During the Great Evacuation, Voidland combined with High Heaven Palace, and the people whose names had been recorded on the loyalty list became elders there. Luan Baifeng even formed an elite squad with Su Yan and the others, and they fought hard together in profound nether territory. After thinking about Hui Gu, Yang Kai could not help but recall many of his old acquaintances. Throughout the past few millennia, he did return to High Heaven Palace from time to time, but he would always arrive in a flurry and leave in a rush, so he could not stop to meet them. Who knows how many more familiar faces will disappear by the time this calamity is over. As for the two martial ancestors that Chu Lingling mentioned, they were none other than Yang Kai's parents. Although his father and mother did not possess exceptional power, they longed to join the battlefield and hunt down the enemy too, but Hua Qingxi would never allow that. If anything happened to them because she gave them her permission, she would not be able to face Yang Kai again. Thus, she gave them a new responsibility to keep them occupied. Their task was to teach the new talented disciples who had just begun their cultivation journeys and did not possess particularly noteworthy strength yet. There was more than met the eye to this arrangement, however. These talented disciples would one day become the core pillars of High Heaven Palace, and the fact that Yang Yinfeng and Dong Suzhu had once mentored them at the beginning of their martial Tao meant that regardless of how powerful they became in the future, they would still feel gratitude towards the two of them for teaching them in the past. Yang Kai quietened down his complicated emotions and smiled. Has Huigu reached the 8th order? Huigu used to be called a heavenly monarch, but now, Chu Ling addressed her master as divine monarch, which was a step up. In the 3,000 worlds, there was an unspoken rule that only high-rank open heaven realm masters had the right to be called divine monarchs. Martial Peak, Chapter 5738, Gray Fog. Master is still in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, Palace Master. Chu Ling replied. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Not all divine monarchs were the same. Since high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could be addressed as divine monarchs, it applied to both 8th Order Masters and 7th Order Masters. Moreover, he also then recalled that Huigu would not be able to become an 8th Order Master. The peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm was his upper limit. Huigu had been a 6th Order Master when Yang Kai took him under his command at the Prison Star all those years ago. It was unsurprising that he had become a 7th Order Master since then, as he would not lack the resources for cultivation when he had Void Land and High Heaven Palace's support. Perhaps Huigu no longer had any goals of his own after reaching the limit of his martial Tao, so he decided to take in a disciple like Chu Ling. Meanwhile, Chu Ling was at the peak of 7th Order and did have the ability to become an 8th Order Master. She entered the Universe Furnace to get an ordinary grade Open Heaven pill in order to break through sooner rather than later. That way, she would have an even better chance of survival in the coming war. A rising star like Chu Ling did not need to take the risk of entering the Universe Furnace if she had not wanted to break through to the 8th Order sooner. She, along with other rising stars, could simply carry on focusing on their cultivation, and they would eventually do so. Alas, time waited for no one. The appearance of the Universe Furnace changed the situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan. The curtain had risen, and devastating battles broke out across all the battlefields in existence. These were building up to the ultimate fight that would determine the fate of these two races, and there was no stopping it this time. Mi Jingluan had realized this, which is why he arranged for many of the 7th Order Masters to enter the Universe Furnace. After all, the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills were fairly readily found, so as long as the Masters were not completely down on their luck, they should be able to find a few. Since Chu Ling was from High Heaven Palace and Huigu's disciple, Yang Kai was not stingy with her. He took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "Your master helped me a lot back then, and you're also a High Heaven Palace disciple. I didn't prepare much, but since it's our first time meeting each other, I'll give this to you." He flicked the bottle and a gentle force made it float over to Chu Ling. Chu Ling was a little flustered. She never thought that her palace master would be giving her a gift on their first meeting. She wanted to decline, but Liao Zheng remarked with a smile, "You should not refuse a gift from your elder." Yang Kai's lips twitched. "Elder? Well, so be it. Even though I still look young, I have cultivated for several millennia now, and I'm the palace master of High Heaven Palace too. Elder it is." Chu Ling paused briefly before accepting the jade bottle and bowing in gratitude. "Disciple thanks Palace Master for his generous gift." Yang Kai nodded and started moving again. He took the lead and headed in the direction Chu Ling had come from. Chu Ling was about to put the bottle away as it would not be polite for her to check its contents in Yang Kai's presence, but then she heard a void transmission from him. "There are quite a few of them in there. You probably won't need to use all of them. If there are any left, you can give the extras to people who need them." She was startled at first, but a thought soon struck her. She immediately abandoned all attempts at maintaining propriety and checked what was inside the bottle. When she saw that the bottle was filled with spirit pills, she was both shocked and thrilled. "Have I just received the very thing that I came into the Universe Furnace for? Aren't these the ordinary grade Open Heaven pills that I'm looking for? Did I achieve my goal this easily?" Liao Zheng had also spotted what was inside the bottle and could not help but sigh. "Senior brother Yang is so efficient. I haven't even gotten a single thing yet while he has already accumulated so much. With luck, this bottle of ordinary-grade open heaven pills would be enough to let 2 7th-order masters reach the 8th order. As they traveled, they were still on the lookout for other humans, but Yang Kai also shared his experiences in finding these open heaven pills with Liao Zheng and Chu Lingling. In reality, it was not difficult to find these open heaven pills. Setting aside the open heaven pills that had not been discovered yet, the ones that had been devoured by the chaos entities could easily be found. If a chaos entity could not merge into the surroundings and hide, it meant that it had consumed an open heaven pill. Also, it would take a lot of time for them to refine and absorb the medicinal efficacies of such a pill. Based on the tests that Yang Kai did in his small universe, it would take a chaos entity decades to perhaps even over a century before they could fully absorb the open heaven pill. Therefore, as long as the humans discovered chaos entities who were unable to hide their tracks, they would easily be rewarded with open heaven pills. They did not need to worry about the loss of medicinal efficacies either, as the chaos entities could not refine them in such a short amount of time. Chu Lingling immediately let out a regretful expression. Earlier on, she had seen one such chaos entity inside the infinite river, but she had been worried about the peculiarities of the terrain and dared not enter. Thankfully, Yang Kai had her retrace her steps, and soon, they found the chaos entity again. Yang Kai personally caught it and killed it with great ease by flushing it with his Dao strengths before collecting the ordinary-grade open heaven pill it had devoured. The trio continued moving forward. Now and then, they would stumble across a fellow human, and the group slowly grew bigger. The humans kept making their way along the infinite river and using the communication beads to get in touch with each other. The ones they met up with included both 7th order and 8th order masters. Once there were 11 of them in total, Yang Kai, who was in the lead, stopped and turned around before saying, "Here's where we'll part, everyone." The group of 10 was made up of 3 8th order masters and 7 7th order masters. There were 2 reasons for this unusual ratio. Firstly, when compared to the 8th order masters, a larger number of 7th order masters had entered the universe furnace. Secondly, Mi Jinglun had also instructed the 7th order masters to search for the infinite river the moment they entered, and meet up with other allies. Their only goal was to team up, then find ordinary-grade open heaven pills before breaking through to the 8th order inside the universe furnace. Supreme-grade open heaven pills were extremely rare. Not only would they be hard to find, but even if one was found, they might have to fight the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan for it, so not many would succeed. However, if more 7th order masters became 8th order masters, it would be a great boost to the human race's overall combat power. The 8th order masters naturally hoped to gain their own opportunities, but some of them would still need to lend a hand in protecting the 7th order masters. A group of 10 would be strong enough to protect themselves. Even if they ran into a pseudo-royal lord, they would still be able to put up a fight, so Yang Kai no longer had to stay with them. It was time for him to hunt down a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Liao Zheng and the 2 other 8th order masters knew what Yang Kai wanted to do, so they simply nodded, and Liao Zheng said, "Go ahead, senior brother. Over the past few days, we have found many ordinary-grade open heaven pills. The 3 of us will help them find a safe place and let a few of them break through first before we decide what to do next." Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. Remember that safety is your top priority. Nothing matters more than survival. He cupped his fists in a final goodbye, and with a flicker of space principles, his figure disappeared. Once Yang Kai left, Liao Zheng and the others had a quick discussion. The 3 8th order masters stuck around to protect the 7th order masters as they led them away from the infinite river and into the endless void. It would be challenging to find a safe place inside the universe furnace, as their abilities to inspect and search the area around them were greatly restrained. No one knew when they might suddenly encounter a fearsome opponent. Fortunately, the world inside the universe furnace was expansive, and as long as one was not severely unlucky, it would be all right to simply select a place at random. Once they settled down somewhere, they took out the ordinary-grade open heaven pills and divided them among the 7th order masters who needed them. The Seventh Order Masters quickly consumed the pills and refined them. Soon, the aura of one of the Seventh Order Masters began to surge. It was a sign of an upcoming breakthrough. Everyone gasped at the sight. Although the ordinary grade open heaven pills could not help a cultivator break through their innate limits the way the supreme grade open heaven pills could, they were still able to provide great help to cultivators facing a bottleneck. From the looks of it now, there would be many new Eighth Order Masters once this trip inside the universe furnace was over. At the same time, Yang Kai was traveling through the void. Now and then, he would check for a reaction with his great sun and moon marks, or check for any activity from the communication bead he had with him. Liao Jing had given him this communication bead. It was what the human masters used to reach each other in this space. It made it easier for the humans to confirm where they were, and in a moment of crisis, they could ask for help. Right now, Yang Kai was concerned as to how he was supposed to find the supreme grade open heaven pills. Even though he left a mark on all 9 of them, he still had not found any of them yet. He had no idea where they were either, so he had to rely on luck. The information he received from Liao Jing also made it clear to him that the situation inside the universe furnace was a lot more complex and perplexing than he thought. The Chaos Spirit clan could be found inside here, and there was also the possibility of Chaos Spirit kings existing. Furthermore, the supreme grade open heaven pills were useful to the Black Ink clan as well. This possibility had never even occurred to Yang Kai in the past. Thus, the number of obstacles between the human race and the supreme grade open heaven pills was far above what Yang Kai originally suspected. He was moving through the void when all of a sudden, he spotted something that looked like a gray fog in front of him. He broke out in cold sweat and had a look of belated fear. It was just a tiny layer of gray fog that was about the size of a table. Yang Kai had nearly gone straight into it just now, but luckily he noticed it in the nick of time and halted. He used his divine sense to inspect the gray fog, and to his surprise, he found that there were worlds inside the tiny blanket of gray fog. It was no mere gray fog after all, it was a sea of stars that was many, many times smaller than normal. It looked like a tiny layer of gray fog, but it was treacherous on the inside. If anyone entered it by accident, he or she would be entering the sea of stars. That person could even lose their sense of direction and be stuck in there with no means of coming back out. Why would this be inside the universe furnace? However, upon thinking back now, Yang Kai realized that this was not the only time he encountered something like this. He had seen countless gray fog patches of varying sizes along the way but had not paid any attention to them earlier. He only realized how mysterious they were after studying this one more carefully now. The universe furnace is proving to be even more mystifying than I thought. Yang Kai quietened down his heavily thumping heart. As he stared at the gray fog in front of him, he could not help but consider a new possibility. If I'm able to take this away, refine it, and summon it whenever I'm up against the enemy, wouldn't it mean that I'd be invincible? Even a Black Ink John spirit god would probably have a hard time escaping from the gray fog if he was stuck inside it, let alone a royal lord. However, the moment Yang Kai began checking out this possibility, he gave up on his unrealistic idea. He could not take it with him. It appeared to be just a tiny patch of gray fog, but it was actually colossal in volume. To take it away meant taking away an entire sea of stars, and the massive strength needed to accomplish that was not something he, an Eighth Order Master, had. Not even a Ninth Order Master could do it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5739, Third Brother. Even after racking his brains for quite some time, Yang Kai could not think of a way to get it done. He had no choice but to give up now, as it was more important for him to find a supreme grade open heaven pill. He could always return to this place and think of something later on if he had a chance. However, before he started moving, he sensed something. He immediately turned around and stared into the distance, and at the very next breath, he melded into the void with space principles. A few breaths later, he saw a silhouette rushing towards him from a distance. The silhouette's black ink strength was prominent, clearly a territory lord. However, Yang Kai could tell that this was an acquired territory lord, as his aura was not as strong as that of an innate territory lord. Yang Kai could easily kill an acquired territory lord without even breaking a sweat. He was waiting in secret to make his move when he noticed what the territory lord was holding. After just a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai decided against attacking. Instead, he hid his tracks and chose to tail the territory lord in secret. It was because he saw the territory lord holding a miniature black ink nest, and from the latter's urgency, it was clear that he was heading somewhere in a rush. Thanks to Yang Kai's many years of experience battling against the Black Ink clan, he knew that miniature black ink nests were used for communication purposes. Back when he was hovering outside the no-return pass and the innate territory lords were hunting him down, they used these miniature black ink nests to pass messages between them. However, that was not its only usage. If the Black Ink clan were willing to pump in the resources, they could turn these into real black ink nests. Seeing as how the territory lord was grasping the black ink nest and was moving in such a hurry, it was easy enough for Yang Kai to deduce that the territory lord must have made contact with his clansmen and was using the black ink nest to lead him to them. Instead of killing just one, it was better to root out a bunch of them. That was why Yang Kai decided against killing this territory lord immediately. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was taken aback by the fact that the communicative function of the miniature black ink nests was still working inside the universe furnace. However, the territory lord whom he and Liao Jing joined forces to kill did not have a miniature black ink nest with him. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized the reason behind this. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the universe furnace, so naturally, they would not be as well prepared as the humans. This territory lord must have had a black ink nest with him because he was already carrying it around even when he was outside. Even though Yang Kai was following the territory lord the whole time, the latter had no idea that a human master was tailing him. This was not only due to their power differential, but also due to the mysteriousness of the Tao of space. As long as Yang Kai wanted to stay hidden, a mere acquired territory lord would not be able to detect his presence from afar. Yang Kai patiently tailed the territory lord as he pondered the possibilities of the situation taking place up ahead. Since the territory lord was quite likely moving in a rush after being called upon by his clansmen, it was either because they had found something valuable or they had gotten into a fight with the humans. Either one of these outcomes would still be bad for the humans. By following in secret, Yang Kai might be able to alleviate any dangers that had befallen his allies. Yang Kai thought that the situation would only be one of the two possibilities, so when he suddenly felt a weak reaction from his great sun and moon marks, he was thunderstruck. There was no denying that Yang Kai was deeply frustrated and upset over the fact that he had witnessed the creation of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills and had let them slip away from him. Even though he left a mark on each of them, he did not get a reaction after all this time and was beginning to suspect that the mark he left might have dissipated. Thus, he was stunned that he felt a reaction now by coincidence. Yang Kai suppressed his exhilaration and carefully tried to sense the direction where the reaction came from. To his surprise, it was exactly where the territory lord was heading. Did that mean the Black Ink clan discovered a supreme-grade open heaven pill? Who were they fighting against to get it then? Yang Kai had no clue now, but he would find out once he arrived at the battle. After traveling for an unknown amount of distance, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the commotion of a battle up ahead, and it was a pretty intense one. Yang Kai peered into the distance and was a little startled by what he saw. A large part of the void was filled with countless jellyfish-like creatures of various sizes. They were giving off multicolored light that glimmered and dimmed. Even the solidity of their forms kept changing, which made them look incredibly peculiar. Several figures were scattered among the sea of jellyfish. Some were fighting while others were moving around. There was no sign of any humans. There was someone from the monster race, though. Its 5-meter-long body shifted like flowing water. The leopard print on its skin was bright as it dazzled like reflected light. At times its form became phantom-like and at other times it solidified. It was fighting against several territory lords alone. Thunder Shadow Great Emperor. Yang Kai never thought he would encounter his monster self here. Truth be told, when his monster self was in the process of becoming a great emperor back at the Myriad Monsters world, Yang Kai had specifically gone over to stand guard, but after that, he did not pay any attention to his monster self. That was because he did not have to. As a great emperor, his monster self would have an easy, untroubled cultivation journey in the Myriad Monsters world. From the looks of it now, that was precisely the case. His monster self's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Order Monster Emperor realm. Although his monster self was using primal art to train its monster core, just like Fong Tianci, it was still held back by Yang Kai, its true body's limit. Right now, his monster self's cultivation was also at the limit and he could not break through any further. When Fong Tianci was breaking through to the open heaven realm, he possessed everything needed to become a 7th Order Master, but in the end he ended up as a 6th Order Master. This was because of Yang Kai. Regardless of whether it was his human self or his monster self, their cultivation journey was hindered by the limits of their true body. When the universe furnace surfaced, Yang Kai knew that both his human self and his monster self would enter and reunite with him. Throughout this journey, apart from trying to track down the supreme-grade open heaven pills, Yang Kai had also been on the lookout for signs of his monster self and human self. He had checked with Liao Zheng and the others too, but they had not seen anything either. However, he did not expect to reunite with his monster self under such coincidental circumstances. It was an unexpected pleasant surprise. That being said, the biggest and most joyous surprise was the supreme-grade open heaven pill among the sea of jellyfish. At the very center of the huge swarm of jellyfish, there was one that was at least 10 times bigger than the others, and it had clearly devoured a supreme-grade open heaven pill which could be spotted when its body turned translucent. Yang Kai did not know whether it was his monster self or the Black Ink clan who first discovered this supreme-grade open heaven pill, but it was evident that the fight had been going on for quite a while now. The Black Ink clansmen could use the miniature Black Ink nest to call for aid, but Yang Kai's monster self was alone in a one-against-many fight. Despite being alone, Thunder Shadow Great Emperor was not as disadvantaged as one might imagine. After all, in most cases, the average monster race master was stronger than the average human race master in the same equivalent realm. Monster race masters had far stronger bodies than normal, and Thunder Shadow himself had an innate divine ability that allowed him to blend with the shadows and become hard to detect. By striking suddenly and powerfully now and then, Yang Kai's monster self was just barely able to put up a fight against the group of territory lords. Naturally, this was also thanks to where the fight was taking place. The large swarm of jellyfish were most likely chaos entities, but they were different from all other chaos entities that Yang Kai had previously seen. Although they were still shifting through various states of solidness, they had fixed forms. They seemed harmless enough, but when someone else came into contact with them, the person would be hit with a peculiar attack. Yang Kai saw a territory lord flying backwards after being hit by Thunder Shadow. When the territory lord crashed into a jellyfish, it looked as if he lost his consciousness as his eyes glazed over. It was a while before he regained mental clarity. Thunder Shadow was about to kill the territory lord when another one came over and rescued his clansmen. The jellyfish-like chaos entities were rather strange. It was clear that Thunder Shadow had suffered at their hands too, so when it fought against the territory lords, it tried its best to avoid touching them. However, that meant it could not move around as freely as normal. It appeared to be a fiery battle between the two sides, but in reality, both were seriously hindered by the environment and could not go all out. The territory lord that rushed over had clearly received instructions beforehand. Upon arrival, he did not show himself at once and instead quietly crept towards the battlefield in an attempt to sneak up on Thunder Shadow and deal a deadly blow. Unfortunately, he was not particularly skilled at keeping himself hidden. He had just approached the battlefield and had not even entered the swarm of jellyfish when Thunder Shadow noticed him with a single glance. The territory lord was a decisive one, however, and since he had been discovered, he openly revealed himself, but before he could do anything to Thunder Shadow, a territory lord stared behind him in shock and quickly shouted, "Watch out!" All at once, the Territory Lord felt an overwhelming sense of danger envelop him, as if death itself had come. Before he could recover from his shock, he felt a sharp pain. He looked down and saw a spear sticking out of his chest with world force surging along it. Someone snuck up on me and attacked me. What was most terrifying was the fact that he had not noticed anything until the moment the person attacked. Who snuck up on me? All sorts of thoughts flashed across the Territory Lord's mind as he tried to escape, but he could not move. Space seemed to have solidified around him, and world force flowed strongly from the spear in his chest. A violent force erupted and the Territory Lord's body exploded into a shower of bloodied scraps. The black ink strength that escaped from his body leapt out like a wild horse and swiftly turned into a black ink cloud. An invisible force surged as the black ink cloud dispersed to reveal a young man with a spear in hand. He flicked his blood-soaked spear and smirked. "Young Kai." The Territory Lords gasped as the color drained out of their faces. They were petrified and no words could describe the bitterness they felt right now. How could things end well for them after running into the killing star here? Most importantly, why did they run into him? The universe furnace was vast and boundless, and they had relied on the miniature black ink nests to gather themselves here. No humans had been drawn over even after their lengthy fight with this monster race master. Yet now, it was young Kai of all people who showed up. Thunder Shadow was also taken aback. The lightning in its mouth flashed and crackled, but soon, a human-looking grin broke out across his face. He thought that this would turn out to be a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents and was fully prepared to flee if things took a turn for the worse. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was valuable, but his life was even more so. He knew what his priorities were. What he did not expect was young Kai's arrival. The situation was a lot simpler now. It was going to claim the lives of these Territory Lords and collect the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Thunder Shadow was assured and confident, while the Territory Lords were panicking. As for the jellyfish-like chaos entities, they just shifted about, giving off their multicolored glow which illuminated the different reactions from both parties. Outside the battlefield, young Kai lifted his spear and pointed it in front of him as his voice boomed all across the place. "How dare you bully third brother? You must have a death wish." Martial Peak, Chapter 5740, Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. Young Kai's abrupt appearance immediately changed the tides. Initially, the Territory Lords had the advantage in the fight due to their numbers, but they no longer had any inclination to continue fighting. All they could think of was to flee as far away as possible, lest they met their doom. Nevertheless, they knew that it was futile for them to try and escape from young Kai alone, considering his mastery over the Tao of space. Thus, after a brief moment of panic, the Territory Lords quickly began grouping up to form a battle formation to try and put up a fight. However, forming a battle formation in this bizarre environment was no easy feat. All along, they failed to form a battle formation due to the inconvenience of being surrounded by the swarm of jellyfish. One false move and they would end up making contact with the strange jellyfish, and when that happened, even masters as powerful as these Territory Lords would fall into a brief trance. Previously, they gave up on the idea of forming a battle formation and simply used their numbers advantage to gang up on Thunder Shadow, who would not have managed to hold out this long if that had not been the case. They now wanted to attempt forming a battle formation again, but it was too late. Thunder Shadow, who deduced what they were trying to do, immediately charged at the nearest Territory Lord. His strong, agile form morphed into a ball of lightning and in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the Territory Lord. The lightning shrouded him and his opponents so the others could not see what was happening. All they could tell was that powerful forces clashed within the lightning. Meanwhile, young Kai had already raised his spear and charged into the swarm of jellyfish. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he realized what was strange about these chaos entities. They kept oscillating between varying physical states. At times, they could be seen, but at others, they were invisible. They also kept moving around as if a swarm of jellyfish was floating along in the vastness of the universe furnace world, though there was no telling where their final destination was. When they disappeared, even Yang Kai could not detect them. This resulted in him bumping into a jellyfish the moment he entered the battlefield, stopping him in his tracks. Light flickered and the jellyfish reappeared. Yang Kai could sense a wave of jumbled, chaotic energy coming from the jellyfish, aimed straight at his soul. It finally dawned on Yang Kai as to why the territory lord who made contact with one of these jellyfish-like chaos entity ended up in a dazed, trance-like state. If the attack landed, the target's soul would be hit by that strange energy, and it would indeed be hard to retain full control of one's senses after taking such an unexpected hit. A few of these attacks in rapid succession could very well damage one's soul. These jellyfish-like chaos entities possessed an innate form of energy that allowed them to attack their opponent's soul. This special characteristic of theirs hindered the territory lord's and Thunder Shadow's ability to fight, and from the looks of it, everyone in the battle had found out through first-hand experience. When one of the nearby territory lords noticed what was happening, he grinned happily and charged straight at Yang Kai. Even if they formed a battle formation, they might still fail to hold their own against the human's killing star, but now that Yang Kai had accidentally allowed the jellyfish to attack his soul, it was a rare and precious chance for them to land an attack. However, the moment the territory lord reached Yang Kai, he realized something was amiss. Even though Yang Kai was standing stiffly as if he was in a trance, his eyes were bright and shrewd. It did not look as if he had lost consciousness at all. By the time the territory lord noticed this, it was too late. He was a decisive individual, so immediately shoved both his hands forward and black ink strength gushed out like a wave crashing onto the shore. Yang Kai snorted and pierced through the attack with his spear. His azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows before condensing into one again. Black ink strength collapsed and dispersed, while the territory groaned as his body flew backwards, black blood spurting out of a hole in his shoulder. His expression was one of someone who just had a narrow brush with death. A silhouette appeared in the territory lord's hazy peripheral vision. He looked up and was horrified as he saw Yang Kai pull back his fist. The territory lord reacted in haste and crossed his arms in front of him. The moment Yang Kai's fist made contact, though, a surge of unstoppable force sent the territory lord flying backwards once more as his arms fell to the side to reveal the gaping hole in his chest. Yang Kai was only a step away from becoming a divine dragon, so a mere acquired territory lord could not withstand even such a simple attack from him. The territory lord landed on a visible jellyfish-like chaos entity, and the light faded from his eyes as the attack that battered his soul made things worse for his heavily wounded body. Yang Kai raised his hand once more and hurled the azure dragon spear out, piercing right through the territory lord who was currently dazed. The territory lord's aura instantly swelled up before fading away entirely. It had only been 3 breaths of time since the fight between Yang Kai and the territory lord began, but now the other territory lords were trembling with fear as they witnessed how easily Yang Kai had killed one of them. The azure dragon spear flew back to Yang Kai and he grabbed it before turning to Thunder Shadow, who was still fighting against his opponent, and snapped, "Why didn't you warn me that these chaos entities can attack the soul, third brother?" Thunder Shadow growled and ignored Yang Kai. "As if you needed a warning. These jellyfish could hinder everyone else, but Yang Kai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus, could pay them no mind. If his soul was attacked, the soul-warming lotus would protect him." The territory lord assumed that it had been his best chance to strike because Yang Kai had fallen into a trance, but in reality he was only delivering himself into the hands of the enemy. Also, third brother? What the hell is that? An inexplicable sense of irritation washed over Thunder Shadow, and his attacks became even more ruthless. The lightning that surrounded him and his opponent became even brighter as cries of agony and ferocious growls rang out. 5 territory lords had gathered here to gang up on Thunder Shadow, with a 6th nearly joining them before Yang Kai killed him. Now that Yang Kai had killed the 2nd territory lord and Thunder Shadow had pinned one down on his own, there were only 3 territory lords left. While Yang Kai was dealing with the other territory lord, these 3 territory lords managed to gather together and join their auras to form the simplest 3 fortunes formation. Despite having successfully formed a battle formation, they did not feel any more assured about their chances. Yang Kai had killed a pseudo-royal lord before, and during his time outside the No-Return Pass, he had regularly fought against 4 innate territory lords who formed the 4 symbols formation. Thus, if the territory lords wanted to have a fighting chance against Yang Kai, they had to be in at least a 4 symbols formation, and that also hinged on Yang Kai not employing his strange technique that could injure souls. If he did, then a 4 symbols formation would be useless as well. Since Yang Kai was inside the universe furnace, he was not going to use an artifact like the soul-rending thorn, as doing so would harm him in the process and have lingering detrimental effects on him. That being said, a 3 fortunes formation was not sufficient for these territory lords to put up a fight against him, so he had no worries in the first place. The 3 territory lords were quick-witted enough. Once they formed the battle formation, they immediately tried to escape, as one of them roared, "Spare our lives, Yang Kai, and the open heaven pill is yours." Yang Kai snorted, reached his hand out in their direction, and made a grabbing motion. With a flicker of space principles, he grasped something unseen and coolly remarked, "Do you think you can negotiate with me?" As soon as he said those words, the 3 territory lords stiffened and froze in place against their will. It was not due to the space secret technique, however, but rather because they were surrounded by the jellyfish-like chaos entities. The undetectable chaos entities had now revealed themselves and were attacking the souls of all 3 territory lords who came into contact with them. The territory lords instantly became dazed and disoriented. Yang Kai caught the jellyfish-like chaos entities with his space secret technique and teleported them into the territory lord's path. These chaos entities could not do much physical damage, but their attacks on the soul were nearly impossible to avoid, so he made good use of them. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to the 3 territory lords, brushing away a few of the jellyfish-like chaos entities that appeared in his path with his bare hands. The territory lords struggled hard against the relentless attacks on their souls. Sometimes, they were able to gain clarity, but it would only be for a brief moment before they fell into a daze again. It looked as if the chaos entities had rooted them to the spot. All 3 of them were now sitting ducks. When Yang Kai got close to them, he raised his hands. World force surged forward as he targeted all 3 and easily reaped their lives. At the same time, the giant ball of lightning suddenly dissipated and Thunder Shadow walked out. Though he was wounded, his presence was just as strong and domineering as ever. There was a tattered body lying behind him though, looking like it had been torn apart by a hurricane. Although Thunder Shadow was stronger than these acquired territory lords, he did not have a soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Thus, he still had to put in some effort to kill one head-on in this field of jellyfish. Yang Kai turned to Thunder Shadow and grinned. There was no need for him to say anything. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the largest chaos entity. This chaos entity was many times bigger than its fellows, though it was uncertain whether it was naturally bigger in the first place or because it devoured an open heaven pill. The supreme-grade open heaven pill only peeked through and gave off a multicolored light when the chaos entity's form became translucent. There's no telling what might happen if this takes too long. We'll do it together. Yang Kai shouted and immediately harnessed his Tao strengths before blasting them at the jellyfish-like chaos entity. Thunder Shadow bounded over and started harnessing his own Tao strength as well. Under their combined attacks, the enormous jellyfish-like chaos entity instantly started shrinking, as if it had met its mortal enemy. It seemed to have an instinctive urge to flee from danger, but Yang Kai had used space principles to keep it locked in place. It could not move or leave, but its physical state started changing even more rapidly, and the invisible attack on the soul was shooting out in all directions. Surprisingly, it was able to attack at a distance. As for the swarm of smaller jellyfish-like chaos entities, they were also visibly affected. Their bodies were releasing chaotic energy which soon covered the surrounding void. Thunder Shadow was affected by this as its Tao strength would cut off now and then. Upon noticing this, Yang Kai had to channel his spiritual energy to protect Thunder Shadow, which saved him from a possible crisis. Under the constant flow of Tao strengths, the jellyfish-like chaos entity that devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill kept shrinking until it completely disappeared. Yang Kai reached out and took the spirit pill that was giving off a multicolored glow. He now had a supreme-grade open heaven pill, one which would allow him to break through his limits and become a ninth-order open heaven realm master. Martial Peak, Chapter 5741, Another Path. The universe furnace produced many ordinary-grade open heaven pills, but only 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were created. Yang Kai had left a mark on all 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills in advance, and by using his great sun and moon marks, he could sense where these pills were once they were within a certain distance from him. Thus, he figured that as long as he was not completely down on his luck, he should be able to make this a fruitful trip, though he could not be certain how many supreme-grade open heaven pills he would ultimately get. Nevertheless, he did not expect it to be this easy for him to get the first supreme-grade open heaven pill. All he had done was tail a territory lord in secret, and not only did he get one of the pills, but he even reunited with his monster self. All he needed now was to reunite with his human self as well. Once all 3 of them were together, they would even have a fighting chance against a pseudo-royal lord. Inside the universe furnace, the only ones who posed a threat to Yang Kai were the pseudo-royal lords and the chaos spirit kings. The latter was more powerful than the former as their strength was equivalent to that of a true royal lord or ninth order masters. However, the humans did not know for certain whether chaos spirit kings existed, as the information they had came from Blood Crow, and it was only a guess of his. Either way, Yang Kai now had 2 goals to accomplish inside the universe furnace. The first was to carry on searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills, and the second was to find his human self. He next quietened down and studied the item in his hand. The spirit pill had an extraordinary appearance. The multicolored light glowed freely, but the Tao currents were subdued. It's a valuable treasure, or it deserves its reputation as the most precious opportunity. Even though Yang Kai had witnessed the birth of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, he could not move at the time and could not use his powers freely either, so he did not know much about these pills. They had scattered into the distance the moment they were created, and Yang Kai's hopes of getting an early advantage had been dashed. Thunder Shadow was also studying it carefully out of curiosity. Yang Kai's thoughtful expression was reflected in Thunder Shadow's amber eyes, and the latter reminded worriedly, "This isn't something to be eaten. It needs to be absorbed into the small universe and refined." He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know how it worked, and it would be hugely ironic if Yang Kai ended up swallowing the spirit pill just like that. According to information provided by Blood Crow, the open heaven pills created inside the universe furnace differed from the ones humans made. The latter was created to mimic the former, as the humans had studied the medicinal efficacies and found a way to create open heaven pills after countless years of trials and experimentations. However, at the end of the day, the open heaven pills created by the human race were still completely different from the ones created by the universe furnace. The open heaven pills made by the humans were consumed and refined. It would then provide a boost to the heritage of an open heaven realm master's small universe. That was not the case for the ones from the universe furnace. Those needed to be absorbed into the small universe, and the cultivators would need to rely on the strength of their small universe to refine them. Yang Kai was now at the peak of his martial Tao, and his small universe was wrapped inside an invisible layer of shackles that made it impossible to grow any bigger. However, with the help of the spirit pill in his hand right now, those shackles would disappear and his small universe could continue expanding again. As one's small universe grew larger, one's heritage would also increase. This was the right way to use the innate open heaven pills from the universe furnace, and this was why the pill could help an open heaven realm master break through their natural limits. Yang Kai had already read about these things from the jade slip Liao Zheng had given him earlier, so he knew better than to make a reckless attempt. Then again, does it work on you? Thunder Shadow asked. Yang Kai sighed, I don't think so. Although he had not refined the open heaven pill, he had a feeling that it would not do him any good. Even if he did absorb it into his small universe, it would not be able to help him reach the ninth order. Despite holding this open heaven pill in his hand, the barrier around his small universe did not react at all. If the spirit pill did work on him, then this invisible layer would show some kind of reaction in response to the spirit pill's aura. Perhaps this had something to do with the disadvantages of the open heaven realm method and the three selves source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang gave him. The open heaven realm method was flawed, but the martial ancestors were not to blame for this. They had relied on the world tree to gain enlightenment about the open heaven realm method before teaching it to the rest of the human race, which allowed the humans to have a fighting chance against the monster race and the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The humans of today would not exist in the same way if it had not been for Tsang and the other martial ancestors. Nevertheless, the martial ancestors failed to achieve full enlightenment of the martial Tao, as there was one part that was hidden inside the universe furnace from then, making it impossible to comprehend outside. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was able to make up for the imperfections of the open heaven realm method and complete one's martial Tao, which allowed a cultivator to break through their limits. However, the three selves source reconstitution art that Wu Kuang taught Yang Kai was a result of Shi's many years of hard work and effort in his attempts to comprehend the limitations of the open heaven realm method. Out of the 10 martial ancestors, Shi's ability to formulate secret arts and techniques was the best. If it had not been for that, the sinister, heaven-defying ability of heaven-devouring battle law would not exist. He was the one who came up with the three selves source reconstitution art to deal with the imperfections of the open heaven realm method. Thus, once Yang Kai chose this path of cultivation, his martial Tao had been set and it differed from those that cultivated strictly using the open heaven realm method. Thus, the supreme-grade open heaven pill, which was able to complete the martial Tao of the open heaven realm method, was meaningless to him. Once Yang Kai realized this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered if this meant that Wu Kuang had screwed him over. If Yang Kai had not cultivated the three selves source reconstitution art and created his human self and monster self, then he would have been able to become a ninth order master by simply looking for a safe place to absorb and refine this spirit pill he had with him now. Once that happened, his heritage would be enough for him to march through the universe furnace world without a care in the world. Neither pseudo-royal lords nor chaos spirit kings would pose any threat to him. Yet now, despite having such a treasure with him, he could not do anything with it. That being said, Yang Kai knew he had chosen this path himself. At the time, this path was fraught with risks as no one had ever walked it before, but it still represented hope, so he had unhesitantly stepped onto it. No one knew when the universe furnace would surface again, and the human race greatly needed ninth order masters to secure their future. Yang Kai was stuck at the peak of the 8th order open heaven realm and could not break through his limits. Since there was a possible solution, he had to try it. Wu Kuang had meant well. No one could be blamed for this situation. It was simply one of life's cruel jokes. Who would have thought that the universe furnace would show up at such a crucial point in time and that Yang Kai would obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill so easily? Yang Kai sighed and took out an exquisite wooden box. He stored the supreme-grade open heaven pill inside and placed several restrictions to keep it sealed up before carefully putting the box away. After taking a look around and seeing the swarm of jellyfish-like chaos entities who seemed to be floating along unconsciously, Yang Kai used space principles to gather them. Thunder Shadow quietly took this all in as it wondered who the unlucky person would be. He had also gotten a taste of these jellyfish-like chaos entities' strange attack, and although it was not life-threatening, anyone who touched them would suffer a shock to their soul. Most importantly, it was impossible to detect them when they took on an invisible state. This made them an excellent weapon to use in stealth attacks or ambushes. Yang Kai had already been tempted to take the gray fog that contained a sea of stars inside it when he ran into it earlier, but he could not accomplish that. Now that he ran into these jellyfish-like chaos entities, he was not going to hesitate. While collecting them, he began chatting with Thunder Shadow. Although Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self, due to the uniqueness of the three selves source reconstitution art, Thunder Shadow was also an independent living being. After all, he had been born and had grown up just like any ordinary living being. He possessed all the same qualities as an independent existence had. However, as Thunder Shadow's strength grew, the seal that Yang Kai had placed on the various pieces of information inside Thunder Shadow's soul slowly lifted, so he knew who he was and what his mission in life was. This was the same with Fong Tianci, who had long since become an 8th Order Master, which meant that he knew everything he had to know. Right now, Fong Tianci was most likely searching for the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. In all honesty, Yang Kai did find it a little strange to be chatting with his monster self, but if he treated Thunder Shadow as an independent entity, then it no longer seemed odd. After becoming a great emperor, Thunder Shadow spent a long time cultivating inside the myriad monsters world. That was because it was the only place that allowed it to use his great emperor status to rapidly grow stronger. This continued until nearly 1,000 years ago when his strength hit a ceiling. That was when he came out and joined the battlefield to hunt down enemies. Thunder Shadow spoke mostly of Qin Shui as he undoubtedly cared a lot about the 7th Order Master who took care of him when he first started out. He was constantly worried that something bad might happen to her during the imminent battle ahead of them. All of a sudden, Thunder Shadow asked, "Will the 3 Selves Source Reconstitution Art really allow you to become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Yang Kai continued gathering the jellyfish-like chaos entities as he said, "No one has ever tried before, so there's no way of knowing whether it will work. However, since it's something that sure derived back then, it should work." "Wu Kuang's no saint," Thunder Shadow scoffed. Yang Kai chuckled, "My trust isn't in Wu Kuang or Sure, but in myself. Even though the 3 selves have not reunited yet, I can sense that once that happens, it will indeed help me break through my limits. When the time comes, your human self and I will disappear for good. You are me. I am you. Combining as one doesn't mean you will disappear. You're wrong. You're you, your human self is you, and I am you, but you are not us. There's a difference." Yang Kai frowned. Thunder Shadow licked his paw. "What's the matter? Is this topic too heavy for you? Relax. The human self and I both understand our purpose. When the time comes, neither one of us will hesitate." "That's not it." Yang Kai sighed and closed the portal to his small universe. "These jellyfish-like chaos entities are polluting my small universe. I can't keep too many of them." He had been too simplistic in his thinking. After entering his small universe, the jellyfish-like chaos entities kept giving off that strange energy to attack his soul. Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus for protection, so he was not afraid of that. However, these chaos entities were made up of chaotic shattered Tao essence, and to Yang Kai, that was like the harshest of impurities that could contaminate his small universe. If he took in too many of these chaos entities, it would affect his small universe's stability. He had been thinking about taking in all of the jellyfish-like chaos entities here, but from the looks of it now, he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Yang Kai thus only kept the small number that he was still able to suppress, as it would be hard for him to carry on doing so if he took in any more of them. Martial Peak, Chapter 5742, Evolution. Yang Kai made his way through the void with a tiny, feline monster race master sitting on his shoulder. It was his monster self, Thunder Shadow. Alas, Yang Kai found it lamentable that he could not take too many of the jellyfish-like chaos entities with him and left the place with Thunder Shadow in tow. Initially, he wanted Thunder Shadow to give him a ride as he wanted to experience what it was like to have a mount, but Thunder Shadow refused. Instead, he shrunk down and took a seat on Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai could not do anything about it. Since Thunder Shadow did not want to do it, Yang Kai was not going to force him. At this moment, Yang Kai looked somewhat hesitant as he held a miniature black ink nest in his hand. This was one of his spoils after killing all those territory lords. After inspecting it up close, he confirmed that it was a low-rank black ink nest. However, since it could be used to communicate inside the universe furnace, it meant that there had to be a mid-rank black ink nest somewhere inside this space to use as a hub for the Black Ink clan's communications. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan would not have been able to use the Black Ink nest space to communicate. Now that Yang Kai had this small black ink nest with him, he could use it to spy on the Black Ink clan and glean some useful information. The only thing he had to worry about was if the Black Ink clan realized something and sealed the Black Ink nest space with him inside. If that happened, his soul would also be trapped and he would not be able to escape. He had experienced this once before, but fortunately for him, he had been protected by the soul-warming lotus. At that time, he managed to kill and injure quite a number of territory lords and Black Ink disciples with soul-rending thorns. That was what eventually forced the Black Ink clan to undo the seal, which allowed him to escape. At the time, Yang Kai was still part of the Great Evolution Army, so the situation was not quite the same. He was inside the universe furnace now, and if his soul did get sealed up, it would hinder him from accomplishing his goals in this place. After mulling it over for a short while, Yang Kai sighed and crushed the miniature Black Ink nest. He was certain that the Black Ink clan would have their guard up against the possibility of someone spying on them. If he did enter the Black Ink nest with his soul, he might end up falling into their trap. Just to be safe, it was better for him to avoid stirring up any possible trouble. Just then, the void began to rumble and shake. Yang Kai immediately halted and took in the surroundings with his senses. Thunder Shadow, who was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder, also turned solemn as he said quietly, "The first evolution is happening." Evolution was the word used to describe the change that would happen with the chaotic shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace. Such changes would happen a total of 9 times, and once all 9 were complete, the environment inside the universe furnace would become vastly different. It was also the signal that the search for opportunities inside the universe furnace was about to come to an end. Blood Crow was the one who provided the humans with this information. He had first-hand experience from the previous time the universe furnace emerged, and although he did not get a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was not a part of any major fights back then, he did manage to come back out of the universe furnace alive. Furthermore, thanks to what he found, he easily broke through and reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. The jade slip that Liao Jing gave Yang Kai not only mentioned the different grades of Open Heaven pills and the existence of the chaos entities, but it also included information about the changes and evolutions that happened within the universe furnace. The universe furnace was filled with shattered Tao essences, and anyone who entered would immediately sense that. Due to the effects of these shattered Tao essences, the environment inside the universe furnace was similarly chaotic and disorganized. Even time and space were both less defined in this space, allowing for a large number of chaos entities to be born. It was possible that an environment like this would not affect the Black Ink clan much. Their bodies were made up of Mo's creation force, and they did not cultivate the Grand Tao. However, the environment did affect the human race masters greatly, especially concerning their Tao strengths. In the outside world, Tao strengths filled every single corner of the universe. Open Heaven Realm Masters could harness their own Tao strengths to resonate with the universe's Grand Tao, which allowed them to channel part of that strength. However, inside the universe furnace, the Grand Tao was shattered and Tao essence was chaotic, so there was nothing they could use to enhance their own attacks. Only the humans' physical strength and the world force inside their small universes were not affected. Yang Kai's body, with his dragon vein, was not affected by him being inside the universe furnace, and his ability to use the world force from his small universe was not affected either. However, when trying to manipulate local space principles or time principles, their effects would be weaker here. That being said, this did not affect the human masters too much as they relied mainly on their own power when engaged in battle. Nevertheless, they were still weakened to a certain extent. However, the environment inside the universe furnace was not static. Each time the universe furnace showed up, the world inside would undergo 9 rounds of Grand Tao evolution. Blood Crow had no clue as to why this happened or why 9 times instead of 8 or 7, but either way, that was what happened. As a result of each evolution, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace would slowly become more refined, and after all 9 times, the shattered Tao essence would have changed into a complete and structured Tao essence. This change had a direct and significant impact on the universe furnace world. Upon entering the universe furnace, everyone felt that the world inside was vast and boundless, but that was mainly due to the haziness in the dimensions of time and space. If one was unable to define the structure they were inside, it was impossible to determine its size or scope. However, as the shattered Tao essence gradually became more and more refined, the space would also become more clearly defined. When it came to this space, the disorder of the universe furnace before would slowly morph into one that could be defined and measured through the continuous rounds of evolution. And this was only the shallowest of the changes that happened. Blood Crow said that during his last foray into the universe furnace, after 9 rounds of evolution, the universe furnace started feeling as if it was a real great territory, and countless universe worlds popped up inside at some point. Every one of the universe worlds had been filled with the aura of new life. He could not figure out where those universe worlds came from and could only speculate that they were a result of the rounds of evolution. This was how the environment inside the universe furnace was changed by the evolution of the Grand Tao. For both the humans and the Black Ink clan who came in, this change greatly affected them. The universe furnace world was currently boundless and never-ending. Even though many masters from the 2 races had entered, it was not that easy to encounter anyone else, be it an ally or an enemy. Most of the time, they would brush past others without even knowing about it despite being fairly near to each other. However, with each round of evolution, the shattered Tao essence slowly became more refined, and the environment inside the universe furnace world would grow clearer. Blood Crow even suspected that the universe furnace world that emerged after all 9 rounds of evolution was the true nature of the universe furnace world, and everything that had been visible before that could simply be an illusion. It was as if the real environment had been shrouded by a layer of fog. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan sent many of their masters into the universe furnace, with some 7 million or so Black Ink clansmen entering from the entrance in the barren territory alone. With so many living beings inside a single great territory, the chances of running into each other increased manifold. Thus, inside the universe furnace, it was rare to have a major fight break out during the early evolutions. Most of the time, it would simply be one-on-one fights, or perhaps skirmishes between small groups. However, as the evolutions continued, the space inside the universe furnace world slowly became more defined and the seemingly boundless area would become a lot more crowded. There was no way of discerning the pattern of evolution. No one knew when the next evolution would happen, but whenever it did, there were clear signs. Right now, Yang Kai was standing still as he took in the changes to the environment and found that the information had been accurate. The shattered Tao essence that made up the universe furnace world had become ever so slightly more refined. It was not a significant change, but it had indeed changed. Why would there be an evolution of Tao essence inside the universe furnace? Yang Kai had pondered this question when he first received the information from Liao Zheng, but he could not think of a reason why, so he decided to wait until he experienced the evolution for himself to see whether he could learn anything from it. Alas, he was just as clueless as before. In just a few moments, the rumbling stopped. The evolution had started abruptly, and it stopped just as quickly. Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to scout around him and realized that it was a little better now. He could inspect a greater radius around him, though it was still far less than the maximum he could perceive outside. The shattered Tao essence inside the universe furnace was still a great hindrance to his ability to search and inspect from a distance. "I sense murderous intent." Thunder Shadow suddenly growled. He crouched defensively on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning began to spark across his skin. Yang Kai was startled. He nearly wondered whether Thunder Shadow had made a mistake when he abruptly sensed a powerful aura approaching him from behind. Just as Yang Kai noticed the newcomer, the latter noticed him as well and sent his aura forward. Upon realizing that it was Yang Kai, the newcomer was shocked and elated as he roared, "Hand over the open heaven pill, Yang Kai." As soon as Yang Kai heard what was said, he figured out what was going on. It was clear that the territory lords who were fighting against Thunder Shadow had called for reinforcements, but this one had arrived too late. The territory lords were dead and Yang Kai had the open heaven pill. Thus, this master from the Black Ink clan followed the traces left behind and chased Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow down. Yang Kai did waste some time collecting the jellyfish-like chaos entities after all. The newcomer was a pseudo-royal lord, otherwise he would not have been as overbearing as he was when he realized it was Yang Kai. The moment the pseudo-royal lord's aura shot towards Yang Kai, the latter was able to figure out how strong his opponent was. After swiftly gauging both their powers, Yang Kai immediately came to a conclusion. He could not defeat this one. Yang Kai had crossed paths with pseudo-royal lords many times. Even though he managed to slaughter Di Wu in the divine spirit ancestral land, he only did so thanks to many favorable conditions and advantages of the terrain they fought on, so it was hard for him to repeat that feat. Previously, when he was outside the no-return pass, Mo Na Yi had managed to hunt him down until he had nowhere to hide. Thus, Yang Kai knew full well the power differential between him and a pseudo-royal lord. He did have Thunder Shadow with him now, but he knew a fight would only result in unnecessary loss. Therefore, Yang Kai swiftly decided to flee as he began manipulating space principles. While the shattered Tao essence around him did affect his use of space principles, it also interfered with divine sense, so he did not need to travel nearly as far to escape the perception of a pseudo-royal lord. In this way, the suppression from the environment affected all of them equally. Yang Kai even felt leisurely enough to still be in awe at his monster self, Thunder Shadow. He knew that in terms of strength, he was a lot stronger than his monster self, but Thunder Shadow had sensed the murderous intent before Yang Kai noticed the pseudo-royal lord's presence. Is it because of how innately sensitive those from monster race are? Martial Peak, Chapter 5743, Evade Him. Since the birth of the vast universe, there have been three important eras in history. The primordial era where the divine spirits ruled over everything under the heavens, the early ancient era where the monster race trod the lands freely, and the late ancient era where the human race rose to dominance. Each era had thousands upon thousands of wonderful chapters, and each one represented the favorite of the heavenly way at the time. As a race that represented an era, each of them had their unique characteristics. For the monster race, their biggest advantage was their strong physical bodies, keen perception, and diverse clans. Thunder Shadow was the monster self created by Yang Kai using the Three Selves Source reconstitution art, but since birth, he had been living in Myriad Monster World, filled with ancient aura. He grew up in an environment where they obeyed the law of the jungle. Furthermore, he cultivated the monster race's primal art, which could be said to be no different from the great monsters of the early ancient era. The only difference was the era they lived in. Thunder Shadow was actually very strong, otherwise, he would not be able to fight against so many territory lords alone. Only, Yang Kai's true body was just so strong that his light covered the sharpness of his claws. It was only through innate keen perception that Thunder Shadow was able to alert Yang Kai before the latter noticed anything unusual. A pseudo-royal lord was chasing them, and since the two of them were not his opponent, they had no choice but to leave first. However, just as Yang Kai was about to make his escape using his space principles, he suddenly changed his mind, though he still activated his space principles, shifting the void slightly around him. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him panicked and slammed a palm out at Yang Kai's location from afar, not caring whether or not he could even stop the latter with this blow. There was no way for him to not panic. After all, he received news from several territory lords telling him that they had discovered an open heaven pill, but a monster race leopard was keeping them at bay, making it difficult for them to get their hands on it. The leopard was strong, and he also heard that it seemed to be one of monster race's great emperors from the myriad monster world called Thunder Shadow. This was not because the Black Ink clan had a strong intelligence network, but mainly because Thunder Shadow had been baring his fangs too fiercely since descending the mountain and had even killed several territory lords. Thus, his existence was recorded by the top members of the Black Ink clan. The pseudo-royal lord was always looking over the no-return pass, and even though he was usually engrossed with fighting against Mo Na Yi for power, for many years, he had not made much progress. As he could not gain the royal lord's attention, he could only check for more information around the place and return to report. Coincidentally, this pseudo-royal lord was the third pseudo-royal lord of the Black Ink clan, Meng Ke. The first pseudo-royal lord to be created by the Black Ink clan was Di Wu, who was killed by Yang Kai at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. The second was Emo Na Yi, and Meng Ke was the third. Compared with Di Wu's vigor and Emo Na Ye's intellect, the third pseudo-royal lord remained obscure. Without even mentioning the humans, even the Black Ink clan knew very little about his existence despite him being active for over 1,000 years, which made him depressed. That was the reason why Meng Ke had been wanting to do something big, something to promote himself and to establish his position. The best he could hope for was to trample Emo Na Yi under his foot. Unfortunately, the royal lord never gave him a chance, and before he even had the time to show his strengths, the universe furnace came into existence. Due to the large outpour of innate territory lords from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, who brought many high-rank Black Ink nests with them, the Black Ink clan now had more than enough resources to create more pseudo-royal lords. Thus, the royal lord decisively gathered all the veteran innate territory lords who were in good condition to create a large batch of pseudo-royal lords. Originally, Meng Ke and Emo Na Yi were the only pseudo-royal lords, so he only needed to focus on Emo Na Yi in their battle of wits and courage. Even if he was largely unknown, Meng Ke was still the left or right arm of the royal lord, but with the increase in their pseudo-royal lords, his presence became insignificant. So, when he received a message from several territory lords that an open heaven pill was discovered, he rushed over without delay. That open heaven pill was the greatest opportunity for the humans. As long as he could get it and destroy it, then he could prevent the humans from gaining another Ninth Order Master. Such a great feat would be enough to make him stand out among all of the pseudo-royal lords. However, when Meng Ke arrived, he discovered that the territory lords had all been killed. All that was left behind was a large amount of Black Ink strength from their deaths. Furthermore, the rumored open heaven pill was nowhere to be found. Following the faint traces left behind, Meng Ke pursued the culprits until he happened upon Yang Kai. There was also a small black leopard crouching on Yang Kai's shoulder. Instantly, Meng Ke realized that Yang Kai must undoubtedly be the one who killed those territory lords, and the missing open heaven pill must have fallen into his hands. Meng Ke was overjoyed. Snatching an open heaven pill was a great enough achievement as it was, but if he could take advantage of this situation to cull Yang Kai, then his position in the Black Ink clan would definitely rise beyond Emo Na Ye's. When that time came, he would stand under Emo alone and above all his other clansmen. After all, Emo Na Yi had been fighting with Yang Kai for so many years but still failed to deal with him. Instead, the Black Ink clan suffered a lot from that struggle. They had lost not only resources but also many masters along the way. If Meng Ke could kill Yang Kai, then would that not be proof enough that he was superior to Emo Na Yi? But soon, Meng Ke remembered that killing Yang Kai was no easy task. This human was indeed not as strong as he was, but he was proficient in the Tao of space and unparalleled when it came to escaping. Even a royal lord could do nothing to Yang Kai if the latter was determined to flee. If he were to run away here, then where was he supposed to go to look for him? In a panic, Meng Ke threw out a palm from afar. Space principles surged, turning the local space upside down, but the instant when Yang Kai's body was about to disappear, the palm came down just in time. Yang Kai sprayed out a mist of blood from his mouth and turned over to glare at Meng Ke, who had attacked him from behind with hatred in his eyes. Space principles surged once more, with his figure blurred. Meng Ke shouted anxiously, "Coward! Don't run!" But it was to no avail. He could only watch as Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. He instantly felt chagrined beyond words, realizing he had acted too hastily. If he had known this would happen, he would have snuck over quietly and taken Yang Kai down in one swoop instead of announcing his presence. However, for a pseudo-royal lord like him who had to rely on the Black Ink clan source fusion technique, it was impossible to perfectly control his own power, meaning his aura could not be hidden and stealth was not an option. The auras of pseudo-royal lords like him were always on in a striking display wherever they went, just like fireflies in the night. He searched everywhere by instinct to try and find Yang Kai, but soon, Meng Ke was taken aback for a moment before rushing in a certain direction. He was actually able to find Yang Kai's location. This time, his target's instantaneous movement did not take him too far away. Meng Ke had no idea whether it was due to the hit he managed to land earlier or because of this special environment, but no matter what the reason was, this situation was favorable to him. In that direction, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and focused on flying forward. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow watched him with narrowed eyes and curiously asked, "You're not this pathetic, are you? What are you trying to do?" He had clearly caught on to some clues. If Yang Kai truly intended to leave just now, then there was no way he would have allowed Meng Ke's palm to hit him. In other words, the current situation was all part of Yang Kai's plans. "You and I are of one mind, so why don't you give it a guess?" Yang Kai laughed. Thunder Shadow curled its lips. "I can't be bothered. What's more, you should understand that though I am born from a part of your soul, reborn as your monster self, my living environment and experiences since young have been very different from yours, so my character and temperament are different from yours, the true body." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Naturally, I know that, but fundamentally, you still originated from me, so you should be able to guess what I'm thinking. Don't be lazy to use your head just because you're born a monster." Thunder Shadow snorted and said after a moment, "Are you baiting him?" Yang Kai nodded and his expression turned serious. To compete with the humans for the Universe Furnace's opportunity, the Black Ink clan have created many pseudo-royal lords. We would be safe even if we were to face a pseudo-royal lord, but if we shook him off, he would surely go find others instead, and they may not be able to deal with him. So, if I can lead him around, it will at least stop him from starting trouble with someone else instead. Thunder Shadow nodded. The Black Ink clan have indeed spent a lot of their resources. Currently, the innate territory lords outside have all been recalled to the No Return Pass, most likely for the creation of pseudo-royal lords. Yang Kai sighed. Many innate territory lords have also come out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, which gives the Black Ink clan the confidence to make such a gamble. Those innate territory lords are all injured and would not be of great use to them for the time being, but as long as they recuperate for 100 to 200 years, then they should be back to peak condition. After a pause, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him. This guy should not be a newly created pseudo-royal lord. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the one who was hiding in the No Return Pass all this time. Even though a pseudo-royal lord was unable to exert the full power of a royal lord, as long as they lived for long enough, they could slowly gain more control over their strength, allowing them to display more of it. The palm from just now was very close in strength to what Emo Na-Yi could display, so this was clearly not a new pseudo-royal lord. Combine that with the warning signs he felt outside of the No Return Pass, it was not surprising for Yang Kai to have such a guess. On his shoulder, Thunder Shadow intertwined his aura closely with Yang Kai's so that he could help the latter save some energy as he used space principles to move. It was only because Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self that they could act in concert in such a way. Anyone else would not be able to achieve such a seamless blending of auras. Behind them, Meng Ke was chasing after the pair without pause, constantly closing the distance with Yang Kai using his superior strength and speed. However, every time he reached a certain limit, Yang Kai would disappear with instantaneous movement, appearing at the edge of Meng Ke's perception, and the loop would continue. If Emo Na-Yi was here with his intelligence, he would surely have noticed something by now, but Meng Ke was far worse in comparison to Emo Na-Yi when it came to wits, so not only was he not alerted to Yang Kai's plans, he became enraged instead and was even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Though one could say that Meng Ke could not best Emo Na-Yi in terms of wisdom, one could also say that his understanding of Yang Kai was far inferior. Thus, Meng Ke was consumed by his emotions, so the feeling of closing the distance repeatedly only to see Yang Kai slip away was extremely irritating. The pair continued their chase through the void with Yang Kai probing around in all directions at every moment. For him, his intentions were not only to keep this pseudo-royal lord on his tail to prevent him causing trouble to his allies. His true goal was to find someone who could help him turn the situation around so he could kill his pursuer. Facing such a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were not his opponents even if they combined their strength, but as long as they could find 3 more 8th Order Masters to form a 5 elements formation, then it would be enough to contend with Meng Quebec. Martial Peak, Chapter 5744, Forced to Fight. The Universe Furnace world had just experienced its first evolution, but the chaotic and disorderly Shattered Tao essence had only slightly improved. This place was still vast and boundless, so wanting to find a helping hand in this sort of environment was going to be difficult. The other worry was that Yang Kai might even attract other enemies before finding the help he needed. Based on the information he obtained from Liao Zheng and the others, as many as 20 pseudo-royal lords had appeared on the various battlefields, and there could be more of them. If he were to draw in another pseudo-royal lord, then even Yang Kai would have trouble dealing with them. There was no helping it, however. He could only keep going with his plan. As he fled, Yang Kai silently opened the portal of his small universe and quickly closed it again, his figure sweeping quickly away without any pause. He seemed to have done nothing, but Thunder Shadow, who was resting on his shoulder, was keenly aware of the moment his small universe's portal was opened. He even saw Yang Kai release a jellyfish chaos entity that he had brought in earlier. The moment the chaos entity was released, it just happened to be in an illusory state and was imperceptible to one's eyes or divine sense, which was within Yang Kai's calculations. Naturally, Thunder Shadow understood what Yang Kai was trying to do, and he could not help but divert some of his attention to the rear alongside Yang Kai. The next moment, when Meng Kai crossed the point where the trap was set, the chaos entity revealed itself, and as its body bloomed with multicolored light, Meng Kai naturally hit the jellyfish straight on. This was a great shock to Meng Quebec. Even though he believed himself to be far stronger than Yang Kai, he did not dare to be careless in the face of this powerful enemy who had been causing endless troubles for the Black Ink clan for thousands of years. During the chase, he was constantly on guard to avoid being taken by surprise. Yet he never thought that he would still fall for Yang Kai's trickery. The jellyfish-like chaos entity was one that Meng Kai had previously discovered at the place where the territory lords died. Back then, he did not examine them carefully, but now that he touched one, he could sense a shapeless chaotic energy emanating from it that attacked his soul. Meng Kai was taken aback for a moment and threw his palm out by instinct, slapping away the chaos entity in his face. Up ahead, Thunder Shadow, who had seen everything clearly, licked its paws leisurely and commented, "Useful, but not very much so." Yang Kai nodded. This jellyfish chaos entity emitted a very special type of energy that disrupted one's soul, and this shock was clearly powerful enough to affect the pseudo-royal lord behind them. Unfortunately, the disturbance the jellyfish caused was minimal. It was very different compared to the territory lords before, who fell into a complete daze after being hit by these chaos entities. This wasn't too much of a surprise though, as the enemy was a pseudo-royal lord. In terms of cultivation alone, Meng Kai was no different from a 9th Order Master or true royal lord. Thus, he had great resistance towards such attacks. As such, Yang Kai's plan to use his collected jellyfish chaos entities in the fight against this pseudo-royal lord fell apart. At the very most, these chaos entities could only hinder a pseudo-royal lord a little rather than become a key to attaining victory. In fact, regarding this pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai had at least 2 ways to deal with him on his own. However, the price he would have to pay was too great and not considered cost-effective in this situation. He would be better off trying to seek help instead. Going round and round in this universe furnace world where time and space were extremely blurred, 3 figures swiftly moved, 1 chasing and 2 fleeing, though only one of the latter was actually exerting any effort. It was not known just how much distance they had traversed or how long it had been. As long as Yang Kai wanted to run, then Meng Kai would not be able to catch him, but he also could not bear to give up on a big fish like Yang Kai, so he had no choice but to soldier on. After such an extended chase, Meng Kai had also garnered some clues from his enemy's actions. He may not be as smart as Emo Na Yi, but he was still a pseudo-royal lord who had a lot of information about Yang Kai and knew his habits and thoughts well. How could he not understand that Yang Kai was purposefully leading him on after so long? Even though Meng Ke knew his enemy's intentions, he could not understand what Yang Kai's ultimate plan was, or if he had a hidden plot beneath the chase, which made him feel slightly uneasy. As the chase continued, the void suddenly shook. The second evolution was emerging. Just like the first evolution, it came fast and left just as quickly, but after this evolution, the shattered Tao essence became a little bit more perfect. For Yang Kai, who had great proficiency in the Tao of time and Tao of space, he had a greater intuition for such details compared to others. However, the helpers he needed were still nowhere to be found. Until a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed the fallout of a fierce battle up ahead. Instantly, he had a bad premonition and focused his senses. Then his brow furrowed. After the second evolution, the interference he experienced during his search was less than before, and very soon, Yang Kai realized that the fight up ahead was between masters from the Black Ink clan and the human race. About 4 or 5 different auras were coming from the human side, all of them in the 8th order. To be able to converge in one place so quickly was obviously thanks to physical contact they must have shared while entering the universe furnace. However, the Black Ink clansmen opposing had one particularly powerful aura among them. Though it contained the strength of a royal lord, it was clearly a pseudo-royal lord. The worst situation Yang Kai expected had happened. What Yang Kai hoped most to encounter along this chase was a group of at least 3 8th Order Masters traveling together. That way, alongside him and Thunder Shadow, they could easily form the 5 Elements formation and teach the pseudo-royal lord behind him some proper respect. With a 5 Elements formation, ordinary 8th Order Masters could just about put up an even fight against a pseudo-royal lord, but with Yang Kai serving as the core, the chances of defeating a pseudo-royal lord were relatively high. As for killing such an opponent, that would be a bit difficult. If they were to encounter 1 or 2 straggling 8th Orders, Yang Kai could accept that too. However, this was what he feared most, where there were enough 8th Order Masters to fight a pseudo-royal lord, but they were already encumbered. Seeing this and understanding the situation, Yang Kai swiftly turned away, hoping to lure his pursuer away with him. The pursuing pseudo-royal lord's divine sense was not the least bit weaker than Yang Kai's, so if Yang Kai could detect the movements there, then Meng Ke, who was chasing him, should have felt them too. However, Meng Ke only hesitated for a moment before turning around and continuing to chase Yang Kai. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed this. This pseudo-royal lord did not seem very smart. If it were Mo Na Yi, he would not be coming after him. While thinking so, Meng Ke suddenly paused. Clearly, he had also realized something before shouting at Yang Kai from afar. "I'll go kill those humans first before coming back to deal with you." After venting his anger, Meng Ke immediately turned around and swept towards where the battle was taking place earlier. However, before he could get far, the space in front of him rippled and a figure emerged from within, holding a long spear that he immediately thrust out. Meng Ke seemed to have anticipated that this would happen and let out a hearty laugh before swinging his fist out to meet Yang Kai in battle. The spear shadow was smashed and Yang Kai was sent flying back while Meng Ke only staggered slightly, clearly showing the disparity in their strengths. In the void, ripples were constantly forming at Yang Kai's back. He had activated space principles to try and defuse the force of the counterattack and was soon able to stabilize himself with a sigh. Even though this pseudo-royal lord was not very bright, he was not a complete fool either if he knew to threaten him with the lives of 8th Order Masters. If Yang Kai let him leave and join together with that other pseudo-royal lord up ahead, then the 8th Order Masters there would certainly be in danger. So, as soon as Meng Ke said those words, the chase was over and the initiative also fell into Meng Ke's hands. This was the reason why Yang Kai was worried about encountering this situation, because once he did, he would be forced to fight with this pseudo-royal lord. This was not the outcome he wanted. Meng Ke was extremely pleased that he had successfully forced Yang Kai to face him head-on and even felt that his idea was simply a stroke of genius. He studied Yang Kai carefully and his eyes shone as if he were looking at his own war trophy. He had seen Yang Kai before, but even though he had been stationed in the no-return pass all along, both times that Yang Kai caused a stir, Meng Ke had been an innate territory lord, so having to face a killing star like Yang Kai was not something he had confidence in back then. The number of innate territory lords who fell to Yang Kai's spear was in the hundreds. However, Meng Ke was now a pseudo-royal lord and naturally in a different state of mind. Despite having taken the initiative, Meng Ke did not let down his guard and turned to look around him. "Where is that leopard? Tell it to come out. I won't be accused of bullying you." Meng Ke did not see any trace of the leopard that was sitting on Yang Kai's shoulder previously, which made him suspicious. He had no idea what Yang Kai was planning by hiding it away. Even though he was a pseudo-royal lord, it would not be very pleasant for him if he were attacked from behind by a monster race master during a critical moment. Yang Kai curled his lip and kept silent. He just raised his spear in front of him and silently gathered his strength. Dealing with this pseudo-royal lord could mean losing his life at any moment, so he could not be sloppy. Meng Ke lost patience and sneered, "Good. No matter what plans you try to use, this will be your burial ground today. Remember, the one who killed you is the Black Ink Clan's Meng Ke." As soon as those words were said, he turned into a stream of dark light and lunged at Yang Kai. The next instant, two figures clashed with each other, and in the moment after that, a figure was sent flying out, golden blood pouring out of his mouth. It was Yang Kai. Even though he had fought with two pseudo-royal lords before and even killed Di Wu, it was Yang Kai's first time fighting a pseudo-royal lord head-on at full strength. During his fight with Di Wu, the latter had been suppressed by the divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai had favorable conditions and an advantageous position, so that fight did not count for much. As for the fight against Emonai, most of it was just Yang Kai running away from him. During that time, Yang Kai was not in peak condition since he had fought against many innate territory lords earlier, so he no longer had the capital to battle Emonai. This was Yang Kai's first real clash with a pseudo-royal lord without either side having a distinct advantage. Meng Ke was very strong, and even though he could not exert his full strength, he was still not an enemy Yang Kai could fight against freely. Still, Yang Kai steadied himself and went all out. Compared to Yang Kai's cautious seriousness, Meng Ke was sighing in his heart. The killing star whose name resounded through the humans and Black Ink Clan was truly not comparable to ordinary 8th Order masters. Before meeting Yang Kai, Meng Ke had met 3 other 8th Order masters. One of them was alone, whereas the other 2 moved in a pair. However, faced with a pseudo-royal lord like him, it did not matter whether they were 1 or 2, there was simply no way for them to fight back and they died swiftly under his palm. However, Yang Kai was able to block his blow head-on. Rather than find this ridiculous, Meng Ke felt it was only right for Yang Kai to be this strong. If he wasn't, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to make the Black Ink Clan suffer so many losses. Martial Peak, Chapter 5745, Split Up. 2 auras were clashing incessantly in the void, their fierce battle unceasing. Yang Kai was dripping blood with every step, his condition relatively miserable. Ultimately, he was not the opponent of a pseudo-royal lord in a head-on fight, especially with this one called Meng Ke who was a veteran pseudo-royal lord. Meng Ke was not one of those who had just become a pseudo-royal lord and had yet to familiarize themselves with their own strength. The strength that he was able to exert in battle was almost the same as Emonai. Every collision resulted in Yang Kai being suppressed, forced to back away again and again, his body drifting like a lone wooden boat on a stormy ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Both time principles and space principles were pushed to the extreme, and Tao strengths wrapped around his spear as it danced freely. Yang Kai anticipated the enemy's moves through time principles while moving his body with space principles, but he was still just barely able to hold on. The illusory phantom of a golden dragon coiled around Yang Kai's body as fine dragon scales could be seen appearing on the surface of his skin. Against such a powerful enemy that he had no hopes of contending with, the dragon scales could offset a lot of the damage. The dragon coiling around his body was not used to counter Meng Ke's attacks, but rather to circulate the power of Yang Kai's dragon vein in order to defend himself and heal his injuries. Even Yang Kai's towering evergreen divine manifestation, which had been unused for years, was brought out. The giant tree dropped its branches, enveloping Yang Kai's figure as strong vitality pulsed around it. This divine manifestation combined the two effects of defense and healing, but the protection it could offer to Yang Kai was limited under the bombardment of a pseudo-royal lord. Fortunately, the divine manifestation powered by the immortal tree's essence was really effective in healing wounds, no less so than his dragon vein. Meng Qie soon realized that even though he had no idea what sort of secret technique Yang Kai was using, the injuries he was inflicting on this human were recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. This caused Meng Qie to frown. He was surprised by Yang Kai's tricky resilience, and despite their crushing difference in their strength, he was still unable to deal with him within a short amount of time. This made Meng Qie attack with even greater ferocity. He also had to divert some of his attention to probe for the leopard's whereabouts. According to the information he received from the various Great Territory battlefields, this leopard was very strong and had some hidden innate divine abilities from its origins as one of monster race, making it almost invisible under the premise it did not attack. If it suddenly launched an ambush, its power was not to be underestimated. This was also Yang Kai's intention. He had Thunder Shadow hide himself from the start just to distract Meng Quebec. Even though Thunder Shadow was strong, he was yet to go far beyond the realm of surpassing ordinary 8th Order masters like Yang Kai, and against such a pseudo-royal lord, even if he did attack, it would not have too much of an effect while coming with great risks. Rather than take such a gamble, it was better to just hide itself instead. Only a hidden card could keep an enemy on their toes. Meng Qie took it for granted that Thunder Shadow was hiding on the sidelines in order to put in a sneak attack, but in fact, Thunder Shadow had silently gone far away when Yang Kai resolutely engaged Meng Qie in battle. Meng Qie's threats made it so that Yang Kai had no choice but to fight him head-on. It seemed to put him in a passive position, but Yang Kai had already anticipated this possibility and had a plan ready to deal with it. There were always two sides to every situation. Even though the fight going on the other side was the capital, Meng Qie had to issue threats. Why could it not be used to Yang Kai's benefit as well? On his own, Yang Kai was no match for Meng Qie, but with the help of the other 8th Order masters, Meng Qie would become no issue. To achieve this, he had to first help the 8th Order masters out of their situation. So, Thunder Shadow had gone over to the other side. Concealing his aura with his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow moved urgently, but silently towards the other battlefield. From a distance, Thunder Shadow could feel the stirring of world force clashing with the surging black ink strength. As he moved closer, Thunder Shadow saw 4 8th Order masters linked together in a 4 symbols formation as they fought against a pseudo-royal lord. The tide was turning against the human's side. Against a pseudo-royal lord, the 8th Order masters would have to form a 5 elements formation to compete evenly. The 4 symbols formation was still lacking. When Thunder Shadow arrived, the 4 8th Order masters were working in perfect tandem with each other and the battle formation was functioning flawlessly, but they were still at a disadvantage against their enemy. Remnants of Black Ink clansmen's corpses were still littered around the battlefield. They were apparently from nearby Black Ink clan soldiers, who had sensed the commotion and had come to support the pseudo-royal lord, only to be killed for their efforts. Even though the situation was somewhat unfavorable, the 4 8th Orders were not in danger of dying for the moment. They were not just soft persimmons to be pinched at will. All of them had been through countless life or death struggles, so they knew what needed to be done in situations like these. The 4 of them fought with great vigor as they put their lives on the line. Their attacks were sharp and ruthless against the pseudo-royal lord, which left their opponent somewhat constrained. If he could be determined enough to put his own life at risk, the pseudo-royal lord might be able to finish off these 4 8th Order masters at a heavy cost. At the very least, he was sure to sustain serious wounds. In the Universe Furnace world, however, a pseudo-royal lord who was badly wounded but unable to rest and heal would not be able to survive another encounter with a human race master. This pseudo-royal lord had narrowly escaped death during the Source fusion, so there was no way he would put himself in such danger so easily. It was with this in mind that the 4 8th Orders took such a strong stance. In terms of healing, It was much more troublesome for the Black Ink clan than the human race. In a situation where both sides traded injuries, it was the human race that ultimately came out on top even if they suffered fatalities. Sure enough, the pseudo-royal lord seemed disgruntled by the fight after a while. Seeing that he could not easily finish off these Eighth Order Masters, he was prepared to retreat. The Eighth Order Masters, too, were aware of this. With the battle formation joined, they were of one mind and tacitly slowed down their attacks. No one was willing to meaninglessly sacrifice themselves if the possibility of survival was present. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to leave, they were happy to let him. In the next instant, a black ink cloud spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The pseudo-royal lord feigned an attack before pulling back and jumping out of the 4 Eighth Order battle formation's range in an instant. With a frown on his brow, he was just about to speak a few lines before making his exit, but something suddenly appeared behind him. The pseudo-royal lord's face looked horrified as he turned around in a hurry, raising his hand to throw out a palm. But his palm struck at nothing. The only thing that came into view at the corner of his vision was a black leopard that had appeared behind him at some point in time, as well as a flash of pure white light that covered his vision. Purifying light, evil purging divine spear. From the information provided by the Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was naturally aware of the evil purging divine spears, and after fighting with the humans for so many years, this was a common weapon used on the various battlefields that had given them a big headache. So, the moment he saw the dazzling white light, the pseudo-royal lord knew that the black leopard, which had snuck over silently, had unleashed an evil purging divine spear at him. From its might, it seemed to be the kind of evil purging divine spear that was used against territory lords. His mind turned sharply and he hurriedly circulated his black ink strength to guard his body. Under the envelopment of the white light, the dense black ink strength was purified and disappeared. Bathed in the pure white light, even a pseudo-royal lord as strong as him felt uncomfortable, and a burning sensation spread over the surface of his skin. It was fortunate that he had detected the sneak attack in time and did not take the full brunt of it undefended, otherwise he would have gotten seriously injured, especially if such a powerful weapon were to pierce him and explode inside his body. All of a sudden, a powerful battle formation circled him again. For auras locked him firmly in place, instantly intensifying the anger welling up in the pseudo-royal lord. Then, the 4 Eighth Order Masters launched a barrage of attacks. Despite his anger, he did not dare to continue this fight. With this silent black leopard joining the humans, the upper hand he had was lost. Continuing to fight would only be bringing shame upon himself. Moreover, he was not sure whether or not there were more human race masters lurking nearby. So, he made a quick decision and his body split into a dozen black ink clouds that shot out in all directions. By the time the 4 Eighth Order Masters reacted, they were only able to block half of the black ink clouds, but none of them hid the pseudo-royal lord. With that delay, how could they still catch the escaped pseudo-royal lord? They could only stop there and sigh at their misfortune. Among the 4 Eighth Order Masters in formation, the one acting as the core was a brave and heroic man with red hair like fire while the 3 others surrounded him. If Yang Kai had been here, he would have instantly recognized Yang Lai. Yang Lai had originally been deployed to the depths of the Black Ink battlefield to guard the resource mining teams, but he was sent back to the Supreme Headquarters by Yang Kai when the territory lords were found escaping the primordial heaven source grand restriction to report the situation. That was how he gained access to the universe furnace. Otherwise, Yang Lai would surely still be leading the tens of thousands of humans, moving around in secret while mining for materials. Of the 4 Eighth Order Masters here, Yang Lai was the only veteran while the other 3 were rising stars who had just advanced recently over the last few thousand years. It was for that reason that he served as the core of the 4 Symbols formation. The old commander naturally had his own role to play. The 3 younger Eighth Order Masters were still eager to give chase, but Yang Lai shook his head. A hard-pressed enemy should not be pursued too far. Even if they did go after him, they would not be able to do much to him in their current state. All 4 were wounded in the fight with the pseudo-royal lord, and if the pseudo-royal lord had not decided to retreat for his own safety, they would likely not have come out of this in one piece. Pseudo-royal lords were truly powerful. Despite being in a battle formation, the four of them were still suppressed and beaten. Only Yang Kai had ever fought a master of this caliber alone in all these years, and before the universe furnace came into existence, no one else had ever even encountered a pseudo-royal lord before. The more this was, the more Yang Lai realized how difficult it must have been for Yang Kai. The Black Ink clan had cultivated pseudo-royal lords long ago, and if it were not for Yang Kai's efforts in keeping them in check at the no-return pass, there would have been many more casualties on the human race's side. The human race was nothing more than a name, but the weight it carried was extraordinary. It was an inheritance passed down from ancient times, but now, a significant portion of the burdens were resting on one person's shoulders. How terrible must that pressure be? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5746, Six Paths Formation. Yang Lai's goal in coming to the universe furnace wasn't to look for any opportunities for himself. He was thinking that, if possible, he would like to obtain a supreme-grade open heaven pill and give it to Yang Kai so that he could break through to the Ninth Order. Due to the suppression of the cave heavens and paradises back then, Yang Kai was forced to ascend to the Fifth Order open heaven realm, but now he was being relied upon to carry the heavy burden of helping the human race survive. This was what the cave heavens and paradises owed him, so he should find a way to make it up to him. Moreover, Yang Kai himself was far more powerful than his peers as it was, so to have him advance to the Ninth Order would give them an even greater advantage and even greater benefits. Of course, these were the thoughts and considerations of Yang Lai alone, so things may not necessarily go as he wished. As the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills was very small, and with the humans, Black Ink clan, and the native Chaos race masters scouring the universe furnace, obtaining a supreme-grade open heaven pill was not going to be easy. Putting his thoughts away, Yang Lai turned his head in the direction of monster race Leopard and recognized it as the myriad monsters world's first great emperor who had risen to fame in the last millennium. He was just about to thank him when Thunder Shadow's voice sounded in his ears. Yang Kai is facing a pseudo-royal lord alone and may not be able to hold out much longer. Please quickly come and support him. Yang Lai's face turned serious at once. Where is he now? Thunder Shadow turned into a black shadow and shrouded the four Eighth Order masters, his voice reaching their ears as well. Enter my divine ability and I will bring you there. As the black shadow flickered, the four figures disappeared. Using his innate divine ability, Thunder Shadow swept silently towards the battlefield where Yang Kai and Meng Ke were. Yang Kai's condition was steadily deteriorating on that battlefield. There was a dent on his chest and half of the fine dragon scales were cracked. He was clearly in a precarious situation. Even Yang Kai was struggling to keep up with this reckless pseudo-royal lord. He should be able to last for an hour at the very most, and by then he would be too wounded to fight back. Before then he would have to use his trump card if he wanted to stay alive. He could only hope that everything was going smoothly on Thunder Shadow's side. This bastard, Meng Ke, just had to keep rambling despite having the upper hand, shouting that if Yang Kai dared to run away, he would immediately go and kill those Eighth Order's masters. Hearing that irritated Yang Kai, but he was indeed not Meng Ke's opponent. He also had to rely on the jellyfish chaos entities he had collected over and over to save himself from danger, but the chaos entities had a limited effect on a pseudo-royal lord. Every time Yang Kai released a chaos entity, it would immediately be swept away by Meng Ke, causing Yang Kai to nearly exhaust the supply he gathered in just a short period of time. In contrast, Meng Ke was undoubtedly feeling extremely smug at the moment. The Black Ink clan's attempts at stopping Yang Kai have all ended in failure so far. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi had once said to the royal lord that one should not target him rashly without a heaven-sealing earth-locking array to restrain Yang Kai's space secret techniques, lest they be subjected to his retaliation later. The royal lord was also convinced of that back then. Yang Kai had brought endless shame and incalculable damage to the clan, but his greatest strength was not the power he had which surpassed his peers. His greatest strength was his ability to escape just like a slippery ghost. Without being able to restrain him, any plan would be meaningless. That was why the clan had Black Ink Disciple develop the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array and refined many array plates and banners so that they could set it up anywhere Yang Kai appeared. But now, Meng Ke had pinned Yang Kai in place all by himself without the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda Array or any helpers. All he had to do was threaten him with a few words. How could Emo Na Yi compare with such efficiency? If he could kill Yang Kai here, it would definitely be a huge achievement, not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had an open heaven pill on him. Once he returned to the no-return pass with this success, the royal lord would definitely praise him greatly, and the trivial Emo Na Yi would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Meng Ke was filled with anticipation for that future, but he did not forget about the threat of the monster race leopard. He was still a pseudo-royal lord after all, so he would not be so careless. It was at that moment that Meng Ke suddenly sensed something and slightly restrained his attacks towards Yang Kai. Instead, he threw a fierce punch at the void behind him with a cold smile curling his lips. There was an unusual movement in that direction. Clearly, the leopard finally could not resist making its move. At first, Meng Ke thought that even if he could not take it down with this blow, it would definitely be enough to force the leopard to show itself. However, what greeted him was a powerful blow, like a mountain overturning the sea, one that vastly exceeded what that leopard could produce. The sneer on Meng Ke's face turned to shock, and the black ink strength that covered his body was dissipated by the blow. He could not even stop himself from stumbling under the impact. An invisible force spread out like ripples as Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability was broken, and one by one, figures appeared in Meng Ke's eyes. Meng Ke was stunned at first, not understanding how several 8th Order Masters had suddenly appeared, but he quickly reacted to the situation. It was that leopard. He had thought that monster race leopard was hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to attack, but instead, he had gone to the other battlefield and joined forces with 4 8th Order Masters to repel his fellow pseudo-royal lord before rushing them over to help. Meng Ke could not help but curse in his heart. He had no idea who that pseudo-royal lord was, but he had to curse him for being such a waste, to have been forced back in such a short amount of time. Meng Ke also cursed himself for his poor decision-making. He thought that he would win the battle against Yang Kai by mere threats and was already on the road to victory when, in fact, his opponent already had a plan to deal with the situation. Rather than bothering with Yang Kai, he should have joined forces with the unknown pseudo-royal lord in his fight against the 4 8th Order Masters, then Yang Kai surely would not just stand by and watch. If Meng Ke had done so, then it would have been 2 pseudo-royal lords against Yang Kai and Monster Race Leopard, as well as the 4 8th Order Masters, which would give them a much bigger advantage. One mistake led to another and quickly piled like an avalanche. Meng Ke learned for the first time just how difficult it must have been for Emo Na Yi to deal with a cunning bastard like Yang Kai. Sure enough, one must not be the least bit careless or assume anything until this slippery human was dead. Meng Ke comforted himself that it was not his fault, just that Yang Kai was too tempting a target to let off. Any other pseudo-royal lord would not give up on a large catch like Yang Kai so easily to chase after a different target. However, it was too late to consider such things. When the leopard brought over the 4 human masters, Meng Ke knew that his plan to kill Yang Kai today had failed. Right now, he had to consider whether he was going to fight to the death or immediately turn tail and run. The power of Yang Kai's dragon vein burned and the towering evergreen divine manifestation that had been enveloping him shone brilliantly, pouring green light into his body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the injuries over his body could be seen healing. Even his chest, which had been caved in, was pushed back into place. Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before pointing his spear at Meng Ke, a stern look on his face as he sneered, "Ready for round 2? Not since he was chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction had Yang Kai suffered such a big loss. It was not that the Black Ink clan did not have anyone who was stronger than him, but the only one that had beaten him so badly was this pseudo-royal lord called Meng Ke in front of him. This naturally built up a huge grudge in Yang Kai's heart. While he was speaking, Yang Kai had already connected his aura to Yang Lai and the others. In an instant, a new battle formation was formed. Originally, the battle formation that Yang Lai and the 3 other 8th Order Masters formed was only the 4 symbols formation. With Thunder Shadow's inclusion, it became the 5 elements formation. Now, with Yang Kai joining the formation, it became the 6 paths formation. Yang Lai was originally the core of the formation, but he had willingly retrieved his aura and transferred this position. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who had now become the core of the formation, swelled with power, seemingly surpassing the 8th Order. The void trembled and Meng Kei's expression became grave. He naturally recognized the 6 paths formation, a battle formation of the human race. The Black Ink clan had also studied this formation. Back then, in the No Return Pass, Mo Na Yi had made many territory lords attempt to form this formation, but they never got the essence of it. The many territory lords were only able to form up to the 4 symbols formation, with a select few being capable of barely forming the 5 elements formation. As for the 6 paths formation, none of them had ever successfully performed it. The reason for that was because the formation required the concerted efforts of all involved, which not only required close coordination but also a tacit understanding of each other. Most importantly, unconditional trust towards the person presiding over the formation as its core was essential. In other words, once a battle formation was created, the participants would become parts of a whole, surrendering their will and strength to a single leader. They had to hand their life and all their power over to the one that stood as the core of the formation. Naturally, the human race could more easily form higher-ranking battle formations due to the oppression of death they faced, formed along with a close camaraderie among those that fought together since long ago. However, that was different for the Black Ink clan. Which of them would not have their own plans? The territory lords were basically the peak of the Black Ink clan, so it would be a tough demand to ask them to hand their lives over to another territory lord. Black Ink clan aside, though there were precedents of the 6 paths and 7 stars formation being used by the human race, the 8 desolations formation and the 9 palaces formation was still difficult even for the human race. This was no longer a question of trust, but rather the difficulty of the core withstanding and coordinating the pressure of the immense power gathering at that level. Thus, the formation's difficulty increased with numbers. Right now, Yang Lai and the other 3 8th Order Masters were willing to entrust Yang Kai with their lives. After so many years of hard work, Yang Kai's name had become a mainstay in the human race. He was the pillar that held back the Black Ink clan. Which rising star would not have heard of Yang Kai's illustrious name on their martial Dao? One could practically say that most of them have grown up with Yang Kai as their goal in life. With Yang Kai present on the scene, how could they hesitate? There was no need to even mention Yang Lai and Thunder Shadow. The former was a close personal friend, and the latter was his own monster self. Trust was not an issue. Martial Peak, Chapter 5747, Repelling a Pseudo-Royal Lord. The key to forming a battle formation was to have strong trust and the willingness to place one's life in the hands of another. The human race masters have never lacked this, while that was something that those of the Black Ink clan had never truly possessed. Moreover, since Thunder Shadow was Yang Kai's monster self, even though he was part of the formation's 6 members, Yang Kai, as the core, only needed to coordinate the powers of Yang Lai and the other 3 8th Order Masters. There was no need for him to pay attention to his monster self. As such, the difficulty of presiding over this formation was just like presiding over a 5 elements formation. Despite never having worked with each other before, when Yang Lai and the others appeared, and when Yang Kai integrated his aura into the formation, the core position immediately shifted to him. In an instant, the battle formation was formed as if it had been practiced countless times. Sensing the strength and power of the battle formation, Meng Kei knew that his troubles were going to be great. As the thought flashed through his mind, the surrounding space was already rippling. An alarm was set off in Meng Kei's heart when a long spear shadow suddenly stabbed towards his face. This spear was thrust with the combined powers of Yang Kai, 4 8th Order Masters, and a monster race Great Emperor, so its might could practically shatter the space inside this universe furnace world. Even the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled this place was swept away. This spear, which was covered in the rich Tao strengths from both the Tao of time and the Tao of space, seemed to have come from some point in the past towards a moment in the future. It was endlessly changing and felt completely unpredictable. Meng Kei's face paled and he quickly gathered his strength to defend himself. Rich black ink strength poured out into a barrier, but the spear pierced through all the obstacles unhindered, drawing a spray of black blood. Meng Kei gritted his teeth and backed away as quickly as possible. However, Yang Kai followed him like a shadow and his spear transformed into a rain of shadows, moving fast at times and slow at others. Various Tao strengths condensed, with the Tao of time and the Tao of space forming a core, creating infinite subtleties. The 4 8th Order Masters and Thunder Shadow who were in the formation with Yang Kai followed closely behind, emptying their minds and bodies and channeling all their power into Yang Kai through the battle formation. The situation on the battlefield was instantly flipped upside down. Yang Kai, who had been suppressed until he barely had strength to remain panting, had now gained the upper hand and overpowered Meng Kei to the point where he could barely counterattack. In terms of their might alone, Yang Kai and the others should be at a similar strength to Meng Kei after forming the battle formation. However, the Tao strengths that Yang Kai wielded were extremely profound. As he wielded the Tao strengths while drawing power from Yang Lai and the others, Yang Kai's attacks became much sharper and completely unpredictable. While others may not be able to feel it much, Meng Kei, who was currently fighting against Yang Kai, could clearly understand the difference. There were many attacks that Meng Kei was confident that he could block, but though he should have deflected or resisted them, the result ended up astonishing him instead. Each spear thrust seemed to have a clear attack pattern, but they would always fall out of his predictions at some point, causing him to make a misjudgment and causing a disadvantage in his defenses. It was as if Yang Kai's attacks were not aimed at the current him, but rather at him from some point in the past or the future. Dealing with such a situation was unusually difficult for Meng Quebec. Through the support of the battle formation, Yang Kai was currently no lesser to him both in terms of momentum and power. If that alone were the case, then a fight like this would probably end up in a situation where neither could do anything to their opponent. However, the methods that this human was using were too bizarre. What Meng Kei could not understand was how this human could actually endure this level of exertion. Meng Kei had also practiced the 4 symbols formation with other territory lords before and knew the difficulty of holding a formation together. It required not only the trust and cooperation of the others, but also the ability to bear a heavy load as the core. Serving as the core of the formation was equivalent to gathering everyone's energy into their own body. If the power was too great, then it would be difficult for one's body to handle it. Yang Kai had already been battered by Meng Kei previously, and now that he was presiding over the 6 paths formation, he was basically gathering the strengths of the 5 other masters into his own body, and the pressure alone was enough to crush any 8th Order master, yet he was taking it as if nothing was wrong. Meng Kei seemed to remember then that this guy was not actually a pure human, but rather part of the dragon clan. Dragons were famed for their thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, so it seemed reasonable for Yang Kai to be able to withstand such pressure in this case thanks to the sturdiness of his body. These thoughts made Meng Kei furious. He was clearly one step away from success, yet he failed to achieve his goal at the very end, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. Killing Yang Kai and obtaining the Open Heaven Pill were both great feats. Why should he have to stay under that bastard Mo Na Ye's feet forever? Because Mo Na Ye had more brains than he did. Because Mo Na Ye had become a pseudo-royal lord before he did. Anger burned inside Meng Quebec. Black ink strength surged alongside world force. The universe furnace world began to show cobweb-like cracks where their battle was held, but they quickly reverted to their original states. A pseudo-royal lord was not to be trifled with when they decided to lay everything aside to put up a desperate fight. As each powerful divine ability or secret technique was released by Meng Kei, black ink strength that emanated from him could practically cloud over the entire void. It was not because Meng Kei was willing to fight so desperately, but because he had no other choice. Now that Yang Kai had formed a battle formation with the other masters, it was impossible for them to just let Meng Ke go like that. No matter what happened, a full-blown fight was going to break out. Meng Ke was initially confused by Yang Kai's sudden surge of power, but now that he had gained his bearings, his situation was no longer as miserable as before. He was not a complete fool, so he would not insist on fighting Yang Kai to the death. Instead, he focused less on dealing damage to Yang Kai and more on killing Ouyang Lai and the others in the battle formation. There was no need to kill too many, just one would be enough to break the formation, then the initiative would fall back into his hands. However, even though Meng Ke could trouble Yang Kai a little bit, it did not lead to any substantial progress. His intentions were obvious, and Yang Kai would never give him the chance to achieve them. Everyone had entrusted their lives to him, so he would naturally not disappoint them. This battle was a fierce one that sent trembles through the void from the aftershocks. At one point, Yang Kai slowed down his attacks. The miserably battered Meng Ke, covered in black blood, finally saw an opportunity to dodge out of the formation's attack range. As his body shook, he turned into over 100 black ink clouds that flew off in all directions. Yang Kai had no intention of pursuing him, but there was a slight look of regret in his eyes. Without delay, he maintained the momentum of the Six Paths formation and forcibly enveloped Ouyang Lai and the others with space principles before moving far away. A while later, once they had left that battlefield, Yang Kai and the others emerged at a mountain range formed by the chaotic shattered Tao essence. With one thought, the battle formation that they kept up all this while finally dissipated. In the next moment, everyone grunted, and each one spat out fresh blood from their mouths. Even Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow did the same. Yang Kai's body was swaying and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Holding on with the Azure Dragon Spear to support him, he declared, "I will stand guard for everyone, so heal up first." Ouyang Lai and the other 8th Order Masters had mixed expressions on their faces, but they did not say anything more. They all nodded and sat down cross-legged, each taking out spirit pills and stuffing them into their mouths. Yang Kai stood while holding his spear and silently circulated the power of his dragon vein to heal the injuries on his body. He did not stop surveying their surroundings so that they were not taken advantage of by other enemies. Fortunately, there were no chaos spirits here, only some chaos entities which, as long as they were not provoked, would not come over to bother them. Thinking back to the battle earlier, Yang Kai still felt a little bit of regret. After all, he did not get to cut down that pseudo-royal lord called Meng Quebec. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to let him off, but that he had no other choice. He had already been injured by Meng Ke before Ouyang Lai and the others came to support him, and the others had also been fighting another pseudo-royal lord before, so they more or less had their share of injuries. It was fair to say that everyone but Thunder Shadow was injured before they formed the Six Paths formation. After getting into the formation and engaging in a bloody battle with Meng Ke, the powers of Ouyang Lai and the others constantly converged on Yang Kai, while each of Meng Ke's attacks were also distributed to everyone. Everyone came out of the battle more wounded than before. It was already getting difficult for them to hold on. If Meng Ke had not fled then, Yang Kai would have been forced to use devastating moves with the help of the battle formation that, though it might have killed the enemy, would likely result in Ouyang Lai and the others dying as well. As for himself, Yang Kai was confident that he could survive thanks to the toughness of his body, but it was difficult to say how badly he would be injured. Even now, the wounds that Yang Kai had sustained were extremely serious. Half of them were from fighting with Meng Ke alone, while the others were from the subsequent fight in the formation. However, he did gain some insight from this fight. His previous guesses were correct that, if he were to act as the core of a 5 elements formation, then that was enough for him to compete with a pseudo-royal lord. This time, Yang Kai was not able to gain much of an advantage even with a 6 paths formation because none of them were at their peak strength. As time passed, when everyone was still healing, the void's grand Tao shook. The universe furnace's 3rd evolution had arrived. Everyone was startled, but they were relieved to know that it was not an attack. Seeing that Yang Kai was still standing guard for them nearby, Ouyang Lai stood up. "Junior brother, you should heal up too. Let me stand guard instead." Yang Kai shook his head. I recover quickly, so don't worry, senior brother. Yang Lai looked him up and down and realized that indeed his rate of recovery was much faster than the rest of them despite not actively cultivating, so he did not continue insisting and sat back down instead. However, even if Yang Kai had a powerful dragon vein, it was still Thunder Shadow who recovered first. The main reason for that was because Thunder Shadow was unharmed before they formed the formation, so his injuries were the least severe. With his monster self to stand guard, Yang Kai could finally focus on healing. After an unknown period of time, everyone who was healing opened their eyes one by one. Even though they could not say that they had fully recovered, they were at least fine now. Yang Lai sighed. It is a shame that we let that pseudo-royal lord go. Yang Kai laughed. There's no shame in that. Unlike us, the Black Ink clan have no place to rest or heal in the Universe Furnace world. He came out of that fight badly injured, so he likely only has 50% of his strength left. He won't be able to do much from now on. It was because of such considerations that Yang Kai did not insist on fighting Meng Ke to the death. Otherwise, the threat of letting a pseudo-royal lord like him go would be too great for the other 8th Order Masters, in which case, Yang Kai would have tried much harder to kill him instead of just trading wounds. Martial Peak, Chapter 5748. What is that? A pseudo-royal lord with only 50% of his power left may not have the guts to make a move even if he were to encounter other 8th Order human masters. Even though Meng Ke did not die, his threat in the Universe Furnace had already been greatly reduced. Yang Lai could not help but raise his brow at that. So, that means it wasn't a loss for us. No, of course not. Yang Kai shook his head. The worst-case scenario he originally envisioned was that he would be forced to join hands with Thunder Shadow to fight Meng Ke alone. Of course, just his true body and his monster self were no match for a pseudo-royal lord, but as long as they dared to put their lives on the line, then they would not let Meng Ke off easily no matter what. As long as Meng Ke realized that continuing the fight with him was going to cost him greatly, he would naturally withdraw by himself. Fortunately, that did not happen, and he was able to borrow the strength of Yang Lai and the others to form the Six Paths formation. When the other 8th Order Masters heard Yang Kai's words, they were greatly relieved. They had fought against 2 pseudo-royal lords in a row, and the intensity of the fights, especially against Meng Ke, was far greater than anything they had ever experienced before. It was also a great benefit to their understanding of their own grand Daos. The cultivators who had emerged over the millennia had grown through life-or-death struggles in battle, and the experience of fighting 2 such pseudo-royal lords could be an invaluable asset to them. The situation prior was so urgent that they had no time to exchange pleasantries, but now that they had some free time, the other 3 8th Order Masters introduced themselves and respectfully greeted Yang Kai as Senior Brother Yang. The 3 8th Order Masters were 2 men and 1 woman. One among the men was Zhan Tianhe, a man of proper origins. He was a disciple of a certain cave heaven, but he was sent to the Star Boundary to cultivate long ago and was fed by the power of the Star Boundary's World Tree clone. He advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm then. Zhan Tianhe was born with delicate features. With red lips and white teeth, he looked like a young man in his early 20s, obviously achieved by a high enough aptitude and a fast enough cultivation speed to achieve great strength at a young age, which allowed his youthful appearance to persist. The other man was much more rugged with a waist like a bear's and a back like a tiger's. He was also unusually tall, resembling a steel pagoda when he stood up. This burly fellow called Xiongji was also from a cave heaven, Bright King Cave Heaven, to be exact. The cultivators of Bright King Heaven were extremely powerful and robust as they mainly cultivated body tempering. Yang Kai had encountered many of Bright King Cave Heaven's masters before, but a man of Xiongji's stature was still rare. The woman, Lu Fei Fei, was not from a cave heaven or paradise, but from a small great force. Though it was called a small great force, it was in fact comparable to the cave heavens and paradises now. That great force had also once dominated a great territory in the early days. It was similar to that of the Void Land back then, which made it a second-class great force. However, no high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had ever come out from there. After the great evacuation of the human race, this great force also moved to High Heaven territory, and Lu Fei, as a young elite disciple of the sect, was sent to the star boundary to cultivate in order to achieve her present success. The sect where Lu Fei came from had now moved to the Myriad Monsters world, where there was no shortage of rising stars. In the future, there would definitely be a lot of good seedlings who could make her sect shine. The greetings were all exchanged. Originally, the three rising stars felt more or less restrained when faced with a legendary character like Yang Kai. They had all grown and cultivated in the star boundary, so naturally, they had long heard of Yang Kai's reputation and achievements, so they were all honored to join forces with a legend such as he. However, after a short conversation, they realized that the legend was not as imposing as they had imagined. Instead, he was very approachable, and with the friendship gained through their previous battle, a sense of affinity had grown between them. Yang Kai asked Yang Lai and the others about their situation and learnt that it was by chance that the four of them had come together. Yang Lai had originally come from Azure Sun territory alone. As he wandered through the Universe Furnace world, he happened to sense a fight and rushed over to take a look to discover that Zhan Tianhe and the others had formed a Three Fortunes formation and were fighting against a pseudo-royal lord. Yang Lai immediately came to their aid, leading to the scene that Thunder Shadow saw after that. If Yang Lai had come any later, then Zhan Tianhe and the others would likely have been in mortal danger. A Three Fortunes formation would most likely have been unable to defend against a pseudo-royal lord. As long as the pseudo-royal lord was determined to pay the price to forcibly cut one of them down, the Three Fortunes formation would easily be broken. Though Zhan Tianhe and the two others were of different origins, they had similarly grown up in the star boundary and had fought together with each other many times on the great territory battlefields. So, they had grown to know each other well and formed a deep friendship. This time, the group had also entered through one of the Universe Furnace's entrances together. Yang Lai was worried that Yang Kai would not know of the Universe Furnace's oddities, so he was in a hurry to bring him all the information gathered by the humans so far. When he found out that Yang Kai had already met up with other Eighth Order Masters and was informed of all the intricacies, only then did he rest. He then said with excitement, "With junior brother Yang and Thunder Shadow joining us, we can now explore the Universe Furnace world freely with the Six Paths formation." There was sense to his words. They were all injured previously and also fought off Meng Ke, but now that they were mostly recovered from their injuries, with the Six Paths formation, they no longer had to fear any pseudo-royal lords. The only existence likely to be able to be any threat to them in the Universe Furnace world now would be the as of yet unconfirmed Chaos Spirit Kings. Zhan Tianhe and the others were also excited. Originally, the three of them were cautious and uneasy, worried that they would accidentally come across a pseudo-royal lord, and they did end up bumping into one in the end. It was fortunate that they were able to turn a dangerous situation into a beneficial one. With a stronger formation, there was no longer any need for them to worry about anything. Yang Lai stood up eagerly. "Junior brother Yang, shall we get going?" His wounds had yet to fully heal, but he was well enough to go searching for opportunities while recovering on the way. Namely, he was eager to go off and search for a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. "There's no rush." Yang Kai smiled. "Senior brother Yang, I have something to give you." Yang Lai was surprised. "What is it?" What would Yang Kai have for him at such a time? Yang Kai did not explain and just took out a wooden box, tossing it to Yang Lai, who casually caught it and smiled. "Anything that comes from junior brother's hands surely won't be ordinary. Let me take a look." Saying so, he released the many seals on the box as Zhan Tianhe and the others looked on curiously. In the next instant, a dense multicolored light suddenly entered their eyes, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. Yang Lai's smile froze on his face, but he was only taken aback for a moment before quickly closing the wooden box and sealing it again. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai while putting on the airs of an elder. "Stinking brat, how can you casually throw such a thing around? Hurry up and put it away." He quickly walked up to Yang Kai and grabbed his hand, pressing the box heavily onto his palm as he glared solemnly at him. He tried to take his hand away, but failed to do so. Yang Kai had caught his hand, causing Yang Lai's face to become even more serious as he scolded, "Damn brat! You're still not going to let go? Tugging and pulling at someone's hand like this is highly improper." Yang Lai really never expected that Yang Kai would actually give him that when he offered to give him something. Despite having never seen it before, he knew the instant he opened the box and saw the dense multicolored light surrounding the object. It was the greatest opportunity to help cultivators break through their limits, as well as the cause that triggered this great tide of competition between the human race and the Black Ink clan. A supreme-grade open heaven pill. Yang Lai had to sigh in admiration at this twist of fate. He had been planning to give Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill if he ever came by the opportunity to obtain one so that the latter could advance to the Ninth Order open heaven realm, and so that he could better lead the human race to victory and lift the darkness enveloping the 3,000 worlds. However, despite his search, Yang Lai never caught a glimpse of a supreme-grade open heaven pill's shadow, only finding a few ordinary-grade open heaven pills. He never thought that Yang Kai would actually want to give him one instead. What is this boy thinking? The moment he saw the open heaven pill, Yang Lai felt a mix of emotions inside of him. He felt touched but also annoyed at the same time. He was touched that Yang Kai would so simply part with such a precious item as a gift to him, which was not something that could be done casually. In the end, he and Yang Kai merely knew each other well and shared some friendship as war comrades, but they were not at the level that warranted him being given a supreme-grade open heaven pill so simply. Yang Lai had the idea of giving Yang Kai a supreme-grade open heaven pill for the greater good of the human race, not to mention the fact that it was still a question as to whether he would get a supreme-grade open heaven pill to begin with. But what was Yang Kai thinking when doing this? Yang Lai was annoyed at why this brat would give the pill to him when he himself needed it as well. How could he accept such a gift? This stinking brat could not be thinking that the pressure on him was too much, and so was thinking of shirking his responsibilities, was he? Otherwise, why would he not take the spirit pill himself after obtaining it? That would certainly not do. Yang Kai was not just a name, but the spiritual pillar of the entire human race. If he were to quit here, then it would greatly impact the morale of everyone. While such thoughts were running through Yang Lai's mind, Zhang Tianhe and the others were all stunned after seeing the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though they were not as old as Yang Lai and had not seen as much as he had, it was still easy to recognize something like the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Excitement, shock, thrill, admiration. They all instantly went through a tangle of emotions. Since the three of them entered the universe furnace world together, other than meeting the pseudo-royal lord, their trip had been smooth so far. However, they had not seen a trace of a supreme-grade open heaven pill along the way. Yet, senior brother Yang had already gotten his hands on one. As expected of the legendary figure that they had been hearing about from their elders since they were young. They were truly impressed by the speed at which he was able to find and acquire such a treasure. The presence of this supreme-grade open heaven pill was a direct correlation to the birth of another Ninth Order open heaven realm master in the human race, which would definitely have a huge impact on the struggle between the human race and Black Ink clan in the universe furnace world. A Ninth Order master could provide great help to the humans. Of course, they were also masters who were in need of this spirit pill, otherwise they would not have come into the universe furnace world. Though they came spurred on by the situation of the human race, they also came because of their own needs. Now that the opportunity was right in front of their eyes, who would not feel their heart race? Martial Peak, Chapter 5749, I dare not accept it. Cultivators spend so many years striving hard on cultivating, was their goal not so they could reach greater heights in the martial Tao? It could be said that no Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could stay indifferent in the face of a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. This was merely human nature, not greed or selfishness. However, Zhang Tianhe and the others quickly put away their thoughts, for they knew that with Yang Kai and Yang Lai present, this supreme-grade Open Heaven pill would not be for them to refine no matter what. After all, the pill did not belong to them. Yang Kai had guessed that Yang Lai would reject the pill, only he never thought that his senior brother would reject it so resolutely. This reinforced Yang Kai's idea that it was right of him to offer up the open heaven pill. Not just anyone could muster the same determination to reject it when they were able to recognize what the pill was. Patting the back of Yang Lai's hand, Yang Kai said, "Senior brother, please listen." Yang Lai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm not listening. Take and refine this thing right now. We will stand guard for you. Once you break through to the ninth order, go and wipe out all those Black Ink Clan bastards. Wouldn't all the good stuff that's left be ours without the Black Ink Clan creating a disturbance here?" Zhang Tianhe and the others nodded in agreement. Senior brother Yang has a point. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was useful to me, I would have found a place to refine it long ago and not keep it until now. Yang Lai was stunned as he did not quite understand. "What do you mean? This thing is useless to you? Could I be mistaken about what this is?" He did not think he was wrong. It should be a supreme-grade open heaven pill, no doubt about it, but could he have been mistaken? Yang Kai explained, "Yes, it is what senior brother is thinking of, but unfortunately it really is useless for me." Yang Lai frowned. "If it really is that thing, then how could it be useless to you? Don't try to fool me. I won't believe a thing you say." Yang Kai had no idea what to say to that as he too felt helpless. "That's why, please let me finish. Senior brother." Speaking up to this point, he changed to divine sense transmission and began relaying the story about how he obtained the three selves source reconstitution art from Wu Kuang. Yang Lai listened with changing expressions, his eyes going back and forth between Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. This Thunder Shadow Great Emperor who was born in the myriad monsters world is made of part of Yang Kai's soul, created with the help of a secret technique? That aside, there is still a human self, and only when three selves unite can he break his limits and overcome the shortcomings of the open heaven realm method to step into the ninth order? The story sounded bizarre, yet Yang Kai looked so serious when he told it to him. Yang Lai did not even know whether he should believe him or not. However, he did not see any trace of Yang Kai in Thunder Shadow. Could that still be considered part of him? A moment later, Yang Kai continued, "Senior brother, I know the situation of the human race better than anyone. If I could have broken through to the ninth order with this pill, then I naturally wouldn't hesitate. If you would excuse me for shamelessly boasting, if I were to make a breakthrough to the ninth order, then it would be much more valuable than any other eighth order master. If I had such an opportunity, I would never give it up. However, this pill really is of no use to me. Everything else aside, does senior brother feel something unusual in the barrier of your small universe when you see this pill?" Yang Lai gently nodded. The barrier around his small universe, which had been shackling him for so many years, did in fact show signs of loosening the moment the multicolored light spread out, and it was because of that that he was able to conclude that it was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Only supreme-grade open heaven pills could have such a miraculous effect in this world. Yang Kai said, "I don't feel anything. That is why this pill is of no use to me." Yang Lai's expression turned complex at that, and he was silent for a long time before saying, "You're not lying to me, right?" Yang Kai chuckled, "I have already spoken up to this point. How could I deceive senior brother? If I may ask, please refine this pill as soon as possible and break through to the ninth order, senior brother. Then we can strengthen our people's position and eliminate more powerful opponents." As Yang Kai said, if this pill was truly useful to him, then whether it be for personal reasons or the greater good of the human race, he would not give it away to anyone else. However, facts proved that it was of no use to him. The way the two of them kept pushing the pill to and fro made Zhang Tianhe and the others gape in awe. Even though they had no idea what Yang Kai said to Yang Lai earlier, it did not matter. That was still a supreme-grade open heaven pill, and no eighth order master could possibly remain unmoved in front of it. The opportunity to climb up to the ninth order was right in front of them, but these two were showing humility to each other, causing Zhang Tianhe and the others to praise the nobility of these two senior brothers. Yang Lai held the wooden box containing the supreme-grade open heaven pill in his hand. Though it was a small thing, it felt unusually heavy. There was a moment of silence before he said, "Junior brother, I don't know whether or not I can make a breakthrough with this pill. You should be familiar with my condition. After fighting for so many years and accumulating so many dark injuries, my small universe is a mess. If I refine it and do not make it to the 9th order, would that not be a shame?" Yang Kai quickly said, "This pill was conceived by the universe furnace and created by the heavens and earth. Its wonders are beyond our comprehension. It's worth a try, senior brother." Yang Lai shook his head. "It's still risky. This is an opportunity for someone to become a 9th order master. I don't want it to go to waste, no matter how small the possibility." Saying so, he handed the wooden box to Zhang Tianhe on the side. "Tianhe, you do it." Zhang Tianhe was flabbergasted. "Emmy?" He was just watching from the side. How could such a good thing suddenly fall on his head? Did the universe suddenly flip upside down? This was a supreme-grade open heaven pill. The goal of all those who came here. Why was everyone refusing to refine it? Yang Lai was solemn. "You do it. I don't have complete confidence in succeeding, while Xiongji is from Bright King Cave Heaven. Even if he succeeds, he would still just be a meathead. What he can offer to the human race is limited. As for junior sister Lu, her heritage is still lacking. You're the best candidate, so you take it." Watching from the sidelines, Lu Fei nodded lightly. Out of the 3 of them, she had broken through to the 8th order last, so it was true that she was still lacking in comprehension and heritage. She was not in as urgent a need for the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Even though Xiongji was called a meathead by Yang Lai, he just scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly as he could not deny it. "Senior brother, Zhang Tianhe was at a loss for a moment. "Don't go stuttering on me." Yang Lai slapped the box down on Zhang Tianhe's hand. "Hurry and refine it. We will stand guard for you." Zhang Tianhe's body froze as if he had been put under a spell. He had not been at such a loss even when he was facing the pseudo-royal lord earlier. Opening the wooden box by instinct, the multicolored light poured out once more. His heart throbbed and the barrier that stopped his small universe from expanding was shaking faintly from the pill's fragrance. The greatest opportunity was now in his hands. As long as he took it into his small universe, refining and absorbing it, then the walls would be broken through and he would advance to the 9th order. However, Zhang Tianhe remained still for a long time. "Still not refining it? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Black Ink clan to come and attack us?" Yang Lai could not resist the urge to reprimand him. The look of struggle on Zhang Tianhe's face gradually eased up. Seemingly having made up his mind, he let out a bitter chuckle and shut the wooden box, handing it back to Yang Lai. Yang Lai couldn't help but narrow his eyes at him. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianhe chuckled bitterly. "Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me." Yang Lai shouted. "Make things difficult for you? I'm giving you an opportunity and you say I'm making things difficult for you?" Zhang Tianhe took a step back and bowed respectfully to Yang Lai. "Please forgive me, senior brother, but I can't accept this, nor do I have the right to. Please refine it yourself, senior brother." Next to them, Yang Kai, who was silent the whole time, raised his brow a little. He handed the spirit pill to Yang Lai, but the latter did not have the confidence to refine it successfully and was worried about disappointing his expectations, so he turned around and gave it to Zhang Tianhe instead. It was not because Yang Lai lacked commitment, but because of how severe the matter was. Right now, having one more or one less 9th order master could make all the difference in their situation. If he left it to Zhang Tianhe, then a new 9th order master would definitely be born. That was why Yang Kai did not stop Yang Lai from doing so. For the greater good, Yang Kai had planned to find an 8th order master to have them refine the spirit pill after he discovered it was useless to him. Before that decision was even made, he never thought that he would end up bumping into Yang Lai. However, there was bound to be a little bit of selfishness in everyone. Compared to the rising star 8th Order masters like Zhang Tianhe, whom he just met, Yang Kai more or less shared a friendly relationship with Yang Lai and would rather have him take the spirit pill. This was naturally why Yang Lai became his first choice as a recipient. As for whether or not it would give Zhang Tianhe and the others any ideas, Yang Kai did not care. The spirit pill belonged to him, so it was his own freedom to choose who to give it to. Nobody had the right to make that decision for him. However, he truly never thought that Zhang Tianhe would be able to resist such a great opportunity when it was brought before him. His virtue was praiseworthy indeed. Yang Kai suddenly had the feeling that it was worth fighting for the human race for all these years. Zhang Tianhe's quiet voice entered his ears. Since this junior brother entered a sect and began cultivating, the elders have been telling us of our senior brothers and sisters' honored names. The fact that the human race can occupy a place in the 3,000 worlds and continue to survive under the oppression of the Black Ink clan is all thanks to you seniors. We, the next generation, have been able to grow and cultivate in the star boundary without lack of resources or mentors, all thanks to our seniors and ancestors, who sacrificed their lives, fighting on the front lines. It can be said that everything we have now is a result of the life offered and blood spilled by those who came before us. This time, we entered this universe furnace world to seek treasures and opportunities to make a breakthrough, but even that chance is thanks to the millennia of effort the seniors and elders have dedicated to the cause. If we gain something on our own, then the opportunity belongs to us. In that case, this Tianhe would not stand on ceremony in seizing that opportunity. We as cultivators should be determined when forging ahead. If we are to act so timidly in front of opportunities, then what are we cultivating for? However, this was something brought here by Senior Brother Yang. Compared to what you two senior brothers have given to the human race, we are not qualified to receive it, nor do we dare to. While saying that, he gave a deep bow. Tianhe gives many thanks to Senior Brother Yang for his kindness. However, Senior Brother Yang, you have fought the Black Ink clan for the sake of the human race for more years than any of us, then continue to do so on the great territory battlefields of today. Isn't this the reason why those dark injuries have accumulated all over your body? We, the younger generation, have no way of doing anything for you, but at the very least, I cannot rob you of your opportunity, otherwise, it would make me feel guilty. If that happened, how could I possibly hold my head high again? Martial Peak, Chapter 5750, Trouble. Zhang Tianhe spoke so earnestly that Yang Lai had to sigh upon hearing his words. At this point, if he kept insisting to have Zhang Tianhe refine the supreme grade open heaven pill, he would just be troubling him. All of a sudden, Yang Lai felt strange inside. With such a great opportunity in his hands, everyone should be fighting him for it, yet why did it suddenly become something to trouble others with? Lu Feifei advised him from the side, Senior Brother Yang, you should refine the pill yourself. Yang Lai grabbed the wooden box and turned to look at Yang Kai, making a gentle suggestion, why don't we leave it for Big Head Xiang? Big Head Xiang came in as well. Senior Brother Yang. Yang Kai interrupted him without letting him finish, looking serious. You are a senior of our human race and have fought for so many years against the Black Ink clan, killing countless enemies, never backing down in the face of death. You were separated from the human race army back at the no-return pass, yet you did not give up. Now, you are just refining a spirit pill. Why are you being so sentimental about it? Please bring out some of your guts as a senior. Don't make us, your junior brothers and junior sisters, look down on you. Lu Feifei could not help but glance at Yang Kai. She was a woman after all, so she was slightly more sensitive. She could not help but feel worried that Yang Kai had overstepped. Yang Lai stared down at the wooden box, face serious but not speaking. Yang Kai went on, Senior Brother, both the Black Ink clan and the human race masters have gathered in this universe furnace world, and we also have the native Chaos Spirit clan to be wary of. We cannot see what happens in the future, we can only strive for the best that we can do now. One more Ninth Order master in our ranks would mean a lot to the human race. Yang Lai heaved a long sigh. You think I don't understand that? Forget it. Since you insist on pushing me, then there's no need to say anything more or that would make me look stingy. Suddenly, he grabbed the wooden box and calmed his breathing, shouting, "Junior brothers and sisters, senior brother will refine this pill today and advance to the 9th order. I will trouble you all to stand guard for my sake." Yang Kai beamed, "Good." Zhang Tianhe and the others cupped their fists with dignity. "Please refine the pill with ease, senior brother Ouyang." After making up his mind, Ouyang Lai no longer delayed the situation and immediately opened the wooden box, taking out the spirit pill that was glowing with a multicolored light from within, opening the portal of his small universe, and casting it inside. The moment the portal opened, what Yang Kai was able to glimpse inside left him in disbelief. A veteran 8th Order master like Ouyang Lai had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for many years and had survived who knows how many bouts with death. Though he survived, the injuries continued to pile on in places unseen, something which Yang Kai had already known. The 8th Order masters who guarded those collecting resources in the depths of the Black Ink battlefield were all such senior 8th Order masters. The hidden injuries in their bodies did not matter too much, but what troubled these veteran masters were the problems appearing in their small universes. For example, in the split moment that Ouyang Lai's portal was opened, Yang Kai could clearly see the abnormal situation within his small universe. It was not that there were any defects to his small universe or its foundation was unstable, it was just different from a normal small universe. The energy that was coming out from inside of it was also not too stable. It was not just a pretense when Ouyang Lai said that he was not fully confident. Otherwise, how would he think about having Zhang Tianhe refine the spirit pill instead? They watched him cast the pill into his small universe, but whether he could successfully break through his limit and advance to the 9th order was yet to be known. However, since Ouyang Lai had the determination and the qualifications to strive for it, it was worth it to take the gamble. All Yang Kai and the others had to do was to stand guard for him. However, standing guard in a place like this was not exactly easy either. Advancing to the 9th order should surely cause quite the commotion and might draw in some strong enemies, especially Meng Ke, who escaped previously. He would surely spread the word about his encounter, and there were likely already masters from the Black Ink clan searching everywhere for them. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to just seal off this area to stop the commotion Ouyang Lai would be causing from spreading out, but that was an unrealistic thought. Despite his proficiency in the Tao of space, it was still impossible for him to seal off too large of an area in this place filled with chaotic shattered Tao essence. After a brief discussion between the 4 humans and 1 monster, they spread out, each guarding a separate position. The simplest plan was no plan. Many forefathers of the human race had reached the 9th order in the universe furnace, so if their ancestors could do it, then they, the younger generation, could too. Ouyang Lai did not cause too much of a commotion at first, but soon Yang Kai, who was stationed nearby, sensed a mysterious movement from the former's direction. Obviously, this was a direct result of him refining the spirit pill. The burgeoning aura was so profound that even Yang Kai, who had cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art secret technique, could sense the mysteries within it, accompanied by an urge to focus his mind and enlighten himself through its mysteries. If even he was reacting this way to it, then it should be true even more so for Zhang Tianhe and the others. Fortunately, they were tactfully aware of the severity of the situation and fought back the urge to sit down and cultivate, keeping their divine senses focused on their surroundings instead. It did not take long for trouble to arrive, but it was within Yang Kai's expectations. Though, while he expected the enemies to come while Ouyang Lai was making a breakthrough to the 9th order here, he never would have thought that the first ones to react would actually be the chaos entities that lacked intelligence. The place that they were hiding in was a mountain range formed by condensed shattered Tao essence and was no different from the real mountains in the outside world, but intrinsically they were completely different. Chaos entities existed in this place, which Yang Kai had noticed previously. Only, based on what Liao Zheng told him, the chaos entities should not react much as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them. This was unless they were part of the Chaos Spirit clan that had defined physical bodies and were strongly hostile against all outsiders. In that case, anyone who entered their territory would have to face their retaliation. The chaos entities had not been on their minds before, thus, they never expected that countless chaos entities would be attracted by the disturbance and would swarm towards Ouyang Lai from all directions. Yang Kai reacted immediately to the situation and realized that the chaos entities must have been attracted by the fluctuations coming from the supreme-grade open heaven pill. The chaos entities had an instinctive yearning towards the open heaven pills that were formed in the universe furnace. By refining an ordinary grade open heaven pill, one of them could form their own physical body and turn into a member of the Chaos Spirit Clan. Now that Ouyang Lai was refining a supreme-grade open heaven pill, the fluctuations were so pervasive that there was no way the chaos entities could sit still. It was just like a pack of wolves who had been starving for years had suddenly caught onto the scent of meat. Yang Kai and the others acted immediately, circulating their Dao strengths to stop and eliminate the chaos entities that were drawn over. Dao strengths dealt a great deal of damage to the chaos entities, and many of them could not even withstand a single blow before they disintegrated back into disorderly shattered Dao essence. However, there were far too many of them, and they were piling in from all directions. They had no idea where these chaos entities came from, but there seemed to be no end to them. Yang Kai felt that he had made a mistake. He should not have asked Ouyang Lai to make his breakthrough in a place like this. However, Liao Jing never mentioned any of this in his report, so Yang Kai could not have expected this to happen. The reason they stopped here to begin with was because they were trying to hide themselves in the terrain so that they could recover from their injuries. Ouyang Lai refining the open heaven pill here was just a logical progression. Who knew that such a thing would happen when that decision was made? Similar to what Yang Kai was encountering, in the desert where Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were, the two of them had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which Yang Shui had taken into her small universe and was in the midst of refining. It did not take long before an endless stream of chaos entities popped out from the sea of sand, lunging in for the kill. Fortunately, the two of them were staying in the flowing time temple all the while. At the moment, Yang Xiao was standing right in front of the flowing time temple and was working its protective powers by channeling all his might into it. At the same time, he used his own time Dao strength to kill the approaching chaos entities. He slaughtered with reckless abandon, his dragon vein throbbing intensely. His little ant was about to advance to the ninth order, so how could he allow these mindless chaos entities to spoil her efforts? On Yang Kai's side, the 4 humans and 1 monster were originally scattered in all directions with Ouyang Lai at the center, but in just a few moments, they had all gathered closer around Ouyang Lai, each guarding a different direction and stopping all the incoming chaos entities. Things were going better on Yang Kai's side since his attainments in his Grand Daos were exceptionally high, so it was no problem for him to deal with his share of the chaos entities. Thundershadow's side was slightly sloppy, but he was still managing to hold his position. In contrast, Zhang Tianhe and the others paled in comparison, especially Lu Feifei. She was not considered weak by any means, but one could clearly tell that her command over her Grand Dao was lacking compared to Zhang Tianhe and Xiongji. She did not last for long before becoming overwhelmed and almost let a few chaos entities slip past her guard. It was thanks to Yang Kai's timely help that they were able to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was also related to the fact that they were unable to use their full power. Ouyang Lai was refining the open heaven pill just behind them so that he could break through into the ninth order. If they were to use their full power here, they might end up disturbing him. Big brother, the chaos entities outside have been drawn over as well. Thunder Shadow suddenly warned amid the heated battle. Yang Kai almost choked when he heard himself being called Big Brother. Still, he spared a glance and sure enough, the chaos entities wandering the void had also been drawn in, which instantly made their less than optimal situation all the more dire. He had to think of a plan. If this went on, then Ouyang Lai's breakthrough attempt would fail prematurely. If he failed here, it would be a huge loss for the entire human race. If he could turn the power of his Dao strengths into a protective barrier and envelop the entire area around Ouyang Lai with it, they should be able to solve this situation, but Dao strength was formless, so how could Yang Kai achieve something like that? Wait. While in the midst of battle, Yang Kai suddenly realized something. Shapeless power? If Tao's strength is formless, then how were these mountains formed? How could the infinite river exist? And these chaos entities, too, as well as the Chaos Spirit Clan, how could they be explained? In an instant, ideas poured into Yang Kai's head and made him think. While pushing down the emotion of having a sudden epiphany, Yang Kai had the feeling that he had vaguely touched upon something. The Grand Tao is not formless, it is perceptible. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5751, Space-Time River. All this while, whether it be Yang Kai or other human race masters, they had always been borrowing from some sort of special method to present their Tao strengths. For example, when Yang Kai used the sun and moon divine, well, back then, the sun and moon would shine together to give rise to the time Tao strength, which was then complemented by space Tao strength, intertwining with it to form the profound space-time strength. The power of the Grand Tao was, for anyone, an ethereal existence, yet one that firmly existed. It was the foundation and direction for every open heaven realm master's cultivation. Nobody had ever actually seen directly what the Tao looked like. It was both a limitation of one's mind and stereotyped thinking. However, what Yang Kai saw in the universe furnace gave rise to an epiphany. The Tao was not invisible nor shapeless. These mountains, the infinite rivers, and even the jellyfish chaos entities that he kept in his small universe were all condensations of shattered Tao essence, so which one of them was not a manifestation of Tao strength? If the shattered Tao essence could assume a form, then why not the grand Taos cultivated by cultivators? Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had pushed open the door to a new world, and many new insights were being born in his mind. After calming himself, Yang Kai began circulating the space and time Tao strengths with all his might to spur on their subtleties. Even though he had cultivated many grand Taos, the ones with the highest attainments were the Tao of time and the Tao of space. At this moment, he had completely abandoned the Tao strengths of the other grand Taos and only used the Tao strengths of time and space in order to protect this place. Under his careful control, Yang Kai wrapped the Tao strengths around Ouyang Lai to block the chaos entities who were rushing at him, brushing them away without affecting Ouyang Lai in the slightest. One had to have a high level of mastery and control over one's grand Tao to achieve such a thing, or else the slightest mistake could mean pulling Ouyang Lai into it as well. More and more chaos entities were gathering, emerging not just from the mountains, but also from the void. Some were even born out of thin air. This mountain range itself could technically be considered a chaos entity as well, and an extremely massive one at that. Only, it was unlike the other chaos entities in that it was completely fixed in form, incapable of thought, and also immobile. However, the shattered Tao essence that was stripped off of it could come together again to give rise to new chaos entities. The pill fragrance and aura emanated from the supreme grade open heaven pill was so strong that a large number of chaos entities were spurred into birth within the mountain range that was so full of shattered Tao essence. After being damaged by Tao strength, the chaos entities that came lunging over often dissipated into nothing before they could even get close to Ouyang Lai. Nonetheless, their numbers were truly too great. Yang Kai could certainly hold down his own end, but if the others were to deplete their strength, then the defensive line would collapse. Zhang Tianhe and the others were getting anxious. Ouyang Lai did not have full confidence to be able to refine the supreme grade open heaven pill to begin with, so if he were to be disturbed by the chaos entities now, it would make things far worse. There may really even be a chance of failing. However, they had already done everything they could. They were constantly unleashing Tao strengths, but in desperation, they could only put their hopes in Yang Kai. He was the pillar of the human race who had performed countless miracles, often achieving feats impossible for all others. They only hoped that he had a solution to the situation at hand. Otherwise, if even he came up empty in the face of their predicament, there was truly no other hope. It was at this point that Zhang Tianhe and the others saw where the problem lay. They should not have had Ouyang Lai refine the open heaven pill here. Any other place in the void would not have been as bad as this place. Without the mass of chaos entities being born from the mountains, any one of them could have dealt with this situation easily, In fact, it may not have mattered if there was no one standing guard for Ouyang Lai then. This whole situation could only be attributed to poor information on their side, but there was nothing they could do about it as most of the information about the universe furnace came from the one witness, Blood Crow. However, to be fair, he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when he entered the universe furnace back then, and he was not from the cave heavens or paradises either. As a rogue character, how could he have known of such confidential information? Throwing a quick glance over at Yang Kai, they saw him circulating his Dao strengths and brandishing them freely. His face did not look too panicked, which calmed their anxiety some. Soon, something unusual caught their attention. Surprisingly, a mist began forming around Ouyang Lai. They had no idea where the hazy mist had come from, but it formed a barrier of protection around him that enveloped Ouyang Lai into it. Some of the chaos entities that failed to be blocked and rushed into the mist would quickly melt away like snowflakes under the blazing sun, turning into nothing before they could reach Ouyang Lai. Zhang Tianhe and the rest were shocked. It was not mist. Clearly, it was a mysterious condensation of Dao strength. Instantly, they felt amazed. So, Dao strength can be manifested in such a way? In all their years of cultivation, nobody had ever told them about that. And, after tracing the source, Yang Kai turned out to be the cause of the mist. Though they had no idea what Yang Kai had done to manifest his Dao strength in such a way, the tense situation from before finally eased up. With the mist of pure Dao strength as a barrier, the chaos entities were simply unable to break through their defense. The pressure on Zhang Tianhe and the others was relieved in an instant, and they were all thoroughly impressed. As expected of this man, he truly was great at creating miracles that nobody else could perform. As long as senior brother Ouyang Lai did not make any mistakes in refining the supreme grade open heaven pill, then there should be no issues. As they were thinking that, Zhang Tianhe and the others were surprised to find that the mist barrier manifested by Dao strength was still constantly evolving. The Dao strength around Yang Kai had become increasingly intense, as if the mist barrier was not his ultimate goal. Sure enough, following Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the faint particles of the mist as fine as dust began to gather together. From mist, turning into water. Walala. The faint sound seemed to emerge from the depths of their souls, and the moment it did, all of them were taken aback. It seemed like even their own Dao strengths could not help but resonate in response. When they looked up, they were immediately met with a shocking sight. It was not known when a trickle of water had appeared in the mist. It did not seem different from any ordinary stream of water. In fact, this stream of water had come about as a manifestation of the purest Dao strength. Water continued to flow, absorbing the surrounding mist and gradually growing in size. In just a few moments, the stream surrounding Ouyang Lai disappeared without a trace, replaced by a brook coiling up and constantly spinning around. It was as if there was a flow of water surrounding Ouyang Lai and enveloping him into it. The stream rapidly grew in size, turning into a small river. The river water flowed in a coiling circle, going round and round. There were even some splashes in the river, shooting out instantaneous explosions of Dao strength. Anytime any chaos entity was swept up into the Grand Dao River, they would disappear in an instant as if the water had some kind of devouring effect. Zhang Tianhe and the others slowly stopped what they were doing and just watched the scene in amazement. They thought that since they had already reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in their cultivation, then even if there were some differences between them and a legendary figure like Yang Kai, he should still not be too far behind them. It was only at this moment that they realized that Yang Kai belonged in a different league among peak 8th orders. As expected of a living legend. The Grand Dao River coiled around, protecting Ouyang Lai. Countless chaos entities rushed into it, only to draw up a splash before disappearing into nothingness, unable to disturb Ouyang Lai inside of it at all. Yang Kai kept on circulating the Dao strengths within his own body to keep the Grand Dao River flowing and expressing the profundities of his Dao strengths, growing the river in volume. However, it was not long before he reached his limit and could do no more. Looking over now, The Grandao River was now 10 times larger than when it first took shape, and it was coiling around Ouyang Lai's body like an awe-inspiring water dragon. Yang Kai had an expression as tranquil as an ancient well, but he was in quite a good mood inside. This was no surprise, as he would have one more trump card up his sleeve from now on besides the Sun and Moon Divine Seal. Since it is an expression of the Daos of time and space, then let's call it the Space-Time River. The reason he came about with such an idea was because of the infinite river that he had encountered in the universe furnace world. If the infinite river could be formed from rich shattered Dao essence, then why couldn't he form a river with his own Dao strength? It was from this thought that the space-time river was born. However, there was still an enormous difference between his space-time river and the universe furnace world's infinite river, which was said to run through the entire universe furnace world. On the other hand, Yang Kai's space-time river could only exist in a limited area. At the very root of it was his own attainments in his Grand Daos. If that could be improved, then the volume of the space-time river would definitely increase in turn. This was not something that could be rushed. Regarding the Tao of time and Tao of space, Yang Kai was currently only at the 8th level of mastery. If he could one day reach the 9th level, then there would definitely be quantitative and qualitative changes to his space-time river. Of course, the limitations could also be attributed to the fact that Yang Kai had only just been enlightened to such a method. If more time was given to him to study it, familiarize himself with it, and to gain experience using it, then its might and volume would also improve. The greatest advantage of the space-time river over the Sun and Moon Divine Seal was its sustainability. Currently, Yang Kai was using it to protect Ouyang Lai, but he could naturally use it to trap enemies as well. If he had this trump card when they were dealing with Meng Ke, then they might have been able to kill him rather than just forcing him to retreat. If there came a day when the space-time river's volume increased to the point where it was on par with the universe furnace world's infinite river, then Yang Kai would probably become invincible. Whether it was a royal lord or a black ink giant spirit god, as long as he summoned the space-time river and dragged his enemies into it, then they would only be able to reflect on their mistakes for the next several 100,000 years. After all, the space-time river was created purely by manifestations of the Tao strengths of space and time, thus time and space in its waters were infinitely variable. Martial Peak, Chapter 5752, Ninth Order Ouyang Lai. The creation of the space-time river fully displayed Yang Kai's deep understanding towards Tao strength, and for Zhan Tianhe and the others, was this not an opportunity for them to observe and emulate a true master? Yang Kai had opened the door to a new world, and at the same time, brought a surprise that gave them great insight. Of course, whether they were able to manifest their Tao strength as Yang Kai did would depend on their own enlightenment and their attainments in their own respective Grand Daos. This was not a simple matter. Yang Kai's ability to achieve it was naturally through constant enlightenment and polishing of his own Grand Daos, and the countless years of accumulated experience was what led to his current achievement. But in any case, the 8th Order Masters here had now seen another way that Tao strength could be used. The space-time river that emerged was still nascent, but it was just like a coiled dragon protecting Ouyang Lai, silently eliminating all the endless chaos entities that were charging in from all directions. Zhan Tianhe and the others were all freed from their task, as Yang Kai alone could completely protect Ouyang Lai through the use of his space-time river. It wasn't until Zhan Tianhe and the others recovered that they were surprised to realize that Thunder Shadow had disappeared at some point in time, and they had no idea where he went. Time kept on passing, and the strong pill aura of the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill kept on bursting out from the barrier of the space-time river. Ouyang Lai's aura was also flaring madly, though it had reached a kind of limit long ago. The medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill were currently dissolving the barriers of his small universe and breaking his shackles. However, there were many problems with Ouyang Lai's small universe to begin with. If he wanted to make a successful breakthrough, then it would take more than just removing that barrier to succeed. He had to find the perfect moment through breaking the barriers of his small universe and achieving equilibrium of his powers. Otherwise, he would risk losing everything. There was nobody who could help him through this point. He could only rely on himself. After an unknown period had passed, Yang Kai, who was fully committed to keeping the space-time river running, suddenly had a chance of expression. Yang Lai's aura, which had long reached its limit, was fluctuating, signaling that he had reached the most critical point of his breakthrough. Whether or not he could advance to the Ninth Order would depend on the final push. As a veteran Eighth Order master who spent countless years fighting the Black Ink clan, Yang Lai had never been short of determination or drive. While Yang Kai was still worrying about whether his breakthrough was still proceeding normally, Yang Lai had already circulated his own aura like mad with a determination to succeed or die. Yang Kai felt deep respect for this old warrior. The aura at the peak of the Eighth Order floated and sank hundreds of times in an instant. Then the limits were smashed through and Yang Lai's aura rose wildly. The fallout was so unbridled that even the space-time river, which Yang Kai kept at a constant coverage, bulged somewhat unstably. Sensing the movement, Zhan Tianhe and the others, who had been tense and apprehensive the whole time, revealed looks of joy. All of a sudden, they noticed that the number of chaos entities swarming over greatly reduced. Some of them even seemed lost and confused, having suddenly lost their target. This was undoubtedly because the supreme-grade open heaven pill had been completely refined by Yang Lai and had lost its pill fragrance which had been attracting them. The space-time river was still guarding Yang Lai, and though Zhan Tianhe and the others were eager to see what the situation was like inside, they did not dare to intrude and could only look at Yang Kai with inquiring gazes. Yang Kai simply nodded lightly. Success! The clenched hearts of Zhan Tianhe and the rest of the group could finally be let go, and if not for the worry of disturbing Yang Lai, they would have not been able to endure the urge to break out in joyous laughter. Even though they were not the ones who made the breakthrough into the Ninth Order, they were still overwhelmed with the joy of seeing another old ancestor join the human race, and one who had been born in this universe furnace world at that. There was no Ninth Order master among those who entered the universe furnace this time, whereas there were many pseudo-royal lords from the Black Ink clan here. The enemy had superior numbers and strength to begin with, but with the new addition of a Ninth Order master, it would definitely have a huge impact on the human race's situation. After a few moments, the space-time river gradually disappeared. It was Yang Kai who had dispersed the energy, allowing a blazing red figure that looked like he was on fire to exit from there, his powerful aura completely unrestrained. Though he was not targeting them deliberately, Zhan Tianhe and the others still felt slightly pressured by it. Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Yang Lai, who had successfully broken through his limits and advanced to the Ninth Order, was undoubtedly more radiant than before. Even his appearance seemed much taller and youthful. It was not that he was unwilling to restrain his aura, but rather that he could not, as he had just broken through to the Ninth Order and his cultivation was somewhat unstable. Ha ha ha. Yang Lai couldn't help but laugh as he strode forward, causing Yang Kai to not know whether to laugh or cry it. Yang Lai's smug attitude always gave off the impression that he was an irreverent brute. However, he could understand how Yang Lai was feeling. Anyone would be ecstatic if they were able to break through to the Ninth Order. There was basically no one else alive who had witnessed a Ninth Order master's breakthrough, so this was an event worth celebrating. I can't believe this day would come for me. Ha! Yang Lai stood akimbo, continuing to laugh boisterously with his head facing the heavens. He really never imagined that he would one day, in this lifetime, be able to advance to the Ninth Order. After countless years of battling with the Black Ink clan and accumulating countless hidden injuries, the situation in Yang Lai's small universe had become a mess. He had also reached his peak in the Eighth Order and had been stagnating there for some 10,000 years. He had only one wish in this life, and it was to one day die in battle, but not without dragging along several masters from the Black Ink clan to be buried with him to make his death worthwhile. So, when Mi Jingluan secretly arranged to have Yang Kai bring him to the Black Ink battlefield to guard those who were going to collect resources, Yang Lai was more than a little unwilling. Though collecting resources was still of utmost importance for their race, Yang Lai had spent his entire life directly fighting against the Black Ink clan, brushing shoulders with death countless times. It was not his wish to hide around with those who had gone to mine resources. Fortunately, the escape of the innate territory lords from the primordial heaven source grand restriction had forced Yang Kai to send him back from the black ink battlefield to make a report, which gave Yang Lai another opportunity to continue fighting. When the universe furnace projection appeared in Azure Sun territory, filled with bloodthirst for war, Yang Lai had only one plan, and that was to charge into the universe furnace, or more likely, die in Azure Sun territory, paving the way for the rest of his people in blood. Since he was going to be dying in battle anyway, his life would not have been considered a waste. Many territory lords had already died at his hands, so he had already played his part as an Eighth Order master. Yang Lai was lucky to get the chance to enter the universe furnace and was originally planning to search for a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who gave him the opportunity to make a breakthrough. This twist of fate was simply hard to put into words. But no matter what, the current Yang Lai was a true Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master of the human race. Yang Kai saluted him with a smile. Congratulations to Senior Brother for advancing to the Ninth Order. Now, we have another Ninth Order Master among our ranks. Zhan Tianhe and the others also saluted him. Congratulations, Senior Brother. Yang Lai quickly withdrew his laughter and returned the salute solemnly. Many thanks, Junior Brothers and Junior Sister, for standing guard for me. They all exchanged glances, then there was another burst of laughter. After laughing, Yang Kai said, Senior Brother has just advanced. Why not cultivate for a while to stabilize your cultivation? The current Yang Lai was just like the pseudo-royal lords. He couldn't withdraw his own aura. The reason for that was because the pseudo-royal lords were unable to completely control their strength, which was currently also the case for Yang Lai. However, the difference for the pseudo-royal lords was that was how it would always be for them, but the same was not true for Yang Lai. As he continued to improve his control over his strength and stabilize his foundation, the situation would improve with time. Yang Lai waved his hand. That won't be necessary. I have been fighting my entire life against the Black Ink clan. As for stabilizing my cultivation, just killing a few of them will work. The more I kill, the more my cultivation will stabilize. There was nothing wrong with what he said, so Yang Kai smiled. In that case, Senior Brother, why don't you look over there? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. Yang Lai looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing and soon raised his brows. So, there are those who come knocking by themselves to court death? As he said so, he had already turned into a red glow, charging over to the other side. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly erupted over there, seemingly from masters engaging in a fight. It was only then that it dawned on Zhan Tianhe and the others, were there territory lords who were lured in too? There were several auras currently erupting from the battle in that direction, one of which was Thunder Shadow who had disappeared earlier. Zhan Tianhe and the others could not figure out when Thunder Shadow had disappeared as their attention had been drawn to Yang Kai's space-time river at the time, much less where he had gone. Only now did they realize that territory lords had long been attracted by the commotion, but they just didn't dare to rush forward and just waited in the shadows, watching. Naturally, the enemy's actions had long been noticed by Thunder Shadow and Yang Kai. It was most likely Yang Kai who noticed them and arranged for Thunder Shadow to sneak over, otherwise, Yang Kai couldn't pinpoint their location so accurately. Yang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order was undoubtedly noticed by those from the Black Ink clan, which made them even more afraid to do anything rash. It was only when Yang Kai revealed their whereabouts that Yang Lai began to move, forcing the enemy to reveal themselves while Thunder Shadow, who had been lurking in ambush, began attacking to tie down the stronger enemies. As soon as Zhan Tianhe finished his exclamation, the commotion grew even greater. Clearly, Yang Lai had entered the battlefield and was fighting with the territory lords. Let's go take a look, Yang Kai said to them before making his way there, unhurried. Zhan Tianhe and the others followed closely behind. By the time Yang Kai led them over to the battlefield, the fight was mostly over. The three territory lords who had been drawn to the commotion were fighting against Yonglai with a three fortunes formation, but these acquired territory lords were still limited in strength. Yonglai had just broken through, so his cultivation was yet to fully stabilize. If it had been three innate territory lords fighting in formation, then the battle might take a while, but three acquired territory lords were far too weak to fight him. One by one, their lives were extinguished. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they just so happened to see Yonglai killing the last acquired territory lord with one punch. Thunder Shadow was staying on the sidelines, showing no intention of helping. He seemed to have been slightly injured, likely from when he was pestering the three territory lords earlier, making sure to delay the enemy for a moment. However, the other side had naturally fought back and injured him. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-53, Going All Out. Thunder Shadow's injuries weren't serious. He had only been distracting the three territory lords for a moment before Yonglai rushed over. Yonglai felt so relieved and happy that he had to yell for joy after breaking through his limit and defeating three strong enemies. If he were still at the peak of the 8th Order, then he might not have been able to take on the three territory lords, who had formed a battle formation on his own, but now that he was in the 9th Order, it was no effort killing them at all. After reaching the high-rank open heaven realm, even going up by a single order was truly like reaching another layer of the heavens. Otherwise, it would not have been possible that the humans would only have seen so few 9th Order masters among them. Many of the veteran masters failed to progress once they reached the peak of the 8th Order due to their own limitations. Even those like Yang Kai, who could surpass his peers in the same order, would still be overwhelmed when facing royal lords. Apart from escaping through the use of space secret techniques, it was difficult for him to fight such masters head-on, much less for the other 8th Order masters. When he saw Yang Kai and the others coming over, Yonglai suggested, "Junior brothers and junior sister, I will go off searching for more foes. Do you want to come with me?" Yonglai was at the height of enthusiasm after just breaking through into the next order, and he was eager to make his mark in the Universe Furnace world. There were quite a lot of masters from the Black Ink clan who came in this time, and he was worried about bumping into those pseudo-royal lords previously, but now, Yonglai was itching to find one of them so that he could practice on them and to stabilize his cultivation through combat. Yang Kai answered with some amusement, "No need. With senior brother's current strength, I think it will be best for you to move alone. I will bring the juniors along." Yonglai nodded lightly, "Fair enough." Indeed, as Yang Kai said, he was now in the 9th Order and was experiencing explosive growth in his strength, so it was more suitable for Yonglai to move separately. As for Zhan Tianhe and his group, it would undoubtedly be better for them to go with Yang Kai. They were 4 8th Order masters and Thunder Shadow. Even if they did encounter a pseudo-royal lord, they could smoothly use the 5 elements formation to deal with them. With Yang Kai acting as the core, they should not be in any danger. There was no need for them to worry in terms of safety. Turning his head to look into the depths of the void, Yonglai smiled. Big Head Xiang came in as well. "I wonder if he has found his own opportunity. I'll look for him on the way, and if the opportunity arises, I'll try and obtain a pill for him." He had thought about finding a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai, but it turned out that the latter couldn't use it. Instead, he became indebted to Yang Kai. Right now, the one amongst the humans who most urgently needed a supreme-grade open heaven pill was undoubtedly Xiang Shan. After building up a camaraderie through long years of fighting alongside each other, Yonglai had a firm friendship with him. If Xiang Shan could obtain an opportunity to advance to the 9th Order, then the amount of help he could provide to the human race would be much greater than Yonglai. Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Then, let me wish senior brother great success ahead." Yonglai patted him on the shoulder. "Take care." Yang Kai nodded. Yonglai had one last laugh before turning into a long stream, instantly moving far away. From a distance, his voice was transmitted to them, saying, "Here I come." It was a voice that carried great confidence and freedom. After seeing him off, Yang Kai called out to the group, "Let's go." Zhan Tianhe and the rest nodded and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. They were much more relaxed with him compared to when they first entered the universe furnace. When the three of them just entered this place, they were all extremely cautious. Though they were not scared of the ordinary territory lords or regular Black Ink clansmen, they had to worry about meeting a pseudo-royal lord. Unfortunately, what they feared just had to come true, as they really did bump into a pseudo-royal lord in the end. If it weren't for the lone Yang Lai, who had felt the fallout of their battle and rushed over to provide aid, their situation would have been disastrous. Now, with the inclusion of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow, the five masters could form the five elements formation at any time, which would give them full capability to fight against a pseudo-royal lord if they were to encounter another, so there was no need to act as cautiously as before. The concept of time and space in this universe furnace world was extremely strange due to the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the void. Even after several evolutions, there seemed to be no substantive change. Perhaps more evolutions were required in order to lift the invisible fog of the universe furnace world, and then the concept of time and space would become clear. They did not have any clear goal in mind either. In fact, whether it be the human race or the Black Ink clan, they had no specific plan for when they entered the universe furnace world. Their greatest target was undoubtedly the supreme grade open heaven pills, but nobody knew where they were. They could only wander around to see if they could get lucky. Thanks to his previous efforts, Yang Kai was able to use the power of the great sun and moon marks to locate the supreme grade open heaven pills, but there were still some limitations. If there was no pill relatively nearby, then there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. So, Yang Kai was currently just leading Zhan Tianhe and the group around, going wherever they could go with Thunder Shadow perched on his shoulder, faintly circulating his innate divine ability to conceal their movements. With such cover, even if a master from the Black Ink clan were to search around, they would not necessarily find them as long as they weren't paying too much attention. Occasionally, they would come across chaotic areas where the chaos entities gathered, then they would explore deeper into those places. Though they did not find any supreme grade open heaven pills, they did find some ordinary grade ones. In contrast to the supreme grade open heaven pills, there were quite a lot of ordinary grade open heaven pills that were produced by the universe furnace. As long as one had the will to search for them, they would eventually find a few. Though these ordinary grade pills were unable to help a cultivator break through their innate shackles, they were still very useful. With the help of these pills, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had yet to accumulate enough heritage could use them to cut down the time needed for them to stay in retreat, allowing them to break through their bottleneck sooner and advance to the next order. This time, many 7th Order Masters had entered the universe. Yang Kai had even met a few such cultivators previously. It was predictable that many new 8th Order Masters would be created after this trip into the universe furnace. As they were traveling, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and changed directions, rushing off into the distance while sending a divine sense transmission to Zhan Tianhe and the others. Get ready. Zhan Tianhe and the others understood instantly that an enemy had been spotted, so they all prepared themselves for combat. A short while later, two powerful auras entered the range of their senses. From the aura alone, they could deduce that these were undoubtedly two territory lords who had entered the universe furnace world together. It was 5 against 2, and with Yang Kai here, it should not be a difficult fight. Moreover, with the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the two territory lords did not even notice them until they had gotten quite close. Zhan Tianhe and the others could not help but be amazed by this. The innate divine ability of this monster race great emperor that came from the myriad monsters world was truly a nightmare to guard against. Even with foreknowledge now, if Thunder Shadow wanted to sneak up on them, they might still not be able to detect him. Most importantly, this innate divine ability could not only be used on himself, but also used to conceal others. They were glad that a master of this caliber was on their side. If he were an enemy, then he would really be a headache to deal with. The two territory lords who were traveling together did not notice them until Yang Kai struck out to attack them. They had only just circulated their Black Ink strength and had yet to make a single move when they suddenly heard a gushing sound. This puzzled the two territory lords greatly. How could there be sounds similar to flowing water in this empty void? When they turned their heads, they saw a huge river sweeping towards them like a torrent. The two territory lords were shocked and instinctually sent out an attack at the river. However, their efforts were futile. Their attacks filled with condensed black ink strength were like stones sinking into the great river, rousing no reaction whatsoever. Unimpeded, the river washed over the two territory lords, swallowing them up without a trace in an instant. To the side, Jean Tianhe and the others, who had assumed a combat stance, all froze and glanced at each other, feeling a little at a loss as their enemy had literally vanished right in front of them. In a 5-on-2 battle, there was already no suspense to the outcome, but a lion still fought rabbits with all its strength. Jean Tianhe and the others had been prepared to launch their attacks together to achieve a quick victory. How could they have known that Yang Kai would not even allow them to act as he summoned his Grand Dao River directly, sweeping the two territory lords into it? Turning their heads to look at Yang Kai, they saw his brow furrow as Dao strength surged around his body. Then, it dawned on them that he must be trying to test out his new ability on these two territory lords. The space-time river had only just been created by Yang Kai. It had previously shown in battle when used to protect Ouyang Lai, but that was because of the natural restraint Dao strength had against chaos entities. Whether or not such techniques could truly be used against all enemies, Yang Kai himself was not sure, so he naturally had to run some experiments with it. The two territory lords did not die immediately and were now flailing about inside the space-time river, trying to find a way out. However, the space-time river surged turbulently and was rich with Dao strength. The interplay of space and time greatly impaired the senses of anyone who fell into it other than Yang Kai. Unless a master was far stronger than Yang Kai or had extremely high attainments in the grand Daos of time and space, finding their way out was basically impossible. The two territory lords were trapped inside like headless flies. In fact, despite being quite close to each other, they could not even sense each other's presence at all. They were separated by the ever-changing space. The space inside of the space-time river was somewhat similar to the space projected by the universe furnace when it first appeared. Things that may seem close were in fact very far away. Yang Kai observed them for a while and could feel the strengths of the territory lords struggling inside of the space-time river, which made his brow raise. He did not use the power of the space-time river to its fullest, so the two territory lords were simply trapped and not suffering any real crisis. The result that he could see now was that this new technique had far exceeded his expectations in its ability to contain enemies. He had easily trapped two territory lords, so Yang Kai felt that there should be no pressure on him even if he were to swallow up 8 to 10 more of them. Even if it was a pseudo-royal lord, Yang Kai felt that he could trap them, and if he could trap them, he had the chance to kill them. After all, Yang Kai was able to enter the space-time river himself and attack the enemies inside. With that idea in mind, Yang Kai dashed into the space-time river. In just a few moments, there was a splash and Yang Kai leapt out, carrying the body of a territory lord devoid of life. It had only been 2 breaths from start to finish. Jean Tianhe and the others were dumbfounded. That was a territory lord, so how was Yang Kai able to kill him so easily? It was as if he had casually dove into the water, caught a helpless fish, and come back to roast it. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-54, Another Possibility. In fact, with Yang Kai's current strength, it would not be difficult even if he were to face a couple of acquired territory lords head-on. However, with his new tactics, he could move with even more secrecy. Till death, those territory lords wouldn't even be able to see who killed them. While Jean Tianhe and the rest watched on in shock, Yang Kai casually tossed the territory lord's corpse aside before circulating his Dao strengths again, causing a current to surge through the space-time river, sending waves splashing in all directions. A faint glimpse of dense black ink strength could be seen escaping from several places, as well as the figure of the territory lord trapped inside. Clearly, another territory lord was struggling to escape from the space-time river. After a few moments, when the Dao strengths receded, the space-time river disappeared, and the territory lord trapped inside was revealed. Only, It did not take long before the Territory Lord's vitality was burned out as well. Looking at him, his body seemed to not have a single piece of healthy skin, as if he had been cut 1,000,000,000 times with a sharp blade. Even more bizarre was the fact that the Territory Lord gave off a very, very old feeling, as if he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years before he died. Zhang Tianhe and the others watched in awe at the river formed out of the Tao strengths of space and time, which was truly too bizarre. After trying it out on the two Territory Lords, Yang Kai was able to make a general assessment of his new technique. The space-time river was certainly more useful in terms of trapping and containing opponents, while the Sun and Moon Divine Seal had greater explosive killing power. In terms of lethality, the two were more or less the same, but the consumption was rather for the space-time river. After all, Yang Kai had to constantly circulate his Tao strengths in order to keep it flowing. However, it was still within a tolerable range and would not be a great problem as long as the battles did not drag on. The party then continued on their way. As time passed, they would occasionally gain a harvest, and if they encountered any Black Ink clansmen, they naturally wouldn't have a good ending. If they encountered any cultivators, alone or those in small groups, Yang Kai would take them in temporarily until they gathered enough with the ability to protect themselves before leaving them to form their own groups. After all, it was not a good idea to gather too many people in one place. While it would ensure their safety, the harvests would also lessen. In this way, Yang Kai's group never exceeded 12 in total. Zhang Tianhe and the others never thought that fighting with the Black Ink clan could be so simple and easy. They had also fought with masters of the Black Ink clan, like Territory Lords, on each of the great territory battlefields, and though it was not difficult for them to defeat an acquired Territory Lord with their strength, killing one was never easy. However, no Territory Lord so far had been able to escape alive with Yang Kai around. Every last one of them were cleanly killed off. There was only once that they encountered a pseudo-royal lord moving along with several Territory Lords where both sides charged at each other with full momentum. However, after just one exchange of blows, the pseudo-royal lord was taken aback. After only fighting for a few breaths, the pseudo-royal lord fled in a hurry, but Yang Kai would not relent. He chased down their target with a group of masters in tow until finally injuring the pseudo-royal lord at some cost to themselves before giving up the chase. Zhang Tianhe and the others naturally understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. Pseudo-royal lords were the greatest threats to the humans in the universe furnace world, so even if they were unable to kill them in battle, they had to make sure to injure them to cut down the combat strength of their opponent, lest the pseudo-royal lord cause trouble for the other human race masters. Those from the Black Ink clan had difficulty recuperating in this place, so getting injured inside of the universe furnace was extremely undesirable for them. If not for the fact that there were still several Territory Lords with the pseudo-royal lord, Zhang Tianhe and the others had to wonder whether Yang Kai could keep him trapped here as well. The pseudo-royal lord escaped, but the Territory Lords with him were all killed, so it wasn't a total loss. This trip had been very fruitful both in battle successes and material harvest. Those from the Black Ink clan had also collected some ordinary grade open heaven pills, so after they were cut down, these naturally went into Yang Kai and the others' pockets. The only unfortunate part for Yang Kai was that he neither encountered his human self nor sensed the existence of another supreme grade open heaven pill. For him, his only goal during this trip into the universe furnace was to reunite with his other selves and find supreme grade open heaven pills, of which he had already obtained one, leading to Ouyang Lai's breakthrough to the 9th order. However, his human self was nowhere to be found. Yang Kai had also checked with the other masters for any news about Fang Tianci, but it was to no avail. They traveled around in the universe furnace, experiencing 2 more of the Grand Tao evolutions, and as that number continued to rise, so did the frequency of their encounters with both the enemy and their own people. This was undoubtedly proof that the space inside this world was gradually becoming clear and not seemingly boundless as it felt before. Perhaps, just as Blood Crow's information stated, after the universe furnace Grand Tao evolved 9 times, this universe furnace world would reveal its true self. Several torn-up bodies floated around in the deep and boundless void, alongside some broken artifacts scattered around next to them. One of the corpses had its eyes wide open. Though the body was lifeless, he still stood upright, glaring angrily ahead of him as if he was fighting with all his might even after death. Besides that, there were even fragments of small universes floating around the void with black ink strength lingering around them. Most likely, these fragments were from these people willingly sacrificing them. Yang Kai and the rest stared at the scene in front of them with heavy hearts. During this time, they had constantly been taking in other human race masters before they broke up into smaller groups. Now, other than Thunder Shadow, they had 5 members. Zhan Tianhe and the original 2 were still with him, while the newcomers were Lin Wu, a recently joined straggler, and a veteran 8th Order Master from Shi Paradise, Tian Xiuzhu, an old acquaintance of Yang Kai. Lin Wu was pretty lucky. He had entered at the peak of the 7th Order and obtained several ordinary-grade open heaven pills in this universe furnace world, then found a place to refine and advance to the 8th Order. It was the reverberations from his advancement that were picked up by Yang Kai and his group, who just happened to be passing by. When they went over to investigate the situation, they had also taken him into their group. Otherwise, with masters from the 2 sides moving around in groups now, Lin Wu would not be in a good position if he ever encountered any enemies moving alone. The reason he was able to safely refine the spirit pill and advance by himself without the interruption of any enemies was undoubtedly because he was extremely lucky. However, at this moment, the face of the newly advanced 8th Order Master did not look the slightest bit happy. Instead, he was sad and angry. There were 8th Order Masters who died here, and more than one at that. Judging from the remnants of this battle, there were at least 4 or 5 8th Order Masters who died here. In this universe furnace world where masters from the 2 sides gathered, every moment was a life or death struggle and fights could not be avoided. Yang Kai and the others had also encountered many battlefields left behind after great fights had broken out, including the bodies of those from the 2 sides who had died in battle. However, it was a first for them to see as many as 5 8th Order Masters dead in a single fight. After all, the gathering of that number was enough for a 4 symbols or 5 elements formation. Even if such a group encountered a pseudo-royal lord, they were not without a fighting chance. The pseudo-royal lords were more careful in these special conditions, and unless they were not fully confident, they would not fight with such recklessness. There had to be at least 2 pseudo-royal lords, or one accompanied by several territory lords. Zhan Tianhe contemplated solemnly. Some of the 8th Order Masters must have just advanced recently, so their cultivation had yet to stabilize, which is why their small universes got easily corrupted by black ink strength and they had to sacrifice parts of them in order to avoid being fully corrupted. The fragments of small universes left behind here had been sacrificed by the human race masters during battle, which also formed the basis of Zhan Tianhe's speculation that they were newly advanced 8th Order Masters. Even if the 8th Order Masters could not best the pseudo-royal lords, their small universes would not be so easily corrupted by black ink strength. Moreover, most of them had brought evil purging divine spears. The purifying light sealed within them could be used at critical moments in order to disperse the black ink strength in their small universes. Being forced to sacrifice part of their small universe meant that the heritage of their small universes as 8th Order Masters was still not enough, and even the purifying light sealed within the evil purging divine spears used was not enough. Otherwise, who would sacrifice a part of their own small universe in a battle like this? That would only cause their strength to decrease, and they would die even faster. Yang Kai was silent. There was nothing wrong with Zhan Tianhe's assessment, but there could be another possibility. However, it was hard to glimpse any more clues just from looking at the remnants left on this battlefield. The shattered Tao essence that filled this void had long washed those clues away. If it was the other possibility though, then things would be troublesome. Even Yang Kai's team could face the danger of losing their lives at any moment. We should lay them to rest. When he saw the 8th Order Master who was still glaring furiously even in death, Yang Kai sighed. From his appearance, this must be one of the rising stars that did not die on the Great Territory battlefields, but died here instead. Red-eyed, Lu Feifei immediately went forward and stored the tattered corpses. She had participated in the war a long time, and it was not as if she was new to seeing death. After so many years fighting on the front line, she had seen countless familiar faces fade away, yet she could not help but feel saddened and pained every time she saw such a scene. She often wondered why the Black Ink clan existed, and how great it would be if they had never been. But the heavens did not give them what they wished for. They were born in turbulent times, living in the midst of the confrontation between the two races. In order to rise up and gain control of the universe, then facing death was inescapable. Just like with the Eighth Order Masters who died here. They did not even know who they were killed by, let alone where to seek revenge. Every cultivator was mentally prepared to face death when they entered the universe furnace world, as their seniors had warned. Once one entered the battlefield, life or death was up to destiny, and success or failure was up to the heavens. Marshall Peak, Chapter 57-55, There are two. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remains of the Eighth Order Masters who died here, the group continued on their way in silence and with heavy hearts. This time, many from the two races had entered the universe furnace world, especially the Black Ink clan. There were 20 pseudo-royal lords alone, possibly more. While teams like Yonkai's were hunting down those from the Black Ink clan, weren't the pseudo-royal lords also killing Open Heaven Realm Masters? The peace agreement that had been maintained for thousands of years had been completely shattered by the arrival of the universe furnace. Now it was inevitable for a massive all-out war to break out between the two sides. The real battle that would determine the fate of both races had already begun, which made the battle in the universe furnace world that much more important. If the human race could cull more masters from the Black Ink clan here and gain more opportunities, it would be a great help to their situation outside. Otherwise, it would give their enemy an even greater advantage. In the past, whenever the universe furnace appeared, the masters that entered it would fight for not just opportunities, but also the fates of their race. Fortunately, this time was a special case. As all of the Black Ink clansmen which were originally occupying the Black Ink battlefield had been wiped out, destroying all their previous knowledge and intelligence. As such, the Black Ink clan was completely clueless about anything relating to the universe furnace. In comparison, the humans had much more information in their possession. However, this superiority in intelligence was still not enough to determine the final course of this event. The humans still had to fight hard for victory. This time, 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were produced in the universe furnace, and currently, the only one Yang Kai had found was the one refined by Yang Lai. The remaining 8 were still nowhere in sight. It would be impossible for the human race to obtain all 9 pills, a fact Yang Kai understood from the beginning. Without even mentioning the Black Ink clan, the native Chaos Spirit clan were the ones with a unique advantage when it came to obtaining the open heaven pills. The Chaos Spirit clan were spread throughout the entire universe furnace world, so chances were high that wherever those supreme-grade open heaven pills drifted off to, the Chaos Spirit clan would be the first to find them. Did Yang Kai not also snatch the spirit pill he found previously from those jellyfish chaos entities? Now that only 8 of the pills were left, it was very possible for any one of them to have already fallen into the possession of the Chaos Spirit clan. If the humans or the Black Ink clan were able to get to them in time, then they might be able to fight for them, but if they were too late and the pills were refined by the Chaos Spirit clan, then it was useless even if they found them. So, even from the start, Yang Kai felt that the human race should be able to secure 4 of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, which would still be a great harvest. Naturally, the more the better. If they could get 5 or 6, Yang Kai could not complain. He still had the great sun and moon marks, but finding the supreme-grade open heaven pills was still not going to be easy, otherwise he would not have found only a single one until now. While Yang Kai was thinking about how he could look for the supreme-grade open heaven pills with greater efficiency, he suddenly felt something which caused him to turn and look in another direction, his expression brightening. This truly was wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. He was just wondering how he was going to find the remaining open heaven pills when the great sun and moon marks caught onto a hint of one. Had fortune come so suddenly that he couldn't even block it? Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, could sense his delight and asked, "What did you find?" "A spirit pill." Yang Kai gave him a simple answer before sending a divine sense message to everyone, "Hide your presence and follow me." Saying so, he took off and flew in that direction. Everyone also concealed their auras in a hurry while Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and enveloped everyone in it. In the silent void, the group of 6 humans and 1 leopard moved silently, like shadows. After a few moments, the joyful look on Yang Kai's face gradually faded away and became serious. He could vaguely sense masters fighting up ahead, but since it was still far away, he could not probe the situation, which made it hard to ascertain the strength of both sides. However, despite the distance, the fallout could still be felt, which showed how extraordinary both fighters were. Is it a pseudo-royal lord and an 8th Order master? There are only 2 fighters. If it truly was an 8th Order master against a pseudo-royal lord, they would surely be no match for them. It's simply impossible for such a fight to be so intense. As they continued to move, Yang Kai's face turned increasingly grave. At this point, Tian Xiuzhu, the veteran 8th Order master with the greatest heritage among them next to Yang Kai, sensed it too. He could not help but throw a suspicious glance at Yang Kai. He found it a little hard to understand how Yang Kai was able to detect the unusual situation here and rush over from so far away. As they drew closer, Zhan Tianhe and the others noticed it too. All of them were alert, circulating the world force inside their bodies and waiting for Yang Kai to give the order for them to attack the enemy. This was how things went thus far. They would go into battle, winning each fight. There were many territory lords who had already died by their hands. However, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked gravely at the source of the disturbance. A golden slit appeared in his left eye which looked both bizarre and majestic at the same time. The scene that entered his eye made his heart heavy beyond measure. The situation he had feared most had appeared, and it was happening right before his eyes. Tian Xiuzhu also noticed that something wasn't right, but he did not have eye techniques like Yang Kai, so he could not see what was going on in the distance. After a moment, he could not resist the urge to ask, "Junior brother Yang, who are the ones fighting?" The shockwaves from the battle were too intense. Before they had even got close, the shattered Tao essence here had already been thrown into disorder. It gave the impression that it was a 9th Order master fighting a royal lord. Yang Kai sighed, "It's a royal lord fighting a chaos spirit king." Everyone was shocked, but then they drew in their breaths, looking at Yang Kai in disbelief. Yang Kai chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. "I was hoping that I had seen it wrongly too, but it is not one of our masters fighting there." There was nothing wrong with Bloodcrow's information. There were indeed powerful existences in the universe furnace world like the Chaos Spirit Kings, who stood on equal footing with the 9th Order Masters and Royal Lords. It must have been luck that they had not encountered one thus far, which was an indication that such existences were rare to begin with and were hard to find. Yet they would never have expected to bump into one here. Moreover, Yang Kai had also revealed another piece of information that was even more difficult for them to accept than the presence of the Chaos Spirit King. The Black Ink clan has managed to create a royal lord here? Zhan Tianhe's face looked extremely grim. Mou was the only royal lord left in the Black Ink clan after the war in the Barren territory, so no royal lords had entered the universe furnace this time. The strongest among them were the pseudo-royal lords that they had created as a temporary measure. However, a royal lord had appeared here now, which obviously meant that they had become one in the universe furnace world. In other words, this guy had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and refined it. Indeed, the Black Ink clan was lacking in information about the universe furnace, but the supreme-grade open heaven pills were amazing treasures. One of them landing into the hands of the Black Ink clan was one thing, but they may not even have that much of an interest in them as their main goal in coming here was to kill the humans and to ruin their opportunities to prevent new 9th Order Masters from being. However, since such a pill landed into their hands, they could naturally understand its profundity. Just by refining one one would have the opportunity of advancing and becoming a royal lord. Many of the Black Ink clan's masters had entered this time, so there were bound to be lucky ones who could gain such opportunities, and this royal lord must be one such example. Yang Kai was drawn here by the reaction of his great sun and moon marks. In other words, there was a supreme-grade open heaven pill here, and in fact, after he used his demon eye of annihilation, he saw not only the two figures exchanging blows, but also the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Multicolored light was emanating every so often from within a chaos entity without a fixed form. What could that be if not a supreme-grade open heaven pill? The royal lord must have spotted the opportunity and come to snatch it, but he did not expect there to be a chaos spirit king standing guard over this place. Thus, the two got into a huge fight. Under Yang Kai's observation, the Chaos Spirit King was much stronger than the Royal Lord, and it was very clear that it had the upper hand in this fight. That was understandable though. The Royal Lord had only just broken through, so like Yang Lai, he must not have familiarized himself with his newfound power yet and was unable to bring out his full strength. However, it was different for this Chaos Spirit King who became one, at the earliest, when the universe furnace last appeared. The time they had spent in this realm was vastly different, and so their strengths naturally could not be compared. Moreover, there was not just a lone Chaos Spirit King here. There were many other Chaos Spirit clansmen who had taken on defined forms. They took on all sorts of different shapes, some appearing like humans, while others looked not much different from the Black Ink clan. Layer by layer they gathered, protecting the chaos entity that had swallowed the supreme-grade open heaven pill, awaiting the birth of a new Chaos Spirit King. "It's him!" Lu Feifei suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was confused, but Lu Feifei explained, "Our comrades that died back there were most likely victims of this royal lord." It was then that Zhang Tianhe and the others finally realized, and Tian Xiuzhu nodded in agreement, "It's highly likely." Yang Kai was unsurprised. In fact, he had suspected a royal lord had appeared among the Black Ink clan when he saw the traces on that battlefield. With 5 Eighth Order masters joining hands, unless they were met with a truly formidable enemy, there was no way they would have been wiped out. A single pseudo-royal lord would not have been able to achieve that. However, if it were a true royal lord, then that was a different matter. There were no useful clues left at the battlefield, so it was hard to be absolutely certain, but now that he saw this royal lord, everything became clear. The Eighth Order masters must have encountered this royal lord, and even in their battle formation, they were no match for him and were cut down. After that, the royal lord came to this place and discovered the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Currently, one royal lord had been created with the help of the supreme-grade open heaven pills, which meant one less Ninth Order master for the human race. With this, the advantage gained by Yang Lai's advancement to the Ninth Order has also been lost. Right now, they had accounted for 3 of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills. One was used by Yang Lai to advance to the Ninth Order, another was used by this royal lord, and the third was currently inside a chaos entity, which was in the midst of refining it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5756, Seizing the Pill. Of the 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills, 6 were still missing, and it was uncertain how many of these 6 the humans could seize. Therefore, no matter what, this third open heaven pill they had found could not land in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, if another royal lord was created, then the situation of the human race in the universe furnace would become extremely difficult. However, seizing the pill was an exceptionally difficult thing to do as there was a Chaos Spirit King standing guard here. Furthermore, there were dozens of Chaos Spirit clansmen also present. This place was most likely one of the gathering spots of the Chaos Spirit clan since Yang Kai had never seen so many together like this before. They were not like the stumbling chaos entities without consciousness or even a stable form. During this trip, Yang Kai had encountered many chaos spirits with the group he was leading, and if a comparison was to be made, the ordinary Chaos Spirit clansmen were able to exert strength around the human race's equivalent of the 7th Order to the 8th Order open heaven realm. 1 or 2 was nothing to worry about, but several dozen gathered in one place would be difficult to handle. Looking over from where he stood, Yang Kai realized that the royal lord that the Chaos Spirit King was fighting seemed as if he were riding a tiger. He had attained this identity as a royal lord through the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill produced in the universe furnace world. Thus, he knew just how amazing these pills were and was determined to snatch another. Clearly, he could not do much here, but even so, it would be a great shame just to give up, so he continued fighting with the Chaos Spirit King. Only after reaching a safe place where they could no longer feel the shockwaves of the battle did Yang Kai speak. "Senior brother Tian, I'll leave the junior brothers and sisters with you for now. Take them away quickly, as far away as possible." Yan Xiuzhu nodded. What is junior brother planning to do? Could he be thinking of stirring up trouble while the Chaos Spirit King and Royal Lord are fighting? That was not a sound idea, as a battle between two peak masters was not one that an ordinary person could just step between, not even Yang Kai. He thought about dissuading him, but Yang Kai added, "There's a supreme-grade open heaven pill there, I have to snatch it." Yan Xiuzhu had to choke back down his words when he heard that while Tian Xiuzhu was stunned and asked, "There's a supreme-grade open heaven pill there? Did junior brothers see it?" Everyone else was also itching with excitement. A supreme-grade open heaven pill was basically a guaranteed ticket to becoming a ninth-order master. How could they not be moved? Yang Kai nodded. Currently, the supreme-grade open heaven pill is wrapped inside of a chaos entity that's refining it. Moreover, there's at least several dozen Chaos Spirit clansmen standing guard nearby. The Royal Lord must have come to fight with the Chaos Spirit King because he noticed the spirit pill there. Several dozen. Everyone drew in a cold breath. They had an idea of what the Chaos Spirit Clan was capable of, so with several dozen of them gathered together, they were going to take a lot of work to deal with. No wonder! Tian Xiuzhu exclaimed in realization. He was wondering why the Royal Lord would clash with the Chaos Spirit King over there. It turned out it was because of the supreme-grade open heaven pill. In that case, we will act together with junior brother. At least, we can take care of each other. Zhang Tianhe and the others nodded in unison. If they wanted to seize this pill from the hands of several dozen chaos spirits, if they were not careful, they would land themselves in grave danger. If they were to move together with Yang Kai though, they could at least use a battle formation to split up the pressure, which would be much better than Yang Kai having to fight alone. Yang Kai shook his head. No. While we may have a higher chance of success if we all go, it will also make us a bigger target. Even if we did manage to seize the spirit pill, we may not be able to leave unscathed. It will be easier for me to move about if I just bring along Thunder Shadow. Tian Xiuzhu pondered on his words before nodding lightly. That is indeed true. Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability concealed his presence perfectly. With the blessing of this divine ability, he and Yang Kai could approach the pill unnoticed, and with Yang Kai's skills, he was very likely to be able to seize the spirit pill if he burst out and caused a stir. With his proficiency in the Tao of space, he could then make a speedy escape. If Yang Kai brought all of them along with him though, his mobility would be seriously hampered. After understanding this point, Tian Xiuzhu wore a serious look. You must be careful, junior brother. Seize the pill if you can, but if it's too risky, then don't force it. As long as there are green hills, there is no fear of lack of timber. Junior brother's safety is extremely important to the future of the human race. Yang Kai nodded. I will keep it in mind. Tian Xiuzhu cupped his fist to Yang Kai, then he turned to Zhang Tianhe and the rest. Let's go. Without delay, Zhang Tianhe and the rest cupped their fists in farewell to Yang Kai before leaving. After watching the five of them depart, Yang Kai turned around again, and with Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability activating, he quietly crept towards the battlefield. As for the safety of Tian Xiuzhu and his group, there was little need to worry since they could form the five elements formation at any time. As long as they did not bump into a royal lord in the universe furnace world, or a large group of enemy masters, they would naturally be in no danger. Even if they did bump into a pseudo-royal lord, they should be able to put up a fight. A while later, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation once more after approaching the edge of the battlefield and looked in from outside. It had to be said that Thunder Shadow's stealth innate divine ability truly was exceptional. Even at this distance, Yang Kai would very likely have been noticed by the two fighting masters if he were alone, but under the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, neither the Chaos Spirit King nor the Royal Lord were aware that somebody was spying on them. Yang Kai watched quietly and did not rush into action. Soundlessly, Thunder Shadow sent his voice over, "How confident are you?" He was Yang Kai's monster self after all. Though he grew up in a different environment and had different life experiences, causing his personality to differ slightly, he still inherited some of Yang Kai's characteristics. Despite how simply Yang Kai had described the plan to Tian Xiuzhu and the rest, as if the spirit pill would fall into his hands with barely any effort, the chances of succeeding were slim from his perspective. Sure enough, Yang Kai's response was less than 30%. The difficulty of seizing the pill lay not in grabbing the pill itself, but rather dealing with the dozens of chaos spirits that were in the way, but Yang Kai did not necessarily have to fight them. With the help of Thunder Shadow's divine ability, he just had to reach a certain distance, then he should be able to seize the spirit pill. The difficult part of this task was going to be how he was going to escape after seizing the pill. The Royal Lord was currently engaged in a fierce fight with the Chaos Spirit King, seemingly planning to settle their life and death here, but if an outside force were to dive in and seize the pill, Yang Kai was sure that they would immediately join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai did not even have the confidence to be able to face one top master, much less two of them, and even the slightest blunder or delay could cost him his life. The supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed important, but to put his life on the line to seize it was still not worth it. Hearing this, Thunder Shadow felt his head throb. Less than 30% was too risky in his opinion and he couldn't help but worry. Then, what should we do? We'll wait. Yang Kai gave a succinct answer. That puzzled Thunder Shadow. Wait for what? Yang Kai shot a glare at him, which caused Thunder Shadow to become annoyed. I'm your monster self, so in a sense, I'm you. Don't look at me as if I'm an idiot because that's just calling yourself an idiot. Yang Kai choked for a moment because what Thunder Shadow said was true. He could only explain patiently, look at those two who are fighting. Who do you think is stronger? Thunder Shadow answered, naturally, it's the Chaos Spirit King. Is there even a need to ask? There was no doubt that the Chaos Spirit King occupied the absolute upper hand in this battle. The Royal Lord was basically pinned down and beaten in the fierce exchange of blows as his rich black ink strength splattered out. Then, do you think that there's an opportunity that the Royal Lord can seize the pill? Of course not. He could not get by the Chaos Spirit King, much the dozens of Chaos Spirits protecting the supreme grade open heaven pill. If Yang Kai had a 30% chance of sneakily achieving his plan, then the Royal Lord who had already exposed himself had a 0% chance at all unless he could overpower the Chaos Spirit King. If he doesn't have a chance, why does he continue pestering his opponent rather than retreat obediently? He's also taking a huge risk fighting the Chaos Spirit King here, and it would not be a pleasant experience for him to be wounded. Thunder Shadow instantly realized something. You mean? Yang Kai grinned. Since he cannot seize the pill from the Chaos Spirit Clan but continues to fight without retreating, I'm guessing there's a very high chance that he has already called for help. He's repairing the bridge on the surface while secretly crossing the river. Thunder Shadow finally understood, and his amber eyes brightened a little, gleaming as if he recalled one of his previous encounters. This was exactly the same thing he experienced when he was fighting the Territory Lords for the first Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill. The Territory Lords had called their allies using the miniature black ink nest they brought with them, and if Yang Kai had not bumped into him by chance, he would have had to flee. There may already be masters from the Black Ink clan hiding nearby, we just haven't noticed them. As he said so, Yang Kai scanned the depths of the void with his golden cross left eye, but he did not find anything. Thunder Shadow, on the other hand, looked extremely smug, as expected of myself, to be able to see through things so thoroughly. Yang Kai was speechless. With his monster self's boasting, it seemed to not have inherited much of his wisdom, but he could understand, after all, he was from the monster race. The battle between the two masters went on for who knows how long, and it was not known how much longer it would continue for. Yang Kai did not stay idle, however. It was the first time he encountered a Chaos Spirit King in the Universe Furnace world, and there was even a master on a similar level fighting it. It was a good opportunity for him to observe their fighting styles and assess their strengths and weaknesses. Soon, Yang Kai noticed something. Rather than calling this Chaos Spirit King a peculiar living being, one might as well call it an aggregate of grand Daos. Its body was purely an amalgamation of various Dao strengths, formed into a humanoid shape with its own consciousness. The way it fought its enemy was also extremely simple, which was to circulate the various Dao strengths in its body and smash them into its opponent. It was simple, yet fierce. Every blow was heaven-shattering and earth-shaking, causing various cracks in the void as it thrust the surrounding Dao essence into disorder. Inwardly, Yang Kai weighed the odds of how things would go if he were to call Yang Lai over, but there was a great chance that the latter would not be a match for this Chaos Spirit King either. Martial Peak, Chapter 5757, Life is full of disappointments. The rich Dao essence that filled the Universe Furnace world was the source of the Chaos Spirit King's power, and it seemed that as long as it was in this world, it would never tire. After observing for a long time, Yang Kai concluded that this Chaos Spirit King was extremely difficult to deal with, and if he wanted to kill it, then he would have to cut off its connection with the world to deprive it of its source of power. The Royal Lord clearly noticed this too, so he kept trying to pour out his black ink strength so that he could use it as a barrier to isolate his enemy and stop it from recovering its strength. However, it was all for naught. The Chaos Spirit King was stronger than him to begin with, so it was all the Royal Lord could do to keep himself alive under his opponent's attacks. How would he be able to do anything else? The two continued to fight fervently with each other. All of a sudden, the Royal Lord's body exploded into a giant black ink cloud that scattered in all directions, and he escaped just like that. The Chaos Spirit King's Dao essence shuddered for a moment, then it broke up the black ink clouds, but the true body of its enemy was no longer anywhere to be found. However, it did not give chase and just stood there with an expressionless face, guarding its clansmen behind it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Was my guess incorrect? How can that be? If the Royal Lord was not waiting for backup, then why would he keep on struggling against the Chaos Spirit King? What's more, the Black Ink clan can communicate with each other through the use of their miniature black ink nests, so why would he not gather help? However, the Royal Lord had indeed retreated, which put Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow in an awkward position. First of all, with the cover of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, one man and one leopard were lurking not too close from the battlefield, but definitely not far either. The reason why they were not caught previously was naturally because the Chaos Spirit King's attention was being focused on the Royal Lord. Now that the Royal Lord escaped, the Chaos Spirit King was no longer restrained, and with what happened previously, even the slightest breeze might cause the Chaos Spirit King to go on alert. This caused the two of them to not even have the courage to move a single muscle, and Thunder Shadow had even pushed his divine ability to its limits before looking over with a questioning expression on its face, which clearly asked, "What should we do now?" At this moment, he did not even dare to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. Yang Kai had a gloomy look on his face. With how things were now, if he were to choose to withdraw here, then he would undoubtedly expose himself, which would not matter as the Chaos Spirit King was unlikely to come after him, but then his plan to snatch the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill would come to naught. The pill was right in front of his eyes, so how could Yang Kai be willing to retreat here? This was the key that would allow an 8th Order Master to advance to the 9th Order. Yang Kai still believed that his assumption had been right, and that the Royal Lord had withdrawn because his backup was not able to arrive swiftly. Since his backup was late, there was no point in the Royal Lord wasting his strength here. It would not be too late to wait for reinforcements before making a move again. So, it did not take very long for Yang Kai to make up his mind to continue waiting. If that Royal Lord came back, it would prove that his assumption was correct, and when that time came, he would have more wriggle room to carry out his plans. Time gradually passed unnoticed. After a certain amount of time, Thunder Shadow was starting to feel as if he could no longer keep up his innate divine ability. If that failed, then there was a great chance they would be revealed under the senses of the Chaos Spirit King. Just as Yang Kai was considering whether or not they should retreat for the time being, his expression had a slight change. From the direction the Royal Lord escaped in previously, an undisguised powerful aura was rising, which immediately drew the attention of the Chaos Spirit King who had remained on guard this whole time. Immediately afterwards, a massive black ink cloud rushed over from that direction, reaching the Chaos Spirit King in the blink of an eye, and a fight broke out once more. He's back! Sure enough, the Royal Lord that ran away previously came back. Relieved, Yang Kai shot a glance at Thunder Shadow, who also breathed a sigh of relief and took this opportunity to catch his breath. With his previous experience fighting the Chaos Spirit King, the Royal Lord was clearly being much more cautious than before. Though he was still no match for the Chaos Spirit King, it wasn't easy for the Chaos Spirit King to just defeat him either. As the battle raged on, Yang Kai turned in another direction. There, another powerful aura entered his senses, an aura that was not any weaker compared to the Royal Lord who had shown himself. This aura was just like a lamp in the dark of night, extremely conspicuous, which reminded Yang Kai of the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords who did not have full control of their powers found it impossible to contain their auras, so hiding had never been one of their strong suits. This was, without a doubt, a pseudo-royal lord. From what Yang Kai could sense, there were even a few territory lords gathered around the pseudo-royal lord. These were undoubtedly the helpers that the royal lord called for, which was exactly what Yang Kai had suspected. The Royal Lord was simply trying to distract the Chaos Spirit King in a fight as his other companions took the opportunity to seize the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Without being able to conceal himself, the pseudo-Royal Lord rushed straight into the gathering of Chaos Spirits with several territory lords in tow. When the Chaos Spirit King noticed this, its attacks against the Royal Lord became even more ruthless. It clearly intended to force its opponent to back off quickly. Though the Chaos Spirit King was stronger than the Royal Lord, the difference was not enough to one-sidedly end their fight. Meanwhile, its opponent was putting their all into defending. Getting them to back off wouldn't be easy. While the Chaos Spirit King raged, the pseudo-Royal Lord and the territory lords stormed into the gathering of Chaos Spirits. A dozen or so Chaos Spirits stayed back to protect their clansmen, refining the supreme-grade open heaven pill while the rest rose to meet the others in battle. Black Ink's strength spread out and Tao essence flared. The scene became heated in an instant. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King aside, the pseudo-Royal Lords and the territory lords were able to overwhelm their enemies despite being fewer in number. With the pseudo-Royal Lord acting as the vanguard, and the territory lords in battle formations, they charged right through, and the many Chaos Spirits could hardly hold them back. Most of these Chaos Spirits were of varying levels of strength, but the majority were only equivalent to 7th Order Masters or Feudal Lords, with less than 30% being on par with 8th Order Masters and Territory Lords. How would they be able to halt the charge of a pseudo-Royal Lord? Fortunately, there were not only Chaos Spirits who had gained solid forms here, but also an incalculable number of Chaos entities. Under the command of the Chaos Spirit Clan, countless Chaos entities rushed towards the Black Ink Clan from all directions, without fear of pain or death, which allowed them to keep the Black Ink Clan in check. Yang Kai and the others also had a hard time due to the Chaos entities when they were standing guard for Yang Lai during his advancement. If it were not for Yang Kai's enlightenment and development of the space-time river, things might have gotten out of hand back then. At the moment, that was exactly what was happening. The Black Ink Clan's side must not have expected that these Chaos entities that they normally wouldn't bother with would actually be so difficult to deal with when their numbers swelled. It looked as if they had sunken into a great sea of Chaos entities. Amidst them were also several dozen Chaos Spirits who were eyeing them closely. The pseudo-Royal Lord was furious. He had already pushed his strength to its peak and spread out Black Ink's strength as far as he could. Forcibly, he cut a bloody path through the encirclement with the territory lords following him and lunged towards the supreme-grade open heaven pill. All they had to do was get their hands on the pill, then they could immediately escape from here, and the Chaos Spirit Clan would have no way of pursuing them in the vast expanse of the Universe Furnace world. Meanwhile, their royal lord only needed to keep the Chaos Spirit King busy for a while longer. At this point, neither side had noticed that a small shadow in the void was approaching the battlefield like a phantom, slowly creeping towards the supreme-grade open heaven pill. Inside the shadow, Thunder Shadow was pushing his innate divine ability to its fullest and was hiding the auras of both Yang Kai and himself as far as possible. Under the blessing of his divine ability, they blended in and became one with the shadows. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai's speculation was finally proved correct. The Black Ink clan had now made their move, so why would Yang Kai stay idle? Whether or not he could seize the pill here would be up to whether Thunder Shadow could bring him close enough or not. It would not be easy to pass through such a chaotic battlefield. There were constantly chaos entities here and there that would inadvertently cross into the shadow, but they were all caught and restrained by Yang Kai. Fortunately, there were so many chaos entities here that neither side noticed the unusual situation going on. Otherwise, Yang Kai's plan would have fallen through. Yang Kai watched the supreme-grade open heaven pill get closer and closer, and just as he was about to reach out to snatch it, a cloud of black ink strength happened to sweep past the shadow where Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were. The source was a nearby territory lord. Nobody was too concerned when the chaos entities were taken away by Yang Kai, but the feedback the territory lord received from the energy it released alerted him instantly. Amid the battle, he raised his head towards the shadow and shouted, "Watch out!" He thought that it was one of the chaos spirits hiding, waiting for an opportunity to strike. That shout had without a doubt exposed Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow completely. Yang Kai could clearly feel two powerful auras, one from the Royal Lord and the other from the Chaos Spirit King, spreading over from the battlefield. Very clearly, it was the two masters investigating the situation here. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs could burst. If this could have happened just 5 breaths later, after Thunder Shadow had brought him close enough, he could have seized the supreme-grade open heaven pill and used space principles to escape, then there would be a great probability that he could have achieved his goal without a scratch. However, this plan, which should have been safe, ended up being inadvertently ruined by a territory lord. Life was full of disappointments. Instantaneously, a great gushing river was summoned and covered a stretch of the void, swallowing up the chaos entity that had devoured the open heaven pill and was refining it along with a dozen or so chaos spirits protecting it nearby. This turn of events was so bizarre that both sides that were battling each other were stunned for a moment. Then a bellow broke out, "It's a human! Stop him!" It was the pseudo-royal lord who reacted first. He was furious that some human would actually try to remove the firewood from under the pot while they were taking on huge risks, fighting the Chaos Spirit Clan so that they could get their hands on the supreme-grade open heaven pill. How could that be tolerated? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5758, The Butterfly Soars. The pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly, but there was someone else who was quicker, the Chaos Spirit King who was fighting the royal lord nearby. For the Chaos Spirit Clan, any creature that intruded on this place was an enemy regardless of whether they were from the human race or the Black Ink clan. So, the moment it sensed an enemy lurking in the shadows, it struck from afar. Though it was being hounded by the royal lord and could not withdraw easily, it still opened its mouth in the direction of Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. In the next instant, it seemed to have shouted, but no sound came from its mouth. However, a formless force traveled through the void, launching an attack towards the shadow where one human and one leopard were hiding. Chaos was shattered and Grand Daos shook. At that moment, Yang Kai just happened to have summoned the space-time river to swallow up the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill, as well as several other chaos entities and chaos spirits which were protecting it, and he was about to escape using his space secret technique. When the blast of Dao essence crashed down on him, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His chest felt extremely stuffy and it was hard for him to manipulate space principles. Even the space-time river that he summoned was in turmoil as the water splashed about wildly. The space-time river was greatly destabilized by the attack of the Chaos Spirit King, and with this opportunity, two of the chaos spirits who were around the 8th order in strength managed to free themselves from its confines. These two had humanoid forms, and their eyes immediately turned to look at Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow before charging them to attack. Not only that, the pseudo-royal lord who was nearby also freed a fist out of his fight and punched towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Yang Kai was attacked from 3 sides. Moreover, the local space was so disturbed at the moment that he could not even hope to escape using space principles. In this life-or-death moment, Thunder Shadow roared and transformed into his original size with thunder markings flashing all over his body. When he charged towards the 2 chaos spirits, Yang Kai also let out a shout as a golden light erupted and a golden dragon phantom enveloped him. As Dao's strength was hard to manipulate at the moment, he had no choice but to maintain it with the help of his dragon vein. However, the golden dragon phantom only lasted for a moment before shattering. The fierce power was so overwhelming that Yang Kai's chest felt like it had caved in. In an instant, who knew how many of his bones had broken? Fresh blood came pouring out, but he managed to keep it down. Gritting his teeth, he shot a cold glare at the pseudo-royal lord and with fierce determination, spiritual energy flared madly as he roared, "Die!" The pseudo-royal lord did not even have the chance to shudder before he felt a strange pain in his knowledge sea, as if a long, invisible needle had pierced through the defenses of his soul, causing him to stagger back. It was a strange technique that targeted one's soul. The pseudo-royal lord understood that instantly. The Black Ink clan had a lot of information about Yang Kai, and most of them were generally aware of such tricks, but according to what they knew, this was an unpredictable technique that was hard to guard against. Back then, many innate territory lords had been killed by Yang Kai with this very technique, which gained him an infamous reputation. However, this technique did almost as much damage to its user as its target, and Yang Kai had rarely used it over the last few thousand years. The pseudo-royal lord never would have expected that Yang Kai would use that very technique against him at this moment, so he was unfortunate to suffer quite a loss from it due to being caught off guard. Taking an injury to his soul was a great headache for the pseudo-royal lord, but he quickly steadied himself. He was, after all, a pseudo-royal lord who was not something an innate territory lord could compare to, so he could still resist such attacks. He was only stalled for a moment, but Yang Kai had already disappeared from sight. Following his aura, he saw Yang Kai not far in the distance, clutching a large river and fleeing alongside the black leopard with lightning flashing all around its body. Yang Kai knew that a soul-rending thorn would not be able to do much to a pseudo-royal lord, and his determined gesture from earlier was just to stall his enemy. After sending out a soul-rending thorn, he sent a message to Thunder Shadow and they ran. Thunder Shadow could not gain any advantage when he fought 2 chaos spirits head-on either. In just a few moments, he was beaten to the point where the lightning around its body had dimmed considerably. The sudden appearance of a third party not only made those from the Black Ink clan want to spit blood, but even the chaos spirits were distracted. Their main target was supposed to be the enemies from the Black Ink clan, but now they left them behind to attack Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow. Yang Kai could even sense that 2 powerful auras were locked onto him and were swiftly moving towards him. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King. The 2 of them had stopped their fight and were now tacitly chasing after Yang Kai. For the Chaos Spirit King, anyone with the intention of snatching away the supreme-grade open heaven pill was an enemy. The Royal Lord clearly did not want the pill to fall into the hands of the humans either, and especially not Yang Kai's hands. So, when the Chaos Spirit King tried to withdraw, he did not resist and instead joined forces with it. This time, Yang Kai had stirred up the hornet's nest. Yang Kai grumbled audibly. Everything was going smoothly just as he planned. He would have been completely capable of secretly snatching the supreme-grade open heaven pill while both sides were fighting each other, then disappear after that. However, one accident led him to be chased down by the masters of both sides. Yang Kai wished he could rip that damn territory lord who exposed him into 10,000 pieces. Yet, he just had to have trouble with using space principles at this moment. While dragging along the space-time river with several chaos spirits inside, all of whom were struggling to break out, he could not use instantaneous movement. It would not take long for Yang Kai to deal with the captured Chaos Spirits, but that little bit of time was enough for both the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord to kill him 100 times over. There was practically no way out. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to use that. Whether this venture was still worth it or not, he had no idea. With a thought, he stretched out his hand and made a movement, and in the next instant, a butterfly that was as vivid as if it were alive suddenly appeared in his palm, its body giving off a soft glow. It danced on Yang Kai's hand before its wings flapped and a beautiful halo of light emerged. "Go!" Yang Kai whispered and threw the butterfly over his shoulder. The butterfly fluttered, then its small little body expanded. In the blink of an eye, the shadow of a large butterfly enveloped the void. A halo of blue light swept through the chaos, cleansing the world. All of a sudden, the butterfly burst into 1,000,000 points of light. Many from the Black Ink clan and the Chaos Spirit clan, who were chasing after Yang Kai, clashed headfirst into the shower of light, and under its glow, their expressions became indiscernible. The glow of light suddenly gathered towards a certain point, and in the blink of an eye, a gracefully enchanting figure appeared in the void, blocking the many pursuers. The Chaos Spirits did not have much of an opinion regarding what they saw, but the pseudo-royal lord's face paled as he stared at it and exclaimed, "Luo Tinghe." It was quite a coincidence, but this pseudo-royal lord had come from the great territory battlefield that Luo Tinghe oversaw. He had also fought her before and was almost cut down in the process. Naturally, seeing this Ninth Order master again here made him fearful. He could not help but think, did this woman also come in? But when he focused his eyes on her again, he realized that the woman was not living. Rather, it was some kind of manifestation or divine ability that was shaped in her image. However, despite it being a mere manifestation, it was still the divine ability of a Ninth Order master, so it should not be trifled with. The pseudo-royal lord's expression turned grave in an instant. At this point, Yang Kai's heart felt like it was bleeding. He had used up such a trump card just like that. The butterfly was given to him by the newly advanced Ninth Order Luo Tinghe when they met back then. It was something that was condensed from 500 years of Luo Tinghe's cultivation as gratitude to Yang Kai for his help. This Ninth Order master had been trapped in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Samsara Pavilion and was unable to return. It was by chance that Yang Kai had awakened her memories after experiencing 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang, which freed her. After advancing to the Ninth Order, Luo Tinghe had been thinking of ways to repay Yang Kai, but she could not come up with anything she could give him. Considering how Yang Kai was constantly on the move and would often encounter many strong enemies though, she spent her own cultivation to create this butterfly for him, which could be used to save his life during a critical moment. This was arguably one of Yang Kai's strongest trump cards that he kept hidden away all this while and never used. Even when he was chased across the Black Ink battlefield and nearly cornered by Amo Nai, Yang Kai never thought about using it. That was because Yang Kai thought it too much of a waste to use such a thing to kill a pseudo-royal lord. But now he had no other choice. If he didn't use it, then he really wouldn't be able to get away. 30 breaths of time. He only had 30 breaths of time. Luo Tinghe made it clear to him when she passed him the butterfly that summoning it was equivalent to summoning her to fight, but it could only last for 30 breaths. This divine ability could be seen as something akin to a soul clone of Luo Tinghe. However, considering Luo Tinghe's strength and that of the enemies Yang Kai was facing now, it may not even be able to last for 30 breaths. Yang Kai needed to get out of here even sooner than that. Almost as soon as Luo Tinghe appeared, a battle broke out. The pseudo-royal lord did not dare to step forward as he was wary of Luo Tinghe's power, but the Chaos Spirit clan knew now fear. Soon, the royal lord and Chaos Spirit King had also rushed over. Yang Kai didn't even have the time to turn around and look. He just felt Dao's strengths fluctuating behind him and the immense aftershocks of their battle blasted out and nearly knocked him over. At this moment, he was rushing forward while carrying his space-time river. No matter whether it was a chaos entity or chaos spirit blocking his way, the river would flow out and take them all in to be taken care of later. Yang Kai didn't dare to waste any time here. The chaos entities weren't difficult to deal with usually, but it was not a good idea to be getting tangled up with them right now. As a result, the pressure inside of his space-time river was growing greater and greater, making it even more difficult for him to escape using space principles. Yang Kai, you court death. A furious roar came from behind him, followed by a fierce attack. The pseudo-royal lord had somehow made it over to give chase. Yang Kai was exasperated. Luo Tinghe's divine ability didn't seem to be as effective as expected. Otherwise, how could this pseudo-royal lord have come over? This was making an already bad situation worse. However, he knew that it was not because the divine ability was not powerful, just that even Luo Tinghe herself must not have expected him to be able to stir up so much trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-59, playing every card in hand. Luo Tinghe was confident when she told Yang Kai that day that this divine ability could be maintained for 30 breaths of time. In her mind, the greatest danger that Yang Kai could face would be to encounter a pseudo-royal lord alone. However, this soul clone of hers was now facing the combined forces of a royal lord and a chaos spirit king, not to mention many more chaos spirits. To have to hold back so many enemies alone, a newly advanced Ninth Order Master's soul clone would be severely lacking. If the pseudo-royal lord wanted to get around her, she may not be able to stop him either. A powerful force hit Yang Kai on the back, sending his dragon scales flying and flaying his skin. This pseudo-royal lord had attacked to kill. After all, they had the chance to seize the supreme-grade open heaven pill, so how could they allow Yang Kai to come out of nowhere and take advantage of the situation? So, he was unrelenting in his attack, releasing the full extent of his power. Any other Eighth Order Master would surely be at death's door if not buried on the spot by such an attack. Fortunately, Yang Kai had thick skin and strong flesh. Even though his 5 viscera and 6 organs were shaken after that attack, he endured the dizziness and used the force of that attack to propel himself further, making a speedy escape. However, the pseudo-royal lord did not give up his chase. Several others wanted to follow after him as well, but they were held back by the chaos spirits and had no choice but to form battle formations to fight. However, without the pseudo-royal lord leading the charge, they were soon racking up injuries, leaving them all quite miserable. They wanted to shout at the chaos spirits and tell them that they did not have the pill, so fighting was useless. They might as well go and chase after the culprit who seized the pill instead. However, they knew that the Chaos Spirit clan would not pay them any mind. To them, it did not matter whether they were from the Black Ink clan or the human race, anyone who stepped into their territory was an enemy. The space-time river opened up before them, rolling in all the chaos entities in its path and forging a way forward. The Tao strengths of space and time was extremely dense within the river, and under the erosion of the Tao strengths, most of the chaos entities quickly melted away into nothing, but their numbers were just too great. Yang Kai could feel his Tao strengths quickly draining away. Even the volume of his space-time river was shrinking rapidly, which was not a good sign. He was able to pull the chaos entity with the supreme great heaven pill into the river, but if the chaos entity could not be scoured away before the space-time river broke apart, then it would be difficult to get the pill. Worse, there were still some relatively powerful chaos spirits inside of the river that were taking advantage of his moment of distraction to go on a rampage, stirring up trouble inside the river. On the other side, Luo Tinghe's soul clone had already summoned her yin-yang fish divine ability to envelop both the royal lord and chaos spirit king. The power of yin and yang intertwined and transformed mysteriously, turning the area it surrounded into a kind of cage. Without destroying this divine ability, even the Chaos Spirit King and the Royal Lord would find it difficult to break free. A hint of Luo Tinghe's consciousness was undoubtedly in this soul clone, and at that moment, her brow was furrowed. She was trying her best to hold on, but she couldn't imagine how Yang Kai was able to provoke 2 top masters to join hands and chase after him. The 30 breaths of time she promised him was likely going to take a large dip. It would be amazing if she could even last 20 breaths. Understanding this, she immediately sent her voice to Yang Kai. Quickly escape. Once her soul clone failed to hold on, even if Yang Kai had his space secret techniques, the chances of him surviving under the pursuit of two powerful masters would still be slim to none. Yang Kai gritted his teeth at her call and pushed his Tao strengths to the fullest, forging ahead with the help of the space-time river. 5 breaths, 10 breaths. One by one, furious attacks unleashed by the pseudo-royal lord landed on Yang Kai's back from behind, causing him to stumble each time. In just a short moment, Yang Kai felt as if he had sustained the greatest amount of damage in his life. All of a sudden, the oppressive force ahead cleared up. When Yang Kai turned his eyes over, he realized that he had finally rushed out of the encirclement of the chaos entities and was overjoyed. He immediately circulated his world force, turning his figure into a stream of light and speeding off into the depths of the void. "Stop him!" the royal lord roared from behind him. He had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements even as he was fighting with Luo Ting, his soul clone, so when he saw that Yang Kai was about to break away into freedom, he started to get nervous. If it were any ordinary 8th Order master, they might be able to escape for a while, but certainly not for long. With a pseudo-royal lord in pursuit of them, there would eventually come a time when they had to bow down and accept death. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space and was unparalleled at running away. If they let him escape, then forget a pseudo-royal lord, even a true royal lord like himself would not be able to catch him. With a supreme-grade open heaven pill at stake, how could the royal lord be willing to let that happen? Previously, the Black Ink clan had always believed that the appearance of the universe furnace was an opportunity for the humans, and their many masters had only entered so as to spoil their chances, killing off any human race masters and weakening their overall forces. However, when he came upon a supreme-grade open heaven pill by chance and advanced to become a royal lord, he understood that this was not just an opportunity for the human race, but also one for the Black Ink clan. The supreme-grade open heaven pills that were born from the universe furnace held astonishing power. After discovering that there was another supreme-grade open heaven pill here, he decided to gather up as much help as he could to seize it. Everything was going well at first, until Yang Kai appeared out of nowhere, throwing the situation into disarray. This made the royal lord extremely frustrated. Why could they seemingly never rid themselves of this killing star? He seemed to be practically everywhere, always spoiling their plans. At this point, whether it be the Black Ink clan or the Chaos Spirit clan, everyone was engaged in a messy fight. Only the pseudo-royal lord was chasing after Yang Kai without letting up. That was mainly because of how powerful he was, so the average chaos spirit would not be able to hold him back. Seeing Yang Kai break away from the battlefield, the pseudo-royal lord was also feeling anxious and circulated his aura madly to lock onto Yang Kai's figure in case he was to suddenly disappear. At the same time, Black Ink's strength surged, and a series of killing moves were blasted in Yang Kai's direction. The blows battered Yang Kai to the point of dizziness, which was especially troublesome to his current situation where he was trying to run away and had to use space principles to do so. However, without dealing with the problem that was the space-time river, it was simply impossible for him to perform instantaneous movement. Therefore, most of his energy was spent on circulating his Tao strength and dealing with the chaos spirits and chaos entities that were trapped inside his space-time river. As for the attacks of the pseudo-royal lord behind him, he had no choice but to bear them with his body. Unfortunately, even with his potent dragon vein, Yang Kai couldn't last too long. Thankfully, he still had Thunder Shadow. As soon as he saw that things were looking bad, he leapt out from his shoulders and in a flash of lightning, revealed his true body. He circulated the power of his lightning to shield Yang Kai's back while fighting back against the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing them across the void. However, he could only endure for 5 breaths. After 5 breaths, the lightning around Thunder Shadow's body dimmed and his aura dropped noticeably, reducing him to a panting mess. Even though Thunder Shadow was quite strong, no weaker than any peak 8th Order master, he was still far from being able to fight a pseudo-royal lord all by himself. At this point, Yang Kai had also taken some time out to open up his small universe, releasing the few jellyfish chaos entities that he had left from before. Not only that, he also deployed batch after batch of small stone race clansmen. Yang Kai always kept an army of small stone race inside of his small universe that he prepared in order to deal with some critical situations, but even if they could not delay their enemies for long here, he did not care. With the help of the jellyfish chaos entities and the small stone race army, Yang Kai was barely able to buy himself a few breaths of time. The pseudo-royal lord's cold voice came from behind him. Yang Kai, hand over the supreme-grade open heaven pill or die. After receiving information from that newly advanced royal lord, the pseudo-royal lord understood what a supreme-grade open heaven pill could do. At the moment, he was already a pseudo-royal lord, but if he could refine that pill, then he could become a true royal lord. This should have been his spirit pill, so how could he allow Yang Kai to seize it? Yang Kai, who was still fleeing up ahead, turned a deaf ear to these threats. All of a sudden, he shook the space-time river that he had been holding all this while. As the Tao strengths shook, several splashes came out of the large river, accompanied by several figures. It was the chaos spirits that he had swept up previously. Usually, it would not have taken him long to eliminate these chaos spirit clansmen with the power of his space-time river, as under the scouring of such potent Tao strength, they would quickly be ground away into dust, but the situation now was urgent, so how could Yang Kai bother wasting time and energy to eliminate these fellows? Since he could not do so, he simply tossed them out. With that, only the chaos entity that had devoured the supreme-grade open heaven pill was left inside the space-time river. As Tao's strength circulated fiercely, the entire river seemed to have been stimulated. The chaos entity had not been very strong to begin with, so how could it resist such corrosive power? Its body soon dissolved, and the supreme-grade open heaven pill that had been in its body this whole time fell into the river. With little effort, Yang Kai easily scooped the pill out. Seeing this, the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after him shouted urgently, "Hand that pill over to me." "Bite me!" Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth. Even though his aura seemed extremely drained, he still looked much more relaxed compared to before. With the trouble in his space-time river dealt with and no other external forces holding him back, it was time to go. It was at that moment that a powerful aura dissipated in the distance. Yang Kai knew that it was a sign that Luo Tinghe's divine ability had expired. In other words, her 500 years' worth of cultivation had dissipated. She had not lasted 30 breaths of time, and probably not even 20. However, being able to last as long as she had was already quite a feat in itself, as she was holding back two masters with power equal or greater than her own. Without Luo Tinghe's sole clone holding back his enemies, the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King were now charging over quickly. From afar, Yang Kai felt two powerful auras stretching over to lock onto him. How could Yang Kai dare to dally in this situation? He was confident that he could escape if he was only being chased by a pseudo-royal lord, but if he waited for these two to catch up to him, then he really would be just waiting for death. On the back of his hand, the great sun and moon marks appeared. Yellow and blue light flowed, gathering and transforming into a dazzling pure white light that enveloped his body, cutting off the aura of the pseudo-royal lord. Space principles surged, enveloping Thunder Shadow, who had returned to his shoulder and had almost become a dead leopard. In the next instant, the void rippled and their forms blurred. "Don't you dare!" The pseudo-royal lord howled and a fierce power was unleashed in Yang Kai's direction. His ruthless attack crashed against his fading illusory phantom, and the aftershock pierced through the barriers of the void to chase after him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5760, Seizing Chestnuts from the Fire. In the next moment, the Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King who had finally broken away from Luo Tinghe's entanglement rushed over, but they were too late. From a distance, all they saw was Yang Kai's fading figure. The Royal Lord felt his heart drop. He had formulated a plan with the hopes of giving rise to a new Royal Lord, yet he never expected to have prepared a dowry for the humans instead. Moreover, the one who seized the spirit pill just had to be the infamous Yang Kai. With this loss, the disparity in strength between the two sides was going to become enormous. Fury was boiling inside of him as the Royal Lord was so angry that he could explode. A violent power suddenly blasted over. The royal lord stumbled as he was caught off guard and turned around in anger, only to see the Chaos Spirit King coming at him with red eyes. "What are you coming at me for?" The royal lord was extremely vexed. "The one who stole your spirit pill is that human, so why don't we stop here and join forces to catch him instead?" Yang Kai had only just escaped, and he was riddled with injuries, so if they chased after him now, they might just have a chance to catch up. However, this inexplicable being was picking a fight with him instead. How foolish! That said, he hadn't been able to figure out just what the hell these chaos spirits were. The humans had Blood Crow to provide them with information, so they had some basic knowledge of and could take precautions against the chaos entities and the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, the Black Ink Clan did not have any of that. This royal lord had encountered many chaos entities before, but this Chaos Spirit King, who was even more powerful than him, was a first. He only knew that these strange beings were most likely native to the Universe Furnace world, but he did not know much else other than that. Based on his previous experiences, though, he could tell that the sentience of the natives was not very high. Trying to explain was pointless. The Chaos Spirit King had just lost a supreme-grade open heaven pill, which meant that they had lost the opportunity for another Chaos Spirit King to be born amongst them. So, it obviously wanted to vent all of its anger on the royal lord. Helpless, the royal lord had no choice but to fight, so how could he still have any energy left to chase after Yang Kai? Moreover, fighting an opponent who was stronger than himself was not a pleasant experience. What aggravated him even more was the fact that his black ink strength had only a limited use against this powerful enemy. After a few moments of fighting, the royal lord had the intention to run. After all, the supreme-grade open heaven pill was already gone, so there was no use getting tangled up with the Chaos Spirit Clan any longer. However, leaving wasn't going to be easy either. After fighting for a while longer, the royal lord finally found an opening to withdraw and quickly shot off into the distance. The Chaos Spirit King gave chase at once, seemingly intent on killing him ruthlessly. This naturally made the royal lord so depressed that he could spit blood. "Sir Royal Lord, save me!" A territory lord's wail rose from afar as he and his comrades had been surrounded by several dozen chaos spirits and were almost failing to hold on. Originally, they had a pseudo-royal lord leading them, and with the aid of a battle formation, they could still defend themselves, but after the pseudo-royal lord had run off to chase after Yang Kai, leaving them behind, they were struggling to fight off so many chaos spirits. Seeing that their royal lord was also about to leave, one of them couldn't hold themselves back from yelling for help. But how could the royal lord have any strength to care about them? The Chaos Spirit King was right behind him. He would have a hope of escaping if he was alone, but if he had to bring along those territory lords with him, he would most likely be caught and then killed. Even though he heard the pleas of the territory lords, this newly advanced royal lord did not have the strength to care about them right now. As his body was wrapped in a black ink cloud, he left in a hurry. Seeing that their royal lord had abandoned them, the territory lords knew they could not hold on any longer. One of the territory lords suddenly withdrew his aura and broke away from the battle formation in an attempt to escape alone. "Don't!" Another territory lord shouted, but it was too late. After one territory lord took the lead, the rest followed suit, scattering in all directions, leaving each of them to fend for themselves. However, they were all still surrounded by the Chaos Spirit Clan. With the battle formation, they could still hold on for a while, but now that they had taken the initiative to disperse, how could they still be any match for the numerous powerful enemies around them? One by one, their auras were buried. Every last one of the territory lords was butchered, their black ink strength and hashed remains all that was left behind. This was probably the reason why the Black Ink Clan could not truly grasp the essence of the battle formations. A true cohesive unit would stick together to either cut open a path to survival or die in battle with honor. They would never choose to leave the battle formation like these territory lords. The Chaos Spirit King went after the royal lord while the territory lords died miserably at the hands of its chaos spirit subordinates. On the other hand, the one pseudo-royal lord had left, chasing after Yang Kai after he escaped using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai was badly injured this time, And so was Thunder Shadow, who was almost blown up in the fight. Both were quite miserable at the moment. Even though they managed to seize the supreme-grade open heaven pill, they weren't out of danger unless they shook off the pseudo-royal lord who was chasing after them. If Yang Kai was alone, he would have nothing to worry about since he could use instantaneous movement freely, but now that he had to bring Thunder Shadow with him and with his body so battered, the pressure on him was high. A single round of instantaneous movement would not be enough to shake off a pseudo-royal lord completely. Earlier, as soon as Yang Kai re-emerged from the void, a blow was sent out by his opponent followed through the spatial corridor and hit Yang Kai, causing him to stagger. From behind, the pseudo-royal lord's divine sense washed over, obviously trying to determine Yang Kai's position. Yang Kai grit his teeth and used purifying light in order to shield himself from his opponent's probing, then, without stopping at all, he left again using instantaneous movement. Yang Kai repeated this several times before he finally left the pseudo-royal lord's detection range, but he knew that they were not that far apart, and chasing after him was the pseudo-royal lord's top priority now, so it was best for him to hide. However, where could he hide in this vast void? If Thunder Shadow was unharmed, then they could have hidden themselves with his innate divine ability, but Thunder Shadow had almost been turned into a dead leopard, so how could he still have the energy to use any sort of divine ability or secret technique? Forcing down the blood that threatened to surge up his throat, Yang Kai grit his teeth and gathered his strength as much as he could while bringing Thunder Shadow along in a random direction. A few moments later, the pseudo-royal lord rushed to the vicinity of where Yang Kai was previously and began searching around with his divine sense, but he did not find any traces. His face turned dark and he quickly swept away to continue investigating the nearby area. This was a matter of whether or not he could advance and become a true royal lord, so he was determined to dig Yang Kai out. Even though he was currently a pseudo-royal lord, a gap still existed between him and a true royal lord. After reaching his current height, how could he not want to go further? Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he did manage to catch Yang Kai this time, then there was a high probability that he would be able to kill him and end his scourge once and for all. Yang Kai had caused far too much damage to the Black Ink clan, and many of their people had lived under his threat in their early years, so how could anyone from the Black Ink clan not hate him to the bone? That was why he spared no effort in searching for Yang Kai. Even though he had lost sight of the latter, he had no intention of giving up at all. The pseudo-royal lord even sent messages out in all directions, summoning more from his clan to join the search. For a time, many from the Black Ink clan within the universe furnace began to gather in one place, to the shock of the humans. Fortunately, the humans basically moved in groups to form battle formations, and those from the Black Ink clan had other tasks to focus on, so they did not have time to start random conflicts with the humans. However, this unusual gathering still raised the guards of the many humans as they had no idea what the Black Ink clan was up to. In the void, Tian Xiuzhu, alongside Zhang Tianhe and his other 3 companions, stopped in place and looked back from where they came, and all of them wrinkled their brows. This couldn't be helped as they had already encountered several groups of Black Ink clansmen who were converging towards a certain direction. Just like the humans, there was no longer anyone from the Black Ink clan moving alone. It had been a while since the universe furnace opened up. So, after being inside for so long, the masters of both sides should be able to find allies by now. As for those who did not, it was highly likely they had already been killed or were hiding somewhere, not daring to reveal themselves. The Black Ink clansmen that Tian Xiuzhu and the others encountered during this period were all groups of several territory lords. Even though both sides had sensed each other's presence, neither had any intention of starting trouble with the other. They just brushed by each other from a distance. Lu Fei was more sensitive among them, so she had noticed the unusual situation from early on and could not help but ask, "Senior brother Tian, do you think senior brother Yang may be in trouble?" These territory lords had quite clearly received some sort of message to gather. Otherwise, there was no reason for all of them to be heading in the same direction. Moreover, they were all heading towards where they came from, and they knew exactly what had happened there and what was going to be happening next as well. Tian Xiuzhu had clearly sensed it as well and nodded. It's inevitable that he'll stir up some trouble by trying to snatch Chestnut straight from the fire, but there's nothing we can do to help. If they could have provided any help to him, then they wouldn't have left so easily. There was a great possibility that Yang Kai might draw the attention of both the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King by attempting to seize the supreme-grade open heaven pill from right under their noses. When that happened, he could escape by relying on his space secret techniques, but they did not have that ability, so following Yang Kai would only hinder him. But from the current situation, it seemed that things were not going too well on Yang Kai's side. Otherwise, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be gathering so many masters. Let's go look for Yang Lai. Tian Xiao Zhu quickly made a decision. The Black Ink clan had their Royal Lord, and the Chaos Spirit clan had their Chaos Spirit King. However, the human race had a Ninth Order Master in the Universe Furnace as well. Only by seeking Yang Lai's help would they be able to provide Yang Kai the capital to fight back. After making up his mind, Tian Xiaozhu was about to depart with his group when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Link!" The faces of Zhang Tianhe and the others turned serious, but there was no helping it as a powerful aura suddenly intruded into their perception, and the aura was equivalent to those of a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord. Of course, there was also the possibility that it was a pseudo-Royal Lord, as there was hardly any difference between them and a true Royal Lord in terms of aura alone. This was especially the case if their aura was fully exposed. The only difference was that the pseudo-Royal Lords could not fully make use of their power and could only effectively bring out around 70% of what a true Royal Lord could. The aura they perceived was unfamiliar, so it was obviously not a Ninth Order Master. That could only mean that it was either a Royal Lord or a pseudo-Royal Lord. Martial Peak, Chapter 5761, The One Who Strikes First Wins. Their auras linked together and they quickly formed a 5 elements formation with the veteran 8th Order Master Tian Xiaozhu as the core, standing by in wait for a fight. With this formation, they would still have a chance even if they were to encounter a pseudo-Royal Lord. But if it was a true Royal Lord, then they would surely be no match for them. So, after getting into formation, all of them were secretly praying that it was not a real Royal Lord that was coming over, otherwise, all of them were possibly going to be buried here today. Xiongji reassured everyone, "No need to worry too much. We've only discovered one Royal Lord before, but there were a considerable number of pseudo-Royal Lords who came in. It's reasonable to say that it's likely a pseudo-Royal Lord who's approaching. There's no way we'll be so unlucky as to encounter another Royal Lord, right?" Lu Feifei couldn't help but glance over at him. "That's what I was assuming as well, but after hearing you say that, I feel a bad premonition." "Calm your minds and concentrate," Tian Xiaozhu shouted. Lu Feifei and Xiongji shut their mouths at once. While they were talking, a figure in the distance entered their vision. All they saw was a vast and imposing black ink cloud that was quickly approaching them. "Xiongji, you damn crowmouth!" Zhang Tianhe's expression changed for the worse. Exactly as they feared, the one who was approaching was, in fact, a true Royal Lord. Xiongji felt depressed. He had only made an offhand remark, yet how did he become a crowmouth? It was inevitable that all of them would feel anguished at this encounter. Even in the 5 elements formation, it was very likely that their fates in the face of this Royal Lord were going to be unpleasant. However, there was no way they wouldn't even resist when facing an enemy of this caliber. They were all determined to bite off a chunk of that Royal Lord's flesh even if they were to die here. They would fight with all their might. Prepare for battle. Tian Xiaozhu was a veteran 8th Order Master, and after experiencing so many life and death battles in his life, he was able to calm himself quickly and shouted for the rest of them to focus. The battle formation was running, their auras were connected, and world force was churning. Tian Xiaozhu was about to lead his junior brothers and junior sister into a fight to the death with the Royal Lord, but he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to run after being taken aback for a moment. That left Zhang Tianhe and the rest puzzled, but since they were in a battle formation, the rest of them could only follow Tian Xiaozhu under the pull of their auras. Very soon, though, they realized why their senior brother Tian had run. That was because it wasn't simply a Royal Lord coming at them from afar, There was an even stronger aura following closely behind him, one that felt extremely strange. It was unlike a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord. Instead, it was like, could it be that Chaos Spirit King? Lu Fei came to a realization. They were wondering how there could be so many Royal Lords popping out at once, but it was very clear that this was the same Royal Lord that they sensed with Yang Kai back then. The Black Ink clan didn't have two true Royal Lords, it was still just one. Previously, the Royal Lord was fighting against the Chaos Spirit King where the Chaos Spirits were gathering earlier, and at this moment, the Chaos Spirit King was chasing down the Royal Lord, clearly trying to kill him. However, what confused them was why the Chaos Spirit King would chase him all the way here. Didn't it have to protect its clansmen? And what about the Chaos entity that swallowed the Supreme-grade Open Heaven pill? Instantaneously, all of them understood something. Most likely, Yang Kai had succeeded in seizing the pill and had escaped. The Chaos Spirit King must have mistaken Yang Kai to be on the Black Ink clan side, so it turned its anger on the Royal Lord when it failed to find Yang Kai. That would explain why there had been so many Black Ink clansmen gathering in that direction recently. It was very obvious that they were trying to dig out Yang Kai's location. Understanding this, Zhang Tianhe and the others all glanced at each other, feeling impressed. As expected of senior brother Yang, he had truly succeeded in seizing the chestnut from the fire, and the fact that he got his hands on a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill also meant that a new Ninth Order Master would soon exist among their ranks. Even more amazingly, he had managed to toss the pot of trouble into the hands of the Black Ink clan as well. But now, their situation wasn't so good. They weren't as fast as the Royal Lord and the Chaos Spirit King, so it would only be a matter of time before they caught up to them. They had no choice but to avoid them, yet the Royal Lord was chasing after them like maggots on rotting bones. It was very obvious that his intentions were to drag them into the fray so as to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Something had to be done, otherwise, they would be forced into a passive position once the Royal Lord made his move. Everyone, do you trust this old man? Tian Xiaozhu suddenly called out to them. Zhang Tianhe and the others did not understand what he meant, but they could vaguely guess what he intended to do and quickly answered, "No need to stand on ceremony, Senior Brother Tian. If Senior Brother wishes to do something, please act freely." Tian Xiaozhu let out a hearty laugh. "In that case, let us fight the Royal Lord together." With those words, he suddenly turned around again and charged towards the Royal Lord. Behind them, the Royal Lord who was running away had long picked up on these humans' presence, and it was also true that he intended to hold off the Chaos Spirit King after him with the help of these Eighth Order Masters. There was not much he had to do, he just had to stop these humans for a moment, then there was no way the Chaos Spirit King would just sit back and let them go. When that happened, he could get the humans to fight the Chaos Spirit King, and then he could take advantage of that opportunity to escape with his superior speed. It was a sound plan, yet he never would have expected these humans to have the guts to turn around and attack him. The Royal Lord couldn't help but be taken aback by this unexpected reaction. The very sight made him furious. Being chased by the Chaos Spirit King that lacked sapience was terrible in and of itself, but the other party's fist was bigger, so there was no helping it. However, how did those Eighth Order Masters dare to underestimate him like this? Courting death. This newly advanced Royal Lord coldly snorted and raised his hand. Black Ink's strength gathered in his palm before he clenched his fist and threw a punch in Tian Xiaozhu's direction. Inside of the Five Elements formation, the 5 Eighth Order Masters were arranged into a V shape with Tian Xiaozhu at the lead. Before the Royal Lord's fist had even reached them, Tian Xiaozhu had already spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a dense blood mist that wrapped around the 5 of them, and his already stunning aura rose to another level. World force surged fiercely, and all their bodies shone brightly. The eventual clash caused space to shake for a moment, and several muffled grunts rang out. The Royal Lord's body was pushed back slightly, but the mighty Black Ink cloud remained mostly intact. On the other hand, the streak of blood-red light was blasted back while its glow faded greatly. It wasn't until they tumbled nearly 1,000,000 kilometers before the 5 Eighth Order Masters managed to steady themselves. At this moment, The faces of the 5 humans were pale, and blood was spilling from the corners of their mouths, especially Tian Xiaozhu, who had taken the lead. His face had turned almost as white as a sheet of paper, and a part of his chest had caved in. Even with the 5 of them assuming the 5 elements formation, having to take a head-on blow from a royal lord still did not go down well for them. However, Tian Xiaozhu was laughing loudly. "You two have fun, we'll be taking our leave." Barely maintaining the battle formation, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence and activated a secret technique. Then, along with Zhan Tianhe and the others, they turned into a streak of red light that quickly moved away. The aftershocks of a fierce battle could be heard from behind them, as well as the royal lord's unresigned roar of fury. "Humans, I'll bury all of you and exterminate your entire race." He had originally intended to stop the 8th Order Masters here for a while and drag them into the fight, but he never expected them to act against him first before he put his plan into motion. They had done exactly what he was planning to do. Under the momentum of the 5 elements formation, the 5 8th Order Masters combined their strengths to launch a single attack, but still did not gain much out of it. Instead, they had all come out injured. As the core of the formation, Tian Xiaozhu had even briefly trod upon the gates of death, but the result proved that it was undoubtedly the right choice to make. As a result of the resistance they had put up, the royal lord was halted for a moment, even pushed back slightly, which was just enough for the Chaos Spirit King who was chasing after him to catch up. While 2 top masters were now engaged in a close-quarters melee, how could they have any strength left to care about Tian Xiaozhu and his group? This truly was snatching life from the gates of death. It was difficult for them to have done something like this without great courage, but fortunately, there was never a shortage of courage among the brave warriors of the human race, especially among old veteran 8th Order Masters like Tian Xiaozhu. Seeking a ray of hope in desperation had always been something that they were best at. Tian Xiaozhu and the others managed to escape from a crisis for the time being, but with the varying injuries that all of them suffered necessitated finding a place to hide and recuperate. The Royal Lord and Chaos Spirit King were not fighting again, shattering chaos and tearing apart the void. However, for top masters such as them, even if there was a noticeable difference in true strength between them, it was not so easy for either side to take the life of the other. The fight would most likely end in the Royal Lord escaping again in the end, with the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him incessantly. Elsewhere, Yang Kai felt as if he were a lamp running out of oil. After seizing the supreme-grade Open Heaven pill, he managed to escape with Thunder Shadow. Even though he found an opportunity to recover during this period, the Black Ink clan would soon discover his trail and he would be forced to flee again, so he did not manage to heal much. He could sense that a wave of Black Ink clansmen was constantly converging towards this area. It seemed like the loss of a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill had truly irked them. He was in bad shape now, and so was Thunder Shadow, so he was simply powerless to deal with so many enemies. Yang Kai had no choice but to constantly move around while finding breathing room to heal. But if things went on like this, it wouldn't be long before he had no way to escape and would have to fight to the death. He had to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. However, though the Universe Furnace world was vast and the terrain complex, it was difficult to find a truly safe place, especially when the Black Ink clan were currently trying to seek him out. As he ran, Yang Kai considered his options, and the only place that he could hide seemed obvious. If he hid inside of the infinite river that was said to run through the entire Universe Furnace world, then no matter how many masters from the Black Ink clan came, they might still not be able to find him. However, the infinite river was formed of chaotic shattered Tao essence, so if he hid inside of it, being corrupted by the shattered Tao essence would still bring great risk to him. For a while, Yang Kai was at a loss. The main reason for that was because he currently had no idea how far away he was from the infinite river. But no matter what, it was still a way out for him. While escaping, Yang Kai searched for the location of the infinite river. During that time, he encountered some Black Ink clansmen who were trying to seek him out, so he had no choice but to use his space secret techniques, which drained a lot of his energy and exacerbated his injuries. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5762, Entering the River. Following his senses, Yang Kai fled in the direction he thought the infinite river was, but he couldn't catch any sign of it no matter how far he flew. This made him doubt himself and wonder whether he had gotten the direction wrong. But if the infinite river truly did run through the entire universe furnace world, then it wouldn't matter which direction he went in. He would eventually find it. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound broke through the world and the Grand Tao shook. The universe furnace was evolving again. How many times has it been now? Yang Kai was starting to lose count. He had no idea whether this was the 6th time or the 7th time. He quickly stopped in place and calmed his mind to perceive the changes happening around him. Each evolution was a process of the Grand Tao changing from chaos to order. After 9 times, the shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world would no longer exist, and everything here would no longer be any different from the outside world. It was a miraculous process, and Yang Kai had a feeling that if one were able to see through the secrets of this evolution, it would come with great rewards for any cultivator, and perhaps even an unimaginable pleasant surprise. He had calmed his mind to pay attention to the evolutions before, but he was unable to gain anything from them, let alone this time when he was in bad shape and on the run. Very soon, the evolution was over. The sense of chaos in the universe furnace world had definitely become less apparent, and the shattered Tao essence had also grown much thinner. Now, some new pure Grand Tao had even emerged. The invisible fog that enveloped the entire universe furnace was being lifted gradually as the Grand Tao evolved. It was at that moment that 2 divine senses emerged from the void and probed his position. Yang Kai's face turned dark and he quickly manipulated space principles to escape. As the chaotic energy grew thinner, it also made it easier for one to scan their surroundings. A few moments later, 2 territory lords rushed over to this place from different directions, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. However, the lingering fluctuations of space principles left behind told a clear story. They hastened to send out messages through their black ink nests in all directions to gather in this direction. On the other side, Yang Kai appeared with Thunder Shadow, exhausted beyond measure. He had never tried using instantaneous movement so many times with a companion in the same realm before, and it was several times more tiring than if he were to do this alone. While he was mulling over what to do next, Yang Kai sensed something and sent out his divine sense to check in one direction. In the next moment, the sound of water emerged, splashing deep within his mind. The infinite river. Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that his memory had been correct, and he was indeed moving in the direction of the infinite river. Now he was finally getting closer. He quickly moved towards the infinite river with Thunder Shadow and soon saw the magnificent current that looked like it had no source nor end again. Now that he had found it, Yang Kai started to feel a little hesitant. There was no doubt that hiding in the infinite river was the only choice he had left. With the Black Ink clan gathering to search for him, and with him in his current condition, he would sooner or later be surrounded if he did not get a chance to properly recover. When that happened, he would get no response even if he cried out to the heavens for aid. However, if he really did enter the infinite river, Yang Kai had no idea what he would encounter there. The large river was not safe after all. Unfortunately, he had no other choice right now. Yang Kai grit his teeth and circulated his power to protect himself and the dazed Thunder Shadow who was on his shoulder. He then leapt into the river, which remained completely silent without even the slightest splash. The humans had a lot of information regarding the universe furnace world in their hands, of which included information about the infinite river that was all provided by Blood Crow. However, even though the infinite river was mentioned in that information, there was nothing said about what would happen if one was to fall into it. Yang Kai speculated that Blood Crow had neither considered the possibility, or that anyone who fell into the river had died, and that was why no information about it was available. Yang Kai speculated entering the river was a risky move, and the moment he did he confirmed that theory. As soon as he fell into the infinite river, he could feel rich shattered Tao essence corroding his body from all directions. It felt as if countless chaos entities were attacking him at the same time. In fact, that was indeed what was going on. Chaos entities were formed from shattered Tao essence to begin with, So being surrounded by shattered Tao essence was no different than being attacked by the chaos entities. Even though Yang Kai had already taken precautions, his body still felt weak in an instant and he could hardly muster any strength while he sank. His mind was even being flooded with all sorts of inexplicable emotions that made him feel pessimistic, and distracted. The Black Ink clan was so powerful, could the human race really resist them? Even though it seemed like the both sides could compete as equals, the Black Ink clan still had masters on their side that had not been deployed yet. Moreover, there was still Mo, who was sealed in the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even if the humans exterminated all of the Black Ink clan in the 3000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, it was still impossible to end this war that had started in the early ancient era without a way to deal with Mo. That was an opponent that not even the 10 martial ancestors like Tsang were able to solve. So, why was he doing so much to seize the supreme grade open heaven pill? Now, he had gotten himself surrounded from all sides, chased down by his enemies until he had nowhere to go. With so many gloomy thoughts pounding on his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel tempted to just sink down and stop caring about all the annoying things happening outside. Becoming a part of this infinite river did not seem all that bad either. Suddenly, he realized why Blood Crow's information did not include anything about what happened when one fell into the river. Most likely, all who had fallen in had died. A touch of coolness spread out in his head like the sun rising into the sky. Under its impact, all of those distracting thoughts disappeared into nothingness. Yang Kai quickly circulated his power to stabilize his sinking body and he couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat. As he expected, the infinite river was extremely strange. If the soul-warming lotus had not protected him in that moment, then he might truly have met his demise. The shattered Tao essence that was gushing over from all directions contained all sorts of mysterious powers that was simply not something a human could withstand. That power had the ability to influence the most minute and imperceptible flaws deep within a person's heart and magnify them infinitely. It was not a power that merely confused a person, but rather a mysterious part of the Grand Tao. Yang Kai was instantly on alert and took the initiative to circulate the soul-warming lotus's power in order to protect himself. Turning his head over, he could see a peaceful look on the face of Thunder Shadow, who was perched on his shoulder, his eyes looking blank and hollow. It was apparent that he had also been affected, and even his flesh was showing signs of disintegration. If one's body were to disintegrate in this kind of place, then the only result would surely be a death without a burial. Yang Kai raised his voice at once and shouted, "Thunder Shadow!" Thunder Shadow turned his head languidly to look at him, but he did not show any signs of responding in the slightest, as if he had already accepted his fate. Yang Kai panicked. He had the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, so he was temporarily able to stabilize his mind, but Thunder Shadow didn't have that advantage. If this situation continued, then it would not take long before Thunder Shadow really died. Shattered Tao essence was scouring them from all directions, and it was because of its influence that both he and Thunder Shadow were acting so strangely. In that case, the only thing Yang Kai could do was to find a way to shield themselves from the shattered Tao essence. Yang Kai immediately circulated his Tao strengths of space and time to summon his own space-time river, coiling it around their bodies and protecting both Thunder Shadow and himself while pushing away the infinite river's water. In the next moment, Thunder Shadow abruptly came to his senses and his eyes were filled with fear at what he'd just experienced. This river is too strange. Not only strange, it was simply evil. Even a master of Yang Kai's caliber had fallen prey to it momentarily, so there was no need to even mention how ordinary Eighth Order masters and territory lords would react. Even those pseudo-royal lords would likely not have gotten out safely if they fell into the river. However, he had no idea whether Ninth Order masters or royal lords could withstand the river's corruption or not. Yang Kai answered with a grunt and gritted his teeth, examining his own small universe. He had not paid too much attention to it before, but when he brought out the space-time river, he realized that something unusual was happening to his small universe. The infinite river's water was not only corrupting his flesh and mind, but also his small universe. At this moment, The World Tree's clone was swaying in his small universe, its gigantic canopy forming a layer of protection like an umbrella, blocking the shattered Tao essence's encroachment. The realization was fearful to Yang Kai. If the World Tree's clone had not been here to shield and isolate his small universe, then even if he could shake off the influence on his mind with the help of the soul-warming lotus, his small universe would still have been polluted. Once the infinite river's water encroached upon his small universe, it would definitely be filled with great amounts of the chaotic and disorderly shattered Tao essence. At that point, he would surely be greatly affected by it. If that were to happen, then not to mention maintaining his original strength, even just keeping his order from regressing would have been a great outcome. The dangers of this infinite river were truly unpreventable. Yang Kai was now certain that even if a Ninth Order Master were to fall into this place, they would not have fared well. Even if they were able to withstand the river's corruption for a time, the integrity of their own small universe would still be affected. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone had helped Yang Kai greatly this time around. He was fine for now, but the need to protect Thunder Shadow with the space-time river was a huge drain to his Tao strengths. However, it was not too much of a problem for him. Yang Kai carefully adjusted his space-time river, reducing its size and volume so as to reduce the consumption. He only stopped once the space-time river was barely enveloping Thunder Shadow. As for himself, he did not need its protection. The soul-warming lotus and the World Tree clone were enough. Even though it was a bumpy process, they had still escaped that situation without much harm in the end. It seemed like jumping into the infinite river was the right decision. Without the Black Ink clan to disturb him, Yang Kai said, "Let's recuperate for now." Thunder Shadow nodded and silently took out a space ring before fetching some healing pills and swallowing them. Though he was from the monster race and some spirit pills refined by humans were not usable for him, healing pills were still fine. He had been beaten senseless previously and was now greatly in need of recuperation. Yang Kai also took out some healing pills and gulped them down, then he silently shut his eyes and began adjusting his breathing. Martial Peak, Chapter 5763, Diving Deep. Yang Kai's injuries were extremely severe, but his restorative abilities were strong, so his physical injuries were not a big problem for him. Only his soul had received some damage from him being forced to use a soul-rending thorn against that pseudo-royal lord, which would require the slow nurturing of the soul-warming lotus to recover from. Fortunately, he had only used one, so the injury to his soul was not particularly serious. One human and one monster quietly recuperated inside the river, remaining still and allowing the river to wash over them. Meanwhile, another reign of terror had arisen outside due to that supreme-grade open heaven pill. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen gathering, searching for Yang Kai and breaking out into conflict with the humans who were here. After several evolutions of the Universe Furnace's Grand Tao, the situation had become much clearer, unlike before where it would often take long to bump into another living soul. Now, both the human race and Black Ink clan would move in groups, and each encounter would end in a bloody battle. At first, the humans had suffered a bit of a loss due to the large number of masters on the Black Ink clan side, but as time passed, the humans gradually noticed the unusual situation here, especially as Tian Xiuzhu and the others were also spreading the news, causing more and more humans to start converging. Yang Kai had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill, but he was currently being hunted down by the Black Ink clan, and his current status was unknown. That could, certainly, not be good. The existence of a supreme-grade open heaven pill was equivalent to another Ninth Order Master, not to mention Yang Kai's position in the human race. No matter what, they could not allow the Black Ink clan to get him. Using the communication beads that they brought with them, the humans rallied their allies and swarmed over. When Yang Lai, the newly advanced Ninth Order Master, rushed over after receiving the message that had been passed on several times before, the situation had already fallen completely out of control. Aftershocks from battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan could be felt practically everywhere across a vast stretch of the void, throwing the Universe Furnace world into unrest. Inside the Infinite River, neither Yang Kai nor Thunder Shadow, who were both recuperating, were aware of the situation outside. After swallowing a large number of spirit pills, both of their conditions gradually improved. Some time had passed before Yang Kai felt that his injuries were no longer an issue, and the damage to his soul was stabilized by the soul-warming lotus, though full recovery would take much longer. His current state would not affect his combat capabilities at least. Yang Kai then checked on Thunder Shadow's condition, and though Thunder Shadow's recovery speed was not slow, it still wasn't as quick as him. Currently, he had mostly recovered from his injuries, but he was still enveloped in the space-time river. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's movements, Thunder Shadow slowly opened his eyes to say, "I'm fine now." The bodies of those from the monster race were extremely strong to begin with, so even though he had been beaten by the pseudo-royal lord until he had almost become a dead leopard, since he survived in the end, it would not be too much trouble for Thunder Shadow to recover. Yang Kai nodded but was in no rush to leave. Instead, he looked down and gazed for a moment, before muttering, "Say, what do you think is inside this infinite river?" The most mysterious and magnificent thing inside of the universe furnace was undoubtedly the infinite river. This large river was formed purely out of chaotic shattered Tao essence and ran through practically the entirety of the universe furnace world. Yang Kai did not think too much about it when he first saw the river. Moreover, he was focused on searching for the supreme-grade open heaven pills then, and had no time to wonder about such things. However, through his time in the infinite river, hiding and recuperating, something came to mind. Could the infinite river truly be as simple as it seemed on the surface? The universe furnace was the most miraculous treasure in the universe to begin with, and this was the most mysterious part of it. There was most likely more to this river than met the eye. Hearing his question, Thunder Shadow became wary. "What are you thinking of doing?" Even though he was only Yang Kai's monster self, he could vaguely sense that Yang Kai had come up with some dangerous ideas. After all, his true self had never been the type to sit still when something piqued his interest. "Sure enough," Yang Kai said, "since we have nothing to do, why don't we go in and take a look?" Thunder Shadow was speechless. "What do you mean nothing to do?" There were still many supreme-grade open heaven pills scattered outside, and there were also many Black Ink clansmen to kill. How could there be nothing to do? Yang Kai reasoned, "There are probably many of them searching for me outside, including pseudo-royal lords and that royal lord. If worse comes to worst, the Chaos Spirit King may be searching for me too. If we go out now, we would end up running around and hiding anyway, so we might as well stay here a while longer and wait for things outside to clear up before heading out." "You do have a point." Thunder Shadow was silent for a moment. "You're the big brother, so you decide." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's go and take a look, then." Saying so, he immediately sank down with Thunder Shadow following close behind him, the space-time river coiling around his body and blocking the scouring of the chaotic force. The infinite river looked wide and deep from the outside, but there had to be a limit. However, as he sank further down, Yang Kai felt that something wasn't quite right. Based on his senses, the depth that he and Thunder Shadow reached was so deep that they could likely have passed through the entire river, but in truth, their bodies were still surrounded in the chaotic flow, as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. The inside of this infinite river truly was something special. Yang Kai became increasingly cautious. Moreover, the further they sank, the stronger the impact of the water became. Every so often, they could even feel strong currents and turbulence trying to sweep them away. The soul-warming lotus's power was continuously roused, protecting Yang Kai's mind to stop him from being affected by the chaotic energy. Inside his small universe, the large umbrella-like canopy of the World Tree clone was also growing more and more dense. After sinking for an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai could vaguely feel that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Even with the soul-warming lotus protecting his mind and the World Tree clone to seal and stabilize his small universe, the scouring of the chaotic force on his body was hard to avoid. Even his dragon form, which was only a step away from advancing to become a divine dragon, was unable to resist the river's erosion. Yang Kai had no choice but to expand his space-time river, coiling it around both Thunder Shadow and himself to relieve the pressure. But with this, his Tao strength would quickly be depleted. Previously, it was fine when he was just enveloping the tiny thunder shadow with the space-time river, but now, Yang Kai had to use it to protect both of them, which more than doubled the consumption. Dao strength was tied to Yang Kai's perception and precipitation of his own grand Dao, so if he consumed too much of it, it would end up affecting the foundation of his grand Dao. As he continued to sink down, it truly seemed there was no bottom to this river. The pressure was growing stronger, and sweat was already starting to bead up on Yang Kai's forehead. Sensing that things were not looking good, Thunder Shadow quickly shouted via divine sense, "I think it's about time we head back up." If they didn't have enough strength to leave, then they could end up being trapped here. If that happened, Yang Kai's Dao strength would eventually be exhausted, making it difficult for him to maintain the space-time river, then both he and the original would perish here. Yang Kai also felt that it was time for them to head up, but this infinite river was filled with oddities. He dove so deep yet still saw no signs of an end, so it felt like a waste to just give up like this. He had a nagging feeling that this infinite river was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, so after a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai continued sinking deeper, bringing forth more of his Dao strengths to compensate. His Grand Daos did not end at the Dao of time and Dao of space. The Grand Daos that he had put effort into cultivating also included the Alchemic Dao, Spear Dao, and the Dao of artifact refining. He had also absorbed and refined many Grand Dao rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, each one of them filled with different Dao strengths. It could be said that the Grand Daos of Yang Kai's small universe were numerous and almost all-encompassing. Only their levels of mastery were different. This was also the main reason why cultivators from the Void World could practice a wide variety of Grand Daos. The presence of this variety in turn increased the choices of Grand Daos that the Void World's cultivators could more easily comprehend. Without the harvest he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon back then, the cultivators in his small universe would have a far harder time comprehending Grand Daos Yang Kai was unfamiliar with. Spear Dao, Sword Dao, Dao of Spirit Arrays, Dao of Artifact Refining, Saber Dao. Many Dao strengths were circulated at once, strengthening the space-time river. Seeing this, Thunder Shadow quickly circulated its own Dao strength. He was a shadow leopard and was innately proficient in the Dao of concealment. Later, when became a great emperor, he gained enlightenment into the Dao of thunder. So, when he circulated his Dao strengths, the space-time river began flashing with lightning, though it also seemed ethereal and was all around a bizarre sight. Under the combined efforts of one man and one leopard, the pressure instantly became much lighter. Sure enough, the best way to restrain chaos was with complete Dao strengths. While circulating his grand Dao strength, Thunder Shadow was complaining, "How did you manage to live for so long?" The infinite river was clearly full of dangers, yet Yang Kai was obstinate in exploring its depths. Thunder Shadow was genuinely surprised that he could survive thus far with such a daredevil nature. Yang Kai laughed out loud, "How could you be born without me? You make it sound as if I'm your son?" Thunder Shadow was instantly silent. They continued to sink deeper, and when they reached an unknown depth, the undercurrents suddenly grew even more turbulent, and the impact of each wave would violently sap away the Dao's strength of them both, causing the space-time river to flicker in unrest. After reaching this point, even Yang Kai was starting to think of giving up. Previously, the reason he was able to hold on was naturally because he hadn't brought out his full power yet. However, it seemed now that he would truly be unable to make it out if he were to continue going any further. Once his Dao strength was depleted and he was no longer able to maintain the space-time river, it would truly be the end of the road for him. Investigating the infinite river was just a passing whim for Yang Kai. It was a pity that he got nothing out of it, but it was not worth it to put too much into this. However, just as Yang Kai was about to retreat, his expression turned solemn. He could vaguely feel the environment around him was changing, as if it was no longer as chaotic. Thunder Shadow saw a certain look on Yang Kai's face and had a bad premonition. Even though he was currently in the same cultivation realm as his original, the difference in their abilities was great. He was completely oblivious to some of the things that Yang Kai was able to sense, so he had no idea what Yang Kai discovered, but he seemed excited. As expected, the next moment Yang Kai dove down with great enthusiasm, and he was even going at a much faster rate. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but sigh and swallow his words of persuasion. If his main self wanted to take the risk, then he had no choice but to surrender and join him. After all, he couldn't just abandon himself and run away. But soon, Thunder Shadow also noticed that something was not right as he muttered in surprise, "The river is changing." He was also in the 8th order, so though he had noticed the changes later than Yang Kai, he did still sense them. Yang Kai nodded. It does seem to be showing some unusual changes. Martial Peak, Chapter 5764, Chaos splits into Yin and Yang. Deep inside the infinite river, when the density of the chaotic energy reached a certain limit, an amazing change happened that got Yang Kai excited, and it was also the reason why he insisted on diving further. As for what exactly that change was, Yang Kai could not describe it for the time being. Perhaps it would become clearer as he continued to descend. However, he could clearly feel the impact of the water surrounding him weakening slightly. Did things reverse once they reached extremes? With the weakening of the river's impact, the pressure that he had to bear naturally lessened, so Yang Kai was in no hurry to retreat now. He had already gotten through the most difficult part, and now it was, naturally, time for a proper exploration of the infinite river's depths. Yang Kai had a feeling that he might be able to touch upon some secrets here that were not known to the world at large. There may have been those who thought about exploring the infinite river before, but it would have been impossible for them to reach this far. It was more than the accumulation of Yang Kai's heritage that enabled him to reach this place, it was also his other blessings. Whether it was the soul-warming lotus to protect his mind or the world tree clone to protect his small universe, these were all conditions that ordinary people could not meet. Not even the 9th Order Masters could copy such a performance. Moreover, Yang Kai was not inferior to any 9th Order Master when it came to attainments in one's own grand Daos. He was merely lacking in cultivation. The greatest asset one could rely on to explore the depths of the infinite river was Dao strength. One's cultivation was merely secondary. That was why Yang Kai could conclude almost for certain that nobody had ever reached this place before, let alone explored the infinite river's depths to begin with. The inside of the infinite river was originally dim, but at some point, a few faint spots of fluorescence began to appear in the surging river around him. The fluorescence was divided into 2 colors, yellow and blue. It wasn't obvious at first, but as Yang Kai went deeper, more and more points of light began to appear around him. Looking around him, the lights were like ribbons, floating in the river, their luminescence creating a beautiful and colorful sight as they swayed along the flow of the water. The color of those lights felt familiar to Yang Kai. Moreover, their auras were not unfamiliar either. Yang Kai was jolted by sudden enlightenment. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang. Thunder Shadow was also filled with profound thoughts at the sight, but he was not as knowledgeable as his main self, so though he had some understanding, it was not very clear. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The idea to explore the infinite river's interior had been a mere whim at the start. Many Black Ink clansmen were searching for him outside, so he just wanted to wait inside of the river for a while longer and let the storm die down. But to gain such an unexpected harvest here was a true surprise to him. He actually witnessed chaos dividing into Yin and Yang at an unknown depth deep inside the infinite river. This was a true evolution of Dao strength, the primordial separation of chaos. Yang Kai steadied himself and concentrated, silently perceiving the changes in the grand Dao around him. Only after a long time did he open his eyes again with a thoughtful expression. Then his body moved, continuing deeper together with Thunder Shadow. The lower down he dove, the more the yellow and blue lights grew in number until at a certain point that was all Yang Kai could see. Moreover, Yang Kai no longer felt any chaotic shattered Dao essence after reaching this place. This was where the grand Daos of Yin and Yang gathered. A pure and primordial power surged in this place, openly displaying the ultimate profundity of the 2 grand Daos of Yin and Yang. Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were practically swimming in an inexhaustible grand Dao river. Yang Kai was thrilled, but also felt that it was a pity at the same time. He was thrilled because of how pure and rich the Tao strength was in this place. Anyone who came here would be able to absorb and refine it, rapidly increasing their attainments in the grand Taos of Yin and Yang. This was primordial Tao strength which had split from chaos after all, so there was no way it would not be pure. It was just a pity that the Taos of Yin and Yang was not the main grand Taos that Yang Kai cultivated, though he did have some of its Tao essences in his small universe. However, that was only there as a part of what he gained from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. If a cultivator from Yin-Yang heaven were to come here, they would truly be like thieves entering a treasure mountain. For example, old ancestor Xiao Xiao, Luo Tinghe, and even his own wives Chu Huashang and Tao Ling Wan would definitely save centuries, if not millennia of hard cultivation to raise their attainments in their grand Taos. He sighed in his heart. Since they couldn't come here to grab these benefits, he would just have to do it in their place. When he opened up his small universe, it began swallowing up the Tao strengths in this place as if it had been starving for hundreds of years. Yang Kai had done a similar thing in the past, inside of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, but the conditions then were different from now. The many grand Tao rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon were all of varying volume and strength, each of them containing a random grand Tao. Back then, Yang Kai had taken each one of those grand Tao rivers into his small universe and refined them there. However, there was no need for that here. The Tao strengths of Yin and Yang here were so rich that he just had to open up his small universe and they would crash inside by themselves. Currently, a considerable number of Emperor Realm Masters had been gathered in the Void Tao Temple in Yang Kai's small universe. All of them had condensed their Tao seals and were usually cultivating in retreat or training and sparring with each other. One female cultivator who mainly cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Tao felt a stir, as if something new had been added to the world around her, and she couldn't help but be enlightened to many things all at once. Things that she usually couldn't understand opened up to her at this moment. She immediately ended her chat with her companion and sat down cross-legged to meditate. This made her companion dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted at how she had suddenly gained enlightenment out of nowhere. Unseen by others, a vast amount of the Yin and Yang Tao essence had appeared in Void World, and the amount was increasing in a continuous flow. By swallowing and refining the Tao strengths of Yin and Yang, Yang Kai also gained many new insights, and his understanding of these grand Taos also increased significantly. Originally, his attainments in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao were not very high. Based on his own classification, he would at most be at the 4th level, traversing a familiar path, which was around an average level for a newly promoted Open Heaven Realm Master. However, as Yang Kai continued to refine more of this pure Tao essence, that rapidly improved his mastery. Attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, standing above all others within sight, Yang Kai only felt that he was reaching a bottleneck when he was nearing the 8th level, summiting the peak. No matter how much more Tao strength he took in, it would be difficult for him to make any more improvements within a short time. This was within his expectations though. It was impossible to increase one's attainment in a grand Tao without limits simply by swallowing up and refining Tao strength. One would reach a wall sooner or later. Just like eating, even the greatest king of appetites would reach a limit of what they could consume, and only by slowly digesting that food could their capital be increased gradually. Yang Kai did not feel that full right now. After all, his small universe was exceptionally large, so he could continue swallowing up more of this place's Tao strength. However, he was unable to refine more of it into his own Tao essence. He had never thought that he would one day be troubled about finding too much wealth. Pure, practically unlimited primordial Tao strengths was right before his eyes, free for the taking, yet he was unable to refine it. However, Yang Kai was still very satisfied with what he'd gained. His attainments in the Yin-Yang Grand Tao were originally only at the 4th level of mastery, but he was now at the border of the 8th level after such a short amount of time. Even with thousands of years, such a thing would be difficult to achieve simply by cultivating in seclusion. Yang Kai could vaguely feel that the 8th level was a bottleneck for him. Previously, he had also reached a standstill for a long time before breaking through to the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of Space and the Tao of Time, and those were his primary Grand Taos, while the Yin-Yang Grand Tao was something he never actively cultivated. As for the 9th level, it was useless to even think about it. Yang Kai himself had no idea how long it would take to make a breakthrough to the mysteries of the 9th level. Though he had no way of refining more, he faced no obstruction when it came to taking it in. As such, rather than close his small universe's portal, Yang Kai continued swallowing up more of the Tao strengths as he created a separate, isolated region in his small universe to store it for later use. If the infinite river had a consciousness and saw what Yang Kai was doing, it would likely feel the urge to cry. Eating and drinking his fill here wasn't enough for him. He was even packing up a massive amount of takeaway. Such greed was simply too much. Yang Kai's thoughts were simple though. He had reached a bottleneck now, but there was no saying when he would not have the blessing to make a breakthrough later. When that time came, this Tao strength that he saved would be of use to him in order to raise his attainments again. Even if he ultimately did not use it himself, he could still bring it to his 2 wives. They came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, so they certainly had a better understanding of the Yin-Yang Tao and could use this to strengthen themselves. As for old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Luo Ting, they were already in the 9th order and had cultivated for so many years. They had most likely reached their own limits in their cultivation, and that was not something that could be changed with outside help. Thunder Shadow stood aside, completely silent about Yang Kai's behavior. Indeed, his true self's greed was embarrassing, but fortunately, nobody else was there. Moreover, if anyone else were to be faced with such a blessing, they would most likely also find it difficult to refuse. After taking his fill, Yang Kai was in high spirits. After closing his small universe's portal, he continued downwards with Thunder Shadow. Diving deeper into the infinite river did not come without pressure, but it was still easier than the most difficult time they faced here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had some attainments in this Grand Tao to begin with, and those attainments were climbing with each passing moment, so the pressure became less and less. At this point, it had become no more difficult for Yang Kai than an idle walk in his courtyard. What sort of changes do you think we'll see down there? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Thunder Shadow was sullen. Don't know. I'm not guessing. Yang Kai laughed. Even though you're from the monster race, you still need to use your head a bit more. Monsters without brains don't survive long. Thunder Shadow looked askance at him, thinking to himself, if you scold me, then it's equal to scolding yourself, don't you know? It's your fault I don't have more smarts. But Yang Kai went on by himself. It is said that the world began as chaos, then after many long years of evolution, Yin and Yang were born from it. Afterwards, it transformed into the 5 elements. As if to verify his guesses, the river, which was filled only with yellow and blue before, now suddenly had other colors appearing. The Yin and Yang Tao strengths were no longer pure. As the 2 Tao strengths intersected, traces of other Tao strengths emerged. Martial Peak, Chapter 5765, 5 elements give rise to 10,000 Taos. The evolution of Tao strength was an amazing process. Deep inside of the infinite river, the yellow and blue colors were gradually replaced by 5 different colors of light. Gold represented the metal element, green represented the wood element, blue represented the water element, red represented the fire element, and brown represented the earth element. The intermingling of 5 colors caused the interior of the river to become more and more colorful. Chaos divides into Yin and Yang, and then Yin and Yang transform into 5 elements. The Grand Tao of Yin and the Grand Tao of Yang could be encompassed into a single Grand Tao just as it could be 2 separate ones. The Grand Tao of the 5 elements was the same. If it were broken down, then the Grand Tao of the 5 elements would contain 5 different Grand Taos. There would always be preferences as to which a cultivator focused on during their cultivation. But for any cultivator, Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements were the foundation of the Tao, and that was because once one reached the Emperor realm in their cultivation and condensed their Tao seal, they would have to start refining a complete set of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements materials to split heaven and earth apart within their bodies to form a small universe. Even the tallest building had to start with a base, so the powers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements were critical. Therefore, no matter which open heaven realm master it was, or whatever type of grand Tao they cultivated, they more or less had some experience with the Taos of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Only, their attainments would vary in each of them. In Yang Kai's case, without the gains he made at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon back then, even though he had some attainments in the grand Taos of yin, yang, and 5 elements, it was merely superficial. But now, his yin-yang grand Tao was quickly nearing the 8th level of mastery, and the 5 elements grand Tao was also bound to transform here. Rich and pure primordial Tao strengths of the 5 elements surrounded his body, but Yang Kai was not in any hurry to take it in and refine it. Instead, he was silently experiencing it. After a few moments, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shook his head slowly. His attainments in the 5 elements grand Tao were not very high, so at this moment he was only able to feel the Tao strength of the surrounding 5 elements interacting with each other and changing endlessly, but not much more. However, he was not discouraged. Right now, it was more important to raise his attainments in this grand Tao. Yang Kai was starting to feel some pressure again after arriving at this place. The scouring of Tao strength around them caused the space-time river, which had been coiling around him and Thunder Shadow this whole time, to become restless. This was clearly because of his lack of attainments in the grand Tao of the 5 elements. As before, Yang Kai opened his small universe's portal and swallowed up the Tao strength here as much as possible while refining it. The 5 elements Tao essence was rapidly accumulating inside a void world. Yang Kai couldn't help but be reminded of the situation back then in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, which was similar to what he was experiencing now, but there he still had to spend some effort to capture each one of the grand Tao rivers. Here, it was completely different. All he had to do was devour Tao strength. And, as the concentration of 5 elements Tao essence increased, more and more disciples suddenly gained enlightenment in the Void Tao Temple and hurried to cultivate in seclusion. After some time had passed, Yang Kai felt himself reaching another bottleneck, and the 5 elements Tao essence in his small universe could not increase with ease anymore. Even if he took in more Tao strength, he wouldn't be able to refine it. His perception told him that his attainments in the 5 elements grand Tao were more or less the same as his yin-yang grand Tao now. Both of them stopped near the peak of the 7th level. Sure enough, the 8th level was a firm boundary in each grand Tao that could not be broken through so easily. Just like before, Yang Kai created an isolated area in his small universe and sealed some 5 elements Tao strength for later use. As he had previously considered, the sealed Tao strength of Yin and Yang could be given to Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan. If he had no use for the Tao strength of the 5 elements after leaving this place, he could still split them with the other masters. There was currently a considerable number of masters among the human race, and though the newly advanced high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters were not weak, their accumulation of heritage was still greatly lacking when compared with the older 8th Order veterans, especially in terms of attainments in their grand Taos. The older 8th Order masters had already reached the limits of their own martial Tao and were unable to reach higher realms, but the accumulation of experience through many years still helped to improve their perception of their own grand Taos. The young high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had only cultivated for a short time, especially the fine seedlings who had broken through into the 7th Order directly. The higher the starting point, the more quickly their cultivation could improve, but one's comprehension of their grand Tao may not be able to keep up with such a growth rate. Many things needed to be polished with time. This 5 elements Tao strength would benefit many cultivators when brought out. As Yang Kai's attainments in the 5 elements grand Tao deepened, the pressure on him lessened in turn. Yang Kai waited until he had secured enough Tao strength of the 5 elements inside of his small universe before stopping and continuing to sink further. Thunder Shadow suddenly spoke up at that moment. According to you, chaos divides into yin and yang transforms into the 5 elements, then would the next step be the 5 elements give rise to 10,000 Taos? Yang Kai nodded, most likely. Thunder Shadow was shaken. Could such a miraculous evolution happen inside of this infinite river? This was not only the evolution of the Grand Tao, but also the transformation of heaven and earth. What the Grand Tao showed here was equivalent to presenting the universe's evolution from chaos, step by step. Perhaps this was how the vast expanse of heaven and earth was created in the long-lost era of chaos. These were just vague speculations from Yang Kai, so he dared not make a firm deduction. One human and one monster continued to sink down, and the evolution of Tao strength around them happened just as Thunder Shadow suggested. As the 5 elements intersected and intertwined, they began to transform into 10,000 Taos. The further down they went, the more brilliant the colors became. Colorful bands of all different colors gathered deep in the river, converging into a turbulent flow. Even though he had expected it before, Yang Kai still could not help but feel complicated emotions well up within him when he saw this sight with his own eyes. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai cheered, "Third brother, we're rich." Thunder Shadow had no time to care about him right now, as he had long circulated his power to grab onto a flashing lightning ribbon, opening up his mouth wide and gulping it down. That was naturally a manifestation of Thunder Tao strength in its purest, most primordial state. Thunder Shadow's mouth was full of lightning as he chewed. Even the pattern on his fur was shimmering. While swallowing, he mumbled, "It really is convenient for you with your small universe." To devour and refine Tao strength, Yang Kai need only open the portal to his small universe, but not Thunder Shadow. He was from the monster race and cultivated the primal art, so was without a small universe and thus only able to benefit by doing this. Previously, he was already filled with envy when he saw Yang Kai wantonly devouring and refining the grand Taos of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. Now, he finally got his turn to reap some benefits. While refining the Thunder Tao strength, Thunder Shadow lamented, "It's a shame that second brother isn't here." Yang Kai had not been able to find his human self, Fong Tian Ci, all this while. He had no idea where the latter had hidden himself. Though, it was just a passing lamentation. Thunder Shadow caught another shadowy Tao strength ribbon and continued chewing and refining it. As for his poor second brother, he had long been tossed to the back of his mind. Unlike Thunder Shadow, who was selective with what he ate, Yang Kai naturally did not reject anything that came his way, like an ocean open to all rivers. As the portal was opened again, the colorful rivers flooded into his small universe. Despite putting all his effort into refining them, Yang Kai still could not keep up with the speed at which the Tao strengths were pouring in. The Tao essences of all sorts of grand Taos were constantly accumulating inside his small universe, and his attainments were steadily increasing. Inside the Void Tao Temple, things had been strange recently. Firstly, a female disciple who cultivated the Yin-Yang Grand Tao suddenly gained enlightenment and sank into cultivation. Following that, another 3 disciples cultivating the 5 elements Grand Tao showed similar signs. This made the other disciples very envious. Their cultivation had long since reached the peak of the Emperor realm, and they had also condensed their own Tao seals and refined various materials. They were only one step away from advancing to the open heaven realm. It was just a shame that the Tao Lord never showed himself in these recent years to guide them out, so there was no way for them to leave Void World. After reaching their cultivation realm, it would be difficult to make any further progress unless they left this world to advance to the open heaven realm. So, it was inevitable that the others would become envious as they saw these people making gains in their grand Taos. Recently, however, more and more disciples were gaining enlightenment, often without doing anything at all. Some were even blessed inexplicably while merely chatting idly and drinking tea with their companions, gaining a sudden understanding of mysteries they could not see through in the past. For a while, the originally lively Void Tao Temple became extremely quiet. Practically nobody could be seen in the large Tao Temple as all of them had retreated to cultivate. This was something that had never happened since the establishment of the Void Tao Temple tens of thousands of years ago, so it could only be described as fantastical. In the outside world, Yang Kai was starting to feel stuffed. If he were asked to cultivate bitterly on his own, then if he had to raise any one grand Tao to the peak of the 7th level, it would take at the very least hundreds, if not up to 1,000 years, even if he were to start from his current level. However, there was no need to cultivate here. He just had to swallow up the Tao strengths and refine them. The pure, primordial Tao strengths could be refined into Tao essence and integrated into his small universe. His spear Tao quickly reached the peak of the 7th stage, and so did his sword Tao, saber Tao, and even his Tao of spirit arrays. With the accumulation of all these Tao strengths, while Yang Kai's small universe may not look any different on the surface, it was completely different from before in terms of substance. Peeking into his condition, Yang Kai could feel that even if the Tao strengths gathered in his small universe did not reach 10,000, it would still likely have reached 3,000. Nobody had ever cultivated so many grand Taos before, much less raised so many to such a high level of mastery. It was not out of Yang Kai's abilities that he was able to achieve such a thing, but through the combined blessings of two unique opportunities. The first would be the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, which paved a foundation for his 10,000 Taos, and the second was this infinite river. Yang Kai gained a huge harvest back then from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, only, he was lacking in time and had left in a hurry as soon as he ran out of cultivation materials. Before leaving, he left a space beacon behind so that if he ever had the time, he could go back to it and gather more benefits he left behind in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. Unfortunately, he had not been free all these years, nor did he have the energy to do such a thing. After all, to come and go from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon would take him far too much time. Also, how would he dare to leave when the situation between the two races was still undetermined? But now, it seemed like he wouldn't be needing to go to the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon again. The Infinite River's benefits alone were enough. In fact, the Infinite River's benefits were even more primordial and pure in comparison, and even easier to obtain. Over at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai still needed to expend some effort and energy to find and then refine the individual Grand Tao rivers.